The colder I am, the more excited you get? What's going on with female characters falling for me? I'm not interested in harem, but my system doesn't think so. Possessing a strategy system, Kanzuki Aban could only passively receive love from women in the Konoha world. P.S. The main storyline is a bit long in the early stages. Daily strategy plot will be after listing. Chapter 1 Binding Sarutobi Hiruzen looked through the swirling smoke before him at the mission report feedback from the client in his hand, which contained many words of praise, expressing satisfaction with the efficiency of the Konoha ninja. He casually took the pipe out of his mouth before truly looking at the boy standing before him. Wearing a green vest uniform, indicating a rank above Chunin, a forehead protector was neatly tied across his brow, his calm face showed none of the youthful vitality a boy should have, and his eyes beneath long eyelashes were deep, as if hiding many burdens. Aban, Sarutobi called out. Lord Hokage, the client is very satisfied with you. Even a Chunin squad would find this mission tricky, Sarutobi said slowly. Kanzuki Aban, the young boy before him, possessed both strength and ability. If not for being overshadowed by another more talented person in the same generation, Sarutobi felt he would also be a highly anticipated rookie. Since your promotion to Chunin, you have been acting as a solo squad and have maintained an extremely high mission completion rate. This is very commendable, Sarutobi continued. Haven't you considered new teammates? Kanzuki's expression remained unchanged, his gaze always slightly lower than Sarutobi's, and he replied, as Lord Hokage arranges. Sarutobi was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to be so compliant. Previously, he had many guesses in his heart. Perhaps Kanzuki was too proud to team up with ordinary people, or perhaps it was due to teammates who died in the war, etc. Moreover, there had always been some unfavorable rumors in the village. After a moment of thought, Sarutobi said, "Someone has requested me to transfer your position." Kanzuki was slightly startled upon hearing this, his thoughts racing as he considered who it might be. Sarutobi lightly tapped the table with his finger and said, "However, there is no rush. I want to respect your own wishes in this matter. You don't need to give me an answer so early, you can think about it carefully." What does this mean? The unclear words left Kanzuki with doubts. He saw Sarutobi pick up the pipe again, the swirling smoke obscuring his face and gaze. "Here is a new mission assigned to you. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock at the main gate of the village, someone will meet up with you there." Yes. Leaving the Hokage building, the sky outside was already afternoon. Kanzuki stood in front of the Hokage building, looking at the red sky in the distance. The sun was setting in the west, the residual light like blood. How many years has it been since I came here? Day after day, it's tiresome. Kanzuki thought with a deep gaze, just about to leave, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure appear ahead on the road. "Yo, along," the person waved to Kanzuki, quickly jogging over. "I heard you're back from your mission," the person said with a smile. This person was about the same age as Kanzuki, around 15 years old, with short black hair and a delicate appearance. He also wore the standard ninja vest, but with the addition of a blue background with a red and white fan pattern on the sleeves. Kanzuki stared at this person for a while before saying, "You're the one who asked Lord Hokage to transfer my position, right?" Did Lord Hokage already tell you?" Shisui said in surprise. "Yes, just now," Kanzuki nodded, starting to walk forward. "But I didn't agree." "Why?" Shisui looked puzzled upon hearing this and walked beside Kanzuki. "And why did you do this?" Kanzuki said, his steps not stopping. "We're friends, aren't we?" "Sort of." "That's really going too far," Shisui said, slightly annoyed. The two walked side by side, arriving at the village's market. As night approached, many night market stalls began to open early. Although the streets weren't crowded, they were lively. "Along, think about it carefully again," Shisui continued to persuade him from the side. "I might not be able to do the dark department's work," Kanzuki said lightly. Or rather, route, Kanzuki thought to himself, but the organization route was unknown to ordinary people. The dark department is a bit busy, but it's not as much as your monthly mission volume. Coming here would actually be much easier. "Spare me," Shisui kept chattering in Kanzuki's ear. Kanzuki just walked slowly, not knowing if he was listening. Not long after, the voice in his ear suddenly stopped. Kanzuki couldn't help but feel puzzled. He turned his head and didn't see Shisui's figure, but when he turned around, he saw that his steps had stopped behind him. "Along," Shisui smiled at Kanzuki and pointed to the shop next to them. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Kanzuki glanced at the name of the shop and saw it was a dango shop. "Come on." Shisui impatiently waved to Kanzuki. Knowing his friend's preference, Kanzuki reluctantly walked in with him. "Boss, 5 servings of red bean dango, 5 servings of mochi dango, 5 servings of 3-color dango." As soon as they entered, they heard Shisui's loud shout. "Okay, please have a seat, both of you," the boss also greeted. "Eating so much, aren't you having dinner?" Kanzuki said helplessly when he saw Shisui order so much. "It won't delay," Shisui said with a smile. Having found his beloved food, Shisui's attention was immediately diverted. He no longer tried to persuade Kanzuki, sitting in his seat with a look of anticipation. Not long after, the boss brought up 3 plates of dango and also served 2 cups of tea to cleanse the palate. I'm eating. Shisui didn't stand on ceremony, taking a skewer in each hand and putting them into his mouth. Kanzuki looked at his unrefined way of eating and couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. He picked up a cup of tea and sipped it slowly, as he wasn't interested in such sweet things. Along, aren't you eating? Shisui saw that Kanzuki hadn't touched a single skewer and said indistinctly with his mouth full. Kanzuki shook his head, just taking a sip of tea. Shisui then didn't bother with Kanzuki and continued to demolish the sweets in front of him on his own. Kanzuki watched him silently, pondering for a long time before saying, "Why would you look for me for something like this?" Ha! Shisui, immersed in the food, looked up blankly. Oh. He suddenly realized, put down the dango in his hand, and reached out to wipe his mouth. Looking at Kanzuki's calm face before him, Shisui also thought seriously for a while. I really need someone to help me, Shisui said slowly. Kanzuki's eyes moved slightly. Just an ordinary dark department member, perhaps with outstanding ability, but saying something like this would make people feel incredible. Need someone to help him? Help with what? Executing missions? Anyone hearing this for the first time would likely feel confused. But Kanzuki knew many things that people in this world didn't know. For example, the fate of the person before him, Uchiha Shisui. He didn't want to get involved in this unnecessary trouble and didn't want to interfere in any of it. Even if the person before him were to die, he might feel regret at that time. But that was all. You might find it a bit strange, but some things, I can only tell you after you come, Shisui said proactively. My position will also be transferred soon. Shisui's position transfer, if it's transferred again, could it be transferred out of root? Then the responsibility of letting himself enter root again is, an informant? Kanzuki seemed unmoved, slowly drinking the clear tea and calmly said, don't you have a quite excellent junior in your clan? Your relationship is also quite good, and it seems he also joined the dark department. You mean Itake? Shisui showed a wry smile, and then looked surprised. How did you know he joined the dark department? I heard. Kanzuki realized he had misspoken, his face betraying no emotion. Itake only joined the dark department in the past couple of days, and something like this is only known to. Shisui looked at Kanzuki strangely, as if half believing, half doubting. However, speaking of Itake, he's quite similar to you in some ways. Shisui suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, is that so? Kanzuki was slightly startled. Yes, he's burdened with worries at a young age, possessing a maturity far beyond his peers, Shisui said thoughtfully. The difference is, you always hide everything in your heart. And, Itake's personality is much better than yours, Shisui said with a smile again. It seems you think highly of him, Kanzuki said casually, not caring about Shisui's remark about him. Yes, his talent is not inferior to mine, and his character is excellent, Shisui smiled. His future achievements are bound to be astonishing. Then why don't you go find him? He and I are from the same clan, and I also see him as my own younger brother, Shisui sighed. Although he has the same aspirations as me, he is still too young. Although saying such words from the mouth of a boy no older than 15 felt very out of place, Uchiha Shisui was indeed different from ordinary people. In the original plot, it was not as Shisui said. Itake became Shisui's revolutionary comrade, and Shisui entrusted everything to Itake before his death. But now, Shisui's feelings for Itake are like Itake's for Suzuki, seeing the latter only as someone to be protected, not a friend who can share burdens together. Along, Shisui looked directly at Kanzuki and said slowly, we are friends, aren't we? Kanzuki was silent. Kanzuki gently rubbed the teacup in his hand with his thumb, trying to hide his chaotic emotions. Receiving no response, a hint of disappointment slowly filled Shisui's eyes as he looked at Kanzuki, and at this moment, he heard the boy opposite him speak in a light voice. I guess so. Affection reaches 90. Bond can be formed, successfully bonded with target, current bond sworn brothers, reward obtained, Amaterasu, Chapter 2, Enko the next morning. Kanzuki packed his gear and arrived at the Konoha gate on time. There were already 2 figures waiting there, a man and a woman, both around 20 years old, quite a bit older than Kanzuki. The male ninja looked unremarkable, wearing a pair of dark sunglasses and a light blue headband, while the female ninja looked somewhat familiar, with neat purple short hair tied in a short ponytail, a fishnet lining under her light brown jacket, and silently eating a string of dango in her hand. Why is it a xiao gui? After seeing Kanzuki, the female ninja immediately spoke with some dissatisfaction. I thought Lord Hokage would arrange body flicker Shisui into our squad. Don't say that, Enko. Lord Hokage naturally has his reasons for arranging it this way, and Uchiha Shisui is also this age. Although he looked young, he wouldn't question Kanzuki's Chunin uniform, which was the same as his own. My name is Ebisu, and I'm temporarily serving as the captain for this mission, the male ninja said very politely, taking out a document and handing it to Kanzuki. Anko Mitarashi, Anko on the other side also said her name casually. Kanzuki briefly looked at the mission scroll Ebisu handed over. It was a reconnaissance mission, not low in difficulty, and the configuration of 3 chinin seemed a bit conservative. Kanzuki Aban, he closed the mission scroll and said, skilled in taijutsu. However, when he said his name, Ebisu and Anko were both startled at the same time. This name seems a bit familiar, Anko pondered, looking Kanzuki up and down. Ebisu was giving Anko meaningful glances from the side, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. Kanzuki wasn't surprised by their reaction. Maybe it's still not too late to tell Lord Hokage you want to switch teammates now. Hearing this, Ebisu hesitated, unconsciously pushing his glasses. Anko stared at Kanzuki for a moment from the side, then suddenly smiled. Switch for what? You'll do. She raised the leftover bamboo skewer in her hand and threw it out violently. The skewer shot out like a senbon, grazing Kanzuki's cheek and sticking into the tree trunk behind him. Not a ripple of emotion showed on Kanzuki's face. Seeing this, Anko curled her lips. If there's nothing else to prepare, let's depart, he said. Ebisu was still hesitating there. Seeing this, Anko slapped him on the back. What are you thinking about? Let's go. With that, she took the lead and sped off towards outside the village. Seeing this, Kanzuki also got up and followed. I'm clearly the captain, Ebisu muttered softly, looking at Kanzuki's retreating figure, his gaze sinking. If this person is really like the rumors say. At this point, he couldn't change anything, so he could only quickly catch up with the squad. Because it was a mission that required crossing the border, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach the mission location. The 3 took a simple break during noon. Ebisu quietly pulled Anko aside, while Kanzuki ate a soldier pill on the spot, closed his eyes to rest and recover his stamina, ignoring their actions. What are you doing? Anko was eating a rice ball and was a bit annoyed at being pulled aside by Ebisu. This Kanzuki Aban, don't you know about him? Ebisu whispered. What? Anko had only felt Kanzuki's name was somewhat familiar before, but couldn't remember who it was for a moment. That guy who abandoned his comrades and ran for his life during the war. Anko was startled upon hearing this, and after a moment of thought, her face showed realization. It's this guy. When she looked at Kanzuki again, there was a hint of surprise in Anko's eyes. At that time, this matter spread quite widely in the village. Kanzuki Aban was originally a somewhat well-known junior rookie. Because he was in the same class as Uchiha Shisui, the two were often compared. However, later it was suddenly rumored that Kanzuki Aban had abandoned his comrades and escaped alone during a reconnaissance mission, and the intelligence he brought back was also fake. This was naturally and rightfully considered intelligence deliberately fabricated by Kanzuki Aban out of cowardice. From then on, among the ninjas of the same generation, there was only body flicker Shisui. I originally wanted to remind you, Ebisu said helplessly. Are you afraid that when we encounter danger during the mission, this guy will abandon us and run for his life again? Anko asked. Ebisu didn't respond, but his silence indicated his attitude. Stuffing the last bite of the rice ball into her mouth, Anko pushed Ebisu aside and came alone in front of Kanzuki. Hey, Xiao Gui, Anko spoke very impolitely. Kanzuki Aban, Kanzuki slowly opened his eyes. Are those rumors about you true? Anko asked. Hearing this, Ebisu's heart skipped a beat from the side. If you think so, then so be it, Kanzuki said lightly. Anko raised an eyebrow. So, it's not true? Then will you abandon us and run for your life during the mission later? Anko asked again. Kanzuki glanced at her. If you are beyond saving, yes. This Xiao Gui. Anko couldn't help but feel a little strange inside. Her questioning didn't make the other party feel ashamed or angry, nor was he in a condescending posture disdaining to argue with her. Instead, it was an extreme calmness and indifference. It seemed that what he thought or what others thought was completely irrelevant to him. Are the rumors true? Perhaps there are hidden reasons in some aspects, or perhaps it is indeed true, but it wouldn't be groundless. Name: Anko Mitarashi. Gender: female. Age: 21. Affection: 55. Relationship: village friend. Capture difficulty: be first kiss. Reward: Great Snake style. Reaching base. Reward: Sage power. We can depart once you're rested, Kanzuki said at this moment. Anko was thoughtful, looked at Kanzuki, and nodded. Okay. Country of woods. As its name suggests, it is a forest country. 90% of this small country is covered by dense forests. The climate is somewhat similar to the Land of Fire, but quite a bit hotter. It was already night when they arrived at the mission location, and the forest also appeared very quiet and desolate. Is this the Han Naya group's village? A large clearing had been cut out in the dense forest, where a small hamlet was gathered, built along the water. It's really quite small, Anko, hidden in the shadows, scoffed. The Han Naya group is the largest ninja organization in the Country of Woods, somewhat well known in the ninja world, and represents the strength of the Country of Woods, but it is not a formal ninja village structure. Should we infiltrate? Ebisu pondered. Naturally, we should go in, otherwise how will we get information? Anko rubbed her hands together, eager to try. What if we alert the enemy? Ebisu worried. Fight, run, Anko said concisely. Kanzuki couldn't help but glance at this woman from the side at this moment. After being noticed, Anko raised an eyebrow at him. This is too risky, Ebisu said with a helpless look. This is the enemy's main base. If a fight breaks out, won't it be a near-death experience? Then do you have a better plan? Anko asked. Let's act late at night. Ebisu was silent for a moment, then finally decided. Let's discuss the specific plan. Seeing that the squad captain had already decided on the strategy, Kanzuki spoke. Let's split up. Hearing this, the two looked over at the same time, their gazes hard to decipher. What, you're not going to hide alone and run when you see the situation is bad, are you? Anko asked with a laugh, voicing the question in Ebisu's heart. Being together as three makes us a large target, easy to expose, and splitting up can increase efficiency, Kanzuki said slowly. Seeing his appearance, unmoved by her words, Anko couldn't help but curl her lips. How boring. If the two of you are willing, acting together is also fine, Kanzuki added. Okay, Ebisu nodded, indicating agreement. As the night deepened, Kanzuki silently infiltrated the hamlet. At this time, everyone was already asleep. It was so quiet that only the sound of the river in the distance and the occasional chirping of orioles in the forest could be heard. Kanzuki didn't stop, walking directly into the largest and most opulent house. Silent infiltration was not difficult for Kanzuki. He controlled the sound of opening the door to be almost non-existent. After searching the study, the owner of this house was indeed the leader of the Hanaya group. Many documents and scrolls were mission requests that the Hanaya group usually performed. Kanzuki also found correspondence between the Hanaya group and Konoha, which stated that the country of woods had always had the intention of forming an alliance with the land of fire. Besides that, there were also documents with the hidden stone village. Who's there? The light in the bedroom suddenly turned on at this moment, and an old voice was heard at the same time. Kanzuki had already put away the two useful scrolls into his ninja tool pouch. Who are you? The study door was suddenly pushed open, and a white-haired old man wearing pajamas stood at the doorway, holding a sword in his hand, staring at Kanzuki with a gloomy expression. A ninja from Konoha. Kanzuki glanced at him sideways. A kunao slid from his sleeve into his palm. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was in the living room outside the study. Thump! There are enemies. However, the moment he stepped out of the room, he heard heart-wrenching shouts echoing from the village. Guan Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Idiot teammates. Chapter 3. This is the standard size. Night. Anko and Ebisu were currently fleeing rapidly within the dense forest, with countless pursuers behind them. Where's that Xiao Gui? Anko asked urgently. I don't know, he doesn't seem to have been exposed at all, maybe he's already escaped, Ebisu also said. Damn it, did he really leave us behind and run off alone? Anko cursed under her breath. Swish! Whoosh! Ninja tools kept coming from behind, the two of them were on edge, not daring to stop for a moment. But constantly dodging kunao and shuriken caused the distance between them and their pursuers to continuously shorten. Rumble! The ground suddenly trembled, and a very deep gully appeared on the surface. This was a large-scale earth-release ninjutsu, causing countless trees in this dense forest to collapse. Anko and Ebisu, who were leaping between tree branches in the forest, lost their footing and fell from the branches. The pursuers instantly swarmed forward, blocking all escape routes. Damn it! Anko immediately steadied herself, standing back-to-back with Ebisu. This time it's truly a narrow escape. Ebisu pushed up his glasses, feeling his hand tremble slightly. I said we should have replanned. The number of enemies was too large, confronting them head-on with their strength was tantamount to seeking death. What nonsense, let's break through. Anko snorted, pulled a smoke bomb from her ninja tool pouch, and slammed it onto the ground, cracking it open. Bang! Thick smoke exploded and instantly scattered, obstructing everyone's vision in the area. Seeing this, the Hanaya group immediately began throwing ninja tools into it. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ebisu quickly formed hand signs and spewed a fierce and rapid stream of fire from his mouth, breaking through the thick smoke and crushing into the enemy ranks. Hidden shadow snake hands. Anko used her secret technique, and several fierce snakes shot out from her right sleeve cuff, tearing at an enemy with lightning speed. But soon, the flames were blocked by the earth release that arrived afterward. After Anko dealt with one enemy, several more rushed forward, their dense attacks making it difficult for her to parry. Bang! Under such fierce encirclement, Ebisu was the first to be defeated, knocked to the ground and captured. The enemies did not kill him, likely intending to capture them alive. Seeing her companion unable to hold on, Anko's last shred of hope finally dissipated. It seemed this was truly the end. How could she possibly contend with so many enemies by herself? Holding kunao in both hands to parry the enemy's attacks while continuously retreating, she was finally blocked from behind by a large tree, and the enemy's attacks were already upon her. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something piercing the air suddenly rang out, and immediately Anko saw something shoot out from the throat of the enemy in front of her. It was a blood-stained kunao, which grazed her cheek and was nailed to the tree trunk. What was that? Blood spurted out, splashing onto Anko's face. This warmth made her momentarily lose focus. The enemy, covering his throat with his hand, whimpered twice before falling backward onto the ground, silent. There are more enemies. The Hanaya group instantly became alert, all acting as if facing a formidable foe. Boom! A water dragon, appearing from who knew where, burst out of the dense forest, roaring as it charged forward, heading straight for where Ebisu was. Seeing the water dragon's rapid approach, the enemies controlling Ebisu scattered in all directions, leaving only Ebisu standing there with wide eyes, thinking that he was truly about to meet his end here. But just before the water dragon, a black shadow sped over, picked up Ebisu, and disappeared from the spot. Boom! The water dragon exploded on the ground, raising waves of water over 10 meters high, its vast range forcing the enemies to continuously retreat. And while everyone's attention was focused on the water dragon, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Anko, moving so fast that it was difficult for the eye to catch. This sudden commotion caused the enemies in front of Anko to turn their heads and look around, but they only saw a black shadow flash by their side and disappear, their ears buzzing like a gust of hayate. Several muffled bangs and the sound of sharp objects piercing flesh later, the few people who were surrounding Anko were either sent flying or died tragically on the spot. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Anko came back to her senses, she had been lifted by a brute force and was speeding in a certain direction. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Don't let them escape! Catch them! Some of the Hanaya group were roaring, others were screaming, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Her body felt like it was being carried and constantly speeding through the forest, with grass and bushes flashing past her eyes. Anko was still shaken, and seeing the sudden appearance of Guan Yu, her heart was filled with unspeakable relief and surprise. "Didn't you abandon us? Did I say you were beyond saving?" Guan Yu said. The joy of surviving the ordeal made Anko sigh in relief. Just moments ago, she had already sentenced herself to death. Anko then glimpsed another Guan Yu fleeing with Ebisu not far away. Two shadow clones, one feigning an attack to create chaos, and the other two taking the opportunity to rescue. How bold! Anko thought to herself, understanding what had just happened. The pursuers are coming again, can you run on your own? Guan Yu's voice sounded in her ear, bringing Anko back to her senses. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly noticed something, and her face flushed red then turned pale. Where are you touching? Guan Yu released his grip accordingly, letting Anko land on her own. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Anko quickly caught up, saying fiercely. Guan Yu merely glanced indifferently at her chest. Although the fishnet lining was extremely tempting, the slightly protruding mounds truly failed to arouse interest. The feel wasn't very good either. Flat, this is the standard size. Anko was furious. She threw a kunao which Guan Yu dodged by turning his head. And just as she wanted to retaliate against Guan Yu, the sound of the pursuers coming from behind made her restrain herself again. I'll settle the score with you later. The three of them regrouped, and Guan Yu also dispelled his shadow clones. Can you go faster? They'll catch up like this, Guan Yu said at this point. Ebisu shook his head awkwardly at the side. He had been injured a bit earlier, and this was already his fastest speed. Hearing the sounds from behind getting closer and closer, he knew that continuing like this would likely repeat what just happened. Whoosh! A kunao suddenly shot towards them, landing on a tree trunk slightly behind them. You guys go first. Ebisu gritted his teeth. I'll only slow you down. Guan Yu glanced at Ebisu beside him. This guy looked ordinary, but unexpectedly, he had this kind of resolve. Hey, Xiao Gui, if you dare do that, I won't forgive you. Anko saw that Guan Yu didn't respond and immediately said angrily, Idiot woman. Guan Yu slightly furrowed his brow. They sped along, arriving before a river. Seeing this, Guan Yu immediately crossed the river and stopped on the opposite bank. What are you doing? Seeing this, Anko couldn't help but stop with Ebisu. Ambush, Guan Yu said, you can run ahead. Anko was startled by his words, and her face flushed red for a moment. How is that possible? Konoha doesn't have ninja who abandon their comrades. Anko said righteously. Then what ninjutsu can you use? Anko, fire release and some secret techniques. Ebisu, some fire release. Guan Yu looked at the river in front of him, unsure of what to say. Swish 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 swish. The enemy's figures finally rushed out of the dense forest one after another, while Guan Yu had already formed hand signs and was waiting. Water release, water fang bullet. The river suddenly began to spin violently, forming several tornado-like water currents, all rushing towards the enemies. The enemies seemed not to have expected that Guan Yu and the others would dare to ambush them here, and for a moment, they couldn't react in time. Many were hit by the water currents, and screams rose everywhere. The Hanaya group who dodged all stopped on the opposite bank of the river and used techniques to counter. Earth Release, IWA Iron Shot Technique. Earth Release, Earth and Stone Dragon. The Earth Release ninjutsu, unleashed by so many people, was dense and rapid, rushing towards them all at once. Water Release, Water Wall. Guan Yu changed his hand signs, and a giant water wall suddenly rose from the river. The earth dragon crashed into the turbulent water wall, the water and earth mixing and turning into a mudslide, making the river murky, but it failed to break through the water wall. Aren't you good at taijutsu? Anko watched as Guan Yu single-handedly blocked the attacks of so many people and couldn't help but be surprised and doubtful. My taijutsu is indeed a bit stronger, Guan Yu said instead. She and Ebisu saw that Guan Yu was using the terrain to his advantage against the enemies and didn't dare to recklessly use fire release to interfere. They could only help by throwing kunao and shuriken from the side. Guan Yu took a deep breath, feeling the chakra inside him rapidly depleting. He formed the last hand sign with both hands. Water release, water dragon bullet. The rising water wall suddenly began to spin violently, transforming into a fierce evil dragon that roared and charged towards the Hanaya group. Retreat! This isn't working, Ebisu said through gritted teeth. He knew it was because of him, but there was nothing else they could do at the moment. Saying he wanted his companions to leave him behind had almost used up all his courage. Guan Yu counted the number of pursuers behind them. There were over a dozen, and their strength was unknown. A head-on confrontation was extremely risky. His gaze darkened. Don't stop. I'll stay and cover the rear. Ha! Anko was startled and instinctively refused. No, how can we leave you alone? I'm confident. If you stay, you'll just be a burden, Guan Yu said calmly, not wanting to act out any dramatic scenes with them. Ebisu's face turned green and white beside him. Thinking of his initial opinion of Guan Yu, he felt utterly ashamed at this moment. As his voice fell, Guan Yu suddenly stopped on a tree branch and turned to face the rear. Anko and Ebisu looked at Guan Yu's figure, their hearts filled with regret and gratitude. At the same time, so as not to fail Guan Yu's entrustment, they flew away without looking back. Guan Yu didn't bother to think about what his two teammates were feeling. He looked at the enemies rapidly approaching in the distance and slowly closed his eyes. This is the first time using it in actual combat. Don't mess up. The Hanaya group in pursuit were overjoyed when they saw Guan Yu stop alone. They instantly swarmed forward and surrounded him. However, as one person rushed forward impatiently, everyone simultaneously saw a pair of blood-red, cold eyes. Everyone's consciousness blurred for a moment, and then they saw that everyone around them looked exactly like Guan Yu. Are they clones? The Hanaya group members pulled out their kunao one after another and fought against their enemies without mercy. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him was a mess. Countless corpses lay on the ground, and the Hanaya group were still killing each other. His eyes returned to normal, and Guan Yu found that he had very little chakra left. Does a normal genjutsu only consume chakra? It seems there won't be any side effects on the eyes, Guan Yu thought to himself. Immediately, he didn't bother with these mentally confused people and turned to chase after Anko and Ebisu. The forest was too large. He ran for a long time without seeing an exit. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Guan Yu caught up with the two. Aburo. Seeing that it was Guan Yu who had caught up, Anko's face immediately lit up with surprise. Weren't you a Xiao Gui earlier? Why are you suddenly so affectionate? Guan Yu muttered inwardly. Are you okay? Anko asked with some concern. I'm fine. The enemies have been dealt with. Dealt with? Anko was startled, and then both she and Ebisu showed looks of shock. There were so many enemies, and I used a genjutsu, and all the enemies fell for it. I took the opportunity to kill them. General, genjutsu? Yes, but my taijutsu is indeed stronger. Anko stared blankly at Guan Yu. She didn't know what the actual situation was like behind his understated words, but the enemies who had previously put them in life-threatening danger were dealt with just like that? She found it a little hard to accept for a moment. This guy was clearly still her junior, so many years younger than her. What's wrong? Unable to bear Anko's gaze, Guan Yu asked. Nothing, it's just, you're amazing, Anko murmured. If Shisui were here, you wouldn't even need to run, Guan Yu just said. Body flicker Shisui. Was he his contemporary? The rumors about him from before now made Anko more willing to believe there was another hidden reason. This Xiao Gui is truly full of mysteries. It makes one curious. I must get to know him better. Anko made up her mind. Name Anko Mitarashi. Gender, female. Age, 21. Affection, 70. Relationship, fellow Konoha friend. Capture difficulty, be first kiss. Reward, Orakai style on base. Reward, Sage power. This woman is truly heartless. Her affection is increasing so quickly. Guan Yu glanced at Anko beside him again, and the flatness of her chest, thinking to himself. Anko noticed his gaze, and her eyes instantly became dangerous again. Affection, 69. Chapter 4. Ui Kurane. Early morning. The alarm buzzed, disturbing his sweet dreams. Guan Yu reached out from under the covers and fumbled for a long time before turning it off. Another day. Guan Yu rested his wrist on his forehead and squinted at the morning light streaming in through the window. He lifted his leg nimbly to open the window. Cold light and wind rushed in together, and his drowsy consciousness slowly dissipated with them. This was a single bedroom, with a refrigerator, wardrobe, desk, chairs, and kitchen counter almost filling the small space. A set of green flak jacket uniform hung on the wall. There were some daily necessities on the desk: a kunao, a forehead protector, and a photo frame. The photo in the frame was a group photo of a young man and 3 children. One of the handsome boys smiling lightly was the former Kanzuki Aban. Got up, got dressed, washed up. There was no special breakfast prepared, just a slice of bread from the refrigerator and a carton of milk. With that, he left the house. The sun was just rising, and the streets were a bit deserted. Some people were sweeping the path in front of their houses. Yo, you're up early, along. So diligent. After all, he's a ninja. Ha ha. Listening to the neighbors teasing, Guan Yu didn't bother to respond. At the end of the road was a red building. Looking up, there was a rock face with 4 carved faces. As he walked slowly, a figure suddenly darted out from his side. Sorry, along, I'm going to be late. The person seemed to realize something and apologized to Guan Yu while not stopping her steps. Guan Yu watched the girl's back getting further away. She was wearing a pink kipao and a small collared top, with her hair styled in a pair of buns. This girl, Guan Yu muttered, glancing at the 75 that moved away with Tenten's head. Name: Tenten. Gender: female. Age: 8. Affection: 75. Relationship: neighbor friend cannot be captured. Hokage building. The trees outside the window swayed gently in the wind. From a bird's eye view, they looked so lush and leafy. Guan Yu withdrew his absent gaze and looked at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting there. Have you thought it through? Sarutobi asked Guan Yu calmly, his voice betraying no emotion. Yes. Sarutobi was smoking again, puffing out cloud and mist. Do you know where you're being transferred? Sarutobi asked. Root. Sarutobi stared steadily at Guan Yu, his eyes scrutinizing, but Guan Yu never met his gaze, calmly looking at the desk in front of him, appearing very well behaved. Yesterday, Anko and Ebisu kept praising you in front of me. It seems your performance on the mission was excellent. Just doing my job. This child. Sarutobi, who hadn't thought too much initially, suddenly felt a sense of uncertainty. What do you think of those two? After a moment's thought, Sarutobi asked again. I've already agreed to shisui, Guan Yu said instead. Is that so? Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke. What did Shisui tell you? Shisui said that route might be more suitable for me and that I could get better training, Guan Yu said. Aburo. Sarutobi's voice became very calm. Darkness is a quagmire, it's easy to get stuck and hard to get out. Sarutobi lightly tapped his pipe on the corner of the desk. Let bygones be bygones. Understood, sir. Gendered: male. Age: 64. Affection: 61. Relationship: subordinate. Bond route not selected. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound suddenly echoed at this moment. Enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The person who pushed the door open and walked in was a very delicate-looking young man, who appeared to be only about 3 years older than Kanzuki Aban. He wore a practical gray combat uniform, which is the common dark department vest, and carried a standard short sword on his back. Ah, Tenzo. Lord Hokage. The newcomer merely glanced at Kanzuki Aban standing to the side, showing no extra emotion, and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Itake reported to Team 6 today. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded faintly. This subordinate will take his leave first. Kanzuki Aban took the opportunity to bow and prepare to leave. Since I said I would respect your wishes on this matter, it will naturally count. Regarding the handover of duties, the Dark Department will notify you when the time comes, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice from behind him before he left. Leaving the Hokage building, Kanzuki Aban let out a long sigh. Root. Nominally a Dark Department training department affiliated with the Dark Department, it was actually an invisible sharp blade in the hands of Konoha's high-ranking officials. In the original work, after the Uchiha clan massacre, it was disbanded by the third Hokage, and its members were incorporated into the Dark Department. Later, it was rebuilt again, and by then, Root had completely become Danzo Shimura's private army. The leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, was one of the few people in the Hokage world who was dark from the inside out. The elderly Danzo Shimura had an extreme, pathological obsession with Konoha. Please wait a moment. Kanzuki Aban, who was about to leave, suddenly heard a call from behind. He turned his head and saw that it was Tenzo from earlier. Hello, I am Tenzo. Tenzo walked up to Kanzuki Aban and introduced himself with a friendly expression. Kanzuki Aban, I am a member of the Dark Department. I heard from Lord Hokage that you are going to be assigned to Root. Kanzuki Aban's gaze scanned him. He remembered that the other party was also a member under Danzo Shimura before. It seemed that at this point in time, he had already been brought into the Dark Department by Kakashi. I was also a member of Root once, and was later transferred out of there, Tenzo voluntarily told Kanzuki Aban. Lord Hokage suddenly told me something about you just now. Since I grew up in Root from a young age, I was a bit surprised that an outsider would voluntarily transfer into Root, Tenzo said. Kanzuki Aban was silent for a moment before saying, "It wasn't exactly voluntary. Just a friend's request." Tenzo was somewhat surprised by this and couldn't help but ask, "Do you understand root?" Seeing no response, Tenzo looked at Kanzuki Aban, who seemed to be contemplating something, and understood in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh, "Then he must be a very good friend of yours." "Sort of." "Perhaps saying this is a bit abrupt and presumptuous, but I still want to remind you," Tenzo suddenly said seriously. "Root's style of doing things may be far more peculiar than you imagine, and Lord Danzo is not easy to get along with." Barbecue restaurant. Anko was carefully examining the menu. "It's rare for you to take me to a place like this to eat." A figure sitting across from Anko spoke. This was a girl about the same age as Anko, wearing a wraparound dress like a white silk ribbon, with a red half-sleeve top and fishnet lining underneath. Her long, black hair was slightly curled. In stark contrast to the impression Anko gave, she was already very feminine at a young age. "Ah, no, I'm treating someone to a meal, and I brought you along." Anko looked up and smiled. "You're treating someone to a meal?" Ui Korone looked surprised. "Yeah, you probably know this person too." Ui Korone's expression became a bit strange. When Anko dragged her here to eat, she thought it would be the usual dessert shop, but she didn't expect to come here. "You went on a mission with Ebisu 2 days ago, are you treating him to a meal?" Ui Korone asked. "Him?" Anko pouted, "He was completely a burden on the mission, couldn't help at all." "Don't say that, he's a good shinin too," Ui Korone said. "He keeps saying elite all day, but he's completely useless," Anko said with disdain. "The person coming is also from the last mission, he's a Xiaogui." Xiaogui, meaning a junior. "A Xiaogui who can make you come to a place like this to treat them to a meal, it seems he's very special." Ui Korone smiled. Anko just shrugged and said, "It's just that yesterday when I said I'd treat him to a meal, he specifically told me he doesn't like sweets. However, this guy is indeed quite special. His strength should be top-notch among his peers. It can't be body flicker shisui, can it?" Ui Korone raised an eyebrow. "How could I possibly invite such a big shot?" Anko said exasperatedly. "The more you say, the more curious I get. I still know him, who exactly is he?" Ui Korone asked with great interest. "Kanzuki Aban," Anko said a name. Ui Korone was startled upon hearing this. It was a name she didn't often hear but felt somewhat familiar with. After thinking carefully, a character image flashed in her mind. "That's right, it's that Kanzuki Aban," Anko said, watching Ui Korone's expression. Ui Korone pondered, "Is he the one who was with you on the last mission?" "Thanks to him, otherwise both Ebisu and I would have died there," Anko nodded and said casually. After looking at the menu in her hand several times, Anko called for a waiter and ordered many desserts first. Although she hadn't interacted with him, Ui Korone did know this person. After all, that incident back then caused quite a stir. After the war ended, she hadn't heard much about him. She heard that no one seemed willing to team up with him, and he always performed missions alone. Watching her friend talking to the waiter in front of her, Ui Korone felt a little worried. Interacting with someone with such a bad reputation was not a good thing after all. Noticing Ui Korone's somewhat unusual gaze, Anko immediately smiled. "Don't worry, I think this guy is different from the rumors." "Is that so?" Ui Korone was non-committal. "You'll know when you meet him, but it's true that this Xiaogui has a bad personality and is quite difficult to get along with." "He's here," Anko said, nodding towards the direction of the door. Ui Korone looked towards the barbecue restaurant entrance and saw a handsome boy of 15 or 16 walking in. He wore the standard Chunin uniform and had a slender build. Anko was right, just by looking at his cold and indifferent face, Ui Korone knew this was someone difficult to get along with. But he was quite good-looking. "Over here," Anko waved to him. Kanzuki Aban's gaze swept over, passing Anko and pausing on Ui Korone for a moment, a hint of surprise showing in his eyes, which Ui Korone caught. Name: Ui Korone. Gender: female. Age: 21. Affection: 51. Relationship: village friend. Capture difficulty: a first kiss. Reward: Genjutsu mastery on base. Reward: Genjutsu counter. Genjutsu counter. Chapter 5: Parting on bad terms. This is Ui Korone, she's a Genjutsu master. Anko moved to sit beside Ui Korone and introduced her to Kanzuki Aban, who was seated opposite. "Where, I'm just a Chunin," Ui Korone said modestly. Kanzuki Aban nodded slightly. "Abaro's Genjutsu is also good, he can make over a dozen enemies fall for it at once," Anko added. "Is that so?" Ui Korone was immediately surprised and couldn't help but re-examine Kanzuki Aban. Just a rough understanding, Kanzuki Aban could only say, "I'm good at taijutsu." "Let's order first," Anko then asked for the menu again and handed it to Kanzuki Aban. "You guys order, I'm fine with anything." Anko didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started marking items on the menu with great interest. Kanzuki Aban leaned back in the chair, watching Ui Korone with a calm expression. Ui Korone felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. They were not in the same age group to begin with, so there wasn't much common ground. Sitting together and eating so formally made her feel uncomfortable. Is there something on my face? Yui Korone finally couldn't help but ask. No, Kanzuki Aban said, I just think your eyes are very beautiful. Yui Korone's expression became a bit strange. Anko seemed not to have heard, fully immersed in ordering. Thank you, she could only say. This Xiao Gui, he does have some taste. She couldn't help but think to herself. She glanced at Kanzuki Aban's eyes, which were just ordinary light brown. Affection, 52. I'm done ordering. Red, do you want to add anything? Anko finally said at this point. Korone simply glanced at the menu and nodded. She couldn't eat much of greasy things like barbecue. Unlike Anko, who had no dietary restrictions, she was always conscious and disciplined about maintaining her figure. It's been a long time since I ate here. I ordered quite a bit at once, Anko said with some anticipation. There's no why. Looking at Anko's intense gaze on him, Guan Yu said with slight helplessness, what are you doing? I think everyone in this world who hates sweets is an anomaly. What kind of logic is this? A friend of mine used to take me to eat sweets every day, and I gradually got tired of them, Guan Yu said. You have friends? Anko asked, surprised. His name is Uchiha Shisui, Guan Yu said, glancing at her. You and Body Flicker Shisui are friends? Are you two very close? Anko and Yui Korone immediately became interested upon hearing this. Perhaps due to the celebrity effect, the name Uchiha Shisui was very appealing to them. After all, the three of them were still just Chunin, while Uchiha Shisui had become a Jonin long ago. Sort of, Guan Yu simply said. Oh, right, you two were classmates, Anko suddenly realized, thinking for a moment. It seems like a long time ago, you were often compared, right? Can't compare, Guan Yu said calmly. Shisui is too outstanding. The grilled meat was brought out plate by plate, with a vibrant color that made one's mouth water. Don't worry, you Xiao Gui aren't bad either, Anko said, already impatiently picking up grilled meat and putting it on the grill. Among the Xiao Gui I've seen, none are better than you. Maybe you can even apply for the Jonin exam. We'll see, Guan Yu said flatly, also picking up his chopsticks to poke at the grilled meat. This lack of denial made Yui Korone beside him a little surprised and doubtful. Does this Kanzuki Aban have the strength of a Jonin? The tender slices of meat sizzled on the grill, coated in oil. The bright red of the meat faded slightly in the high heat, and wisps of white smoke drifted between the three of them. The quiet and reserved Guan Yu didn't leave any further bad impression on Yui Korone, but she still felt a bit resistant towards someone with his reputation. Have you always been a solo squad? She asked casually. Ah, right, Anko suddenly remembered something and looked at Guan Yu. The two of us can form a new squad, Anko? Yui Korone exclaimed in surprise, secretly cursing herself for speaking up. What's wrong? Anko turned to her and chuckled. You, think it through. What's there to think about? Anko said carelessly, then asked Guan Yu, Aburo, what do you think? Yui Korone's reaction was calmly observed by Guan Yu. He had experienced colder and crueler stares than this, and at least Yui Korone was considerate of Anko's feelings and didn't want to say certain things outright. No, he said. Huh, why? Anko was surprised. Yui Korone silently glanced at him, feeling a little relieved. I've been transferred to the dark department, Guan Yu said. Dark department? Anko was stunned for a moment, then felt helpless. Alright, there's nothing we can do about that. Yui Korone spoke up again at this point. The dark department is pretty good. They're all elite ninja in there. It's quite suitable for you. Suitable. It just so happens I have a friend who also works in the dark department. I can ask her to look out for you, Anko added. No need to trouble her, Guan Yu wanted to refuse. He wasn't going to the regular dark department, but to Root. The looking out Anko mentioned wouldn't be of any help. It's a small matter, Anko waved her hand. Yu-Jao is just a regular dark department member, what kind of looking out can she do? Yui Korone felt helpless in her heart. She was very unwilling for herself and her friends to get too involved with someone like Guan Yu, but Anko seemed to have seen through Kanzuki Aban, and the person had just happened to save her life. But even if Anko's judgment of people was accurate, if Guan Yu didn't clear his name in the eyes of others, how would Anko be treated if she got too close to him? Yui Korone felt a bit irritated. She glanced at Anko beside her, only to see her eating heartily, which made her even more annoyed. This girl is truly heartless. This grilled meat is really good, hurry up and eat. Anko didn't forget to remind the two, reaching out with her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat for Yui Korone. Aren't you afraid of getting fat eating like that? Guan Yu asked a bit nosily, looking at Anko's eating habits. Anko proudly raised her still relatively slender and firm arm. I was born with this physique, nothing I can do about it. Oh, right, since you know that Body Flicker Shisui, could you ask him to come out and have a meal with us? We'd really like to meet him, Anko said again. Why should I invite him? Guan Yu said indifferently. Aren't you friends? Anko asked. Yes. Since you're friends, why can't you ask him to come out and have a meal together? Anko asked strangely. At the mention of Shisui, Yui Kurane's attention also shifted. It's true that he and I are friends, but why should I specifically invite him out to eat with you? Guan Yu said calmly. What do you mean? Anko was a bit confused, not immediately grasping the meaning of Guan Yu's words. He means, it's true that they are friends, but we are not, Yui Kurane said beside them, annoyed. She felt that this Xiao Gui was somewhat ungrateful. Anko didn't care about the rumors and interacted with him, yet in his eyes, she wasn't even a friend. You don't see me as a friend. Anko immediately looked angry. This silly woman. Yui Kurane covered her face beside them. Did I say that? Guan Yu said calmly, unfazed by Anko's reaction. Rather, your attitude is misleading. We've only met once, and you're already this familiar? So, it seems I was just being sentimental, Anko said through clenched teeth. This mouth is really vicious. Yui Kurane couldn't help but think to herself as she watched Guan Yu calmly say things that put others in an awkward position. But she wasn't repulsed by this, on the contrary, she felt it would be better if the two of them became strangers from now on. It seems there's no need for me to stay any longer. Thinking this, Guan Yu stood up, just about to leave when he noticed a change in the system bar. Anko's favorability -10. Yui Kurane's favorability +1. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yui Kurane, only to see a hint of schadenfreude hidden in her eyes. This woman. Chapter 6. If you're willing, Root. Whether intentional or not, the base of such a large organization was somewhat dim. It was Kanzuki Aban's first time reporting to Root, and he was immediately summoned by Danzo. By this time, Danzo was already using a cane, his entire right arm was wrapped in his outer robe, and his right eye was also covered by a white bandage. Aburo, is that right? Yes, Danzo adult. Guan Yu knelt on the ground, already wearing the newly issued uniform and a mask with a black flame pattern on his face. Danzo looked at the young ninja before him. He had naturally reviewed all of his records. Shisui's identity was special, so Danzo naturally paid attention to someone recommended by him. Kanzuki Aban, 15 years old, shinin, a ninja with relatively balanced abilities, with taijutsu being more prominent. He was in the same class as Shisui at the Ninja Academy, second only to Shisui at the time. During the Great Ninja War, he was also a highly anticipated rookie, but after a scandal, he gradually faded into obscurity. Also because of this incident, Kanzuki Aban has not had new teammates to this day, always performing missions as a solo squad, and rarely undertaking joint missions with others. The current Kanzuki Aban can only be said to be a ninja who is slightly better than ordinary ninja. You and Shisui have a very good relationship. We were in the same class. You are an exception for Root. For Shisui to recommend you, you must have something special, Danzo said, looking at Guan Yu calmly. Root is a place for those with darkness in their hearts. Such people know better how to use power. Are you such a person? This subordinate doesn't understand. I only wish to do my utmost duty, Guan Yu replied calmly. Beneath the mask, no expression was visible. Do your utmost duty? Danzo narrowed his single eye, becoming a little more interested in Guan Yu. Originally, during such a sensitive period, Shisui, who was in the thick of things, suddenly brought someone in, which was enough to make Danzo vigilant. This Xiao Gui has a bit of a mind. Danzo's expression was somewhat difficult to decipher. He looked at Guan Yu for a while before speaking. Kakuzu. Swish. Suddenly, a hooded man in black appeared beside Guan Yu with a body flicker. He wasn't wearing a mask, had a tattoo below the side of his cheek, and wore a pair of black sunglasses. Shisui has a mission, so from now on, Kakuzu will be leading you, Danzo said. Yes. Leaving where Danzo was, the hooded man in black followed him out. Root often has missions, be prepared, Kakuzu spoke proactively. His voice was somewhat heavy, the voice of a middle-aged man. I won't be with you for too long either. Once you become a qualified Root person, I will leave. Kakuzu, is that right? Guan Yu said. Kakuzu is my code name. In missions from now on, I won't call you by your name either, Kakuzu said. Then call me Katsura, Guan Yu said casually. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then composed himself. A Root person is someone who has no name, no emotions, no past, no future, and only missions in their heart. Remember to report tomorrow. Guan Yu, upon returning home and just opening the door, saw a familiar figure sitting in his room. Welcome home, Shisui said with a smile. Guan Yu's face darkened slightly. After closing the door, he silently walked forward and closed the open window. You're trespassing again. What does it matter? It's your house anyway, Shisui shrugged, looking indifferent. So you can just barge into my house whenever you want? Guan Yu said helplessly. What's our relationship that you'd care about such a small thing? Shisui said, pouting. Guan Yu ignored him, placed his mask and sword on the table, and hung up the uniform he had taken off. Did you report to Root today? Shisui asked, looking at the mask with black patterns. Did you see Danzo? How do you feel? Wary. Shisui nodded upon hearing this, not surprised. Danzo is an extremely suspicious person. He might be guessing the purpose of me bringing you into route right now. Gaining his trust is an extremely difficult matter. Even for the past me, he always maintained a high level of wariness. The reason he said this is because he is now completely untrusted by Danzo. Going to the trouble of gaining the trust of such a person, the game difficulty is a bit too high, Guan Yu said. As long as you show enough value, even if he knows it might be a double-edged sword, he won't be able to resist wanting to use you as a blade. Shisui was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, then do it your way. I trust you. Guan Yu glanced at him and didn't reply. Before long, I will return to the regular ninja roster. I'll leave the matters within route to you, Shisui said with a light chuckle. He sat on the chair, his hands resting on the edges, lightly swinging his legs. Although we won't be working together directly, this feeling of plotting together is also good. It's a long-lost sense of understanding. I can have a good understanding with anyone, Guan Yu said indifferently. How can others compare to me? Shisui said righteously. We've known each other for so long. Besides, I'm the one who truly knows your real level, aren't I? Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Of course. Shisui was a bit smug, then smiled again. But, you're definitely not my opponent. What are you, a jonin, comparing yourself to me, a chunin, for? Guan Yu said, rolling his eyes. Chunin? Shisui found it somewhat amusing. Otherwise? Guan Yu's face was calm. Alright, anyway, I'll definitely feel much better in the future. Shisui finished speaking, stretched, and stood up from the chair. I just finished a mission too, and I came by to see how things are on your end. What mission? Guan Yu asked. Just some regular route missions, not much different from the Dark Department. You'll know soon, Shisui said with a sigh. Danzo has already excluded me from his confidants, so I can only rely on you. I alone am not enough, Guan Yu said. Shisui was startled upon hearing this. On the Hokage side, you also need an informant, Guan Yu said calmly. Along, you. Shisui stared at him blankly, but his friend's face was completely calm. What, have you always considered yourself someone from the Hokage's faction? Guan Yu stood by the window, his eyes as still as dead water, making Shisui feel a little flustered. He didn't know what state of mind his friend was in to say such words. Is that wrong? Shisui calmed himself down, looked at Guan Yu, and asked back. Shisui, you haven't forgotten your surname, have you? Lord Hokage trusts me greatly, Shisui said in a deep voice. He also agreed to entrust the entire matter to me to handle. Trust? Guan Yu scoffed. That's just the recklessness you gained after stripping yourself bare in front of him. Shisui seemed to have lost his soul, standing there speechless. Impossible. Lord Hokage wouldn't be like that, he muttered to himself. Guan Yu calmly watched his appearance. Since he had agreed to Shisui getting involved from the start, he couldn't let history repeat itself. The Uchiha clan doesn't matter, Danzo doesn't matter, the Hokage doesn't matter. As long as this guy who calls himself his friend is still alive in the end, that's all that matters. By revealing your hand so eagerly, you'll only be treated as a pawn, Guan Yu said slowly. The entire incident can no longer be manipulated by one person's strength alone, but the strength of the two of us can influence the situation. Shisui, if you are willing. Chapter 7, Tenten Uchiha Clan Land. Within the empty training ground, two boys, one older and one younger, were practicing shuriken together. The two had similar appearances, black hair and black eyes, and both were somewhat delicate-looking. Their ages differed by 5 or 6 years. Kunao darted through the woods, accurately hitting every target, including those in blind spots. The younger boy made sounds of amazement, looking at his older brother with eyes full of longing. You're amazing, older brother. How did you do that? Itake, however, seemed very calm about the achievements he gained effortlessly. You'll be able to learn it soon too. As he spoke, he seemed to sense something. He turned his head and saw a figure leaning against a nearby tree, quietly watching the two of them. Shisui? Shisui, having been discovered, chuckled lightly and greeted the two. Itake, Suzuki. Suzuki, hearing the voice, also quickly and obediently greeted him. Older brother Shisui. Shisui slowly walked towards the two of them. Did I interrupt you? Of course not, Itake smiled. Sorry, Suzuki, but let me borrow your older brother for a bit first, Shisui said, looking at Suzuki with a smile. Suzuki, hearing this, looked at Itake. Suzuki, you go back first. I'll practice with you again next time, Itake said immediately. Suzuki puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything and turned to leave. Shisui looked at Suzuki walking away with puffed out cheeks and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It's great to have a younger brother. Itake also slightly curved his lips upward. Is there something you need? How has it been in the Dark Department? Itake thought for a moment and said, I haven't been on any formal missions yet, just standing guard every day. But Kakashi is quite easy to get along with, a bit different from the rumors. Rumors? Shisui was startled. I heard he even killed his teammates for missions, Itaka nodded and said. Only then did Shisui recall the Kirigakure incident that happened in the past, where Kakashi personally killed his teammate Rin Nohara during a mission. This matter had spread in the village for a while at the time, and Kakashi always looked like he was unapproachable, which made people feel that the rumors were true. He and Kakashi were not familiar with each other, belonging to the type who merely knew of each other's existence. Rumors are inherently unreliable, Shisui said immediately, but it's good that you can get used to it. The dark department is usually busier than regular ninja. I think it's okay. Being busy is also a good experience for me, Itaka said. Also, I feel like I can finally do something now. Shisui was slightly stunned. Father told me yesterday that he hopes I can become the Uchiha clan's eyes and ears in the village, Itaka smiled. He naturally had no reservations with Shisui. Shisui looked at Itaka's appearance and hesitated to speak. Do you know why Fugaku would do this? Itaka nodded. I know a little. Because of the Nine Tails incident back then, the Uchiha clan was forced to relocate. Father wants the Uchiha clan to regain power. His father had told him about this more than once, and had also taught him the concept that he is first and foremost a member of the Uchiha clan, and only then a Konoha ninja, more than once. Then what do you think of this concept? Shisui asked. What do you mean? Itaki asked strangely. Are the village and the clan two different entities? Shisui's tone had a meaning that Itaki couldn't quite grasp. What Fugaku meant by regaining power isn't as simple as a student who made a mistake trying to regain the sensei's favor. Itaka stood there in silence. He was not a dull person, it was only Shisui's words that made him realize there seemed to be many things he didn't yet know. It's alright, you just haven't been exposed to these things yet, Shisui suddenly said with a smile. You just joined the dark department. Before this, you hadn't even met Lord Hokage many times. He looked relaxed, as if he were just talking about something unimportant. Itake was silent for a while, his eyes flickering slightly. I want to know. I hope I can help father, and I also hope I can help Shisui, Itake said with a serious expression, his young face filled with sincerity. Shisui's mind echoed with the words Guan Yu had said to him, and he couldn't help but let out a light sigh. He also didn't know if he felt relieved or melancholic at that moment. What kind of missions does Root usually perform? Assassination, reconnaissance, tracking, and message delivery are the most basic types, no different from the Dark Department. The difference is that the Root ninja serve Danzo, while the Dark Department serves the Hokage. As Shisui said, Guan Yu currently doesn't have access to more special missions. Kakuzu, who was responsible for mentoring him as a senior, didn't make many moves during missions. Battles were mostly left for Guan Yu to handle himself. After several missions, they didn't encounter any urgent situations, and Guan Yu hadn't even seen Kakuzu use his insect manipulation secret technique. You seem to adapt well to this type of mission. While submitting a mission report, Kakuzu suddenly said to Guan Yu, I've mentored some newcomers before. Regardless of their strength, I've never had anyone with adaptation abilities like yours. If I didn't know a bit about your background, I would have thought you were transferred from the Dark Department. Root is a confidential department with a formal structure. Besides Danzo's confidants, there are also quite a few members transferred from the Hokage's roster. These members include those from the Dark Department and regular ninja. And Kakuzu said this because when Guan Yu performed missions, he was always decisive and efficient, without any hesitation, and everything he did was to fulfill the mission requirements. A note? Guan Yu was puzzled. Here. Tenten pointed to the front of the door, where a note was stuck, saying, Come to my place for dinner tonight, with Tenten's name as the signature. Mom specifically prepared your portion. If I hadn't seen the light on in your house, I don't know how long I would have had to wait for you, Tenten said, putting her hands on her hips, a little annoyed. I came back through the window, Guan Yu said. Through the window? Tenten was suddenly bewildered when she heard this. Why didn't you use the door? Too troublesome. Anyway, just come with me quickly. Tenten didn't bother to understand what kind of thinking this was and grabbed Guan Yu, pulling him towards her house. Let me change my shoes, Guan Yu said helplessly. Their two families were neighbors living across the hall. Tenten's mom saw that Guan Yu always lived alone and had taken good care of him. Although Guan Yu had refused, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm. Tenten's house was much warmer than Guan Yu's. Whether it was the interior decoration or other things, Guan Yu's place could at most be considered a house. The dining table was already set with many dishes. It looked quite abundant for 3 people. Along as here, it'll be ready soon, Tenten's mom said, poking her head out of the kitchen with a smile when she heard the movement. Take off your shoes, Tenten instructed Guan Yu, standing at the entrance. Guan Yu saw her acting like a little adult and couldn't help but reach out to rub her head, but was slapped on the back of his hand with it and glared at by Tenten. Hurry and wash your hands, Tenten said grumpily. Who said touching someone's head could increase their favorability rating? Guan Yu muttered to himself. I just took a shower and didn't touch anything dirty, Guan Yu said. You touched your shoes, Tenten remembered very clearly and pushed Guan Yu to the bathroom with both hands. Be careful not to be liked by boys if you're so fierce. None of your business. Tenten immediately blushed and punched Guan Yu hard with her fist. Tenten's family ran a ninja tool shop, and their quality of life was not low. Guan Yu often came here and could get some consideration in terms of price. Coming out of the bathroom, Tenten's mom brought out the last pot of soup, while Tenten was already busy setting the bowls and chopsticks. It's really abundant, Guan Yu said. I was relatively free today, and I suddenly felt like making something. Tenten's mom was a very gentle housewife and also very approachable. Hurry and sit down, try how it tastes today. During the meal, they talked about everyday things. I don't see you during the day anymore. Although you're young, don't work too hard, Tenten's mom said to Guan Yu. I see other ninja have quite a lot of free time. Along is different from others. He's in the dark department now, Tenten said from the side. How do you know? Guan Yu was startled and asked strangely. I saw the uniform hanging on your wall and the mask on the table. Isn't that the dark department's attire? Tenten said matter-of-factly. The window was climbed for nothing. Guan Yu silently took a bite of rice. I also heard that the dark department is full of elite ninja. Along is truly amazing, Tenten's mom praised from the side. That's right, Tenten looked proud, as if the elite mentioned by her mom was her. There are still many people who are more excellent than me, Guan Yu said. Tenten's mom actually nodded. That's true. I see many ninja around your age already have girlfriends. Auntie, please give me another bowl of rice. Tenten held her bowl with both hands and snickered from the side. Guan Yu glanced over. Tenten. Is there someone in your class named Niji Hayaga? Tenten was initially confused, but she saw a hint of malice in Guan Yu's calm eyes and tone. I heard he's very popular among you girls. Seeing her own mother also cast a suspicious and scrutinizing gaze, Tenten lowered her head with a guilty conscience. Favorability -1. The system interface gave a prompt, which Guan Yu ignored. Auntie, your cooking skills have improved again. Chapter 8, you've already given it. What are you doing? Suddenly asking me out. Nothing, can't I just want to go shopping with you? Anko Mitarashi raised the dango she hadn't finished eating in her hand and said with some disdain, you're usually not this proactive. Don't I always take you out? Ui Kurane looked melancholic. The two came to an overpass and leaned against the railing. Is it a Suma again? Anko Mitarashi said. He asked me to go see a performance, saying there's a theater troupe in the village. Ui Kurane sighed. How many times is this month? You can't keep using me as your shield, Anko Mitarashi said helplessly. Besides, aren't you two on good terms? Childhood sweethearts who grew up together, everyone knows his feelings for you. Among the boys from your generation, it's because of him that no one dares to pursue you. It was pretty good at first, Ui Kurane pouted. But ever since he came back to the village, he's changed a bit. How has he changed? Anko Mitarashi asked strangely. Ui Kurane was silent, and Anko Mitarashi quietly ate the dango in her hand. Ever since he became one of the 12 guardian ninja protecting the daimyo, he's always trying to prove something to me, Ui Kurane said slowly. Before he left the village, we were also on good terms, but after he came back, he was eager to take things further. I can't stand his impatient attitude. After Ui Kurane finished speaking, she grabbed her hair irritably for a moment, then smoothed it out and leaned on the railing, staring into the distance in a daze. Anko Mitarashi watched her like this from the side and pouted, playing with the finished bamboo skewer in her hand. You're just being difficult. If a boy had liked me like this since childhood, I would have agreed long ago. Ui Kurane, however, said, feelings aren't something where one person gives and the other must respond. His liking me is his business. Then your realm is truly high, Anko Mitarashi scoffed. You don't have a solution and you're not giving a clear attitude. What do you expect Asuma to think? Are you planning to keep hiding like this? She asked again. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go shopping. Ui Kurane let out a long breath and turned to smile at Anko Mitarashi. Anko Mitarashi rolled her eyes when she heard this, and just as the two walked down the overpass, they happened to see two figures walking side by side across the road, one of whom was very familiar. How did we run into him? Bad luck, Anko Mitarashi muttered softly. What, pretending not to know him? Ui Kurane teased from the side. Pretending? Anko Mitarashi raised an eyebrow. Why? Am I afraid of him? She walked directly and swaggered towards the two people on the opposite side. Ui Kurane saw this, pouted, and chuckled softly, following her. Yo, what a coincidence, Xiao Gui, Anko Mitarashi greeted him very impolitely. Kanzuki Aban looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him and frowned slightly. It's Kanzuki Aban. Aban, is she your friend? Shisui asked with a smile from the side. Guan Yu glanced at the two of them and saw a hint of malice in Anko Mitarashi's eyes. No, we just know each other, he said. Anko Mitarashi's face stiffened, and her gaze became even more unfriendly. Hello, I'm Aban's friend, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui introduced himself with a smile from the side. Uchiha Shisui? Anko Mitarashi and Ui Kurane were both startled when they heard this, and their attention was instantly diverted. Are you body flicker Shisui? Aban must have caused you trouble. His personality is indeed a bit difficult. I hope you don't take it to heart, Shisui said very politely. Guan Yu heard Shisui say that his personality was difficult and couldn't help but darken his face. I've only heard about you, and now I finally get to see you in person, Anko Mitarashi couldn't help but say, looking Shisui up and down. Unlike Guan Yu's deadpan face, this Uchiha Shisui seemed quite approachable. Aban, aren't you going to introduce me? Shisui looked at Guan Yu with a smile. Hello, I'm Anko Mitarashi. Before Guan Yu could speak, Anko Mitarashi said generously. Ui Kurane. So it's Senior Anko and Senior Kurane. I've also heard of your names. It's a pleasure to meet you. Don't call us seniors. You're a jonin, a higher rank than both of us, and you're so famous, Anko Mitarashi said, waving her hand. It's all just reputation. Guan Yu calmly watched their pleasantries from the side. He had seen this kind of situation before. Anko Mitarashi had a feeling of meeting a celebrity. Uchiha Shisui's reputation in the village, among the younger generation of ninja, only Kakashi Hatei could be compared to him. I didn't expect someone of your level to be so approachable. I thought all you geniuses would have some strange quirks, Anko Mitarashi said with a smile. She said this because she had the example of Kakashi. I'm no different from everyone else, just a ninja, Shisui said. At least better than some people, Anko Mitarashi said, glancing at Guan Yu next to her. Aban is actually a person with a cold face but a warm heart. Once you get to know him, you'll know he has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, Shisui said, hearing the sarcasm in her words. Everyone has a soft heart, why does he have a sharp tongue? Anko Mitarashi sneered. Ui Kurane couldn't help but gently pull her from the side. Shisui looked embarrassed. Originally, he saw that these two girls seemed to be Guan Yu's friends, and since it was a rare occurrence, he wanted to have a good chat with them. You're wrong, Guan Yu spoke at this moment, his tone calm. I don't have a soft heart. Everything I say is what I think in my heart. My saving you that day was purely for the mission. I just didn't expect you to be so familiar. You! Anko Mitarashi was furious and was about to step forward to strike, but was held back tightly by Ui Kurane. Well, we have something to do, so we'll take our leave. Shisui saw that the situation was not good and quickly left with Guan Yu, chuckling awkwardly. Why are you holding me back? Look at that guy's punchable face. Anko Mitarashi turned to Ui Kurane and said angrily. I really want to smash the deadpan face of his to pieces. What are you doing? Do you really want to fight him? Ui Kurane said with a helpless look, then let go. On the other side. Don't always say things that make people uncomfortable, Shisui couldn't help but complain. Do you want to fight her in the street or something? Don't worry, she can't beat me. She just said simply we are friends now and wants me to fulfill the obligations of a friend. That's too unfair. What has she ever done for me? Guan Yu said. Besides, look at how dramatic she was just now, it was quite annoying. Shisui sighed helplessly. How can you be so extreme? Are you a Xiao Gui? It's precisely because I've experienced more that I'm now so resistant to doing things I don't want to do, Guan Yu said calmly. Friendship isn't about having to get something from the other person, Shisui added. Then you must be truly noble, Guan Yu said, glancing at him. What I mean is, giving between friends doesn't have to be material or action-based, there's also the satisfaction and joy gained on a spiritual level, Shisui explained with difficulty. I haven't reached that level yet. What about me? Have you gotten anything from me? Shisui suddenly asked, feeling helpless. Guan Yu seemed to freeze for a moment, then fell silent. You've already given. After saying that, Guan Yu walked away on his own. Ha! Shisui was also startled, his expression turning strange. What did I give you? Wait for me, along. Chapter 9 Sworn Enemies. What's wrong, Anko? You looked down. Inside the izakaya, a few people from the same batch gathered, sipping slowly and chatting. Who made you angry? Shiranui Genma, wearing a headband, asked casually. Everyone's eyes turned to her, and they all noticed that the usually cheerful and lively girl seemed a bit gloomy at the moment. Ui Kurane watched Anko, who was slumped on the table without a care for her image, and said, Did you run into something troublesome? Kurane. Anko's voice suddenly rose, signaling her not to talk too much. Hearing this, Ui Kurane pouted and immediately stopped bothering, sipping her wineglass by herself. Although she was a woman, she particularly liked drinking, especially at night. However, she knew her limits and always stayed slightly tipsy when out. Did someone really make you angry? Yamashiro Aoba, who was still wearing sunglasses in the shop, asked in surprise. What's going on, Anko? A woman with long purple hair and a beautiful appearance also asked from the side. Uzuki Yujeo, she was the youngest of the three girls present, and the only one who was 1 year behind the others. Cough, cough, who is it? The one speaking was Hayate Gecko, also wearing a headband. Although he had a delicate appearance, his sickly, haggard look at such a young age made people suspect he had some terminal illness. "Tell us about it. If that guy is blind, we can help you get revenge," Might Guy said, flexing his arm and trying his best to look reliable. "Do I need you guys to help me get revenge?" Anko just rolled her eyes, scoffing. "You look quite interesting like this. It's not often we see you frustrated." Shiranui Genma suddenly laughed. "Right, Tatami Iwashi?" Tatami Iwashi didn't dare to express an opinion. "You jerk, do you want to die?" Anko raised her head and glared at him. Shiranui Genma just shrugged. "Kurane, what's going on?" Seeing Anko unwilling to talk, Uzuki Ujo asked Ui Kurane beside her again. "Alright, I'll tell you then." Ui Kurane glanced at Anko and cleared her throat. Anko remained slumped there, neither responding nor stopping her. Ui Kurane then said, "It's because of a person." Ujo, a person? Hayate, what kind of person? Might Guy, an enemy? Aoba, an old friend? Shiranui Genma raised an eyebrow, a lover? Splash. A glass of wine was directly splashed onto Shiranui Genma's face. Anko expressionlessly placed the wine glass in her hand heavily on the table. Genma just wiped his face, looking embarrassed. "It's just a xiao gui," Ui Kurane couldn't help but chuckle. "A xiao gui? Could it be?" Ebisu, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but speak up. "It's him," Ui Kurane nodded. "Who is it?" Might Guy was extremely confused. "Yeah, who is it?" Uzuki Ujo also asked. Everyone was very curious. Ebisu looked at Anko's unhappy expression and hesitated. "His name is Kanzuki Aban," Ui Kurane said. "Kanzuki Aban? That name seems a bit familiar. Guan Yu, could it be?" "He's not." Anko rested her chin on the table, staring intently at the wine bottle in front of her, as if seeing something on the white porcelain body of the bottle. Listening to her friends chattering beside her, she felt increasingly annoyed. "Are you guys annoying or what? It's just a xiao gui," she shouted loudly. The private room finally fell silent. "Everyone is just worried about you," Uzuki Ujo said softly from the side. Anko didn't say anything, sat up, poured herself another glass of wine, and drank it down. Everyone's eyes were on her. "I haven't heard that name much since the war ended," Might Guy said. "Did that kid provoke you?" Shiranui Genma asked Anko, suddenly spitting the senbon he was holding in his mouth onto the table. The slender steel needle embedded halfway into the tabletop. "Cough, cough, we should teach him a lesson," Hayate also said at this moment. Uzuki Ujo gently pulled him from the side, but couldn't stop him. Tatami Iwashi and Yamashiro Aoba also nodded. Anko glanced at Genma faintly. "You guys, a whole group, going to bully a junior? You really have the nerve. What's there to say about a person like that?" Shiranui Genma sneered. "Abandoning comrades during a mission, fabricating false information, deceiving the village, a coward who clings to life and fears death." It was Lord Hokage who was too lenient for not throwing him in prison back then. Ui Kurane quietly drank her wine from the side, seeing everyone's attitude and having no intention of explaining. The atmosphere became a bit heavy. Anko scanned the people present, knowing they all wanted to get revenge for her, but she didn't feel happy about it. Every one of her friends cared for her and looked after her, almost always the center of attention in every circle. Yet that damn Xiao Gui actually saw her good intentions as worthless. Maybe letting him have a taste of a lesson is good too. "Whatever you want." Anko drank another glass of wine, pulled out a wad of paper money from her clothes, and placed it on the table. "I'm leaving first." "Anko." Uzuki Ujo watched her get up and leave, feeling a bit worried. "Don't worry about her," Ui Kurane said from the side, pouting. "She'll be fine." "Are you guys really going to look for trouble with that Kanzuki Aban?" Uzuki Ujo then looked at Hayate and Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma painstakingly pulled the senbon embedded in the table out and put it back in his mouth. "We've already said it, giving that kid a lesson is good. I have no psychological burden when it comes to dealing with people like that," Yamashiro Aoba said. Tatami Iwashi nodded in agreement from the side. "I won't go," Might Guy said. "Weren't you the first one to say you'd get revenge just now?" "Cough, cough," Hayate said, coughing from the side. Might Guy spread his hands. "I didn't expect it to actually come to this. I don't think this kind of thing is very honorable." "Then the five of us will go." Shiranui Genma didn't say much more. "Making such a big fuss, we're giving him enough face." Ebisu was there, wanting to speak but hesitating, looking anxious. "What's wrong?" Might Guy noticed and asked. "That." Ebisu opened his mouth and carefully began. "Actually, Kanzuki Aban might not be the way you think he is." "What do you mean?" Shiranui Genma glanced at him. Ebisu immediately told them everything about that mission. Only then did everyone show thoughtful expressions. "That doesn't prove anything. He just did what a Konoha ninja should do," Shiranui Genma said. "If he had abandoned you again, he would be in prison by now. But since you said so, we don't necessarily have to resort to violence. We'll see what his attitude is like when we get there. Ebisu, you don't have to get involved, Genma added. Ebisu just gave an awkward laugh and didn't say anything. You really went to a lot of trouble, Ui Kurane teased from the side. Genma just shrugged slightly, for a friend. Ui Kurane was non-committal. Does it have to be this way? Uzuki Ujeo was still a bit hesitant. This is a matter for the men, we shouldn't interfere, Ui Kurane said. Just then, through the curtain of the private room, a familiar voice came. Why is he here? That voice, is that Asuma? Might Guy also heard it and immediately lifted the curtain, looking towards the shop entrance. He saw Asuma and someone else walking in together. Well, I'm leaving first. Ui Kurane stood up somewhat hastily, took out the money, and instead of using the main door, she directly pushed open the nearby window and jumped out. The night was hazy, and Kurane's figure disappeared into the brightly lit street market. What's wrong with Kurane? Tatami Iwashi asked strangely. Just then, Asuma walked in and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, isn't she hiding from this person? Yamashiro Aoba nudged Asuma with his chin. After completing a day's mission and returning home, Guanyu was tidying up and preparing to rest. But he suddenly found that the information in the system's character panel had changed. Name Enko Mitarashi, gender, female, age, 21, affection, 67, relationship, sworn enemy capture difficulty, be first kiss reward, Orikimura style going all the way reward, sage power. What kind of crazy fit is this woman having again? How did her affection level rise back up on its own? And what's with this sworn enemy relationship? He clearly didn't do anything? Chapter 10, Want some noodles? The night in the forest. A sharp blade pierced flesh, blood splattered, a ninja wearing a Konoha headband clutched their profusely bleeding throat and whimpered twice before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Guanyu leaped down from a branch of a large tree nearby, holding a blade that was still dripping blood. Kakuzu watched the entire battle from the side. From start to finish, it took less than 1 minute, and the opponent was executed cleanly and efficiently. This child kills people more like a Dark Department member than the Dark Department themselves, Kakuzu thought to himself. Is it okay to leave no survivors? Guanyu took out a white cloth to wipe the blood off the short sword, sheathed it behind his back, but his tone was not questioning at all. Adult Danzo's order, and Root's usual style of doing things, Kakuzu said calmly. Since this person became a rogue ninja, there's no need for them to be alive. After speaking, he squatted down and searched the corpse, finding a palm-sized scroll. Seeing that it seemed to have a seal on it, he didn't easily open it. Someone's coming, Guanyu suddenly said. Swish swish swish, several dark figures flew out from the night sky, surrounding Guanyu and Kakuzu. Root? The white-haired youth leading them, wearing a fox mask, recognized the identities of Guanyu and Kakuzu at a glance, his tone slightly surprised. You killed him? Kakuzu put away the scroll, his hands in his pockets, his sunglasses concealing his gaze, and his black hooded robe flapped in the evening wind. Without responding or talking, Guanyu's gaze swept over the Dark Department member with the distinctive white hair in front of him, instantly knowing the identity beneath the mask. Kakashi watched as the other party openly put away the scroll and couldn't help but frown, but it was unlikely he could forcefully snatch it. The Dark Department members were also waiting for Kakashi's orders. Seeing no action from Kakashi, Kakuzu instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Guanyu took one last look at Kakashi, but unfortunately, both were wearing masks, so their eyes couldn't meet. He turned around and instantly disappeared in front of the many Dark Department members. Knowing the other party's identity, none of the Dark Department members stopped him. Captain? The Dark Department members looked at the white-haired youth, waiting for his instructions. Kakashi pondered for a moment and ordered, check the body, see if you can find any letters, scrolls, or similar things. The mission he received was to pursue this suspected rogue ninja and bring him back for interrogation and questioning. He didn't expect him to have already been dealt with by Root when he arrived. Their style is as ruthless as ever. Danzo's figure flashed through his mind. Seeing his teammates had found nothing, he said, take the body back. #Root. Kakuzu came alone to deliver the mission, Guanyu had already let him go back. Danzo held the scroll in his hand but had no intention of looking at it. He already knew the entire process of the mission, including the encounter with the Dark Department. What do you think of that child? Very excellent, Kakuzu said concisely. Danzo slightly raised his eyes. How does he compare to Shisui? I didn't lead Shisui, but Kanzuki Aban's ability is truly outstanding among his peers, Kakuzu said. In the Ninja Academy, he was second only to Shisui. He also made a name for himself during the war, Danzo said slowly. Such a person inexplicably disappeared after the war ended. Didn't something like that happen? Kakuzu asked. It wasn't confirmed, it was just a word from Tsunade that led to that rumor, Danzo said, as if he knew everything about the past. But such a rumor is enough to destroy a person. Look at this child, does he seem like he's gotten over it? I've seen many ninjas with excellent talent, Kakuzu said. What makes them different from ordinary people is not just their aptitude, they are more or less confused in their hearts. But, Kakuzu said, changing the subject, this child is not that kind of person. He has no reservations, he is like a pure tool. A pure tool? A cold smile appeared on Danzo's face. Would shisui leave such a person to me? If used carelessly, it might cut oneself. Then discard him? Kakuzu asked. Danzo shook his head, that would be too much of a waste. This child is by no means benevolent. Since he has darkness in his heart, he can be used by me. A double-edged sword, if used well, can have unexpected effects. Guanyu had been executing missions for over a week straight. But most of these missions were the same, very ordinary dark department missions, even including missions he had encountered before coming to Root. Testing, endless testing. Danzo's suspicion was heavier than Guanyu had imagined. However, Guanyu was not in a hurry about this. Even if Danzo's vigilance towards him remained, he still had his final trump card. He took a shower at home, washing away the day's fatigue. He changed into casual home clothes, and his headband was taken off like a burden and casually thrown onto the table. There was only bread and milk in the refrigerator, and some fruits that had already started to smell off. He hadn't cooked for himself since joining Root, and he hadn't bought any meat or vegetables either. He threw the spoiled fruit into the trash can, and Guanyu sat on the chair, staring blankly at the instant noodle cup in front of him. Whether in his previous life or this one, his life always seemed to be a mess. The excitement and apprehension he felt when he first arrived in the Hokage world had long since disappeared without a trace. Living alone in any world, what did the state of life matter? Knock knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, interrupting Guanyu's thoughts. Who is it, Shisui? There was basically no one else who would knock on his door. Guanyu got up and walked to the door. Good evening, Along. Tenten stood with her hands behind her back, smiling as she greeted Guanyu. You treat me to dinner, my mom isn't home. Where's your mom? She went out of Konoha to get supplies, she won't be back until tomorrow. Can't you cook yourself? I can, but I don't want to, Tenten shrugged. You're eating, aren't you? I can smell it, she said without being polite, squeezing past Guanyu and walking into the room. Then she saw the steaming instant noodles on the table. If you want to eat, I'll make you a cup too. Guanyu walked to the instant noodle box, took out another cup, and placed it on the table. Then he saw Tenten looking at him with a pout. Don't stare at me like that, there's nothing in the fridge, I can't cook, Guanyu said helplessly. I can go to your place and make you something, he finally compromised. Tenten's face suddenly broke into a smile. Along, let's go out to eat. But my noodles are already made. What's so good about instant noodles? They're not healthy, Tenten said in a tone like a little adult, dragging Guanyu out of the room. The night wasn't too deep yet, and the streets of Konoha were still very lively. Tenten held many snacks and treats in both hands, skipping and jumping ahead, her two buns tied up swaying back and forth, looking very cute. Did you come out for me to take you to eat, or to buy you snacks? Guanyu asked, following slowly behind her. Isn't it all the same? Tenten turned her head and said with a grin. Here, do you want some? She held out a skewer of squid to Guanyu, walking backward and not noticing someone behind her, bumping into someone with a bang. Sorry. Tenten quickly turned around to apologize to the other person, knowing it was her fault. It's okay. This person was also dressed as a ninja. Seeing Tenten was a little girl, he didn't pay much mind, but when he saw Guanyu behind Tenten, his expression froze. His eyes seemed to recognize Guanyu, but Guanyu didn't remember this person. The other party spat with a look of disgust and turned to walk away. Tenten stood there somewhat stunned, staring blankly as the other person left. It's not your fault, Guanyu glanced at the person's back and said calmly. But I bumped into him. He was like that after seeing me. Tenten was startled for a moment, then looked angry. Why would he do that? Ha. Tenten's strength was no match for Guanyu, and she was dragged away by him just like that. Along, you're holding me so tight, let go quickly. You won't make a fuss? Alright, I know, seriously, I was clearly helping you vent. I don't need you to help me. Along, what are we going to eat? Eat noodles? We're already out, why are we still eating noodles? This place is different. Chapter 11 Reward Genjutsu Mastery. The evening wind gently swept over thousands of households, the lights became sparse and dim, and the night had unknowingly grown so deep. Guanyu had only returned to the village not long after completing his mission, not leaping across rooftops, but walking slowly alone on the cold and lonely street. The root mask was put away, he wore a gray combat uniform, and carried a short sword on his back. His attire looked very capable. Perhaps tired from walking, Guanyu paused for a moment, looking up at the scattered stars in the night sky. The star sea was brilliant, shimmering with dazzling light under the dark blue night sky. However, none of these diamond-like stars were familiar. A hint of melancholy flashed across his expression, but it quickly disappeared. The houses on both sides of the street had almost all turned off their lights, with only one house upstairs emitting a gentle light from its open bay window. A cool breeze swept in, and Guan Yu comfortably closed his eyes. Something flew out from the bay window, slowly drifting down onto Guan Yu's face in the breeze. The smell of laundry detergent. What is it? Guan Yu opened his eyes, and what entered his sight was a pink and white color. He reached out and took it off his face. The texture of pure cotton. From the house with the light on upstairs, a figure hurriedly peeked out from behind the bay window. Guan Yu glanced at the woman's undergarment in his hand, then looked at the familiar figure upstairs, his expression slightly strange. Wait a minute. The figure upstairs said in a panicked voice, directly lifting the window and jumping down. A red nightgown, one strap had slipped below her shoulder, revealing fair calves beneath the skirt, and she was wearing slippers on her feet. As they got closer, Guan Yu could clearly smell a scent of alcohol and the unique fragrance of a woman. Please, give it back to me, Yui Kurane said awkwardly, her voice a little flustered, her face flushed, whether from drinking or embarrassment and anger. She seemed to realize something and hurriedly pulled up the strap of her nightgown. I'm sorry. Because it was someone she knew, it made Yui Kurane feel even more mortified. Guan Yu handed over the item in his hand, and when Yui Kurane took it, she felt her hands trembling uncontrollably, her face was burning hot, and she almost buried her head in her chest. And at this moment, the boy opposite her spoke. Next time you do something like this, remember to close the window. Do something like this? What thing? Yui Kurane was startled at first, then realizing the meaning behind Guan Yu's words, she suddenly raised her head. What do you mean? Nothing, Guan Yu said indifferently, turning sideways and walking past her. Yui Kurane quickly reached out and tightly grabbed Guan Yu's arm. Explain yourself, she said through clenched teeth. Guan Yu glanced at her, his eyes conveying a scrutinizing message, and said calmly, how else can it be clear? Yui Kurane took a deep breath, trying to stop the dizziness from the alcohol and the anger from hearing Guan Yu's words just now. It's not what you think, I'm the only one upstairs. You don't need to explain to me. Guan Yu moved his arm, finding the other party's strength great and difficult to shake off. This damn Xiao Gui. Yui Kurane cursed inwardly, the feeling of being misunderstood made her extremely uncomfortable, but the other party didn't give her a chance to prove herself. Why should I explain to him? What's the point of going through this trouble? But what if he talks nonsense to others? Her consciousness was already a little hazy, and at this moment, she was even less able to control her emotions. Come up with me and see, she said in a deep voice. I don't want to disturb your fun. Guan Yu shook his arm again, and after finding he still couldn't shake her off, he slightly frowned. Yui Kurane clenched her teeth tightly and reached out with her other hand to grab his arm as well. No, you must come up with me. What is this foolish woman thinking? The two were in a stalemate here, Yui Kurane holding Guan Yu's right arm with both hands, in a strange posture and very close to him. If an outsider who didn't know the situation was here, they might think at first glance that it was a couple having a spat. The cold wind blew, and Yui Kurane, wearing only a thin nightgown, couldn't help but shiver. Let go, I'll go up with you, Guan Yu said with a frown. But Yui Kurane refused no matter what, afraid that if she let go, Guan Yu would run away, and her reputation for innocence would be ruined. The two went through the main entrance downstairs, walked up the stairs, and arrived at the door of Yui Kurane's bedroom. She pushed the door, but it didn't open. Yui Kurane then patted her head. I locked it from the inside. She had just jumped down from the window, and she didn't have her key with her in her nightgown. You're not allowed to leave, wait for me here. She turned around, glared at Guan Yu, and said. Guan Yu found her appearance a little amusing. He hadn't actually thought Yui Kurane was with another man upstairs, he had just said it casually because he remembered her later relationship with Asuma. He had already believed her when Yui Kurane insisted on dragging him up to prove her innocence. What, are you going to notify the person inside to run away now? Guan Yu said indifferently. Yui Kurane was furious facing Guan Yu, she didn't know whether to curse or hit him. Clang! She suddenly made a move, drew the short sword from Guan Yu's back, and fiercely stabbed it into the wooden door. Then she pulled hard to pull it out, but the blade of the short sword was embedded very deep and didn't come out. Yui Kurane kept taking deep breaths, and finally pulled the short sword out of the door, repeating this process, chiseling a hole in the wooden door. She reached in and opened the door. Get in! The short sword was thrown on the ground by her, and Guan Yu started walking in with an unchanged expression. The room was much larger than Guan Yu's home and very nicely arranged, the air was filled with a faint fragrance, and upon entering, he saw a huge bookshelf on one side, filled with various books and scrolls. A light yellow bed, the quilt was a bit messy, likely having been slept in front of the bay window was a hanging clothes rack, with many clothes hanging on it, the underwear just now had drifted down from there. On the table in front of the sofa was a pot of sake and a sake cup. Does this woman like to drink in the evening? Yui Kurane leaned against the doorway as if relieved, breathing slightly. She looked at Guan Yu's back in the room and couldn't help but shake her head. What am I doing? After her consciousness cleared up a little, Yui Kurane couldn't help but cover her face and think. Damn it, I shouldn't have gone out after drinking too much. Can I go now? Guan Yu's voice sounded again. Hearing this, a trace of anger suddenly rose in Yui Korone's heart. Is this Xiao Gui messing with me? Guan Yu turned his head at this moment and looked at her with a calm face, but this calmness seemed extremely mocking to Yui Korone. Those eyes, as still and silent as stagnant water, made Yui Korone feel that her actions just now were like a clown comedy, making a fool of herself. This Xiao Gui, he's so good-looking, how can he be so annoying? Yui Korone thought to herself, and couldn't help but size up Guan Yu again. His capable attire made his figure look very agile, his black short hair was naturally fluffy as if it hadn't been styled, and his exquisite features didn't look delicate at all, but rather cold with a hint of sharpness. It was a pity he had a deadpan face. Yui Korone found it hard to imagine what this face would look like when smiling. What a waste of such a handsome face. Seeing that Yui Korone didn't respond, Guan Yu immediately turned around, as if to leave. About today. As he walked past Yui Korone, Guan Yu suddenly heard her soft, murmuring voice. Nothing happened today. As she spoke, her tone changed, becoming low and fierce. Understand? Guan Yu's footsteps paused, and he glanced sideways at her from the corner of his eye. The strap of the red nightgown had slipped below her shoulder again due to the vigorous action of chiseling the door just now, revealing a large portion of the fair skin on her chest. Yui Korone's figure, however, was incomparable to Anko's. Her whole body exuded feminine charm. Are you threatening me? He said. Yui Korone was still tightly clutching the source of this incident in her hand, and it was difficult to see her face at this moment, hidden by her lowered hair. Promise you won't tell anyone, she said in a low voice. The atmosphere became tense. Yui Korone's words were like the calm before a storm. Why should I? Guan Yu said, completely unafraid. Yui Korone's right hand was restrained, and the other party's strength was much greater than she had imagined, gripping her wrist so painfully that the fair skin at the point of restraint instantly lost color. She gritted her teeth. Let go. Didn't you make the first move? Kanzuki Aban said lightly. You turned hostile quite quickly. Wasn't it you who insisted on bringing me up? Yui Korone snorted coldly and turned her head away, but Kanzuki Aban's strength made her lips tremble uncontrollably. What do you want? She looked up at Kanzuki Aban again. The two were extremely close, their chests almost touching. Kanzuki Aban could see the unconcealed anger in her red eyes. A cold smile spread across his lips. He lifted the arm gripping Yui Korone's wrist, and the force, devoid of any tenderness, made Yui Korone stand on her tiptoes. Yui Korone was now pressed directly against his chest. She couldn't help but exclaim in shock and anger at Kanzuki Aban's rude action. Genjutsu master? Kanzuki Aban mocked. Slap. He suddenly turned with force, pinning Yui Korone against the wall, her wrist still held high. The posture made Yui Korone feel extremely ashamed. She was forced to stand on her tiptoes, making it difficult to exert force, and she desperately pounded on Kanzuki Aban with her other hand, but it was almost useless. Looking at Kanzuki Aban, who was extremely close to her, a hint of fear finally arose in her heart. What are you trying to do? Let go of me. Kanzuki Aban stared at her coldly. Are you sober now? Yui Korone was breathing heavily. Seeing that struggling was futile, she began to force herself to calm down, thinking about what to do next and how to talk to the other party. But the next moment, she felt a hand roughly pinching her chin, and within her vision was a face that had suddenly magnified. Reward condition met. Reward obtained. Genjutsu mastery. All systems. Yui Korone was finally released. She squatted on the ground, constantly rubbing her aching wrist. Her hair was now messy, her lips swollen and red, with a trace of blood on them. She stared at Kanzuki Aban with cold eyes. Just wait to go to prison. Kanzuki Aban licked his lips. The broken cut on them was constantly bleeding. For what happened today? Kanzuki Aban picked up the short knife on the ground and glanced at her disdainfully before leaving. Do you dare? Name: Yui Korone. Gender: female. Age: 21. Affection level: 40. Relationship: enemy conquest. Difficulty: a first kiss. Reward: Genjutsu mastery obtained. First base reward: Genjutsu countered. Chapter 12. Just feel like it's not easy for you either. Morning. What happened to your door? Anko walked into Yui Korone's room and couldn't help but ask strangely. Yui Korone was currently curled up in the corner of the bed, hugging a pillow, still in a red nightgown. What time is it and you're not up yet? Were you drinking again last night? Anko said when she saw the drinking utensils on the table. She sat down on the sofa very casually, as if she were in her own home, without being polite. Seeing no response, she turned to look at Yui Korone and found her expression very listless, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. What's wrong? Anko was startled. Did a thief break in? Did you two fight? Are you all right? Where's the thief? Did they run away? Anko quickly walked to the bedside, asking a string of questions out of concern. Only then did Yui Korone react, just looking at her calmly, then irritably scratching her hair. It's nothing, she said. I drank too much last night and forgot my key when I went out, so I chiseled the door. After saying that, Ui Korone looked away again. Anko saw that her mood seemed a bit off and said with some concern, "Did something happen?" "Your lips. I told you nothing happened." Ui Korone's voice suddenly rose, but then stopped abruptly. "Sorry." She bit her lower lip tightly and lay back on the bed, leaving Anko with her back. Ui Korone thought that, from childhood to adulthood, the men in her social circle had always treated her with respect, and even her childhood friend Asuma dared not do anything out of line with her. What happened last night, however, made her feel endless grievance and humiliation. Kanzuki Aban's mocking face lingered in her mind like a demon, impossible to shake off, leaving her sleepless all night. That damned guy, he must pay the price. Ui Korone thought, gritting her teeth. She suddenly sat up again, startling Anko, who was sitting by the bed, hesitating how to comfort her. "Are Genma and the others going to teach that guy a lesson?" Ui Korone said to Anko. "That guy?" Anko looked surprised, then reacted. "You mean Kanzuki Aban? Why are you asking about him?" Ui Korone instantly calmed down. "It's nothing, just asking." Although Anko found it strange, she didn't pay attention, shrugging and saying, "They said so, let them go. I'm too lazy to bother, but I don't agree with this approach. I thought about it carefully when I went back that day. After all, that Xiaogui Kanzuki Aban saved my life. At most, we're even. Isn't it too petty of me to deliberately seek trouble with him?" Ujo also doesn't seem to agree. "How about I ask her to talk to Hayate later, and just let this matter go?" "But what if they've already acted, or are already planning to act?" "Korone, what do you think?" Anko seemed to be talking to herself, her expression constantly changing with her words. Ui Korone's gaze fixed on her. "Are you siding with him?" Anko was startled. "I'm not. How could that be?" She put on a look of disdain again. "That's Xiao Gui? What makes him worthy?" Anko also suddenly seemed a bit annoyed, waving her hand and saying, "Forget it, let Genma and the others do whatever they want." Ui Korone swallowed the words she was about to say and said calmly, "Don't interact with this guy in the future. His reputation will cause you trouble, and you saw what kind of person he was that day. He's not worth your effort." Anko pouted when she heard this. "I know without you telling me." She stood up and turned to look at Ui Korone again. "Asuma organized a gathering, Guy is there, and I think he also called Kakashi, which is quite rare. He asked me to call you, are you coming?" Ui Korone fell back onto the bed face up, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Just tell him I'm sick and not feeling well." Anko pursed her lips, with an expression that said I knew it. "Also, don't let Asuma come looking for me." "Okay, I'm leaving." "Close the door." "What's the difference if you close your door or not? Hurry up and find someone to fix it." Bang! The room fell silent again. Ui Korone lay on the bed blankly, trying to reach up and cover her eyes, but saw the blue-purple marks on her wrist. Everything from last night began to flash back in her mind. She closed her eyes in pain. "Damn bastard. Damn it, hashtag at the barbecue restaurant. Where's Korone?" Asuma asked when he saw only Anko had arrived. "She's sick and can't come," Anko said, sitting across from him. "Why did she suddenly get sick? Wasn't she fine 2 days ago?" Guy asked, puzzled. "I don't know, she looked quite haggard and wasn't in a good mood," Anko said. "I advise you not to poke her." Asuma was silent there. "Where's Kakashi?" Anko asked when she saw only the two of them. Guy looked a bit helpless. "He came, and then left again. Kakashi suddenly received a mission just now, so he left directly," Asuma added. "After all, he's from the Dark Department and a captain." Anko nodded in understanding, but mentioning the Dark Department, a figure quickly flashed through her mind. "Have you ordered?" Taking the menu, Anko began to tick things off. "So in the end, it's just the three of us," she said. "It's too late to call anyone else now, isn't it?" Asuma said. "Call who?" Anko rolled her eyes and said, "The main character isn't even here." Asuma coughed lightly and didn't respond. "You're just too impatient." She began to lecture Asuma. "You don't understand a girl's heart at all. Do you think she'll fall for you just because you eat together and give her flowers?" Asuma was somewhat speechless. "I really can't guess what Korone is thinking," he muttered. Anko's tea-drinking paused. Thinking of Ui Korone, she suddenly recalled Ui Korone's swollen lips and the purple bruises on her wrist when they met today. "You have known each other since childhood, right?" she said calmly. "Yeah, isn't everyone?" Asuma said. They had all known each other since the Ninja Academy, friends for over a decade now. "Childhood sweethearts, huh?" Anko said. Asuma just smiled. "What's wrong?" Anko just continued sipping her tea there, holding the rim of the cup, the misty white steam blurring her eyes. "Nothing. I just think you're having a tough time too." If only she could think that way, Asuma chuckled. Perhaps. Chapter 13. Then change two people. Guan Yu's system was very simple. It didn't issue missions, had no exchange shop, and no other special functions. Besides some simple notes, it only had character guide information and favorability information. Males only had bond routes, females only had guide routes. Achieving the bond in the former granted rewards. The latter was relatively more complex, with 2 stages, kissing, and cough cough. But in reality, as long as Guan Yu was willing, the latter was much simpler. However, Guan Yu was not that kind of wicked person. In the favorability notes given by the system, the favorability of a normal stranger was around 55 to 60. Above 60 indicated goodwill, above 70 could be called a friend, above 80 was a close confidant, and one could attempt a romantic relationship. When favorability reached 90, like with shisui, the bond between them was like sworn brothers who would die for each other, allowing absolute trust and entrusting their lives to one another. When favorability reached 95, it meant never abandoning each other in life or death, loyal until death. However, numbers were dead, people were alive. The numbers only represented a person's attitude, they didn't lock it in. Anything Guan Yu did or said could cause these numbers to fluctuate. This was something he understood not long after getting the system. Ui Corone's favorability was 40. This was already the stage of hostility. If it were any lower, they would draw swords upon meeting. But Guan Yu now never regretted what he had done. As a ninja, he was originally someone whose abilities in all aspects were above standard, and this standard was the Jonin standard. He could use some simple genjutsu, and he also had many methods and strategies for dealing with genjutsu. But after receiving the genjutsu mastery reward, he realized how shallow his understanding of genjutsu had been. It was like he had only seen the tip of the iceberg before, but suddenly he possessed the entire iceberg. Visual genjutsu, auditory genjutsu, tactile genjutsu, binding genjutsu, etc., all existed within Guan Yu's mind. This meant that except for some genjutsu that required special preconditions to activate, all genjutsu were completely mastered by Guan Yu. Previously, he was indeed skilled in taijutsu, but now he was a true genjutsu master. It was just that Ui Korone might now hold a grudge against him and take some retaliatory actions. He wasn't afraid either. Root. After Guan Yu routinely arrived, he was summoned by Danzo. This was the second time he had met Danzo since entering Root. Kakuzu was not here. There's a mission here for you. Danzo got straight to the point, saying this as he handed over a scroll. Open it and see. Guan Yu took it with both hands, unrolled it, and glanced through it. The mission didn't seem unusual, it was just a surveillance mission, but the target to be monitored was a bit special. Or rather, sensitive. Uchiha Fugaku. The village's surveillance of the Uchiha has never stopped, but some aspects shouldn't be pushed too far. Danzo spoke up proactively, as if deliberately explaining some things to Guan Yu. However, recently there have been more and more disputes among the villagers in the village caused by the Uchiha, so I want you to closely monitor his movements and gather some information to find out the reason. Remember not to expose yourself. This subordinate understands, Guan Yu said, lowering his head. Send him to monitor the Uchiha clan head? Such a seemingly strange mission couldn't help but make one ponder Danzo's objective. Not to mention the difficulty of actually executing the mission, Danzo definitely didn't lack capable confidants under him, such as Kakuzu, the senior who guided him. Why would he specifically assign such a mission to a newcomer like him? Is this another test? But this time it wasn't a test of his ability and character, but to figure out whose side he was on. He entered Root through Shisui, and since Shisui was a member of the Uchiha clan, it wasn't hard to suspect that he was Shisui's spy, an Uchiha spy. Danzo wanted to use the feedback from this mission to determine his stance, and if Uchiha Fugaku found out, it could also be seen as Danzo putting pressure on the Uchiha. Boring political games. Guan Yu thought to himself. Compared to these implied deeper meanings, the mission itself seemed too weak and pointless. Afterward, Guan Yu found Shisui and told him everything. The two met in the forest on the edge of Kanaha. Unlike Guan Yu, Shisui's focus was on Uchiha Fugaku. Aren't you going to tell him? Guan Yu asked. I've talked to the clan head many times, but each time I can feel his resolve becoming a bit firmer than before, Shisui said helplessly. This so-called pressure will only provoke him further. Along, make sure you don't expose yourself when carrying out the mission. Resolve? The resolve to rebel? Guan Yu didn't respond, just watched him quietly. What's wrong? Shisui asked after noticing Guan Yu's gaze was a bit off. You sure know how to give me a hard time, Guan Yu finally said. Uchiha Fugaku is the clan head after all, I'm just a chinin. Along, Shisui said helplessly, sighing. I know your strength, being careful will be fine. Guan Yu leaned against a nearby tree trunk. What does it matter if I'm exposed or not? The Hokage side has the dark department monitoring the Uchiha day and night, and Danzo's side is doing the same. The conflict is becoming increasingly obvious, it's only a matter of time before it erupts. Shisui shook his head, there's still room for maneuver. Maneuver from where? Guan Yu sneered, Lord Hokage or the Uchiha clan head? Lord Hokage might be willing to give the Uchiha a chance, but the premise is that the Uchiha won't rebel, right? Along, how could you? Shisui looked surprised. Guan Yu, however, said calmly, anyone could guess something like this. Do you think Lord Hokage is very generous? Lord Hokage has been tolerant enough towards the Uchiha. Shisui was silent for a moment, then said slowly. Hearing this, Guan Yu showed a mocking expression. Shisui, has Lord Hokage truly taken any remedial measures for the entire situation? Instead, he pushed the problem onto you, onto the Uchiha. He turns a blind eye to the actions of Danzo and others, yet strictly adheres to the bottom line with the Uchiha. Is this the tolerance you speak of? Forcing someone into a corner, and then at the end telling them that they chose their own path, that you gave them a chance. This is the usual trick of politicians. Shisui closed his eyes in frustration. Enough. Along, your prejudice is too great. Guan Yu's eyes darkened slightly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother with the Uchiha's fate. But if the Uchiha cease to exist because of rebellion, how will you deal with yourself, Shisui? A hero who sacrificed family for justice? Or the last descendant of a disgraced clan? Which halo do you want? Do you want to live your entire future bearing this brand? Shisui, however, said resolutely, the Uchiha won't rebel. Oh? Guan Yu sneered upon hearing this. What gives you the confidence to say that? If adult Fugaku ultimately insists on a coup, Shisui's eyes were firm, as if he had made some kind of decision. Change his mind? Guan Yu finished his sentence. But even without Uchiha Fugaku, will Konoha's higher UPS abandon their wariness towards the Uchiha? Guan Yu continued. Will Danzo and the others stop? Will Konoha's villagers abandon their prejudice against the Uchiha? Will the Uchiha clan members be able to integrate into the populace? Which of these things can you change? In the end, the conflict still can't be resolved. The Uchiha will still have a second clan head forced by the clan members and Konoha's higher UPS to repeat the same mistakes. Shisui was rendered speechless, completely unable to refute. These things can all be done slowly, Shisui said, having lost his previous confidence. Guan Yu's tone also calmed down. As you said, Uchiha Fugaku's resolve is getting firmer. Doesn't that also mean he himself was pushed onto this path step by step? In the past, he might have had other ideas, but now he believes other paths are no longer viable. Between Konoha and the Uchiha, it's not something that can be resolved by one side compromising. To resolve this matter fundamentally, both the village and the Uchiha must make changes. Merely thinking of changing one person to turn the tide is unrealistic. Shisui looked up, staring blankly at him. How to change? Guan Yu's expression was cold. Then change two people. Chapter 14 Dango Shop change two people? What does that mean? Shisui was suddenly startled in his heart. Looking at Guan Yu again, he saw only calmness on his cool face. Shisui's expression turned helpless again, thinking he was joking with him. Along. He sighed deeply and said slowly, what do I mean by change? Guan Yu's expression remained unchanged. Oh? Shisui looked up at Guan Yu, his shiny black eyes reflecting Guan Yu's outline. Silently, unknowingly, twisting a person's thoughts, completely changing the entire person, without any preparation, without any warning. I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, those dark, bright eyes began to turn crimson, revealing a bone-chilling cold and strangeness, showing a black four-pointed windmill pattern. This is the ability of my eyes, Amaterasu, which can turn everyone I see into my puppets. Including me? Guan Yu asked. Shisui's eyes returned to their usual black, and he looked directly into Guan Yu's eyes and said, I won't use this ability on you. You want to use it on your clan leader, don't you? Guan Yu asked. Shisui sighed. This is the last resort, if it really comes to that. Along, what do you mean by change? Guan Yu was unusually silent for a moment. Shisui had just told him about his ability. Should he also be honest? If he told, how should he explain? How would Shisui view him if he revealed everything? The forest was quiet for a long time before Guan Yu spoke again. Change, the Lord Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha. Shisui's eyes moved, and he asked, how to change? Guan Yu didn't respond again, falling silent there. Shisui just grinned, a mix of sigh and smile. Along, ideals are always ideals. Aren't my visions also beautiful? I said I would help you, and I definitely will, Guan Yu said slowly. Ah, I believe you, Shisui simply said. He didn't ask what Guan Yu's silence contained, what that lack of honesty contained. Be careful when performing missions. After all, he is the leader of our Uchiha clan, and his strength is definitely not inferior to mine, Shisui added. Guan Yu lowered his eyes and responded. Shisui, I hope you tell me about any decision you make. Shisui chuckled and placed his hand on Guan Yu's shoulder. Of course, we're friends, aren't we? Yes. #along. As soon as Guan Yu returned home and was opening the door, he heard a familiar shout from behind, and only one person could call him that. Tenten ran over from her front door and stopped beside Guan Yu. Hee, my mom went to visit the neighbors. Take me out to play. Guan Yu just glanced at her and opened the door on his own. I'm very tired today, I'm not in the mood. After speaking, he pushed the door open and walked in, kicked off his shoes and casually threw them on the floor, then went to his bed and lay down. Tenten pouted in dissatisfaction at his words, but still arranged Guan Yu's shoes neatly and followed him in. What are you doing? She came to Guan Yu's bed, reached out to grab his arm, wanting to pull him up. Get up now. Huff huff. After using a lot of strength but failing to pull Guan Yu up, Tenten started panting there. I said I'm not in the mood, don't bother me. Guan Yu placed his arm on his forehead and said with his eyes closed. Tenten stood there with her hands on her hips, huffing angrily, and kicked Guan Yu's calf hard. Bad guy. She sat down on a nearby chair angrily, crossing her arms over her chest. Guan Yu opened his eyes after hearing her words. Not taking you out to play makes me a bad guy? Humph. Tenten turned her head away, ignoring him. Guan Yu sat up, looking at Tenten's cute, very angry expression. You want me to go out with you, which is nothing more than wanting me to buy you snacks that your mother usually doesn't let you eat. If one day, I no longer buy you delicious food, will I still be your along? Tenten was momentarily stunned by his words. She looked at Guan Yu in confusion. You won't buy for me anymore? Guan Yu felt a bit helpless. Looking at Tenten's cute little face and smooth forehead, he thought for a moment and beckoned to her. Come here. Tenten hesitated for a moment at the sight, but still got up from the chair and walked closer to Guan Yu. Close your eyes. Ha! Close your eyes, Guan Yu repeated. Tenten looked at Guan Yu suspiciously, her little face suddenly turned red for some reason, but she still obediently closed her eyes slowly. What is this little girl thinking now? Guan Yu looked at her blushing face, speechless. He immediately extended his right hand, curved his thumb and middle finger together, and even breathed on them. Pop! With a crisp flick to the forehead, Tenten's forehead immediately turned red in one spot. Ah! Tenten cried out in pain, quickly covered her forehead with both hands, opened her eyes to look at Guan Yu, only to see a face that suggested his scheme had succeeded. Tears instantly filled her eyes, looking as if she was about to cry the next second, her appearance very charming and pitiful. You're bullying me, she said in a hoarse voice. Who told you to kick me just now? You are so petty. Tenten sniffled, as if holding back a sob. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Guan Yu got up from the bed and walked towards the room exit. Tenten immediately wiped away her tears, quickly followed, and held Guan Yu's hand. Wait for me. Guan Yu glanced at her after she held his hand but didn't refuse. Tenten's eyes were already red, and the red mark on her forehead was very clear. Does it hurt? It hurts. Serves you right. The two finally arrived at a dango shop. Tenten ordered everything she liked to eat. Due to his aversion to sweets, Guan Yu only ordered a drink. Watching Tenten happily eating there, having completely forgotten what happened just now, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was just a child after all. Along, here. Tenten suddenly offered Guan Yu a skewer, with one leftover sticky rice dumpling she had eaten remaining on it. I don't eat it, Guan Yu said. But Tenten refused, staring and saying, You dislike me. I didn't touch this one, eat it. I won't eat it, Guan Yu glanced at her and said. Tenten was a little angry and kicked Guan Yu's leg under the table again. What, you want me to flick you again? Guan Yu said calmly. Tenten immediately covered her forehead in fear, shaking her head like a rattled drum. Guan Yu drank his drink leisurely, his gaze sweeping across the entire shop. There were only a few people, and it was somewhat quiet. Tenten rolled her eyes and a smile appeared on her face again. Along, try it, it's really delicious, she said coquettishly. Guan Yu looked at her. I won't. Tenten was annoyed but helpless. She immediately ate the last dumpling on the bamboo skewer herself fiercely, as if she had some deep-seated hatred towards it. Along is so mean, she mumbled indistinctly. Guan Yu refilled her drink cup and said, I'm taking you out to eat and you still talk about me like that, you really don't know what's good for you. Humph. At this moment, 4 people walked into the quiet little shop. Leading them was a young man with a bandana tied backward and a senbon in his mouth. All 4 were dressed as ninja. In a dessert shop, the sudden appearance of these 4 grown men was quite eye-catching. Guan Yu glanced at them and found them somewhat familiar, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But there was nothing more to it. Konoha was only so big, and you saw familiar faces every day. They sat down at a table next to Guan Yu and Tenten. The dango shop boss also came over to take their order. Guan Yu subtly noticed that these 4, whether intentionally or unintentionally, were glancing at him from time to time. Along, should we order some more? We're almost finished. Be careful you don't turn into a fat person eating so many sweets. Blia. Chapter 15. Really weak Heiate Gecko was constantly giving Shiranui Genma meaningful glances. Tatami Iwashi also had a difficult expression. Yamashiro Aoba's expression wasn't very obvious because he was wearing sunglasses. A child. I'll pack it for you to take away, it's no big deal, but if my mother finds out, she'll scold me again. Tenten muttered in a low voice, thinking, put it in your fridge, I'll eat it tomorrow. Guan Yu was helpless but didn't refuse. Boss, check please. After Guan Yu paid, Tenten, carrying the packed bag, was the first to walk out of the store. As Guan Yu got up, he glanced at the four figures next to him who were constantly drinking tea. The dango on the table remained untouched. Just like this? Watching Guan Yu and the others walk out of the shop like that, Heiate asked. Otherwise, what? We can't fight in front of children, right? Tatami Iwashi said helplessly. That's right, we're not bullies, Yamashiro Aoba also said. Genma then picked up a skewer of dango and bit off a piece. Follow them and see. On the way back, Tenten, who had enjoyed the delicious food, walked ahead somewhat excitedly, still carrying the bag of food in her hand. She occasionally skipped and jumped, stepped on manhole covers, and kicked trash on the roadside. Along. She suddenly turned around, her hands behind her back, her face full of smiles. If tomorrow is the end of the earth, who would you want to spend it with the most? Guan Yu was stunned when he heard this, pulling back his scattered thoughts. What? I mean, if tomorrow is the end of the earth, who would you want to spend the last day with the most? Tenten repeated. What kind of question is that? Guan Yu said indifferently. The end of the earth won't come. Why not? Tenten said confidently, for example, the moon could fall, or suddenly there's a big bad guy who wants to destroy the world. I won't let the moon fall, and if there's a big bad guy who wants to destroy the world, I can beat him, Guan Yu said. Tenten was a little angry, puffing out her cheeks. I'm asking you a question, just answer it, she shouted. Then why are you asking? Guan Yu was quite helpless at the little girl's unreasonableness and asked in turn. Our sensei asked us that today and made us write the names of the people we wanted to spend it with on paper. This scene and questions seem a bit familiar. Guan Yu looked at Tenten, thinking to himself, these sensei must be in cahoots, asking the same questions. Then what did you write? What I wrote is none of your business. I'm asking you, okay, Tenten said with a huff. Answer quickly. Answer what? Answer the question I ask you. Tenten was a little exasperated. Guan Yu just raised his eyebrows slightly. Is the answer important? Damn it, answer or don't answer. Tenten turned her head away angrily and walked faster. But not long after, she turned back and walked over, handing the bag in her hand to Guan Yu. Here, put it in your fridge. Guan Yu's expression became a little strange. Seeing Tenten still angry, he suddenly reached out and placed his hand on her head. If tomorrow is the end of the world. Tenten froze on the spot, feeling the warmth on her head, and didn't even try to slap the hand away. On the last day, I hope. Tenten's head unconsciously lowered, and she clutched the bag tightly in her hand. To be alone. It seemed like a very annoying laugh sounded in her ears. Tenten looked up and saw that Guan Yu's face indeed had a hint of teasing. Her face changed from surprise to embarrassment, anger, and finally became expressionless. Damn scoundrel. She clenched her fists, feeling like she couldn't beat him and giving up, but she was still angry and kicked hard towards Guan Yu's knee. Guan Yu just turned slightly and dodged it, while also taking the food bag from Tenten's hand. Tenten took a few deep breaths and chose to turn and leave. Hey, tomorrow is the end of the world, and you're leaving me alone. You can die or not die, I don't care. Tenten shouted at him with her back turned and gradually walked away. Guan Yu looked at the bag in his hand, standing alone in the middle of the street, with people coming and going around him. He put away all expressions. His home was not far away, but he didn't walk towards it, instead turning to go somewhere else. In the night sky, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The village on the ground was peaceful and quiet. Away from the bustling city and closer to the edge of Konoha, beyond which was the forest, a place rarely visited on normal days. Guan Yu stopped in this open space, his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding the bag of food. After a while, the evening breeze blew over and over again. Aren't you coming out? Guan Yu suddenly spoke. A moment later, 4 figures who had been hiding appeared simultaneously from who knows where. When did you find out? Shiranui Genma, with a senbon in his mouth and both hands in his pockets, asked with a calm expression. Just now. Lying to a ghost, Genma sneered. You deliberately lured us over here. You noticed us in the store, didn't you? You know and you still ask? Genma was choked for a moment, feeling that this not-so-old boy in front of him was becoming increasingly annoying. Want to fight? Guan Yu asked directly. Like this, many of the scenes and lines I designed can't be used, Genma said slowly. Oh, that must be really difficult for you, Guan Yu said indifferently. Guan Yu's attitude made Genma feel a little annoyed. He asked in a deep voice, don't you want to ask why? Guan Yu, if I ask, you won't fight? Genma's eyes darkened. Are you scared? Don't worry, we won't hurt you too badly. Afterwards, you can call the security force, but we'll only be locked up for a few days and then apologize to you. For someone like you, Lord Hokage definitely won't punish us severely. Guan Yu's expression was calm, but he said, I won't call the security force. Genma sneered, then it's too late. You should regret the mistakes you made and for provoking people you shouldn't have. Guan Yu suddenly sighed at this moment. So much nonsense. Swish. Among the four, a black shadow rushed out first. It was Tatami Iwashi, who couldn't stand it any longer and decided to attack directly. He wasn't holding a weapon, probably seeing Guan Yu like this. He rushed towards Guan Yu barehanded, his heavy punch aimed directly at Guan Yu's chest. Guan Yu saw the opponent attacking, his face extremely calm. He easily dodged the heavy punch by shifting his body. Seeing that his first strike missed, Tatami Iwashi quickly followed up with an attack, using both fists and feet. His taijutsu skills were not bad, and his moves were very quick, but none of this had any real effect. In the seemingly dense onslaught, Guan Yu moved as leisurely as if strolling through a garden. He held the food bag in one hand and kept the other hand in his pocket, causing all of Tatami Iwashi's attacks to miss. Tatami Iwashi saw that the opponent seemed to be playing with him, and he became even more enraged. He swept his right arm horizontally, but the next moment the figure in front of him instantly disappeared. Suddenly, he felt something heavy land on his shoulder. Looking sideways, he found that it was actually Guan Yu standing on him. He quickly raised his hand and turned towards the opponent. Guan Yu lightly leaped again and slowly landed beside him. "Is this all you've got?" Guan Yu asked calmly, neither warm nor cold. "Chunin level strength, maybe a little better than some mediocre guys, but that's it. You guys are about the same," Guan Yu said to Genma and the others indifferently. The faces of the four sank. The feeling of being looked down upon made them angry. "Let's go together," Genma said in a deep voice. Yamashiro, Aoba and Heiei took out their respective weapons, a kunao and a katana. The four of them took on a fighting stance and were about to rush forward, but at this moment, Guan Yu spoke again. "Never mind." The four were stunned, not knowing what this Xiao Gui wanted to say next, but the opponent's following words made them even more angry. "Dango will spoil if it's not put in the fridge for too long." It was the food bag that when Anko rushed to the hospital, she found everyone was already there. Ui Kurane, Uzuki Ujeo, Asuma, Guy, and Ebisu were standing in various parts of the ward, making the already not very large room feel a bit crowded. Lying in order on the four snow-white hospital beds were Shiranui Genma, Tatami Iwashi, Yamashiro Aoba, and Heiei Gecko. Seeing that all four of them were already conscious, Anko spoke up, asking, "How are you?" "It's nothing serious, right? It's just some after effects from being hit by genjutsu. The doctor said some rest will fix it," Guy said from the side. Genma glanced at Anko as she walked in, his gaze calmly looking out the window. "This time we've really embarrassed ourselves," Yamashiro Aoba sighed there, giving a wry smile. Tatami Iwashi and Heiei Gecko also lay there silently. "It's my fault, I didn't mention the opponent's strength to you beforehand," Ebisu said awkwardly. "It's good that you're alright," Anko said, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry," she then offered a solemn apology. Tatami Iwashi silently turned his head away, Heiei Gecko remained silent, and Genma's gaze was still fixed on the window. "Even more embarrassing," Yamashiro Aoba said self-deprecatingly. "Anyway, let's let this matter end here," Anko said again. "This was originally my issue, I shouldn't have let you step forward for me so rashly." "It's not your business, we insisted on doing this," Shiranui Genma finally spoke at this moment. "Don't try to act tough at a time like this," Anko said helplessly. Ui Kurane, who was nearby, glared at her. Anko, realizing her slip of the tongue, immediately shut up. "I heard the security force was alerted too," she asked, changing the subject. Ui Kurane sighed helplessly. "More than that. When the security force arrived and saw all four of them hit by genjutsu, they thought enemies had infiltrated. It ended up alerting Lord Hokage. You didn't see the police force and dark department flying around on the rooftops." Anko was a bit surprised. So, what did the security force and Lord Hokage say in the end?" "I said I was experimenting with genjutsu and didn't control the power well." Yamashiro Aoba pushed up his sunglasses helplessly. Among the people present, he was the only one somewhat proficient in genjutsu. Without telling the truth, everyone present understood tacitly. Body paralysis genjutsu and ignis fatuus are both low-level genjutsu, Ui Kurane said again, her eyes sweeping over the four. She knew these people were not ordinary, they were elites among the Chunin, but they were dealt with by that guy just like that. His genjutsu skill. Ui Kurane suddenly remembered Kanzuki Aban's mocking remark, "Genjutsu master," from that night. She couldn't help but lower her head, her gaze turning cold. "It seems you've really provoked a formidable guy," Asuma said, not noticing Kurane's change beside him. "After all, he was a guy who was once as famous as Body Flicker Shisui," Ebisu said. Regarding geniuses like him, several people present felt quite emotional, because among their peers was Kakashi Hatake, who was already a jonin at the age of 12, and had reached a level 7 or 8 years ago that they still hadn't reached. "Speaking of which, I'd really like to try sparring with him." Mike Guy's cheerful voice broke the suddenly somewhat oppressive atmosphere. He was waving his fists there. "He's a genjutsu-type ninja, and so powerful. Guy, you'd probably be taken care of in one exchange." Asuma chuckled there. "That Kanzuki Aban, he said he's better at taijutsu," Ebisu said at this moment. And when we were on a mission together before, his water release wasn't weak either. Ebisu continued to add. Oh, it seems I must definitely spar with him if I get the chance. Guy became even more eager upon hearing this. Spar with whom? A sudden, untimely voice sounded at the ward door. Everyone looked in that direction and found that the third Hokage was standing there. They didn't know since when. Lord Hokage. Everyone was startled. Except for the four on the beds and Asuma, everyone stood up straight. Why are you here? Anko asked. To see the culprit behind tonight's incident, the third Hokage said slowly. Yamashiro Aoba's heart tightened upon hearing this, but given the current situation, he was the only one who could take the blame. Lord Hokage, I'm truly sorry for disturbing you so late. Yamashiro Aoba lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Disturbing everyone is all my responsibility. Yes, if it were more serious, we would have had to arrange for the villagers to evacuate. The third Hokage's tone was calm, but the consequences he spoke of were extremely serious. Lord Hokage, it's not just Aoba's fault alone, we all have responsibility, Shiranui Genma said. Tatami Iwashi and Hayate Gecko also nodded in agreement. Anko on the side also wanted to step forward, but after knowing the lie Aoba had told, she knew she had no reason to say anything more, and felt quite uncomfortable. The third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. You certainly dare to take responsibility. Do you know what consequences this incident caused? We are willing to accept punishment, Shiranui Genma said quickly. The third Hokage's gaze swept over the four of them one by one. Ujo and Anko's faces were full of worry, and Guy and Ui Kurane didn't dare to speak up at the moment. How are your bodies? The third Hokage suddenly asked. Everyone was startled. Yamashiro Aoba came back to his senses and quickly replied, it's nothing serious, just some aftereffects from being hit by genjutsu. The third Hokage's face, however, sank. You call this nothing? How dare you experiment with genjutsu on your comrades? Fortunately, there were no accidents this time. If any irreversible damage had been caused, could you bear that responsibility? Yamashiro Aoba lowered his head and remained silent, listening intently to the Hokage's reprimand. In his heart, however, he was deeply moved that the Hokage was only pursuing the matter of him experimenting with genjutsu on his comrades. The third Hokage reprimanded the four of them severely, his words harsh. Everyone listened silently, not daring to say another word. Lord Hokage, I am willing to accept any punishment, Yamashiro Aoba said. Rest well. Your punishment will certainly not be light, the third Hokage said indifferently. Yes. Lord Hokage, take care. Only after the third Hokage had left did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing Lord Hokage was quite lenient, Guy chuckled there. Yes, otherwise, causing such consequences would mean going to prison for a while, Ebisu also said. Alright, let's end it here for today. We're fine, you can all go back, Shiranui Genma spoke at this moment. Ui Kurane shrugged and was the first to turn around and leave the ward. Then we'll be going. We'll visit you again tomorrow, Guy said with a smile. Anko hesitated a little. Her inner guilt made her wonder if she should stay and look after them. We're not paralyzed, cough cough, it's fine, cough cough, Hayate Gecko said to Uzuki Ujeo, who also didn't want to leave. Asuma and Ebisu also each said a word about taking care of themselves and left the ward. I'll come again tomorrow, Anko finally said. At the hospital entrance, everyone waved goodbye to each other. Asuma looked at Ui Kurane, wanting to speak but stopping. Is something wrong? Ui Kurane didn't leave immediately but asked Asuma. Do you want to walk together? Asuma was thinking about how to start speaking. Upon hearing her question, he immediately perked up. Now, Ui Kurane didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the distant night sky. It was deep in the night, and the village was already extremely quiet. Only the hospital still had its lights on. Is it appropriate? Ui Kurane turned her head to look at him, her red eyes full of calmness. Asuma's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward smile. With what happened to our friends, do you still have the mind to think about other things? Ui Kurane finished speaking indifferently, then turned and left on her own. Asuma stood rooted to the spot, watching Ui Kurane's solitary figure walking away. He opened his mouth but couldn't call out. He didn't know what he had done to make her angry. Ui Kurane walked past the corner of the hospital road and found a figure waiting for her there. It was Anko. Didn't Asuma say anything to you? Anko asked. He did. He said he wanted to take a walk with me after the meeting. Ui Kurane paused briefly and was silent for a moment, then continued walking. Anko walked beside her, shoulder to shoulder. Only the two of them were on the cold, deserted street. Why did you refuse? Anko asked. It's very late, I want to go back to sleep, Ui Kurane replied. Anko chuckled softly. From childhood until now, from emotional ignorance to the present, we've taken countless walks together, Ui Kurane continued. I know his thoughts too well. Actually, I wasn't really resistant. Maybe we've been apart for too long. I need some time to adjust. Ui Kurane said, sighing, and found an excuse for herself. Anko glanced sideways at Ui Korone's complicated expression and also suddenly sighed. Ui Korone looked at her strangely. Why are you sighing? Asuma, oh, he's really pitiful, Anko said slowly. What are you talking about? Ui Korone rolled her eyes. There's nothing I can do. No matter what decision you make, no matter what happens, don't I always have to stand by your side? Anko smiled helplessly at Ui Korone. So, I can only feel sorry for Asuma. What nonsense, Ui Korone said irritably. Yeah, it's nonsense, Anko shrugged, her gaze also looking ahead, and said no more. Ui Korone looked at her strangely, reached up to brush a strand of hair from the side of her ear, and asked, what are you planning to do about this matter? About this matter? Anko murmured, her eyes flickering continuously. Let's just leave it at that. Although we ended up losing out, it seems we were in the wrong first, right? It's just, I feel quite sorry for Genma and the others. Ui Korone then also said, it's good that you think this way, but that Kanzuki Aban might not think so. What else does he want? They were beaten, and the matter didn't implicate him, Anko pouted. If you were suddenly provoked by a group of people, would you be willing to let it go so easily? Ui Korone retorted. He doesn't seem like the type to relentlessly pursue things, does he? Anko said hesitantly. What? Do you think he's still some kind of good person? Ui Korone sneered. Anko was a bit annoyed. Then what do? We can't beat him, and we can't report it to the village. It'll be even more troublesome if he brings up what happened to Genma and the others later. Ui Korone spread her hands. That's why I'm asking you what you plan to do. Ugh, it's so annoying. Anko grabbed her hair, feeling extremely vexed. Why didn't I think about stopping Genma and the others back then? Oh dear, Mama forgot. Little Suzuki, neatly dressed, walked out of his room. In the living room, Father sat reading a magazine and Mama was tidying up the dishes. Suzuki greeted them and asked, where's older brother? He's already gone out, he has a mission today too, Mikato said with a smile. Seriously, he promised me he'd train with me earlier. Suzuki's face fell, and he grumbled discontentedly. If it's shuriken practice, Mama can accompany you too, Mikato said with a smile. It's not practice, it's training. Suzuki corrected his mother's wording. After quickly finishing breakfast, Suzuki also hurried out the door. I'm leaving. This child, he's really diligent. Mikato watched Suzuki's hurried retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of diligence is this level? Fugaku, who was reading a magazine, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Mikato just rolled her eyes and ignored him. Suzuki crossed the courtyard and was about to walk out the main gate when he suddenly noticed a black cat standing on his wall, causing him to stop. Whose cat is that? The cat's fur was completely dark and shiny, exceptionally beautiful. Its gem-like eyes seemed intelligent, filled with calmness, and its forepaws stood on the wall, watching Suzuki from above. The entire Uchiha clan is fond of cats. It's not uncommon to have cats at home, and there are also many ninja cats. But Suzuki felt that this one, right in front of him, was the most beautiful he had ever seen. He couldn't resist the urge to hold it in his arms and thoroughly mess with it. Little kitty, come here. Suzuki opened his arms and beckoned to it. The black cat, however, gave him a look that said, idiot. Suzuki. Usually, this trick works quite well on other cats. Suzuki didn't give up and directly jumped onto the wall ledge, intending to grab it directly. But the black cat didn't let him have his way. As Suzuki came up behind it, it quickly leaped up and jumped onto the opposite roof. Suzuki was momentarily stunned seeing this, then got up and leaped to follow. But as soon as he landed on the rooftop, the black cat leaped back to the previous wall ledge again. Damn it! Suzuki was slightly annoyed and continued to chase, but the black cat also leaped away from its spot the moment he moved. After going back and forth several times, Suzuki felt a bit tired, so he simply stood still. The black cat also stopped moving and stood on the opposite side, looking down at him with disdain. Suzuki was a little frantic. Yo, Suzuki, what are you doing? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from the street below. Suzuki looked over and saw it was an acquaintance. Shisui, older brother, help me catch that cat, Suzuki shouted, pointing at the black cat. Cat? Hearing this, Shisui looked in the direction of the black cat, and the black cat also looked over. The man and the cat looked at each other, and the message conveyed through their eyes was somewhat surprised. What are you catching it for? Shisui asked with a strange expression. It's too fast, I can't catch it, Suzuki said. It would be a ghost if you could catch it. Shisui thought to himself. Cats are creatures you can't force. They respond to gentleness, not force, Shisui said, opening his arms to the black cat, just like Suzuki did initially. Little kitty, come here. The black cat couldn't help but show an idiotic look and stood still. Shisui felt his face was a bit awkward and frantically winked at the black cat. The black cat was a little helpless, but it still leaped up and jumped into Shisui's arms. Shisui immediately beamed with joy and reached out to stroke the black cat's fur, but it swiped at him. Suzuki also jumped down from the wall ledge and came in front of Shisui, looking at the cat in Shisui's arms with some surprise. Why? I did the same thing to it just now. Maybe, you didn't let it feel your sincerity, Shisui said seriously. Suzuki nodded as if understanding, while the black cat lying in Shisui's arms rolled its eyes. Can I hold it? Suzuki looked at Shisui with anticipation again. Shisui hesitated, lowering his head just in time to meet the black cat's "You dare look." Of course you can, Shisui said, handing the cat in his arms to Suzuki, while one hand restrained the black cat's paws to prevent it from moving. Hold it tightly, don't let it run away. Suzuki carefully took it, holding the beautiful cat in his arms. You're dead. Shisui felt a look of extreme malice coming from the black cat but pretended not to see it. Is your older brother home? He asked. He went out on a mission, Suzuki said, reaching out to stroke the cat's fur in his arms, but he also got swiped at. Shisui slapped the cat. Behave. What are you doing? Suzuki immediately became unhappy and questioned Shisui. It scratched you, Shisui felt wronged. But you can't hit it. Suzuki glared, while continuously comforting the cat in his arms, and then felt curious that the cat didn't get angry after being slapped. Where's your father? He's at home, Suzuki said grumpily. Let's go, kitty, I'll take you for training. Suzuki was holding the black cat and about to leave, but the black cat poked its head out from his arms and looked at Shisui. Shisui, who had felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place, couldn't help but chuckle. He gestured to the black cat with a "I'm here, don't worry" sign and turned to enter Suzuki's house. On the first day of his surveillance mission, Guanyu, who had used the transformation jutsu to conceal his identity, was thus carried away by Suzuki as an ordinary cat. Kitty, do you have an owner? Why aren't you meowing, kitty? I'll count to 3. If you don't meow, I'll be your owner from now on. 3 meow. Then let me ask again. I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, you'll belong to me from now on. 3, 2, 1, I'll give you a name. Suzuki held the black cat up with both hands, placed it in front of his eyes, and began to ponder deeply. You're so pretty, how about Little Black? Right, let me see if you're a male or female cat. Guanyu finally couldn't stand it and struggled frantically. His cat claws scratched Suzuki's hand severely. In pain, Suzuki involuntarily let go, allowing the black cat to escape from his hands. This idiotic Xiao Gui. Guanyu leaped onto the adjacent rooftop, watching Suzuki below, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's really delaying my mission. Guanyu thought to himself and was about to head towards Suzuki's house. Little Black, where are you going? You're Little Black, your whole family is Little Black. You don't like this name? I'll change it then. Kitty, wait a moment. Suzuki followed Guanyu from below, afraid that the other party would get lost. However, Guanyu felt quite annoyed by this and immediately disappeared from Suzuki's sight with a few leaps on the rooftop. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, then leaped onto the rooftop as well. After confirming he still couldn't see the black cat, he showed disappointment and turned to leave. After a while, Guanyu's figure leaped back again, and he breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that Suzuki had left. Finally gone. Just then, Shisui's figure also walked out of Suzuki's house and was momentarily surprised when he saw Guanyu still on the wall ledge. He leaped to the black cat's side, wanting to reach out and pick it up. Scram! A cold voice came from the black cat's mouth. Shisui's hands, which were suspended in midair, suddenly stiffened, and he awkwardly withdrew them. I thought you went to train with Suzuki, Shisui said. Don't you know I'm on a mission? The black cat snorted coldly. What's the big deal? Our clan leader's daily movements are hardly a secret. I can tell you everything, and didn't I tell you I was here? Shisui replied. Suzuki is still a child, what's wrong with accompanying him? Why don't you go accompany him? The black cat said, glancing at him sideways. Well, I have things to be busy with, Shisui chuckled dryly. What business do you have with your clan leader? The black cat asked again. That's not within the scope of your mission, is it? Shisui raised an eyebrow. Does your surveillance mission require you to eavesdrop on our clan leader's conversations with others? The black cat ignored him. Shisui shrugged again and said, last night, there was a sudden large-scale mobilization of the Dark Department and the security force. Do you know about this? Guanyu was startled. I just learned from adult Fugaku that 4 guys made a mistake while experimenting with genjutsu, which alerted the security force and caused such a commotion, Shisui continued. 4 guys. Guanyu was somewhat suspicious. Right on the edge of the forest north of the village. Guanyu. That incident back then, Lord Hokage even promised you he would help you clarify it, Shisui said slowly. What's the point of clarifying it? To make the people in the village think that and Haruka's deaths were worthless. Guanyu's voice suddenly became heavy. Shisui fell silent. He was one of the few who knew the inside story of what happened back then. Back then, Guanyu was also making waves among the younger generation of ninja. His team went on a scouting mission. It was during that mission that their 3-person team was ambushed by the enemy. In the final moments, Guan Yu's two companions chose to let Guan Yu break through alone. Shisui found it hard to imagine how much courage Guan Yu must have had at that time to choose to abandon his companions and escape alone with the intelligence. However, the intelligence Guan Yu brought back was an enemy trap. They misjudged the enemy's numbers, and when Tsunade led Konoha's ninja to attack, they walked into an even bigger enemy trap. That operation resulted in heavy casualties for Tsunade's unit. In her anger, Tsunade cursed Guan Yu in front of everyone. "You bastard, didn't you say there were only a few enemy squads? Are your eyes blind that you didn't see the enemy camp with hundreds of people? Or did you not find the enemy camp at all, abandoned your companions after being ambushed, escaped alone, and then fabricated false intelligence to deceive me?" These were Tsunade's exact words at the time, and everyone heard them clearly. It might have been said in the heat of the moment, but the rumors spread uncontrollably afterward. Kanzuki Aban completely became someone everyone cursed as scum. The intelligence brought back was indeed false, and it was a fact that so many people died in that operation. How could he possibly defend himself? Guan Yu didn't explain. After the third Hokage learned the truth, he wanted to step forward to clarify for Guan Yu, but he was refused. "I don't want the fact that O and Haruka fought to the death to let me bring back intelligence to become worthless. Rather than that, it's better to let them become heroes who were killed because of me. At least this way, some people will feel regret for their deaths. As for the bad reputation, I can carry it myself." That's what Guan Yu said back then. Although Shisui felt he was being too extreme, he didn't know how to persuade him. He only hoped that the villagers would gradually forget about the incident as time passed. However, after that incident, Guan Yu was like a changed person. Solitary, silent, cold. He exuded an aura that warned people to keep their distance, and at that time, besides Shisui, no one was willing to interact with him. Shisui wasn't sure if he was truly too traumatized or if he was trying his best to play the role of a scum. It was possible it was a bit of both. "Shisui," a female voice suddenly sounded from below. "What are you doing on the wall?" It was Mikato. When she came out and saw Shisui, she couldn't help but ask, "Ah, there's a cat, I'm playing with it," Shisui quickly replied, reaching out to stroke Guan Yu. He got scratched again. "You're so fierce," Shisui couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "I'm leaving, Mikato adult." He waved to Mikato again, leaped off the wall, and landed on the street outside. Shisui looked at Guan Yu and suddenly smiled. "Anyway, no matter what, I'll always be by your side. Go do your mission properly, bye-bye." The Black Cat silently watched Shisui's retreating back. "This guy, why is he suddenly so sentimental?" Guan Yu thought to himself. Chapter 18 Apology. It was already evening when I finished reporting to Danzo at Route. The response was just to continue monitoring tomorrow. Not long after Guan Yu got home and washed up, Tenten came again. She skillfully opened his refrigerator and took out the dango inside to eat. "You haven't eaten dinner yet, right? My mom made sushi rice, I brought you some of what I didn't finish." Guan Yu was wiping his hair with a towel, looking at the lunchbox Tenten placed on the table. "What flavor?" "Salmon." He opened the lunchbox and found that some of it had already been eaten. Guan Yu couldn't help but look at Tenten. "Cough, I told you it was what I didn't finish," Tenten said, covering her embarrassment with a cough. Guan Yu didn't say anything. When he picked up the chopsticks, he found that they had also been used, but he didn't mind. He took the lunchbox and sat on the bed to eat. Tenten ate her dango, sitting on the chair and occasionally glancing at Guan Yu. "It's salty," Guan Yu said while eating. "Right? I thought so too," Tenten nodded, her eyes darting around. "Oh yeah, along." Guan Yu focused on eating, answering casually. "When I came back today, I saw a sister walking back and forth in front of your house," Tenten said, her eyes fixed on Guan Yu. "Who is it?" Guan Yu was slightly startled by the question, then continued eating. "I don't know." Tenten nodded thoughtfully, looking at the dango in her hand. "Maybe she had something to tell you. I saw her walking around for quite a while." "Okay," Guan Yu remained calm. "Along, do you have any close girl friends?" Tenten asked casually again. "No." "Oh," Tenten replied, swinging her legs while sitting on the chair and twirling the bamboo skewer with her fingers. Perhaps the sushi rice was indeed quite salty. Guan Yu suddenly stood up at this moment, walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of drink, opened it with one hand, and took a sip. "I want some too," Tenten said at this moment. Guan Yu then handed the can he had drunk from to Tenten. Tenten took it with both hands, looked down at the opening, and held it to drink. "Ha he he." After drinking the beverage, Tenten let out a satisfied sigh, then chuckled to herself. Guan Yu finished the sushi rice and casually placed the empty lunchbox on the table. Tenten also stood up from the chair and put away the lunchbox and chopsticks. "Then I'm leaving," she said to Guan Yu. "Okay." But just as she reached the door, Guan Yu suddenly called out to her. "Tenten." "What is it?" "Along." Guan Yu gestured towards the can of drink in Tenten's hand. "Are you taking that back? Aren't you afraid your mom will scold you?" "Oh, right," Tenten suddenly realized. She immediately tilted her head back and chugged the entire can of drink. She placed the empty can on the table and waved goodbye to Guan Yu. "Good night, Along." She casually closed the door behind her. Guan Yu looked at the empty can on the table, lost in thought. This girl has such a big appetite, she finished it all in one go, he couldn't help but mutter. Guan Yu soon found out who the sister Tenten was talking about was, because when he got home at the same time the next day, he met Anko lingering in front of his door. Guan Yu still felt a bit surprised. Aburo. Anko seemed a little awkward, her tone and actions appearing very reserved. "Is there something you need?" Guan Yu said flatly. I came to apologize to you." Anko lightly scratched the side of her cheek with one finger, her eyes darting around. She had asked many people to find out Guan Yu's address. Guan Yu calmly glanced at her, then bypassed her to unlock his door. "No need," he said. What happened the day before yesterday? Genma and the others were too impulsive. "I hope you won't take it to heart," Anko said quickly. Guan Yu suddenly turned his head at this moment, his deep eyes staring at her, which startled Anko. "Are you here to apologize for yourself, or for them, huh?" Anko was momentarily confused, not understanding what Guan Yu meant. Weren't they sticking up for you? They even suffered for it. Are you really talking about your friends like that? Bang! The door was closed, leaving Anko standing outside, stunned. People came and went on the street. The setting sun cast long shadows. Tenten sat on the threshold of her ninja tool shop, propping her chin with her hand, watching Anko outside the door opposite. Who is this woman anyway? She looks like she's a lot older than Along. Were they arguing just now? What is their relationship? Damn, I really want to know. After a long internal struggle, Tenten finally couldn't hold back. She stood up and walked towards Anko. Anko, who had been lost in thought for a long time, sighed and was about to turn and leave when she suddenly noticed a little girl with a bun hairstyle standing beside her. "Hello, sister," Tenten said with a sweet smile. "Oh, hello." Anko was a little surprised. "Sister, why have you been standing here?" Tenten asked with a smile. "I was just about to leave," Anko said. "Sister, what is your relationship with Along?" Tenten asked again. Along, she must mean Aburo. Anko found it difficult to answer. If she said they were friends, Guan Yu didn't seem to treat her as a friend, and given the current situation, they certainly couldn't be called friends. Saying they were strangers wasn't quite right, and colleagues was even less accurate. Cheating. Anko glanced back at Kanzuki Aban's tightly shut door, thinking she'd come back tomorrow, then turned and left immediately. Tenten, on the other hand, came to Guan Yu's door and started knocking frantically. A moment later, Guan Yu poked his head out from behind the door. "You're going to break the door." "Along," Tenten said with a look of pity, opening the door and wrapping her arms around Guan Yu's waist. "What's this about?" Guan Yu was confused. "Being betrayed must feel terrible," Tenten said sympathetically. "It's okay, you still have me. I'll always be by your side from now on." "What are you talking about?" Guan Yu said helplessly upon hearing this, pulling Tenten away from him. "That woman just now," Tenten said. "That woman? Anko?" Guan Yu looked around and found Anko's retreating figure already far away. "What are you thinking about all day, girl?" "Nothing happened between her and me." Pushing Tenten out of the room, Guan Yu slammed the door shut with a bang. Tenten stood outside the door, pondered what Guan Yu had just said, and let out a long sigh. "It's okay, that's good." Tenten couldn't help but blush a little when she thought about what she had just said. What did I just say? Along probably didn't pay attention to it. The third day, Guan Yu met Anko standing in front of his door again. Is this woman never going to stop? Guan Yu thought helplessly. "Aburo." Anko quickly greeted Guan Yu when she saw him return. "What do you want?" Guan Yu felt a bit annoyed. I thought about it after I went back yesterday. The way I spoke before was indeed wrong. I came today to apologize for what happened before and yesterday," Anko said seriously. "My friend did that because of me too. If you're unhappy, just take it out on me. It really has nothing to do with them." Guan Yu stopped in front of her and said calmly, "Then listen carefully. Whether you apologize or not is irrelevant. I don't care about what happened before or what happened yesterday. Anyway, I'm not the one suffering, so I won't take any revenge on you, because people like you and the things you did are simply not worth any extra thought from me." "So, you're not angry?" Anko asked instead. "This foolish woman, can't you tell I'm scolding you?" Guan Yu felt helpless inside, but said, "If you keep blocking my door like this every day, I can't guarantee anything." Anko breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Guan Yu. "Sorry to have bothered you." Guan Yu ignored her, walked past her, and went straight back into his house. "See you later, Aburo." Anko's voice sounded again from behind him. Guan Yu just opened the door, went in, and closed the door. Bang! Tenten was still sitting in front of her door, watching Anko, who was still smiling despite being given a cold shoulder by Guan Yu, and leaving happily, couldn't help but spit softly. "How thick-skinned." Vixen. Chapter 19 Mikato's realization. Kitty, What do you think older brother is busy with every day? Suzuki sat on the wall ledge of his house. A black cat was lying not far from his side. He didn't dare get too close, afraid of startling the cat away. It had been many days. Every day when he came back, he would see this beautiful black cat on his wall ledge. He had tried to catch it many times, but except for the time with Shisui, he never succeeded. Later, Suzuki gave up trying to catch him, but he still couldn't bear to leave Guanyu. He would often come to his side to talk, but only because Guanyu was a cat and he treated him as someone to confide in. When will father notice me? Suzuki sighed there. I'm the top student in school, so why don't I get praise like older brother does? Guanyu ignored him, his gaze fixed on the figure he could see through the window in their study. Sometimes I'm quite jealous of older brother. Why does he get all of father's attention? After Suzuki finished speaking, his gaze drifted into the distance. He was sitting in a high position and could see very far. There weren't many people on the streets of the Uchiha clan land, it was even a bit deserted. I really want to graduate quickly, become a ninja quickly, so I can help father. The person in the study suddenly moved, as if about to come out. Seeing this, Guanyu couldn't help but stand up. Do you think so too, kitty? Suzuki immediately asked when he saw Guanyu move. Guanyu ignored the xiaogui beside him and quietly walked to an inconspicuous spot to avoid being noticed by Fugaku, who was coming out. Where are you going, kitty? Suzuki, why are you going up so high? His mother's voice suddenly sounded from below. Upon hearing it, Suzuki immediately responded and jumped down from the wall. Walking to the living room entrance, he found that his father had also come out. Is father going out? Suzuki asked. Yes, something came up. Fugaku replied indifferently, changed his shoes, and walked straight out. Suzuki wanted to ask what it was about, but Fugaku didn't give him the chance, so he could only watch his father leave the house like this. Why have you been climbing on the wall so much these days? Mikoto asked, interrupting Suzuki's thoughts. Oh, there's a cat up there, Suzuki said. A cat? Mikoto looked surprised. She remembered Shisui seemed to have said the same thing a few days ago, but she didn't remember there being any cat on their wall. Right there. Suzuki pointed to where Guanyu had been, but pointed to an empty spot. Strange, it was just there a moment ago. Mikoto looked thoughtfully at the spot Suzuki pointed to. Although there was no figure there, she seemed to have sensed something and looked towards the direction of their study. Has that cat been there all these days? She asked Suzuki. Yes, I see it on the wall every day when I come back, Suzuki nodded. That cat is really beautiful, but unfortunately, I tried to catch it many times and failed. It runs too fast. Mikoto smiled and said to Suzuki, really? If you like cats, I'll get you one later. I only like that one. Okay, mom is going to cook. Father won't be home for dinner today because he has something to do. Will older brother come back then? Probably. All right. Before returning to the living room, Mikoto couldn't help but glance towards the direction of their wall ledge, her eyes flickering slightly. On Guanyu's side, he was extremely careful on the rooftops and eaves, silently tracking Fugaku's footsteps. He didn't dare get too close. He had been doing this for days, and fortunately, he hadn't been detected. Fugaku just strolled around the Uchiha clan land for a bit, then went to the security force headquarters. As the captain of the Uchiha security force, his daily work was not easy, and there were many things waiting for him to handle. Guanyu found an eave outside with a wide view and continued his mission. It wasn't until dusk that Fugaku came out of the security force headquarters and walked towards home. Another ordinary day. Guanyu returned to route to report on his duties and also went back to his own home. Since that day, Anko hadn't come to bother him anymore, allowing Guanyu to have some peace and quiet. The next day. As usual, Guanyu used the transformation jutsu to sneak into the Uchiha clan land and lay down in the old spot. These consecutive days of missions had gradually made him accustomed to acting as a cat. The day's surveillance continued until the afternoon when a figure suddenly jumped onto the wall ledge. Guanyu glanced sideways and saw it was Suzuki. This kid is getting out of school so early today? He didn't pay too much attention and continued his surveillance mission. But Suzuki was different from usual. He didn't sit on the wall ledge, but walked silently straight towards Guanyu. Guanyu stood up after sensing it. Here he comes again. Isn't this guy giving up? He thought Suzuki wanted to play some kind of chasing game with him again, so he gave him a contemptuous look in his cat form. But what happened the next moment greatly surprised Guanyu. Suzuki, who was standing in front of him, actually disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared behind him, an arm reaching straight towards Guanyu's back neck. Body flicker. Guanyu's hair stood on end in an instant, but his reaction speed as a ninja in critical situations was extremely fast. Just as Suzuki was about to grab him, he leaped up and jumped onto the opposite rooftop. You're really not simple, Suzuki said at this moment, looking at Guanyu with a cold expression. Are you a ninja cat? Guanyu frowned inwardly, feeling that this Suzuki was abnormally strange. According to the original plot, the current Sasuke wasn't even a genin, let alone capable of mastering a technique like the body flicker jutsu. We Uchiha know all the ninja cats. Which faction do you belong to? Sasuke asked again sternly. Guan Yu didn't respond. Since he was exposed, there was no need to stay. He immediately turned around and leaped across the rooftops, moving away from the area. Trying to run, Sasuke's eyes darkened slightly, and he leaped after him. Moving in cat form was still quite inconvenient in the end, and the speed of this Sasuke behind him was surprisingly not slower than his. After circling around the clan land for a while, Guan Yu had no choice but to speed towards the forest on the edge of Konoha. This is never-ending. Guan Yu watched the figure behind him relentlessly pursuing, thinking to himself. Swoosh! A kunai pierced the air, whizzed past Guan Yu's fur, and embedded itself halfway into the trunk of a tree ahead. Mikoto stared at Guan Yu for a while, then suddenly squatted down. You're really beautiful, no wonder Sasuke likes you so much. Guan Yu. So, are you from Granny Cat's place, under the Nikomata, or from the Cat Demon Temple? Mikoto asked again. What in the world? Guan Yu was completely confused, but he could guess Mikoto was talking about the ninja cat factions, but he knew absolutely nothing about such things. Seeing no response from him, Mikoto immediately fell into thought. Ninja cats wouldn't sign contracts with humans, but they would accept human employment and conduct transactions with humans. She thought for a moment, then took out a long object. A cat teaser. Guan Yu. Mikoto shook the cat teaser at Guan Yu, earning a series of eye rolls from Guan Yu. You're not a cat. Mikoto threw away the cat teaser in her hand and instead pulled out a kunai. Swoosh! The thrown kunai shot straight towards Guan Yu's location, but Guan Yu flew away to dodge it. Still not showing yourself. As Mikoto spoke, she also charged towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu felt helpless and could only dispel the transformation jutsu. Bang! The originally beautiful black cat suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke, vanishing into thin air on the spot. Mikoto was startled by the sight, then realized the surrounding world had completely changed color. She had been in the forest, but now she was standing on top of a cliff. Genjutsu? Her heart skipped a beat. She immediately activated her Sharingan and, looking at the bottomless abyss below the cliff before her, stepped forward without hesitation. But the next moment, she felt a strong sense of weightlessness. Her body began to fall rapidly downwards, and the surrounding scenery flew past her eyes with extreme realism. What a high-level genjutsu! She formed hand seals, beginning to stop the flow of chakra within her body and disrupt it. Release! With a soft shout, the scene before her instantly shattered, and she returned to the forest. Mom! Just as Mikoto was looking around, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Turning her head, she found that Sasuke was standing behind her. She didn't know when he got there. She subconsciously wanted to call Sasuke's name but immediately realized something was wrong. Multiple genjutsu. He's going to get away. Mikoto once again used a method to dispel genjutsu, and Sasuke's figure also turned into a phantom image and slowly dissipated before her eyes. And the black cat from before was long gone. The Sharingan was useless. Mikoto muttered to herself. This person's genjutsu skill, is this formidable? Name Uchiha Mikoto. Gender female. Age 34. Affection 51. Relationship village friend. Capture difficulty as first kiss. Reward in release mastery home run reward. Uchiha power. Outside the forest, Guan Yu had revealed his true form and was rapidly getting away from there. It seems this surveillance mission of his ends here. Chapter 20. You didn't see me drink at the silver white dawn gradually showed a reddish-brown hue, and the morning glow reflected on the windows of countless homes. The alarm was ringing again, making people feel irritable. The jarring sound lasted for about a minute before automatically stopping. The quilt covering the head was then pulled down, revealing the face. Stretched his legs, opened the window. The calendar on the wall hadn't been torn for several days. He wasn't sure what day or date it was, but Guan Yu had the day off today. Hashtag Aburo, you are a very talented person, don't disappoint me. Hashtag Guan Yu reported his mission failure to Danzo and didn't receive any punishment, only this single sentence. It wasn't hard to understand, the mission itself was just a pretense. Danzo's attitude had changed somewhat. Tap tap tap. The window was suddenly tapped, and Tenten poked her head in from outside. Get up, along. She saw that Guan Yu's pajama top was casually open at the chest, revealing his firm skin and delicate collarbone, and couldn't help but blush. I'm off to school. There was no more movement outside the window. Guan Yu's consciousness was still a bit hazy. He reached out and patted his forehead, sitting up from the bed. What to do today? Guan Yu, who had no social or recreational activities, wasn't fond of such holidays. He was more suited to a busy and demanding mission life. Being fully immersed in one thing would prevent him from overthinking. He got up, dressed, washed up, and opened the refrigerator. There was nothing inside except a carton of milk that was almost empty. Let's eat out. It's a good chance to buy some more food today. Guan Yu thought to himself, put on a dark set of casual clothes, and left the house. The streets in the early morning were slightly quiet, and the rustling sounds of people seemed a bit distant. "Good morning, Aburo. Are you off today with that outfit? Getting up so early even on a day off, how diligent." Ha ha. The neighbors were teasing again, as they did every day. They didn't know about Guan Yu's exploits and only held good intentions towards him. He walked to the front of a shop, where the boss also knew Guan Yu and greeted him warmly. "Come for breakfast, Aburo, this is rare. One grilled bread, and is there soup?" Guan Yu simply asked. "You came at just the right time, it's the last one." The boss handed over a bread wrapped in oiled paper and a cup of steaming miso soup. After paying, Guan Yu picked up the bread directly and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, filled with a milky aroma. "Are you off today, Aburo?" The boss initiated conversation. "MHM. Guan Yu responded casually, then drank some miso soup and slightly furrowed his brow. "A bit too salty. Aburo is a Chunin now, that's amazing. My cousin's family has a daughter, about your age, and she really looks up to Ninja. Are you interested in meeting her?" "No. Don't say that, haha, maybe you'll really hit it off." "I won't." The shop boss was also enthusiastic, completely unbothered by Guan Yu's indifference, and kept laughing to himself. "Boss, one grilled bread, one miso soup." Just then, another person walked up beside Guan Yu and spoke with a cheerful voice. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that this person looked somewhat familiar. "Oh, it's Asuma. I'm really sorry, but the last miso soup has already been sold. I usually come at this time and it never sells out this fast," Asuma said, surprised. "It's the weekend today, you see. The last one was sold to this young man," the boss said, pointing at Guan Yu and smiling. Only then did Asuma look at the handsome young man standing beside him. After a brief look, he felt he was a stranger and didn't recognize him. Looking at the cup of steaming miso soup in Guan Yu's hand, he felt a pang of regret. This shop's tasted the best. Guan Yu noticed his gaze, looked at the cup in his hand, and suddenly held it out in front of Asuma. Asuma was taken aback. "I've already had some, if you don't mind," Guan Yu said while still eating his bread. Thanks," Asuma finally reacted, smiling and thanking him as he reached out to take it. "You're welcome, 20 ryo." Asuma's hand froze in midair. He turned his head to look at the sign on the shop listing prices, where it said, "Miso soup 10 ryo." Guan Yu looked at him with a calm expression. The thick soup in the cup was still steaming. "This cup's original price is only 10 ryo," Asuma said. "I know," Guan Yu said indifferently. "You drank some, MHM." Asuma was amused by this kid before him. "That first sip is worth 10 ryo. You're selling it to me for 20. When Anko rushed to the hospital, she found everyone was already there. Ui Kurane, Uzuki Ujeo, Asuma, Guy, and Ebisu were standing in various parts of the ward, making the already not very large room feel a bit crowded. Lying in order on the 4 snow-white hospital beds were Shiranui Genma, Tatami Iwashi, Yamashiro Aoba, and Heiate Gecko. Seeing that all 4 of them were already conscious, Anko spoke up, asking, "How are you?" "It's nothing serious, right? It's just some after effects from being hit by genjutsu. The doctor said some rest will fix it," Guy said from the side. Genma glanced at Anko as she walked in, his gaze calmly looking out the window. "This time we've really embarrassed ourselves," Yamashiro Aoba sighed there, giving a wry smile. Tatami Iwashi and Heiate Gecko also lay there silently. "It's my fault, I didn't mention the opponent's strength to you beforehand," Ebisu said awkwardly. "It's good that you're alright," Anko said, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry," she then offered a solemn apology. Tatami Iwashi silently turned his head away, Heiate Gecko remained silent, and Genma's gaze was still fixed on the window. "Even more embarrassing," Yamashiro Aoba said self-deprecatingly. "Anyway, let's let this matter end here," Anko said again. "This was originally my issue, I shouldn't have let you step forward for me so rashly." "It's not your business, we insisted on doing this," Shiranui Genma finally spoke at this moment. "Don't try to act tough at a time like this," Anko said helplessly. Ui Kurane, who was nearby, glared at her. Anko, realizing her slip of the tongue, immediately shut up. "I heard the security force was alerted too," she asked, changing the subject. Ui Kurane sighed helplessly. "More than that. When the security force arrived and saw all 4 of them hit by genjutsu, they thought enemies had infiltrated. It ended up alerting Lord Hokage. You didn't see the police force and dark department flying around on the rooftops." Anko was a bit surprised. So, what did the security force and Lord Hokage say in the end?" "I said I was experimenting with genjutsu and didn't control the power well." Yamashiro Aoba pushed up his sunglasses helplessly. Among the people present, he was the only one somewhat proficient in genjutsu. Without telling the truth, everyone present understood tacitly. Body paralysis genjutsu and ignis fatuus are both low-level genjutsu, Ui Kurane said again, her eyes sweeping over the 4. She knew these people were not ordinary, they were elites among the Chunin. but they were dealt with by that guy just like that. His genjutsu skill. Ui Korone suddenly remembered Kanzuki Aban's mocking remark, "Genjutsu master," from that night. She couldn't help but lower her head, her gaze turning cold. "It seems you've really provoked a formidable guy," Asuma said, not noticing Korone's change beside him. After all, he was a guy who was once as famous as Body Flicker Shisui, Ebisu said. Regarding geniuses like him, several people present felt quite emotional, because among their peers was Kakashi Hatake, who was already a jonin at the age of 12, and had reached a level 7 or 8 years ago that they still hadn't reached. "Speaking of which, I'd really like to try sparring with him." Mike Guy's cheerful voice broke the suddenly somewhat oppressive atmosphere. He was waving his fists there. "He's a genjutsu-type ninja, and so powerful. Guy, you'd probably be taken care of in one exchange." Asuma chuckled there. "That Kanzuki Aban, he said he's better at taijutsu," Ebisu said at this moment. "And when we were on a mission together before, his water release wasn't weak either," Ebisu continued to add. "Oh, it seems I must definitely spar with him if I get the chance." Guy became even more eager upon hearing this. Spar with whom? A sudden, untimely voice sounded at the ward door. Everyone looked in that direction and found that the third Hokage was standing there. They didn't know since when. Lord Hokage. Everyone was startled. Except for the four on the beds and Asuma, everyone stood up straight. "Why are you here?" Anko asked. "To see the culprit behind tonight's incident," the third Hokage said slowly. Yamashiro Aoba's heart tightened upon hearing this, but given the current situation, he was the only one who could take the blame. "Lord Hokage, I'm truly sorry for disturbing you so late." Yamashiro Aoba lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Disturbing everyone is all my responsibility. Yes, if it were more serious, we would have had to arrange for the villagers to evacuate." The third Hokage's tone was calm, but the consequences he spoke of were extremely serious. "Lord Hokage, it's not just Aoba's fault alone, we all have responsibility," Shiranui Genma said. Tatami Iwashi and Hayate Gecko also nodded in agreement. Anko on the side also wanted to step forward, but after knowing the lie Aoba had told, she knew she had no reason to say anything more, and felt quite uncomfortable. The third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. "You certainly dare to take responsibility. Do you know what consequences this incident caused?" "We are willing to accept punishment," Shiranui Genma said quickly. The third Hokage's gaze swept over the four of them one by one. Ujo and Anko's faces were full of worry, and Guy and Ui Korone didn't dare to speak up at the moment. "How are your bodies?" the third Hokage suddenly asked. Everyone was startled. Yamashiro Aoba came back to his senses and quickly replied, "It's nothing serious, just some aftereffects from being hit by genjutsu." The third Hokage's face, however, sank. "You call this nothing? How dare you experiment with genjutsu on your comrades?" Fortunately, there were no accidents this time. "If any irreversible damage had been caused, could you bear that responsibility?" Yamashiro Aoba lowered his head and remained silent, listening intently to the Hokage's reprimand. In his heart, however, he was deeply moved that the Hokage was only pursuing the matter of him experimenting with genjutsu on his comrades. The third Hokage reprimanded the four of them severely, his words harsh. Everyone listened silently, not daring to say another word. "Lord Hokage, I am willing to accept any punishment," Yamashiro Aoba said. "Rest well. Your punishment will certainly not be light," the third Hokage said indifferently. "Yes. Lord Hokage, take care." Only after the third Hokage had left did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing Lord Hokage was quite lenient," Guy chuckled there. "Yes, otherwise, causing such consequences would mean going to prison for a while," Ebisu also said. "Alright, let's end it here for today. We're fine, you can all go back." Shiranui Genma spoke at this moment. Ui Korone shrugged and was the first to turn around and leave the ward. "Then we'll be going. We'll visit you again tomorrow," Guy said with a smile. Anko hesitated a little. Her inner guilt made her wonder if she should stay and look after them. "We're not paralyzed, cough cough, it's fine, cough cough," Hayate Gecko said to Uzuki Ujo, who also didn't want to leave. Asuma and Ebisu also each said a word about taking care of themselves and left the ward. "I'll come again tomorrow," Anko finally said. At the hospital entrance, everyone waved goodbye to each other. Asuma looked at Ui Korone, wanting to speak but stopping. "Is something wrong?" Ui Korone didn't leave immediately but asked Asuma. Do you want to walk together?" Asuma was thinking about how to start speaking. Upon hearing her question, he immediately perked up. Now, Ui Korone didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the distant night sky. It was deep in the night, and the village was already extremely quiet. Only the hospital still had its lights on. "Is it appropriate?" Ui Korone turned her head to look at him, her red eyes full of calmness. Asuma's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward smile. "With what happened to our friends, do you still have the mind to think about other things?" Ui Korone finished speaking indifferently, then turned and left on her own. Asuma stood rooted to the spot, watching Ui Korone's solitary figure walking away. He opened his mouth but couldn't call out. He didn't know what he had done to make her angry. Yui Kurane walked past the corner of the hospital road and found a figure waiting for her there. It was Anko. "Didn't Asuma say anything to you?" Anko asked. "He did. He said he wanted to take a walk with me after the meeting." Yui Kurane paused briefly and was silent for a moment, then continued walking. Anko walked beside her, shoulder to shoulder. Only the two of them were on the cold, deserted street. "Why did you refuse?" Anko asked. "It's very late, I want to go back to sleep," Yui Kurane replied. Anko chuckled softly. "From childhood until now, from emotional ignorance to the present, we've taken countless walks together," Yui Kurane continued. "I know his thoughts too well. Actually, I wasn't really resistant. Maybe we've been apart for too long. I need some time to adjust," Yui Kurane said, sighing, and found an excuse for herself. Anko glanced sideways at Yui Kurane's complicated expression and also suddenly sighed. Yui Kurane looked at her strangely. "Why are you sighing?" "Asuma, oh, he's really pitiful," Anko said slowly. "What are you talking about?" Yui Kurane rolled her eyes. "There's nothing I can do. No matter what decision you make, no matter what happens, don't I always have to stand by your side?" Anko smiled helplessly at Yui Kurane. "So, I can only feel sorry for Asuma." "What nonsense," Yui Kurane said irritably. "Yeah, it's nonsense," Anko shrugged, her gaze also looking ahead, and said no more. Yui Kurane looked at her strangely, reached up to brush a strand of hair from the side of her ear, and asked, "What are you planning to do about this matter?" "About this matter?" Anko murmured, her eyes flickering continuously. "Let's just leave it at that. Although we ended up losing out, it seems we were in the wrong first, right? It's just, I feel quite sorry for Genma and the others." Yui Kurane then also said, "It's good that you think this way, but that Kanzuki Aban might not think so. What else does he want? They were beaten, and the matter didn't implicate him." Anko pouted. "If you were suddenly provoked by a group of people, would you be willing to let it go so easily?" Yui Kurane retorted. "He doesn't seem like the type to relentlessly pursue things, does he?" Anko said hesitantly. "What? Do you think he's still some kind of good person?" Yui Kurane sneered. Anko was a bit annoyed. "Then what do? We can't beat him, and we can't report it to the village. It'll be even more troublesome if he brings up what happened to Genma and the others later." Yui Kurane spread her hands. "That's why I'm asking you what you plan to do." "Ugh, it's so annoying." Anko grabbed her hair, feeling extremely vexed. "Why didn't I think about stopping Genma and the others back then? Oh dear, Mama forgot." Little Suzuki, neatly dressed, walked out of his room. In the living room, Father sat reading a magazine and Mama was tidying up the dishes. Suzuki greeted them and asked, "Where's older brother?" "He's already gone out, he has a mission today too," Mikato said with a smile. "Seriously, he promised me he'd train with me earlier." Suzuki's face fell, and he grumbled discontentedly. "If it's shuriken practice, Mama can accompany you too," Mikato said with a smile. "It's not practice, it's training." Suzuki corrected his mother's wording. After quickly finishing breakfast, Suzuki also hurried out the door. "I'm leaving. This child, he's really diligent." Mikato watched Suzuki's hurried retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. What kind of diligence is this level? Fugaku, who was reading a magazine, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Mikato just rolled her eyes and ignored him. Suzuki crossed the courtyard and was about to walk out the main gate when he suddenly noticed a black cat standing on his wall, causing him to stop. "Whose cat is that?" The cat's fur was completely dark and shiny, exceptionally beautiful. Its gem-like eyes seemed intelligent, filled with calmness, and its forepaws stood on the wall, watching Suzuki from above. The entire Uchiha clan is fond of cats. It's not uncommon to have cats at home, and there are also many ninja cats. But Suzuki felt that this one, right in front of him, was the most beautiful he had ever seen. He couldn't resist the urge to hold it in his arms and thoroughly mess with it. "Little kitty, come here." Suzuki opened his arms and beckoned to it. The black cat, however, gave him a look that said, "Idiot, Suzuki." Usually, this trick works quite well on other cats. Suzuki didn't give up and directly jumped onto the wall ledge, intending to grab it directly. But the black cat didn't let him have his way. As Suzuki came up behind it, it quickly leaped up and jumped onto the opposite roof. Suzuki was momentarily stunned seeing this, then got up and leaped to follow. But as soon as he landed on the rooftop, the black cat leaped back to the previous wall ledge again. "Damn it!" Suzuki was slightly annoyed and continued to chase, but the black cat also leaped away from its spot the moment he moved. After going back and forth several times, Suzuki felt a bit tired, so he simply stood still. The black cat also stopped moving and stood on the opposite side, looking down at him with disdain. Suzuki was a little frantic. "Yo, Suzuki, what are you doing?" Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from the street below. Suzuki looked over and saw it was an acquaintance. "Shisui, older brother, help me catch that cat," Suzuki shouted, pointing at the black cat. "Cat? Hearing this, Shisui looked in the direction of the black cat, and the black cat also looked over. The man and the cat looked at each other, and the message conveyed through their eyes was somewhat surprised. "What are you catching it for?" Shisui asked with a strange expression. "It's too fast, I can't catch it," Suzuki said. "It would be a ghost if you could catch it." Shisui thought to himself. Cats are creatures you can't force. They respond to gentleness, not force, Shisui said, opening his arms to the black cat, just like Suzuki did initially. "Little kitty, come here." The black cat couldn't help but show an idiotic look and stood still. Shisui felt his face was a bit awkward and frantically winked at the black cat. The black cat was a little helpless, but it still leaped up and jumped into Shisui's arms. Shisui immediately beamed with joy and reached out to stroke the black cat's fur, but it swiped at him. Suzuki also jumped down from the wall ledge and came in front of Shisui, looking at the cat in Shisui's arms with some surprise. "Why? I did the same thing to it just now." "Maybe, you didn't let it feel your sincerity," Shisui said seriously. Suzuki nodded as if understanding, while the black cat lying in Shisui's arms rolled its eyes. "Can I hold it?" Suzuki looked at Shisui with anticipation again. Shisui hesitated, lowering his head just in time to meet the black cat's "You dare look." "Of course you can," Shisui said, handing the cat in his arms to Suzuki, while one hand restrained the black cat's paws to prevent it from moving. "Hold it tightly, don't let it run away." Suzuki carefully took it, holding the beautiful cat in his arms. "You're dead." Shisui felt a look of extreme malice coming from the black cat but pretended not to see it. "Is your older brother home?" he asked. "He went out on a mission," Suzuki said, reaching out to stroke the cat's fur in his arms, but he also got swiped at. Shisui slapped the cat. "Behave." "What are you doing?" Suzuki immediately became unhappy and questioned Shisui. "It scratched you." Shisui felt wronged. "But you can't hit it." Suzuki glared, while continuously comforting the cat in his arms, and then felt curious that the cat didn't get angry after being slapped. "Where's your father?" "He's at home," Suzuki said grumpily. "Let's go, kitty, I'll take you for training." Suzuki was holding the black cat and about to leave, but the black cat poked its head out from his arms and looked at Shisui. Shisui, who had felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place, couldn't help but chuckle. He gestured to the black cat with a "I'm here, don't worry" sign and turned to enter Suzuki's house. On the first day of his surveillance mission, Guanyu, who had used the transformation jutsu to conceal his identity, was thus carried away by Suzuki as an ordinary cat. "Kitty, do you have an owner? Why aren't you meowing, kitty?" "I'll count to 3. If you don't meow, I'll be your owner from now on." 3 Meow. "Then let me ask again." "I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, you'll belong to me from now on." 3, 2, 1. "I'll give you a name." Suzuki held the black cat up with both hands, placed it in front of his eyes, and began to ponder deeply. "You're so pretty, how about Little Black?" "Right, let me see if you're a male or female cat." Guanyu finally couldn't stand it and struggled frantically. His cat claws scratched Suzuki's hand severely. In pain, Suzuki involuntarily let go, allowing the black cat to escape from his hands. "This idiotic Xiao Gui." Guanyu leaped onto the adjacent rooftop, watching Suzuki below, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. "It's really delaying my mission." Guanyu thought to himself and was about to head towards Suzuki's house. "Little Black, where are you going?" "You're Little Black, your whole family is Little Black." "You don't like this name? I'll change it then." "Kitty, wait a moment." Suzuki followed Guanyu from below, afraid that the other party would get lost. However, Guanyu felt quite annoyed by this and immediately disappeared from Suzuki's sight with a few leaps on the rooftop. Suzuki was stunned for a moment, then leaped onto the rooftop as well. After confirming he still couldn't see the black cat, he showed disappointment and turned to leave. After a while, Guanyu's figure leaped back again, and he breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that Suzuki had left. Finally gone. Just then, Shisui's figure also walked out of Suzuki's house and was momentarily surprised when he saw Guanyu still on the wall ledge. He leaped to the black cat's side, wanting to reach out and pick it up. Scram! A cold voice came from the black cat's mouth. Shisui's hands, which were suspended in midair, suddenly stiffened, and he awkwardly withdrew them. "I thought you went to train with Suzuki," Shisui said. "Don't you know I'm on a mission?" The black cat snorted coldly. "What's the big deal? Our clan leader's daily movements are hardly a secret. I can tell you everything, and didn't I tell you I was here?" Shisui replied. "Suzuki is still a child, what's wrong with accompanying him?" "Why don't you go accompany him?" the black cat said, glancing at him sideways. "Well, I have things to be busy with," Shisui chuckled dryly. "What business do you have with your clan leader?" the black cat asked again. "That's not within the scope of your mission, is it?" Shisui raised an eyebrow. "Does your surveillance mission require you to eavesdrop on our clan leader's conversations with others?" The black cat ignored him. Shisui shrugged again and said, "Last night, there was a sudden large-scale mobilization of the Dark Department and the security force. do you know about this? Guan Yu was startled. I just learned from Adult Fugaku that 4 guys made a mistake while experimenting with genjutsu, which alerted the security force and caused such a commotion, Shisui continued. 4 guys, Guan Yu was somewhat suspicious. Ah, right on the edge of the forest north of the village. Guan Yu. That incident back then, Lord Hokage even promised you he would help you clarify it, Shisui said slowly. What's the point of clarifying it? To make the people in the village think that Oh and Haruka's deaths were worthless. Guan Yu's voice suddenly became heavy. Shisui fell silent. He was one of the few who knew the inside story of what happened back then. Back then, Guan Yu was also making waves among the younger generation of ninja. His team went on a scouting mission. It was during that mission that their 3-person team was ambushed by the enemy. In the final moments, Guan Yu's 2 companions chose to let Guan Yu break through alone. Shisui found it hard to imagine how much courage Guan Yu must have had at that time to choose to abandon his companions and escape alone with the intelligence. However, the intelligence Guan Yu brought back was an enemy trap. They misjudged the enemy's numbers, and when Tsunade led Konoha's ninja to attack, they walked into an even bigger enemy trap. That operation resulted in heavy casualties for Tsunade's unit. In her anger, Tsunade cursed Guan Yu in front of everyone. You bastard, didn't you say there were only a few enemy squads? Are your eyes blind that you didn't see the enemy camp with hundreds of people? Or did you not find the enemy camp at all, abandoned your companions after being ambushed, escaped alone, and then fabricated false intelligence to deceive me? These were Tsunade's exact words at the time, and everyone heard them clearly. It might have been said in the heat of the moment, but the rumors spread uncontrollably afterward. Kanzuki Aban completely became someone everyone cursed as scum. The intelligence brought back was indeed false, and it was a fact that so many people died in that operation. How could he possibly defend himself? Guan Yu didn't explain. After the 3rd Hokage learned the truth, he wanted to step forward to clarify for Guan Yu, but he was refused. I don't want the fact that Oh and Haruka fought to the death to let me bring back intelligence to become worthless. Rather than that, it's better to let them become heroes who were killed because of me. At least this way, some people will feel regret for their deaths. As for the bad reputation, I can carry it myself. That's what Guan Yu said back then. Although Shisui felt he was being too extreme, he didn't know how to persuade him. He only hoped that the villagers would gradually forget about the incident as time passed. However, after that incident, Guan Yu was like a changed person. Solitary, silent, cold. He exuded an aura that warned people to keep their distance, and at that time, besides Shisui, no one was willing to interact with him. Shisui wasn't sure if he was truly too traumatized or if he was trying his best to play the role of a scum. It was possible it was a bit of both. Shisui, a female voice suddenly sounded from below. What are you doing on the wall? It was Mikato. When she came out and saw Shisui, she couldn't help but ask. Ah, there's a cat, I'm playing with it, Shisui quickly replied, reaching out to stroke Guan Yu. He got scratched again. You're so fierce, Shisui couldn't help but complain in a low voice. I'm leaving, Mikato adult. He waved to Mikato again, leaped off the wall, and landed on the street outside. Shisui looked at Guan Yu and suddenly smiled. Anyway, no matter what, I'll always be by your side. Go do your mission properly, bye-bye. The black cat silently watched Shisui's retreating back. This guy, why is he suddenly so sentimental? Guan Yu thought to himself. Chapter 18 Apology. It was already evening when I finished reporting to Danzo at Route. The response was just to continue monitoring tomorrow. Not long after Guan Yu got home and washed up, Tenten came again. She skillfully opened his refrigerator and took out the dango inside to eat. You haven't eaten dinner yet, right? My mom made sushi rice, I brought you some of what I didn't finish. Guan Yu was wiping his hair with a towel, looking at the lunchbox Tenten placed on the table. What flavor? Salmon. He opened the lunchbox and found that some of it had already been eaten. Guan Yu couldn't help but look at Tenten. Cough, I told you it was what I didn't finish, Tenten said, covering her embarrassment with a cough. Guan Yu didn't say anything. When he picked up the chopsticks, he found that they had also been used, but he didn't mind. He took the lunchbox and sat on the bed to eat. Tenten ate her dango, sitting on the chair and occasionally glancing at Guan Yu. It's salty, Guan Yu said while eating. Right? I thought so too, Tenten nodded, her eyes darting around. Oh yeah, along. Guan Yu focused on eating, answering casually. When I came back today, I saw a sister walking back and forth in front of your house, Tenten said, her eyes fixed on Guan Yu. Who is it? Guan Yu was slightly startled by the question, then continued eating. I don't know. Tenten nodded thoughtfully, looking at the dango in her hand. Maybe she had something to tell you. I saw her walking around for quite a while. Okay, Guan Yu remained calm. Along, do you have any close girlfriends? Tenten asked casually again. No. Oh, Tenten replied, swinging her legs while sitting on the chair and twirling the bamboo skewer with her fingers. Perhaps the sushi rice was indeed quite salty. Guan Yu suddenly stood up at this moment, walked to the refrigerator, took out a can of drink, opened it with one hand, and took a sip. I want some too, Tenten said at this moment. Guan Yu then handed the can he had drunk from to Tenten. Tenten took it with both hands, looked down at the opening, and held it to drink. Ha he he. After drinking the beverage, Tenten let out a satisfied sigh, then chuckled to herself. Guan Yu finished the sushi rice and casually placed the empty lunchbox on the table. Tenten also stood up from the chair and put away the lunchbox and chopsticks. Then I'm leaving, she said to Guan Yu. Okay. But just as she reached the door, Guan Yu suddenly called out to her. Tenten. What is it? Along. Guan Yu gestured towards the can of drink in Tenten's hand. Are you taking that back? Aren't you afraid your mom will scold you? Oh, right, Tenten suddenly realized. She immediately tilted her head back and chugged the entire can of drink. She placed the empty can on the table and waved goodbye to Guan Yu. Good night, Along. She casually closed the door behind her. Guan Yu looked at the empty can on the table, lost in thought. This girl has such a big appetite, she finished it all in one go, he couldn't help but mutter. Guan Yu soon found out who the sister Tenten was talking about was, because when he got home at the same time the next day, he met Anko lingering in front of his door. Guan Yu still felt a bit surprised. Aburo. Anko seemed a little awkward, her tone and actions appearing very reserved. Is there something you need? Guan Yu said flatly. I came to apologize to you. Anko lightly scratched the side of her cheek with one finger, her eyes darting around. She had asked many people to find out Guan Yu's address. Guan Yu calmly glanced at her, then bypassed her to unlock his door. No need, he said. What happened the day before yesterday? Genma and the others were too impulsive. I hope you won't take it to heart, Anko said quickly. Guan Yu suddenly turned his head at this moment, his deep eyes staring at her, which startled Anko. Are you here to apologize for yourself, or for them? Huh? Anko was momentarily confused, not understanding what Guan Yu meant. Weren't they sticking up for you? They even suffered for it. Are you really talking about your friends like that? Bang! The door was closed, leaving Anko standing outside, stunned. People came and went on the street. The setting sun cast long shadows. Tenten sat on the threshold of her ninja tool shop, propping her chin with her hand, watching Anko outside the door opposite. Who is this woman anyway? She looks like she's a lot older than Along. Were they arguing just now? What is their relationship? Damn, I really want to know. After a long internal struggle, Tenten finally couldn't hold back. She stood up and walked towards Anko. Anko, who had been lost in thought for a long time, sighed and was about to turn and leave when she suddenly noticed a little girl with a bun hairstyle standing beside her. Hello, sister, Tenten said with a sweet smile. Oh, hello. Anko was a little surprised. Sister, why have you been standing here? Tenten asked with a smile. I was just about to leave, Anko said. Sister, what is your relationship with Along? Tenten asked again. Along, she must mean Aburo. Anko found it difficult to answer. If she said they were friends, Guan Yu didn't seem to treat her as a friend, and given the current situation, they certainly couldn't be called friends. Saying they were strangers wasn't quite right, and colleagues was even less accurate. Cheating. Anko glanced back at Kanzuki Aban's tightly shut door, thinking she'd come back tomorrow, then turned and left immediately. Tenten, on the other hand, came to Guan Yu's door and started knocking frantically. A moment later, Guan Yu poked his head out from behind the door. You're going to break the door. Along, Tenten said with a look of pity, opening the door and wrapping her arms around Guan Yu's waist. What's this about? Guan Yu was confused. Being betrayed must feel terrible, Tenten said sympathetically. It's okay, you still have me. I'll always be by your side from now on. What are you talking about? Guan Yu said helplessly upon hearing this, pulling Tenten away from him. That woman just now, Tenten said. That woman. Anko? Guan Yu looked around and found Anko's retreating figure already far away. What are you thinking about all day, girl? Nothing happened between her and me. Pushing Tenten out of the room, Guan Yu slammed the door shut with a bang. Tenten stood outside the door, pondered what Guan Yu had just said, and let out a long sigh. It's okay, that's good. Tenten couldn't help but blush a little when she thought about what she had just said. What did I just say? Along probably didn't pay attention to it. The third day. Guan Yu met Anko standing in front of his door again. Is this woman never going to stop? Guan Yu thought helplessly. Aburo. Anko quickly greeted Guan Yu when she saw him return. What do you want? Guan Yu felt a bit annoyed. I thought about it after I went back yesterday. The way I spoke before was indeed wrong. I came today to apologize for what happened before and yesterday, Anko said seriously. My friend did that because of me too. If you're unhappy, just take it out on me. It really has nothing to do with them. Guan Yu stopped in front of her and said calmly, then listen carefully. Whether you apologize or not is irrelevant. I don't care about what happened before or what happened yesterday. Anyway, I'm not the one suffering, so I won't take any revenge on you, because people like you and the things you did are simply not worth any extra thought from me. So, you're not angry? Anko asked instead. This foolish woman, can't you tell I'm scolding you? Guan Yu felt helpless inside, but said, if you keep blocking my door like this every day, I can't guarantee anything. Anko breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Guan Yu, sorry to have bothered you. Guan Yu ignored her, walked past her, and went straight back into his house. See you later, Aburo. Anko's voice sounded again from behind him. Guan Yu just opened the door, went in, and closed the door. Bang! Tenten was still sitting in front of her door, watching Anko, who was still smiling despite being given a cold shoulder by Guan Yu, and leaving happily, couldn't help but spit softly. How thick-skinned. Vixen. Chapter 19 Mikato's realization. Kitty, what do you think older brother is busy with every day? Suzuki sat on the wall ledge of his house. A black cat was lying not far from his side. He didn't dare get too close, afraid of startling the cat away. It had been many days. Every day when he came back, he would see this beautiful black cat on his wall ledge. He had tried to catch it many times, but except for the time with Shisui, he never succeeded. Later, Suzuki gave up trying to catch him, but he still couldn't bear to leave Guan Yu. He would often come to his side to talk, but only because Guan Yu was a cat and he treated him as someone to confide in. When will father notice me? Suzuki sighed there. I'm the top student in school, so why don't I get praise like older brother does? Guan Yu ignored him, his gaze fixed on the figure he could see through the window in their study. Sometimes I'm quite jealous of older brother. Why does he get all of father's attention? After Suzuki finished speaking, his gaze drifted into the distance. He was sitting in a high position and could see very far. There weren't many people on the streets of the Uchiha clan land, it was even a bit deserted. I really want to graduate quickly, become a ninja quickly, so I can help father. The person in the study suddenly moved, as if about to come out. Seeing this, Guan Yu couldn't help but stand up. Do you think so too, Kitty? Suzuki immediately asked when he saw Guan Yu move. Guan Yu ignored the Xiao Gui beside him and quietly walked to an inconspicuous spot to avoid being noticed by Fugaku, who was coming out. Where are you going, Kitty? Suzuki, why are you going up so high? His mother's voice suddenly sounded from below. Upon hearing it, Suzuki immediately responded and jumped down from the wall. Walking to the living room entrance, he found that his father had also come out. Is father going out? Suzuki asked. Yes, something came up. Fugaku replied indifferently, changed his shoes, and walked straight out. Suzuki wanted to ask what it was about, but Fugaku didn't give him the chance, so he could only watch his father leave the house like this. Why have you been climbing on the wall so much these days? Mikato asked, interrupting Suzuki's thoughts. Oh, there's a cat up there, Suzuki said. A cat? Mikato looked surprised. She remembered Shisui seemed to have said the same thing a few days ago, but she didn't remember there being any cat on their wall. Right there. Suzuki pointed to where Guan Yu had been, but pointed to an empty spot. Strange, it was just there a moment ago. Mikato looked thoughtfully at the spot Suzuki pointed to. Although there was no figure there, she seemed to have sensed something and looked towards the direction of their study. Has that cat been there all these days? She asked Suzuki. Yes, I see it on the wall every day when I come back, Suzuki nodded. That cat is really beautiful, but unfortunately, I tried to catch it many times and failed. It runs too fast. Mikato smiled and said to Suzuki, really? If you like cats, I'll get you one later. I only like that one. Okay, mom is going to cook. Father won't be home for dinner today because he has something to do. Will older brother come back then? Probably. Alright. Before returning to the living room, Mikato couldn't help but glance towards the direction of their wall ledge, her eyes flickering slightly. On Guan Yu's side, he was extremely careful on the rooftops and eaves, silently tracking Fugaku's footsteps. He didn't dare get too close. He had been doing this for days, and fortunately, he hadn't been detected. Fugaku just strolled around the Uchiha clan land for a bit, then went to the security force headquarters. As the captain of the Uchiha security force, his daily work was not easy, and there were many things waiting for him to handle. Guan Yu found an eave outside with a wide view and continued his mission. It wasn't until dusk that Fugaku came out of the security force headquarters and walked towards home. Another ordinary day. Guan Yu returned to route to report on his duties and also went back to his own home. Since that day, Anko hadn't come to bother him anymore, allowing Guan Yu to have some peace and quiet. The next day. As usual, Guan Yu used the transformation jutsu to sneak into the Uchiha clan land and lay down in the old spot. These consecutive days of missions had gradually made him accustomed to acting as a cat. The day's surveillance continued until the afternoon when a figure suddenly jumped onto the wall ledge. Guan Yu glanced sideways and saw it was Suzuki. This kid is getting out of school so early today? He didn't pay too much attention and continued his surveillance mission. But Suzuki was different from usual. He didn't sit on the wall ledge, but walked silently straight towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu stood up after sensing it. Here he comes again. Isn't this guy giving up? He thought Sasuke wanted to play some kind of chasing game with him again, so he gave him a contemptuous look in his cat form. But what happened the next moment greatly surprised Guan Yu. Sasuke, who was standing in front of him, actually disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared behind him, an arm reaching straight towards Guan Yu's back neck. Body flicker. Guan Yu's hair stood on end in an instant, but his reaction speed as a ninja in critical situations was extremely fast. Just as Sasuke was about to grab him, he leaped up and jumped onto the opposite rooftop. You're really not simple, Sasuke said at this moment, looking at Guan Yu with a cold expression. Are you a ninja cat? Guan Yu frowned inwardly, feeling that this Sasuke was abnormally strange. According to the original plot, the current Sasuke wasn't even a genin, let alone capable of mastering a technique like the body flicker jutsu. We Uchiha know all the ninja cats. Which faction do you belong to? Sasuke asked again sternly. Guan Yu didn't respond. Since he was exposed, there was no need to stay. He immediately turned around and leaped across the rooftops, moving away from the area. Trying to run, Sasuke's eyes darkened slightly, and he leaped after him. Moving in cat form was still quite inconvenient in the end, and the speed of this Sasuke behind him was surprisingly not slower than his. After circling around the clan land for a while, Guan Yu had no choice but to speed towards the forest on the edge of Konoha. This is never-ending. Guan Yu watched the figure behind him relentlessly pursuing, thinking to himself. Swoosh! A kunai pierced the air, whizzed past Guan Yu's fur, and embedded itself halfway into the trunk of a tree ahead. Mikoto stared at Guan Yu for a while, then suddenly squatted down. You're really beautiful, no wonder Sasuke likes you so much. Guan Yu. So, are you from Granny Cat's place, under the Nikomata, or from the Cat Demon Temple? Mikoto asked again. What in the world? Guan Yu was completely confused, but he could guess Mikoto was talking about the ninja cat factions, but he knew absolutely nothing about such things. Seeing no response from him, Mikoto immediately fell into thought. Ninja cats wouldn't sign contracts with humans, but they would accept human employment and conduct transactions with humans. She thought for a moment, then took out a long object. A cat teaser. Guan Yu. Mikoto shook the cat teaser at Guan Yu, earning a series of eye rolls from Guan Yu. You're not a cat. Mikoto threw away the cat teaser in her hand and instead pulled out a kunai. Swoosh! The thrown kunai shot straight towards Guan Yu's location, but Guan Yu flew away to dodge it. Still not showing yourself. As Mikoto spoke, she also charged towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu felt helpless and could only dispel the transformation jutsu. Bang! The originally beautiful black cat suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke, vanishing into thin air on the spot. Mikoto was startled by the sight, then realized the surrounding world had completely changed color. She had been in the forest, but now she was standing on top of a cliff. Genjutsu? Her heart skipped a beat. She immediately activated her Sharingan and, looking at the bottomless abyss below the cliff before her, stepped forward without hesitation. But the next moment, she felt a strong sense of weightlessness. Her body began to fall rapidly downwards, and the surrounding scenery flew past her eyes with extreme realism. What a high-level genjutsu! She formed hand seals, beginning to stop the flow of chakra within her body and disrupt it. Release! With a soft shout, the scene before her instantly shattered, and she returned to the forest. Mom! Just as Mikoto was looking around, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Turning her head, she found that Sasuke was standing behind her. She didn't know when he got there. She subconsciously wanted to call Sasuke's name but immediately realized something was wrong. Multiple genjutsu. He's going to get away. Mikoto once again used a method to dispel genjutsu, and Sasuke's figure also turned into a phantom image and slowly dissipated before her eyes. And the black cat from before was long gone. The Sharingan was useless. Mikoto muttered to herself. This person's genjutsu skill, is this formidable? Name Uchiha Mikoto. Gender female. Age 34. Affection 51. Relationship village friend. Capture difficulty S first kiss reward in release mastery home run reward. Uchiha power. Outside the forest, Guan Yu had revealed his true form and was rapidly getting away from there. It seems this surveillance mission of his ends here. Chapter 20. You didn't see me drink. At the silver-white dawn gradually showed a reddish-brown hue, and the morning glow reflected on the windows of countless homes. The alarm was ringing again, making people feel irritable. The jarring sound lasted for about a minute before automatically stopping. The quilt covering the head was then pulled down, revealing the face. Stretched his legs, opened the window. The calendar on the wall hadn't been torn for several days. He wasn't sure what day or date it was, but Guan Yu had the day off today. Hashtag Aburo, you are a very talented person, don't disappoint me. Hashtag Guan Yu reported his mission failure to Danzo and didn't receive any punishment, only this single sentence. It wasn't hard to understand, the mission itself was just a pretense. Danzo's attitude had changed somewhat. Tap tap tap. The window was suddenly tapped, and Tenten poked her head in from outside. Get up, along. She saw that Guan Yu's pajama top was casually open at the chest, revealing his firm skin and delicate collarbone, and couldn't help but blush. I'm off to school. There was no more movement outside the window. Guan Yu's consciousness was still a bit hazy. He reached out and patted his forehead, sitting up from the bed. What to do today? Guan Yu, who had no social or recreational activities, wasn't fond of such holidays. He was more suited to a busy and demanding mission life. Being fully immersed in one thing would prevent him from overthinking. He got up, dressed, washed up, and opened the refrigerator. There was nothing inside except a carton of milk that was almost empty. Let's eat out. It's a good chance to buy some more food today. Guan Yu thought to himself, put on a dark set of casual clothes, and left the house. The streets in the early morning were slightly quiet, and the rustling sounds of people seemed a bit distant. Good morning, Aburo. Are you off today with that outfit? Getting up so early even on a day off, how diligent. Ha ha. The neighbors were teasing again, as they did every day. They didn't know about Guan Yu's exploits and only held good intentions towards him. He walked to the front of a shop, where the boss also knew Guan Yu and greeted him warmly. Come for breakfast, Aburo, this is rare. One grilled bread, and is there soup? Guan Yu simply asked. You came at just the right time, it's the last one. The boss handed over a bread wrapped in oiled paper and a cup of steaming miso soup. After paying, Guan Yu picked up the bread directly and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, filled with a milky aroma. Are you off today, Aburo? The boss initiated conversation. MHM. Guan Yu responded casually, then drank some miso soup and slightly furrowed his brow. A bit too salty. Aburo is a Chinin now, that's amazing. My cousin's family has a daughter, about your age, and she really looks up to Ninja. Are you interested in meeting her? No. Don't say that, haha, maybe you'll really hit it off. I won't. The shop boss was also enthusiastic, completely unbothered by Guan Yu's indifference, and kept laughing to himself. Boss, one grilled bread, one miso soup. Just then, another person walked up beside Guan Yu and spoke with a cheerful voice. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that this person looked somewhat familiar. Oh, it's Asuma. I'm really sorry, but the last miso soup has already been sold. I usually come at this time and it never sells out this fast, Asuma said, surprised. It's the weekend today, you see. The last one was sold to this young man, the boss said, pointing at Guan Yu and smiling. Only then did Asuma look at the handsome young man standing beside him. After a brief look, he felt he was a stranger and didn't recognize him. Looking at the cup of steaming miso soup in Guan Yu's hand, he felt a pang of regret. This shop's tasted the best. Guan Yu noticed his gaze, looked at the cup in his hand, and suddenly held it out in front of Asuma. Asuma was taken aback. I've already had some, if you don't mind. Guan Yu said while still eating his bread. Thanks, Asuma finally reacted, smiling and thanking him as he reached out to take it. You're welcome, 20 ryo. Asuma's hand froze in midair. He turned his head to look at the sign on the shop listing prices, where it said, miso soup 10 ryo. Guan Yu looked at him with a calm expression. The thick soup in the cup was still steaming. This cup's original price is only 10 ryo, Asuma said. I know, Guan Yu said indifferently. You drank some, MHM. Asuma was amused by this kid before him. That first sip is worth 10 ryo. You're selling it to me for 20. How much have you already drunk? It's already gone like this. Anko poured the sake halfway and found the bottle empty. She couldn't help but ask. There's more in the liquor cabinet. Ui Kurane just said. Anko got up and walked to the liquor cabinet, opening the door to see a dazzling array of stored sake, filling the upper, middle, and lower 3 layers. Tisk tisk tisk, you're really a sake lover. Anko couldn't help but chuckle. She also knew her best friend had a habit of drinking in the evening. And you have the nerve to say I'm not feminine enough? What kind of girl is like you? Ui Kurane just rolled her eyes upon hearing this. You say you love sake so much, why are you so reserved when everyone's together usually? Anko chose a bottle of sake, sat back down on the chair, and filled both their cups. Like you and Shizun, Ui Kurane retorted. I don't want to get completely drunk in front of others. Anko pouted, yeah, you would never let yourself do something so undignified. Speaking of which, I wonder how Shizun is doing, it's been so long since we last met. As she spoke, she wore a look of reminiscence. Being able to follow Tsunade-sama is quite impressive. Ui Kurane chuckled. That's one of the 3 ninja. Anko suddenly froze, becoming silent. Ui Kurane also knew she had spoken carelessly, so she stopped talking and quietly drank her sake. Anko suddenly stretched her arms, leaning back in the chair and letting it sway slightly. Shizun, I hope you don't come back old and faded, and still single like Tsunade-sama, she said. How could that be? Shizun is quite charming too. Ui Kurane laughed. I really want to go travel too, Anko said with a sigh. Not having to worry about anything, doing whatever I want. They drank another half bottle of sake. Anko rested her chin on her hand on the table, lightly tapping her cheek with her index finger, gazing out the window in a daze. Yui Korone's face was also flushed. Looking at the sake in her cup, she knew she was almost done. Are you still going back? She asked Anko. Anko turned her head blankly, looking at her with hazy eyes. Yui Korone looked at her like this and said helplessly, with your little alcohol tolerance, and you say I'm reserved outside. Even when I'm a bit reserved, my tolerance is better than yours. Anko shook her head and looked at the clock on the wall, 12 o'clock. She rubbed her face, stood up, and came behind Yui Korone, reaching out her arms to hug her. What are you doing? Yui Korone said irritably. Anko just rubbed against Korone's face, whining, I don't want to leave. I don't have clothes for you to wear here, and sleeping here smelling of sake will make me have to change the sheets tomorrow. Yui Korone pushed her face away and said, hurry back, I'm going to sleep. Let's sleep together. Anko whined. Yui Korone was helpless but still refused, no way, hurry up and scram. Your place isn't far, just a couple of steps away. She forcefully pried open Anko's tightly wrapped arms, and after getting out, she let out a sigh of relief. How can you be so heartless? Anko shouted aggrievedly. When drunk, she's like a little girl. Yui Korone thought to herself, looking at Anko's posture, and pushed her into the bathroom. Wash your face and hurry back. Anko in the bathroom looked at herself in the mirror, turned on the faucet, the rushing water gathered in her hands, and then splashed on her face, instantly sobering her up considerably. She untied her hair tie, and her hair immediately fell down. Yui Korone saw that there was no movement for a long time, walked into the bathroom, and saw Anko applying her lipstick in front of the mirror. What are you doing? She said with a strange expression. Anko looked at her, and suddenly showed a smiling face. I think, if I put on makeup properly, I'd look pretty good, right? Good looking, you're not ugly to begin with, hurry up and go, I'm going to wash up and sleep. Yui Korone said amusedly. Remember to change the door, this one is too ugly. No money. Anko went downstairs, the door was closed, and only Yui Korone was left in the room. Empty. Yui Korone felt a sense of melancholy after the party dispersed. Turning around to tidy the sake utensils, she suddenly caught sight of a figure slowly passing by on the previously empty street. This person was wearing dark department clothes, carrying a short sword on their back, but wasn't wearing a mask. They must have just returned from a mission. The hand holding the sake cup suddenly tightened. It's that bastard. She knew that Guan Yu's place seemed not far from hers, and he would pass by here every day, and she would see him from time to time. The person below seemed to sense something, and suddenly looked up towards Yui Korone's direction. Yui Korone's heart suddenly tightened, and in her alarm, she quickly moved away from the window. She felt her heart pounding rapidly, and at the same time, she couldn't help but gasp for breath. Damn it, what am I afraid of? Yui Korone clenched her fists, thinking through gritted teeth. Taking a deep breath, she slowly moved back to the window. Anko, who had gone downstairs onto the street, encountered Guan Yu. The two seemed to be talking, which made Yui Korone frown. Why is Anko still associating with this bastard? But soon, after the two said something unknown, Anko walked away angrily. Just as Yui Korone felt a little puzzled, her vision blurred, and Guan Yu actually appeared out of thin air outside her window. Yui Korone was so startled that she subconsciously retreated and sat down on the chair. The sake bottle in her hand was also accidentally knocked over onto the table. Splish, splash. The sake spilled onto the tabletop, flowed to the edge, and dripped onto the floor. Eavesdropping on others isn't a good habit. Guan Yu squatted on the window and said lightly. Yui Korone held onto the chair with her hands somewhat helplessly, forcing herself to calm down. I didn't. Her voice lacked confidence, and she didn't dare to meet Guan Yu's gaze. What do you want to do? You'd better not mess around. Guan Yu looked at her startled and flustered appearance, seemingly afraid that he would do something to her again. Your friend. He interrupted Yui Korone, his voice calm. Quite annoying. Only after hearing this did Yui Korone calm down slightly. Tell her to stay away from me. Millimeter. She responded with her head lowered, looking at the sake stain on the floor. Seeing no more movement or sound, after a while, a cool breeze blew in from outside the window. She raised her head. The person on the window was long gone. She didn't know when he had left. Yui Korone, wearing a nightgown, felt a little cold. Chapter 26 Redemption. Going back now, Itaki. You worked hard today. Itaka changed his clothes and walked out of the dark department. The people beside him actively greeted him, and he just responded to each with a faint smile. Although it was the dark department, the members inside were still quite humane, except for when he first joined and was questioned due to his age. Itaka's displayed talent and strength had long been accepted by everyone. See you tomorrow. Kakashi also bid him farewell. See you tomorrow, Captain. Itaki bowed slightly. He looked back at the place where he had just worked. It was a monitoring post, and his job was to monitor the actions of the Uchiha clan. It was quite absurd. Since joining the Dark Department, Itaki also gradually understood what was going on between the village and the Uchiha. Although it hadn't reached the point of being on the verge of war, the suspicion between them was increasing daily. Uchiha Fugaku made him the link between the clan and the Konoha higher UPS, to put it bluntly, a spy, so as to understand Konoha's changing attitude towards the Uchiha. And Danzo had also sought him out, similarly asking him to be the village's eyes and ears within the Uchiha. Father told him that he had taken over Shisui's former position, and he had also asked Shisui about the matters between the village and the clan, but the response he got was that Shisui believed there would be a day when the village and the Uchiha could coexist peacefully. He knew that Shisui was working hard for this, and he visited his father much more frequently than before. But how can there be harmony? Neither side is willing to make changes. How can this harmony be achieved? Dusk. The retreating daylight glowed melancholily with a reddish light, like the blush on the cheeks of a girl lingering with illness before her death. Many parents stood in front of the Ninja Academy gate to pick up their children. Winter had already set in, and everyone was dressed much more warmly. The bell for the end of school rang, and countless small figures surged out of the school, cheering and rushing out of the school gate. Older brother. Suzuki's face instantly lit up with surprise when he saw Itaka standing at the entrance. Let's go home together, Suzuki. A smile also appeared on Itaka's face. Suzuki had already quickly run up to Itaki and walked away alongside him. Is your mission finished? Yes, it was earlier today. Older brother, have you seen a cat on the wall of our house? A cat, a black, especially beautiful cat. Does Suzuki like it very much? Itaka just smiled faintly, quietly being a listener, occasionally saying a few words of praise, which made Suzuki overjoyed. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, covering half the street. The milky white smoke from cooking fires and the red evening clouds mingled together, as if painting the tops of walls, roofs, trees, and street corners with ink, making them vibrant, steady, and serene. Itaki had envisioned the worst future for the Uchiha, but he absolutely did not want that situation to happen. At night, Itaki quietly left his house and came to the forest on the edge of the village. This was a river that flowed through the entire village, the Nanga River. The river cascaded down from the rock face, forming a waterfall, with a rapid and turbulent flow. A figure stood beside the waterfall. I'm really sorry to call you out so late. Stop with the pleasantries, Itaka said. I'm serious, Shisui said, shrugging, looking a bit innocent. Is something wrong? Itaki asked. Shisui smiled, not answering his question first. How's the surveillance mission going? It's okay, but it feels a bit strange, Itaka said after thinking for a moment. Is it because you're an Uchiha yourself? Shisui chuckled lightly, his expression then becoming a little more serious. He sighed. Anyone in this situation would feel strange or resistant. Itaka shook his head. I can accept it. The two stood on the edge of the rock face, both looking at the rushing water below. The waterfall beside them roared, almost drowning out most of the sounds of the deep night. Shisui glanced at Itaki. 12 or 13 was the age for growing, and before he knew it, Itaki was almost as tall as he was. You're so tall now, he said suddenly. Itaki was startled for a moment, then felt a bit awkward and helpless. Shisui. Shisui laughed again. I didn't originally think of involving you. How could I avoid it? Itaka said instead. Yeah, how could you avoid it? Shisui said wistfully. You're Lord Fugaku's child, and your talent and aptitude are impossible for some people to ignore. I knew about these things early on, and some people advised me. Itaki was startled for a moment, looking at Shisui in surprise. There's nothing to be surprised about, Itaki. You need to understand your position. As a genius of the Uchiha and the clan head son, many people are watching you from the shadows, Shisui said. Itaki became thoughtful upon hearing this. I have a mission to go on. It's going to take a long time, Shisui added. What mission? Itaki asked. Those guys from Kirigakure are constantly harassing the border. I don't know what they're planning. Lord Hokage has sent me to resolve this matter, Shisui explained. While I'm away, if you encounter anything and don't know who to consult, you can find someone named Kanzuki Aban. Kanzuki Aban. He's my good friend. He knows all about us and is trustworthy. He will help you. Itaka nodded. I understand. Be careful on your mission. Shisui laughed again. Don't worry, I'm body flicker Shisui. Time flew by quickly. Different things happened every day, but looking back, it always felt ordinary and boring. Guanyu spent more and more time with Danzo, and the matters he was exposed to also increased. It was precisely because of this that he discovered Danzo's unscrupulous actions. Danzo would act arbitrarily on matters that clearly overstepped his authority, without any regard for the Hokage's opinion. And when the Hokage questioned him afterwards, he would downplay everything, offer his reasons, and say that everything he did was for the village, using grand and proper language. But every time, the Hokage did not punish him. Guan Yu was sometimes unsure whether the Hokage was tacitly approving Danzo's actions, or if Danzo simply hadn't touched his bottom line yet. Snowflakes were falling outside the corridor window, fluttering towards the window pane like thousands of butterflies. Guan Yu stood at the entrance of the Hokage office, performing guard duty. Danzo was inside discussing something with the third Hokage. Standing on the other side was still Kakashi Hatake. Shisui had been away from the village for some time, carrying out a mission on the eastern border of the Land of Fire. The snow is really white. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded beside him. We're on duty. It's not awkward to not talk, Guan Yu said, stopping his attempt at awkward small talk. Kakashi lowered his head and smiled faintly, though it couldn't be seen due to his mask. It's good to look at these beautiful things more often, he said to Guan Yu. Why did you choose to join Root? Kakashi asked. A friend's request. A friend? Kakashi was surprised. Do I not seem like someone who has friends? No, Kakashi said, I was just surprised by the matter itself. Has a senior been entrusted with anything by a friend? Guan Yu asked calmly. One must respond to a friend's wishes, right? Kakashi fell silent, unsure of what he was thinking. Heavy snow fell outside the window. The corridor was unusually quiet. Muffled voices came from the office behind the door, discussing who knows what. You're a bit different from how I remember you. Is senior very familiar with me? I've seen you before. I vaguely remember you being quite cheerful back then. Is that so? But that was a long time ago. Many people had heard of you back then. You were very active on the battlefield. Not as much as senior, who became a jonin at 12. Guan Yu's compliment didn't stir Kakashi's emotions. He continued later, I heard some bad things about you. Kakashi glanced sideways at Guan Yu. Are those things true? Yes, Guan Yu answered with unusual brevity and straightforwardness, his voice also very calm. Kakashi withdrew his gaze. Is that so? Everyone makes mistakes, he said slowly, as if speaking to Guan Yu, and yet also to himself. There was no further conversation, and the corridor returned to silence. Senior, Guan Yu spoke up again after a long silence. People who have made mistakes can also be saved. Have you been saved? Kakashi asked in return. Guan Yu didn't answer his question, but said, it's good to look at these beautiful things more often. Kakashi was startled for a moment, then smiled silently. Only those with hope in their hearts can be saved. Kakashi, who had long resided in darkness, didn't know if he still had that qualification. Name Kakashi Hatake. Gender male. Age 21. Affection 59. Relationship village friend. Bond route not selected. Chapter 27. Father and son at night in Kana. The streets were noisy with people coming and going, and two drunkards were wrestling with each other. These two men were constantly spewing out various insults. Pedestrians stopped to watch, but no one stepped forward. The izakaya boss felt unlucky and turned back into the shop. Before long, someone from the police force responsible for public order arrived after hearing the news. These people wore blue shuriken and fan emblems on their sleeves. The police force members pulled the drunkards apart, stopping the brawl from continuing. But this angered the two drunk men, who started insulting the people breaking up the fight as well. Police force, get lost. Don't you guys love to hide? You only dare to bare your fangs at us commoners. The Uchiha clansmen were immediately angered by this. They pinned the two men to the ground and forcibly subdued them. The force of their actions made the two men cry out in pain. Finally, the drunkards with their hands tied were taken away from here. The onlookers couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They're really strict. It's just drunkards fighting. Couldn't they just mediate? However, incidents like this happen frequently every month. The police force's enforcement often caused dissatisfaction among the villagers, but the source of this negative impression was the Nine Tails incident years ago. After tonight, it was estimated that more complaint letters would be sent to the Hokage. They just arrested them like that. Among the crowd, Kakashi Hatake said softly. Itaka stood beside him without speaking, quietly watching this farce. The police force members were all from his own clan, and he had seen them before. But this kind of thing happens often lately. Everyone is used to it, Kakashi added. Everyone really dislikes the Uchiha, Itaka suddenly said, his words surprising Kakashi. He looked at Itaka beside him and saw that his expression was calm. Kakashi then looked at the people who had stopped there. Their eyes were filled with resistance, disgust, and rejection as they watched the departing police officers. Not necessarily. As law enforcers, it's inevitable to face some misunderstandings and criticism, Kakashi said. Misunderstandings and criticism. Itaki murmured softly, as if realizing something. Yes, those who judge the wicked are bound to be resented. Captain, I'll head back first. Itaki bowed slightly to the side, preparing to take his leave. Okay, you've worked hard. See you tomorrow. Itaka's figure was swallowed by the crowd. Kakashi remained in place, watching the dispersing pedestrians, and also understood the meaning implied in Itaka's words. Between the village and the Uchiha, he could sense that something was a bit off. Public opinion is truly something that can kill people, he thought with lowered eyes. Hashtag when Itake returned home, Suzuki was already back from school, and Mikato was making dinner in the kitchen. After exchanging greetings, he went directly to his father's study. His father was sitting cross-legged at a low table, looking through some documents. He was calm and dignified. As the captain of the Konoha security force, Uchiha Fugaku also had official duties to handle every day. Itake knelt silently before him. Father. Yes. A calm response. What was the mission today? Fugaku asked. A subjugation mission. A ninja force infiltrated our territory, Itake said. There's a clan meeting the day after tomorrow. You are to attend with me. Fugaku nodded and added. But I have duty the day after tomorrow. It's fine. I will explain this matter to the third Hokage, Fugaku said. He cannot interfere with our clan's ancestral activities. Itake, you are the central link connecting the clan and the village. You must give our clansmen confidence and let them see your achievements. I know. Seeing Itake hesitating to speak, Fugaku slightly furrowed his brow. What's wrong? After thinking for a moment, Itake slowly began. Today on the street, I saw 2 villagers refusing to cooperate with law enforcement, and they clashed with our clansmen. Fugaku seemed a bit surprised. Why are you concerned about the security force's matters? Incidents like the security force clashing with villagers happen many times every month, don't they? Itake asked. This has always been common. If the villagers consciously abide by the law, such situations wouldn't occur, Fugaku said calmly. But Itake said, what have we gained by upholding this law? Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Did Shisui teach you that? Itake was startled for a moment. Are you going to continue by saying that we Uchiha should consider giving up the authority of the security force in exchange for the villagers' goodwill? Did Shisui say that too? Itake thought to himself. Itake, you are too naive, just like Shisui, Fugaku said slowly. What do you think the villagers would think if the third Hokage announced tomorrow that the Konoha security force would no longer be staffed by the Uchiha clan from now on? Itake didn't know how to answer this question. Would their attitude towards the Uchiha change because of this? Fugaku continued to ask. No, they would only gloat inwardly and think that we Uchiha have lost power. Suspicion isn't formed in a day, so how can it be removed in a day? It would take too long to make the villagers completely change their attitude towards the Uchiha. The method you mentioned is something the current Uchiha cannot afford to wait for. Itake was silent. He knew that what his father said was correct. Given the current situation of the Uchiha, what he was thinking was too idealistic. Because what the Uchiha must do now is impossible without giving up the authority of the security force. We were forced to relocate the clan, driven out from the center of Konoha's power, step by step forced onto this path. But since some people want to see us like this, there's no harm in us Uchiha walking this path to the very end. Fugaku's tone was calm as he spoke, but his eyes held a chilling cold light. Once we gain power, Itake, you will find how easy it is to guide the thoughts of these villagers. Fugaku's words made Itake's heart sink continuously. He felt how firm his father's resolve was. Therefore, the Uchiha need a Hokage. Itake, one day in the future, you will also sit in that position, and then you will understand everything I have said. Hashtag the morning alarm woke Guan Yu. Opening his eyes, he saw a small head peering in from outside the window. Good morning, Along, time to get up. Tenten would always come and call out to him before going to school from time to time. The cold wind that blew in after the window was opened immediately dispelled much of Guan Yu's sleepiness. After turning off the alarm, he covered his head with the blanket. Along, there's a note on your window. Tenten saw a note pressed down by a stone. She reached out and picked it up, but it had some strange letters on it. What? Tenten handed the note over. After Guan Yu took it and looked at it, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was special encrypted text from the Dark Department. Translated, it meant 8 p.m., Nanga River. Someone wanted to see him. What does this mean? Tenten asked, seeing that Guan Yu seemed to understand it. Their Ninja Academy curriculum also had lessons on this type of text encryption, but she truly couldn't understand these strange letters. Aren't you going to school? Guan Yu said calmly. Oh, bye-bye, Along. Tenten suddenly reacted again, turned around, and quickly left. Outside the window, the morning light was faint, and there was still unmelted snow on the ground. Shisui wasn't in the village. Who else would actively seek him out? And in this form. Chapter 28 Uchiha Attack at Night, Nanga River. The temperature was a bit low. No animals could be seen in the forest, only the waterfall continuously making a huge sound. Guan Yu arrived at the location as arranged, to meet the person who had made the appointment. Swish! A sharp sound of cutting through the air suddenly rang out. A sharp kunao, trailing a black stream of light, cut through the forest night and shot straight towards the back of Guan Yu's heart. Guan Yu's eyes moved slightly. As if accidentally turning his body to the side, the kunao grazed past his clothes and stuck into the ground. Then he quickly ducked and twisted his body, bursting out with astonishing speed in an instant, like a ghost and as swift as lightning, dodging the sweeping kunao. The person who had attacked at close range seemed startled. Then, their vision suddenly blurred, Guan Yu's figure seemed to become indistinct, and at the same time, their arm was struck by a huge force. The kunao in their hand slipped out due to the pain. The cold metal pressed tightly against Itaka's neck, making his body freeze in place. Guan Yu's figure in front of him disappeared, and a cold voice simultaneously sounded from behind. Don't move. This guy, isn't he just a Chunin? Itaka swallowed, his eyes showing surprise, and he recalled the information he had gathered about Guan Yu. I was careless. Everything just now happened in an instant. He didn't even have time to activate his Sharingan. Such a test won't invite any goodwill, Guan Yu said calmly. Guan Yu put the kunao back into the ninja tool pouch at Itaka's lower back and said calmly, I'm sorry. Itaka felt the kunao removed from his neck and breathed a sigh of relief. After checking Guan Yu's information, he found out he was just a Chunin, and a disreputable ninja at that. He couldn't help but want to test this person's strength to see why he was so highly regarded by Shisui. Although he was indeed a bit careless at first, among the people Itake could think of who could instantly subdue him in that situation, only Shisui and Captain Kakashi came to mind. Did Shisui send you? Guan Yu said, looking at Itake before him. Yeah. Itake turned around and re-examined Guan Yu. With such strength, he was merely an unknown Chunin in the village. This guy really knows how to boss people around, Guan Yu said calmly. Shisui said you could help me, Itake said. What is it? Itake didn't continue speaking. He felt it was inappropriate to tell everything to this stranger before him, but Shisui had told him that this person was trustworthy and knew everything about them. After thinking for a long time, he decided to trust Shisui. Tomorrow, our clan has a meeting. The Uchiha's meetings are becoming more frequent, aren't they? Guan Yu said. This person truly knows a lot. Father wants me to attend as well. At the meeting, he will definitely make me publicly disclose some matters about the Konoha Higher UPS, Itake continued. You don't want to? Guan Yu directly interrupted Itake's prepared extra words. Yes. Itake opened his mouth, feeling he had been seen through directly, and could only admit it. Are you also biased towards the Konoha Higher UPS? Guan Yu asked. Hearing this, Itake looked at Guan Yu with surprise. Also biased towards. I just think father's method is wrong, Itake shook his head. From the moment he first entered the dark department, he only thought about helping his father relieve his worries and assisting Shisui. But only after truly being in the midst of it did he realize that everything was far from as simple as he had thought. In this regard, you are different from Shisui, Guan Yu said calmly. Shisui decided to change the Uchiha for the sake of pure justice. But the justice in Itake's heart was not as firm as Shisui's. He had deeper ties to his clan. In the original plot, what ultimately made Itake make up his mind was Shisui's death. Coupled with his father and clansmen's extreme obsession and the pressure from Danzo, Itake, who had no way to satisfy both sides, could only choose to bear everything himself in the end. Isn't this person Shisui's friend? Shouldn't he be supporting Shisui? Why is he denying him? Everyone has beautiful thoughts, didn't your father have them too? Guan Yu retorted. Hearing this, Itake was instantly stunned. Father, what should I do? Itake murmured. Guan Yu looked at Itake, who seemed lost in thought, and mused that after all, he was only a 12-year-old boy. Even if his character was mature, his experience was ultimately limited. If Shisui's death hadn't stimulated him, he wouldn't have shouldered everything alone. You just go back and continue your role as a spy, Guan Yu said. But Itake hesitated. The current Uchiha situation is not something you can change by saying or not saying anything. Furthermore, the Konoha High UPS are well aware that you are a double agent. Itake couldn't help but question again, should we just let this continue? The black-haired youth in front of him revealed impatience and confusion in his eyes. He was also thinking about the future of the village and the clan, but unlike others caught in the situation, in the world of adults, coercion, suppression, bloodshed, revolution, they are coldly and ruthlessly trying to eliminate all factors unfavorable to themselves. Only children still hold on to a beautiful vision. Should one say they are too naive and childish? But Konoha actually needs such people to protect and save it. Funny, absurd. Guan Yu felt a bit melancholic and spoke calmly. This farce should have ended long ago. I was just waiting for Shisui's final statement to me. Itake looked surprised. What do you mean? Do you have a solution? I've told Shisui many times, he just refuses to agree, Guan Yu said. A way for Konoha and the Uchiha to truly coexist harmoniously. But you just said. Itake was increasingly astonished. It's different, Guan Yu said. Shisui is willing to be a pawn in the hands of the Konoha High UPS. He thinks that by changing one person, he can change the Uchiha's situation. He places all his hope on the Hokage's tolerance. The words were somewhat rebellious, and Itake listened with some trepidation. He could see now that the person in front of him seemed to have conflicting views with Shisui, but they were still conspiring together. Shisui's heart is filled with the village, he can't be persuaded anymore, Guan Yu continued. It will be fine once he gives up on this. Give up? Itaki hesitated for a long time before cautiously asking, what exactly is your plan? Guan Yu glanced sideways at him, just do your own thing. If you don't attend this meeting, you will only make yourself and the clan oppose each other too early. If you don't want to be suspicious of your father, just listen to him obediently. Chapter 29, Do Not Drive to Extermination Konoha Village. Morning. Asuma woke up early, dressed in several thick layers of clothes. The air outside the room was very cold, but fortunately, the sky was clear and bright, indicating a good day. Agi-chan. A milky voice sounded from the living room behind him. Asuma turned around and saw 3-year-old Konohamaru sitting on the floor greeting him, holding a wooden shuriken with no sharp edges in his hand. He walked over and ruffled Konohamaru's head. It's Ajizan. After leaving the house, Asuma went to the breakfast shop he usually frequented. There was a babysitter at home who made breakfast every day, but Asuma didn't really like it. He preferred his mother Baiwako's cooking. Unfortunately, he would never be able to eat it again. Yo, morning, Asuma. The shop boss also recognized him as a regular customer. Without asking Asuma what he wanted, he directly handed over a prepared breakfast. Asuma also said good morning and took out money to pay. He noticed a familiar figure standing next to him, Kanzuki Aban. Why was he here too? Asuma couldn't help but steal glances, peeking to the side from time to time. Guan Yu was quietly eating the grilled bread in his hand. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Asuma. Their eyes met, and Asuma smiled awkwardly. You, hello, Guan Yu said calmly. You like this shop too? Asuma started making awkward conversation. It's close. Their miso soup is pretty good. Salty, the shop boss interjected. I think it's very good, Asuma said. That's because your taste is relatively light, the boss said with a smile. Guan Yu just responded faintly. Asuma looked at Guan Yu's indifferent attitude and felt that he was making a fool of himself. He also somewhat understood why Anko would clash with such a person. Your name is Kanzuki Aban, right? Asuma said again. Yes. I am Sarutobi Asuma. Yes. I heard you are very strong. In what aspect? Strength. Yes. Asuma was a bit speechless, but Guan Yu didn't even look at him. Would it kill him to say a few more words? Are all these so-called geniuses so aloof? Guan Yu finished the soup in his hand and left directly. Thank you for the meal. Asuma looked at his retreating back and finally sighed. Ha ha ha, the shop boss couldn't help but chuckle softly on the side. Asuma rolled his eyes at him. Everyone gets snubbed by Along, the boss said happily. We neighbors are all used to it. It's rare that you don't dislike him, Asuma said with a smile. This child wasn't like this when he was little. He was very likable back then. Later, I don't know why his personality suddenly changed, the shop boss sighed. Along has lived alone since he was a child, everyone is quite tolerant of him. Asuma was stunned for a moment. You don't know about his situation. What situation? The shop boss asked strangely. Asuma, lost in thought, shook his head subtly and smiled. Nothing. He comes here for breakfast every day recently. If you come a bit earlier, you might meet him every day, the shop boss said again. Only on weekends will he be a bit later. Asuma didn't say much, placing the finished soup cup down. Thank you for the meal. He didn't have any other intentions, he just found Guan Yu quite special, so he took the initiative to talk to him. Although his friend had some unpleasant incidents with him, Asuma felt that everyone was from the same village, and it wasn't some deep-seated hatred, so they could move past it. But seeing that Guan Yu didn't seem to have that intention, there was no need for him to be overly enthusiastic. Eastern border of the Land of Fire. A fierce pursuit battle was erupting in the forest. Fleeing forward was an elite squad of Kirigakur, and pursuing from behind were ninja of Konoha. Ninja tools flew through the trees, and various ninjutsu clashed. The tense situation kept everyone's nerves taut. The Mist Ninja jointly unleashed a large-scale water release, and torrents of water surged and raged, almost submerging this part of the forest. Konoha's formation behind was instantly scattered, struggling to stand firm on the undulating water surface. Seeing this, the Mist Ninja were overjoyed and planned to use the water current to continue suppressing with ninjutsu, taking the opportunity to defeat the Konoha side. But the moment they stopped, each of them suddenly lost their gaze, and then as if they saw something extremely terrifying, their faces showed fear, and screams rose everywhere. The fortunate Mist Ninja were instantly terrified. Genjutsu, what's going on? As they looked around frantically, they finally saw a figure vaguely standing on a tree branch behind them. Some stared wide-eyed, recognizing who that person was. It's Body Flicker Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. To be able to cast Genjutsu on the enemy even from that position, the captain is truly amazing. His teammates flattered him one after another, their eyes filled with admiration and longing when they looked at Shisui. The ambush position was better, plus my Sharingan is a bit special. Shisui just responded with a light smile. It is known throughout the ninja world that ordinary Sharingan can confuse the mind and cast genjutsu on those who make direct eye contact, and there are sayings like, never make eye contact with a Sharingan, and combat strategies like 1-on-1, flee, 2-on-1, stab them in the back. But Shisui's ocular power could directly cast genjutsu on anyone within his field of vision. The water on the ground receded, leaving only the corpses of the mist ninja. This is the how many teams we've encountered these past few days. Shisui couldn't help but say, those guys from Kirigakure really won't give up. I really don't know what their Mizuki's objective is. The others checked the corpses again, took anything they deemed useful, and finally disposed of the bodies on the spot. Returning to the base, Shisui was greeted and welcomed by many people. This was due to his widespread fame and his continuous battle achievements since coming here to perform missions. Everyone held him in extremely high regard. Captain Shisui, you have a letter. One person brought a letter to Shisui. My letter. Shisui was a bit surprised. It was sent from the village. There was no name on the envelope, only the recipient Uchiha Shisui. Surprised, Shisui opened it. It was a blank piece of paper with a Sharingan pattern drawn on it. Transcription seal. Who sent this? After a moment of thought, Shisui still activated his Sharingan. And when he looked at the letter with his Sharingan vision, the content had changed. Miss Ninja are useful, do not exterminate them. Aburo. Chapter 30 Covered Protection Hokage Building. A B-rank mission, ha. Sarutobi looked at the document submitted by the mission reception desk and found it somewhat difficult. According to normal procedures, it should have been refused, but the person applying for the mission was none other than his son, Asuma. It's too risky for you to go on a B-rank mission alone, Sarutobi said. I am already a jonin and qualified to perform B-rank missions alone, Asuma replied. This was a subjugation mission, located in the land of hot water. He had originally wanted to invite Kurane to go with him, and for this, he had specifically mentioned it at the mission reception desk. It was rare to find this mission, and as the Hokage's son, he was naturally given preferential treatment. Asuma's goal was also to use this mission as an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Kurane, as the land of hot water is a world-renowned hot spring country and a tourist destination. Originally, all conditions were met, but when it came to Kurane, she refused, saying she needed to prepare for the special jonin exam. This left Asuma extremely depressed. The people at the mission reception desk had even specifically held the mission for him, so Asuma couldn't very well refuse it now, but he also didn't want to go with anyone else. You need to form a small team, Sarutobi said helplessly. He knew his son would definitely argue with him. Since I meet the requirements, why can't I go? Asuma said angrily, unable to help but vent his inner frustration. You always treat me like a child. No, Sarutobi sighed, this kind of thing cannot be taken lightly. Let Guy go with you. No need, Asuma refused. In any case, you cannot go alone. Sarutobi did not back down. Does it have to be an elite like Kakashi? Asuma said angrily. If you think I'm not qualified, why did you agree to my jonin application in the first place? Just then, the office door was pushed open and Danzo walked in. Seeing this, Asuma stopped arguing pointlessly and turned around indignantly, preparing to leave. Asuma is here. Danzo spoke. Lord Danzo. Asuma greeted him. Danzo nodded, noticed Asuma's expression, and asked, what's wrong? Asuma let out a heavy sigh. Nothing, I'll take my leave now. Walking to the door, besides the white-haired dark department member who was already standing guard, there was also a root ninja. It's not nice to talk bad about me behind my back. As soon as he closed the door, Asuma heard the white-haired dark department member speak. Kakashi must have heard the scene just now, and Asuma felt a bit embarrassed. That's not talking bad, that's clearly complimenting you, Asuma said irritably. I feel like it was full of malice though, Kakashi said. Asuma waved his hand impatiently and left. Kakashi looked at Asuma's retreating back, thinking that perhaps only Asuma could talk to the third Hokage like that. Inside the office. What's wrong with Asuma? Danzo asked Sarutobi. He wants to go on a B-rank mission alone, and I didn't agree. Sarutobi said helplessly. He's already a jonin, he has the capability. Danzo said. I know very well whether he has the capability or not. B-rank missions also come in many types, Sarutobi said, picking up his pipe and silently smoking. Danzo saw his complex expression and knew that the old man in front of him was remembering something. If you're worried, just send someone to protect him secretly. The dark department serves the village, not my personal interests. Sarutobi still refused. Katsura. Whoosh. A root ninja wearing a black flame-patterned mask instantly appeared beside Danzo. Since you are unwilling to do something you consider to be using public office for private gain, let my dark department handle it, Danzo said. Sarutobi looked thoughtfully at the root ninja kneeling before him. Is that Aburo? Yes, Lord Hokage. Guan Yu replied. This child is serving as Danzo's guard, huh? Sarutobi thought to himself. To be valued so highly by Danzo, his ability is indeed not shallow. He was somewhat reluctant to send Guan Yu to root in the first place. This child is a pitiable person. I'll leave Asuma to you. Sarutobi sighed. Yes. #Izakaya. Asuma was drinking alone here, drowning his sorrows. He wasn't angry about his father not approving his solo mission, arguments between them were quite normal. He always felt that his father treated him like an immature child, and it had become even more so since his first Hokage was killed in action. He was angry because of Kurane. Feeling depressed, he couldn't help but argue with his father. Asuma didn't know what he was doing wrong. Every time he tried to get closer to Kurane, it only seemed to cause resistance. They were quite close before he left the village to protect the daimyo. When he returned to Konoha full of pride, reality kept slapping him in the face. His achievements as one of the 12 guardian ninja did not earn his father's praise, and Kurane also seemed to be distancing herself from him. Yo, Asuma. Hearing someone call him, Asuma looked up and saw Guy, Genma, and Ebisu. Why are you drinking alone here? The three sat down at Asuma's table. Asuma just sighed, nothing. He ordered 3 more cups and 2 bottles of sake. I heard you guys are preparing for the special Jonin exam, Asuma asked Genma and Ebisu. Yeah, and Hayate, Aoba, Rado, and them, Genma said, as well as Anko and Kurane. Asuma nodded, pretending to understand. Genma took a sip of sake and couldn't help but show a strange smile as he looked at Asuma. How did you guys arrange to meet up? Asuma asked. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I mentioned it to everyone, and they all decided to try it together, Ebisu said. Kurane was invited by Anko, Genma said directly. Cough. Asuma was slightly embarrassed. Our chances of passing aren't great, but Kurane should be fine. Like Hayate, she's clearly a specialist, Genma added. Good luck. Asuma could only say. The few of them clinked cups and drank it all in one go. Among our peers, you and Guy are already Jonin. We need to work hard too. Genma smiled faintly. To be lectured so easily by a junior, I've really gotten used to being lazy on weekdays. Genma, if you want to strengthen your training, you can come find me. Guy's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said. Genma rolled his eyes. Asuma and Ebisu couldn't help but laugh. Asuma pondered for a moment and said, I've met that Guan Yu Aburo. Genma paused, picked up his cup, and took a sip. Ebisu beside him also remained silent. Oh, what's he like? Guy asked curiously. He seems like a Xiao Gui who doesn't really fit in, Asuma said. If I had to say, maybe he's a bit like Kakashi, but even colder than him. Guy was deep in thought. Maybe it's not appropriate to say this, but he really doesn't seem quite like the rumors, Asuma said, looking at Genma. Didn't Ebisu say it too? Rumors aren't reliable in the first place. Genma, however, smiled indifferently. The strong smell of alcohol that hit her made her lightly furrow her brows. What is it so late at night? Kurane asked. Kurane. Seeing the girl before him, all the words Asuma had prepared were stuck in his throat. What happened to your door? He asked, scratching his head with one hand and looking at the somewhat abrupt patch on the wooden door. Kurane's expression subtly darkened. I forgot my key once and chiseled the door open. Oh, Asuma smiled, followed by an awkward silence. Is there something you need? I'm going on a mission tomorrow, the one I told you about before. Okay, be careful on the way. Is there anything you want? I can bring it back for you this time. No need, thank you. Behind Asuma was the dim hallway, while Kurane stood at the doorway bathed in warm light. He looked into the room repeatedly, but seeing Kurane's calm expression, he knew she had no intention of inviting him in. Good luck with the special Jonin exam, Asuma said dryly. Okay, thank you. Sorry for bothering you. Get some rest early. Asuma's hands were somewhat awkwardly placed, not knowing where to put them, and finally he lightly scratched his cheek with his index finger. Kurane felt a bit of reluctance in her heart as she watched Asuma's lonely figure walk away. After all, he had grown up with her since childhood. Although she didn't have that specific feeling for him now, she couldn't deny that she had indeed imagined this person being her future. Asuma. Asuma's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned around. His eyes full of hope made Kurane feel a bit guilty, and she couldn't help but avoid his gaze. Drink less alcohol, and smoke less too. Oh, okay. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. Good night. A smile appeared on his face again, and he waved goodbye. Bang. The door was closed. Kurane leaned against the back of the door, looking up at the ceiling lamp in her house. After a long time, she lowered her head, feeling restless. Just let me go. #Land of Hot Water. A famous hot spring town, where people in strange clothes could often be seen. They were travelers from various countries visiting here. Originally, it also had its own ninja military force, Yugakur, village hidden in hot water, which was deliberately weakened by the daimyo after the Great War and gradually shrank. Yugakur was also called the ninja village that forgot war, but due to its beautiful natural environment and tourism resources, it has gained recognition from countries around the world amidst the changing times and has a tendency to develop towards being a neutral country. Guan Yu secretly followed Asuma to a small town and also booked a room in the hot spring inn where he was staying, right next to Asuma's room. Extremely boldly, not caring if Asuma would notice. He was instructed by the Hokage and Danzo not to easily make a move until the moment of crisis, and to try not to reveal his true form to Asuma. He also checked Asuma's mission from the Hokage. It was a ninja subjugation mission targeting cult ninja appearing within the land of hot water. Judging solely by the description, it wasn't a high-difficulty mission, but the Hokage had mission feedback from other ninja villages, indicating that many ninja teams had been defeated there, which was the main reason Sarutobi refused Asuma to perform it alone. In the criteria for mission ranking, the difficulty fluctuation of B-rank missions is particularly large. Missions expected to involve combat with ninja are all B-rank or higher. To reach A-rank difficulty, it needs to be related to the movements at the village or national level, which could potentially trigger conflicts and wars between villages and countries. Although the difficulty of missions meeting this standard is generally not low, there are occasional cases where the actual difficulty of a B-rank mission is higher than an A-rank mission. Soaking in the misty hot spring, Guan Yu and Asuma were only a few meters apart, but they couldn't see each other due to the pervasive white steam. Soaking in such a hot spring in winter is quite comfortable, Guan Yu thought to himself, feeling that if he had the chance, he could bring Shisui here to try it too. After soaking in the hot spring, Asuma went directly back to his room, while Guan Yu began to gather information about the mission in the town. Asuma seemed not very enthusiastic about this mission and didn't appear very active, and Guan Yu did indeed find useful information. It was said that cultists calling themselves the Holy Sect were propagating the doctrine of the undying God in the small town. It was rumored that they had even demonstrated a beheading that didn't result in death in public, attracting the belief of many residents and travelers in the town. The legend of the undying God also seemed to have been deliberately spread, circulating among the locals here. Now, the Holy Sect cultists were gathering 20 young women to worship the undying God, claiming they could seek methods to cure all diseases and resurrect the dead. Guan Yu went to take a look at the so-called Holy Sect cultist, listened to him ramble on about a string of obscure doctrines, and even received a flyer with a detailed introduction to worshipping the undying God. Guan Yu found that many people were indeed enthusiastic about this, likely those with sick family members who were difficult to treat, who could only place their hope in this ethereal belief in deities. Returning to the hot spring inn, he placed the flyer in front of Asuma's door, and Guan Yu returned to his own room to rest. The next day, Asuma came out of his room, preparing to gather information for the mission today, and saw the flyer on the ground by the door. After picking it up and looking at it, he couldn't help but feel stunned. This really came without any effort, he muttered to himself. He indeed didn't spend any effort, but he didn't know about the scene when Guan Yu gathered the information yesterday. Asuma directly took the flyer to the location marked on it and met 3 cultists wearing black robes and masks, but he was stopped with the reason that the undying God did not allow men to worship. Guan Yu used the transformation jutsu to become a young woman and was easily led inside. As he passed by Asuma, he couldn't help but glance at him with a look that said, "What an idiot." The flyer he gave Asuma clearly stated that only 20 young women were being gathered. Asuma still stubbornly came directly, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Fortunately, Asuma wasn't too foolish either. After turning back, he also used the transformation jutsu and blended in. Faithful believers of the undying God, only when the sun sets will the deity listen to the prayers of the world. Guan Yu and the group of women were led to a room to wait. He noticed that the woman Asuma had transformed into actively started talking to the other women, seemingly inquiring about the details of this so-called worship ceremony. By evening, the 3 cultists led Guan Yu and the others out of the town, through the forest and river in the wilderness, and arrived at a somewhat hidden cave. What kind of ghost deity is so afraid of the light that they worship here? Guan Yu couldn't help but think to himself, while also observing the surrounding terrain, calculating the retreat route in case a battle occurred later and he was outnumbered. Asuma's thoughts were probably similar, his eyes were constantly looking around. Entering the cave, they immediately felt a wave of dark and damp air. After wading through a shallow water area, Guan Yu and the others were led to an open area. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strange fragrance. Here there were artificially constructed stone steps. On the stone table above, a memorial tablet was enshrined. On both sides were large candle stands, and it was the light from these fires that illuminated this dark cave. It's a bit simple. Guan Yu thought to himself, these heretics can't even do a proper job of appearances. Believers of the undying God, welcome here, a man in a white robe said with a smile, walking towards Guan Yu and the others. Your piety will cause the undying God to bestow divine power and grant your wishes. The crowd immediately stirred. Really? I want to cure my mother. My father has also been sick for a long time. Me too. The girls were all excited, which made the white-robed man reveal a look of triumph. To worship the undying God, you must be pure. You need to drink the holy water before you can worship and pray, the white-robed man said again. The black-robed cultists who had originally led everyone here brought over the so-called holy water from somewhere. There were many wooden cups on the tray, which were distributed to everyone. After receiving it, Guan Yu found it was a cup of green liquid like a drink, emitting a strange fragrance. Upon activating his Sharingan to inspect it, he found that the liquid contained a special chakra. Some women had already eagerly drunk the holy water in their hands, but their eyes quickly lost their luster. Only then did Guan Yu understand that this chakra water was used as a medium to put people under genjutsu. The strange fragrance inside this cave resonated with this so-called holy water, making it difficult for even ninja to dispel this chakra and break free. Shatter, Asuma threw the cup in his hand to the ground and shouted loudly, "Don't drink this. This guy is a liar." Chapter 32 Bond Root selectable. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. The white-robed man couldn't help but frown. "Who are you?" Bang! Asuma dispelled the transformation jutsu and threw a kunao with a flick of his hand. "The one who will take your life." The kunao was dodged by the white-robed man who flashed away. After seeing Asuma's attire clearly, he sneered. "So it's a Konoha ninja. You people from the 5 great nations really won't give up." Some women who hadn't yet drunk the holy water became panicked and huddled in the corners of the cave walls. Guan Yu also silently followed within the crowd. The black-robed cultists removed their robes, revealing the close-fitting outfits underneath. It seemed they had been prepared for a fight from the start. Asuma took out his flying swallow twin blades, leaped forward, and was intercepted by 3 black-robed cultists. They engaged in a fierce battle. The white-robed man moved behind the stone table and activated some mechanism. Immediately, countless sealing jutsu formula patterns appeared on the surrounding rock walls. Asuma had intended to finish the fight quickly, but he didn't expect these 3 to be surprisingly difficult to deal with. They all had strength above the Chunin level. On his side, Guan Yu encouraged the girls to escape and began to wake up the girls who had fallen under genjutsu one by one. Asuma was in the thick of battle with the enemies. The jutsu formula patterns on the walls changed again, and many black strikes shot out, rushing towards Asuma's location together. "Sealing jutsu," Asuma exclaimed, and immediately felt as if his legs were restrained, unable to move. Seeing this, the 3 black-clothed cultists immediately seized the opportunity and rushed towards Asuma together. With his heart sinking, Asuma suddenly threw the flying swallow twin blades in his hands towards the sky, while simultaneously forming hand seals rapidly with both hands. Wind release, dust cloud technique. His hands constantly changed seals. He took a deep breath and exhaled a violent black smoke towards the ground, which spread wildly, obscuring everyone's vision. The 3 who were attacking Asuma immediately stopped their movements after being enveloped by the black smoke, not daring to act rashly. Wind release, violent wind. The flying swallow twin blades falling from the air suddenly lit up with blue chakra light, and then, as if pulled, flew into the smoke. The sound of blades piercing bodies mixed with screams echoed throughout this part of the cave. When the black smoke dispersed, only 3 corpses with chests pierced by blades were left on the ground. The flying swallow twin blades returned to Asuma's hands. He was calming his somewhat rapid breathing. Whoosh! He threw the flying swallow again, while forming hand signs with both hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The twin flying swallow blades transformed into dozens of identical chakra blades in midair, raining down like a deluge upon the white-robed man. Bang 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 bang. The sharp blades impacted the rock wall and the ground, making dense shattering sounds. Smoke and shattered rocks flew everywhere, and the stone steps of the cave instantly became a mess. The white-robed man's screams were shrill and piercing, disappearing along with the movement of the flying swallows. He's quite skilled. Guan Yu had just finished evacuating the girl and saw that the battle here seemed to be over, thinking to himself. Asuma's strength was much greater than Shiranui Genma and the others he had encountered earlier. Asuma found that even after executing the enemy, his body was still bound and unable to move, which immediately caused him some distress. How do I this sealing technique? He recalled the twin flying swallow blades, thinking about what to do. He. Just then, an eerie laugh suddenly echoed within the cave again. The white-robed man actually stood up again from behind the stone table. He was covered in wounds from the chakra blades, his flesh and blood a bloody mess, a shocking sight. But even so, the man was not dead. His eyes were fixed on Asuma, sending chills down one's spine. How is that possible? Asuma muttered to himself, the scene before him exceeding his understanding. How could anyone survive after being hit in vital spots? His flying swallows had pierced the white-robed man's neck, throat, and heart area. Do you think the legend of the immortal god is false? The white-robed man said with a cold laugh. You ruined my good deed. Today, I'll let you know how the ninja from the other 5 great nations died after coming here. I will personally offer your life to Lord God. Asuma violently swung his hand, throwing the flying swallow again. This time, the white-robed man didn't dodge and was directly hit in the forehead. The chakra blade embedded itself directly into his skull, a depth that definitely broke through the skull. But the white-robed man still didn't fall. He just endured the pain and pulled out the flying swallow, which was stained with a lot of red and white matter. What kind of monster is this? Asuma muttered, watching the white-robed man approach. My immortal body is not yet complete, so I can't use the blood curse, otherwise I would definitely let you taste my pain too. The white-robed man reached out and grabbed Asuma by the neck, saying in a sinister voice. He suddenly widened his eyes maniacally, holding the flying swallow in one hand and stabbing towards Asuma's chest. Go to hell! But the flying swallow suddenly stopped just as it was about to pierce Asuma's body, and a look of shock gradually crept onto the white-robed man's face. What's going on? Why can't I move? Asuma finally recovered from his fear, struggling with both hands to remove the white-robed man's hand from his neck. Who are you? The white-robed man roared at the woman who suddenly appeared behind Asuma. Asuma also looked at Guan Yu with a look of surprise, knowing that this person had saved him. You are... Bang! Guan Yu directly removed his transformation technique. It's you, Asuma exclaimed. Another Konoha ninja. Damn it! I won't let you go, the white-robed man roared in anger. Guan Yu ignored them and went behind the stone table on the stone steps. As expected, he found the activation formula for the sealing technique in this cave. Odd-numbered sealing, a variation of the one-thread light formation? The sealing technique wasn't difficult. Like genjutsu, the principles and methods of were taught at the Ninja Academy. Guan Yu formed a few hand signs and placed them on the sealing technique. The patterns on the wall immediately changed, and Asuma also felt his body regain its freedom. What about this guy? Asuma moved his body, knowing that the danger was now gone. You can't kill me. The white-robed man sneered. Wait to receive the judgment of Lord God. Asuma frowned upon hearing this. The man was right. If they couldn't kill him, they could only seal him and take him back to the village. Burn him, Guan Yu said directly. The white-robed man's face immediately showed horror. No, you can't do this. Damn it, Lord God will punish you. That's actually a good idea. Asuma thought to himself, fumbling around on the man and finding a scroll. He then scanned the entire cave but didn't find anything useful. He then released a fire release, setting the white-robed man ablaze. A horrifying wail echoed through the cave. Asuma and Guan Yu watched together as he turned to ash. Thank you, Asuma said to Guan Yu beside him. Thank Lord Hokage. Asuma fell silent. He also guessed that Guan Yu was sent by his father to secretly protect him. Normally, he would probably be angry at his father's actions again, but now, if it weren't for this, he would have lost his life here. Dad also cares about me, and he's not entirely wrong, Asuma thought to himself, beginning to try and understand the third Hokage. Anyway, you saved my life. Asuma turned to Guan Yu and smiled. I have to thank you properly. No need. After saying that, Guan Yu turned and left. Name, Sarutobi Asuma. Gender, male. Age, 21. Affection level, 80. Relationship, benefactor. Bond route, selectable. Chapter 33. Opportunity. Spring arrived early, and the temperature began to warm up. People started shedding their cotton clothes and changing into spring attire. Tenten sat in her seat, staring blankly at the new buds on the trees outside the window. The classroom was noisy, with students gathered in groups, the sounds of playing and chatting a chaotic buzz. Tenten, what are you spacing out about? Her desk mate nudged her. Ah, nothing. Tenten smiled after coming back to her senses. Along has been so busy lately. He's not home every day after school, so he can't accompany me anymore. She sighed in her heart. It had been a long time since she went shopping and ate out with Guan Yu, which made Tenten a little depressed. Oh, are you looking at that guy? Her desk mate suddenly let out a meaningful laugh. The girls gathered around also laughed knowingly. What are they talking about? Tenten was a bit confused. She looked out the window again and realized that the students on the playground were from the lower grades. Among the crowd of children, there was a black-haired boy who was particularly noticeable. His name is Uchiha Suzuki, right? Although he was 1 year below them, he was very popular among the girls because he was very handsome. Tenten had even heard that someone in her class had confessed to him, although they were rejected. He must be someone similar to Niji, handsome, good grades, and difficult to get along with. No, what are you guys thinking? Tenten said helplessly. Although he also had a cold demeanor, Tenten thought Along was much cooler than them. Moreover, Along didn't have those annoying admirers around him. It was as if he belonged only to her. When Tenten looked at Uchiha Suzuki again, she just thought he was a little kid, although he was indeed very handsome. I wonder who is better, him or Niji. Of course Niji is better, we're at least 1 year above him. I think Suzuki is handsomer. It's clearly Niji. The girls beside her seemed to be on the verge of arguing, but Tenten had no interest in joining in, only finding them very noisy. A bunch of little kids, do they know what love is? She thought disdainfully in her heart. After school, Tenten returned home alone and saw that the window of Guan Yu's house across the street was open, meaning someone was back. She didn't even go back to her own house but quickly ran to Guan Yu's door and knocked. Along. Guan Yu, who opened the door, was somewhat calm. He gave her a faint glance and then turned back into the room. "Why are you so early today?" Tenten followed him inside and saw the shoes Guan Yu had taken off and carelessly left on the floor. She bent down to put them away neatly for him. The mission ended early. Guan Yu lay back down on the bed. Seeing him like this, Tenten couldn't help but swallow the words she originally wanted to say about whether he could take her out to play. "Along, are you very tired?" There was no response. Tenten didn't ask any more questions but obediently lay down on the bed beside Guan Yu, turning on her side and quietly watching Guan Yu. The window was wide open, and occasional gusts of cold wind blew in. The dark department clothes were thrown to the side, and the mask and sword were casually placed on the table. The bed sheets must have been changed recently, as she could still faintly smell the light scent of laundry soap. This scent was the same as Guan Yu's. "But your mother worked hard to make it." "Oh, what about you?" "I'm not hungry." Tenten raised her head, puffed out her cheeks, and looked at Guan Yu. "No, you can also come to my house to eat," she said. "No." Tenten was a little angry. She sat up from the bed and went to pull Guan Yu's arm. "Along, I already said I wasn't hungry." Guan Yu was a little helpless and reached out to press Tenten's head. "I'm very tired and need to sleep." Tenten couldn't pull Guan Yu and was helpless. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him angrily. "I don't care about you." She knocked away the hand pressing on her head, turned around, and got out of bed. She walked to the door and saw the shoes she had just set out for him. She angrily kicked them away. Bang! The door was opened and then slammed shut forcefully. "How heartless, the little girl sincerely invited you." A mocking voice suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Guan Yu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure sitting on the windowsill at some point. "It's not hard to play the role of a warm older brother, is it?" Shisui jumped in from outside the window and sat down on a chair. Guan Yu looked at him expressionlessly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shisui looked innocent. "As soon as I returned to the village, I came to see you first." However, Guan Yu didn't want to say anything unnecessary to him and asked directly, "How is it on the Mist Ninja side?" "They've quieted down," Shisui said with a smile. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ruthless?" Guan Yu said. "This is my mission," Shisui said, spreading his hands. "Those guys are enemies." Guan Yu stared at him coldly. "Don't worry, I didn't kill them all," Shisui said helplessly under his gaze. "But things should indeed quiet down for a while, but you have to tell me why you're doing this to repay my unconditional trust in you." Guan Yu got up and leaned back, slowly saying, "The Uchiha clan's recent actions are getting bigger and bigger, it's a trend towards a coup." Shisui was startled upon hearing this and said after a moment of thought, "I know this too. Someone sent me a message at the border. Do you have any solution for this?" Guan Yu asked Shisui. Shisui was silent. "I won't let the coup happen." "So, it's still the same method," Guan Yu said calmly. "I'm going to ask Lord Hokage for some special privileges," Shisui said. Guan Yu sneered, "What's the use? The Hokage himself can't solve the problem. Can these privileges help you solve it?" "We have to try." Shisui took a deep breath. "We absolutely cannot let the coup happen. In the end, no matter who wins, it will be irreversible damage to Konoha. If other countries take advantage of the situation, then war will start again." "You're right," Guan Yu said. "But as for the Uchiha clan now, your method can only delay the coup for a while. The villagers' resistance, the high-level suspicion, and the Uchiha clan's own attitude will push out a new Uchiha clan leader, causing the Uchiha clan to repeat the same mistakes again." "I understand everything you said," Shisui said, looking a little annoyed. "You've said it many times, but is there any other way? I can only place my hope in the time delayed by Amaterasu, and try to change the current situation. This is not entirely without hope, there is still a turning point." Guan Yu looked at Shisui quietly and suddenly said, "Let the Uchiha clan give up their authority in the police force." Shisui was startled and frowned. "I've thought about it too, but the clan leader will never agree. They are about to act, and it's even more impossible for them to give up this power." "You can do it," Guan Yu said calmly. Shisui was thoughtful after hearing this. He knew what Guan Yu was referring to, but without a reason, what will the clan members think? It goes against the wishes of most people, even the clan leader will have a hard time. "We can create an opportunity," Guan Yu added. "An opportunity for the Uchiha clan to resign from the police force due to fault." "What opportunity?" Shisui asked in surprise. "Hasn't Kirigakure always had ideas about Konoha?" Guan Yu finally brought up Shisui's initial question again. "Then let them succeed." Chapter 34, The Choice. Shisui looked at Guan Yu with furrowed brows. "You want to invite the wolf into the house? You can think of it that way," Guan Yu said. "No," Shisui immediately refused. "How can we risk the village? If something unexpected happens, we will become the village's sinners. Guan Yu, however, had a calm expression and seemed indifferent to everything Shisui said. Are you afraid of becoming a sinner then? Shisui froze in place. Are you afraid that you can't bear this sin, is that all? Guan Yu continued to ask. Then the future of the village, the future of the Uchiha clan, is actually secondary in your heart. Shisui also calmed down. I'm afraid the village will suffer too great a blow, and we don't have the right to do this. The safety of the villagers is disregarded behind our decision, which is unfair to them. Fairness? What kind of fairness? Guan Yu asked in return. Shisui, what kind of fairness can solve all of this? You are too cold, Shisui said in a deep voice. Allowing the invasion of the Mist Ninja, do you know what it means? Blood, death. Every ninja and every villager in Konoha is not an insignificant chess piece. They are living beings with their own families and companions, and they have their own precious memories. They should not be put in danger because of our decision. Useless kindness. Guan Yu lowered his eyes and thought. You're thinking of the worst-case scenario, he said calmly. If I couldn't control the situation then, I wouldn't have given you this idea. How can there be absolute certainty in such a thing? Shisui said. I will not agree. Shisui's firmness made Guan Yu realize that it was difficult to persuade him anymore. Shisui wanted to solve everything ideally, but there are no such beautiful things in reality. If the coup is ultimately unavoidable, the consequences will be worse than the invasion of the Mist Ninja. Shisui still holds unnecessary hope for the village and the Uchiha clan. Have you seen Itachi? Guan Yu asked, changing the subject. Didn't I say I came to see you as soon as I got back? Shisui looked helpless. He is now caught between the village and the clan, finding it difficult to choose. Guan Yu said. I should have, sigh, never mind. Shisui stopped himself, perhaps feeling that saying anything useless now was meaningless. Shisui. Guan Yu looked at him quietly. Not many people will understand these sacrifices you're making. Shisui was stunned for a moment, then smiled self-mockingly. I never asked for any of this. Is that so? Guan Yu said lightly. You are truly a god. Stop mocking me, Shisui said helplessly, pursing his lips and getting up from the chair. He looked at Guan Yu, suddenly becoming silent. The two looked at each other, as if there was something. He turned his head to look out the window again. In the next 2 days, I will try to come up with a better plan, Aburo. Before that, don't act rashly, and don't think about the Mist Ninja matter. Shisui opened the window and lightly jumped up. Can't you just use the front door? There was no response, and Shisui's figure disappeared into the night. Guan Yu's gaze followed his retreating figure into the boundless, dense darkness, and the expression on his face became increasingly cold. There is no better plan, Shisui. These people are not worth you expending so much effort for them. #Nanga River. Itachi walked through the forest to this place and saw Shisui, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Do you remember when we used to play here often when we were kids? Shisui said to Itachi with his back turned. You're back, Shisui, Itachi said, coming to Shisui's side. Was the mission successful? Those guys from Kirigakure? Shisui just smiled, sort of. I didn't expect this mission to take so long, Itachi said. I heard some things about the village. Shisui went straight to the point. About the Uchiha clan. The clan members' dissatisfaction with the village is growing day by day. If the village just maintains the status quo, it's only a matter of time before the Uchiha clan erupts, Itachi said. Then what do you think should be done about this? Shisui turned his head to look at Itachi and asked. Itachi lowered his head and thought for a moment. We need to change the village's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. Shisui asked, if the village changes, will the Uchiha clan change? But if the Uchiha clan doesn't change, the village won't change either, Itachi said. As long as both sides don't trust each other, the situation will only continue to deteriorate. Trust? Shisui smiled bitterly upon hearing this. He looked up at the distant waterfall. If it wasn't for me, Guan Yu wouldn't have gotten involved, right? This is a vicious cycle. What Guan Yu presented before him was a ruthless path, but Shisui couldn't think of a better method. If he didn't take this path, the final outcome might not weigh on his conscience as much, but it was definitely not what he wanted. Itachi. If it were your father, could he stop all of this? Itachi looked a bit strange upon hearing this. Father has always advocated for the coup. I felt his resolve, and the clansmen trust him deeply and follow him because of it. What if his thoughts suddenly changed? Shisui asked. If father found a better path for the clansmen, it wouldn't be difficult for him to gain their understanding with his prestige, Itachi said after careful consideration. A better path, huh? Shisui muttered softly. But for father and the clansmen, they all feel that the best path is to seize control of Konoha's government, Itachi added. Silence, the night was cold and bleak. Shisui reached out and covered his face. What if the coup succeeds? The village cannot become the sole property of a single clan, and the other clans of Konoha cannot just sit by and watch. Hyaga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. If the Uchiha ascend to power, it will only cause greater division in Konoha, and the outbreak of civil war will severely weaken the village. Other countries are very likely to take advantage of the hollow. A coup will only destroy the village. Anyone can think of something like this, but only the higher UPS and the Uchiha won't think this way. They care more about their own survival, afraid of being replaced, afraid of being purged. Compared to this, the future of the village seems somewhat distant. I also want to protect all of this well, and I don't want to give up on either side, but I find that everything I do seems to be in vain. Itachi, I hate so much. But I don't know who to hate, I can only blame myself for being too weak. He couldn't say these words to Guan Yu. What he was thinking now seemed to be exactly what Guan Yu wanted. He was afraid that if he said it, it would prompt Guan Yu to do something. Itachi suddenly reached out and placed his hand on Shisui's shoulder. Shisui, I believe in you. Shisui's chaotic emotions suddenly stopped. In his brief daze, he turned to look at Itachi. Go ahead and do it, do what you want to do, Itachi said with a gentle smile. Your true heart, your original intention, I've known it from the start. No matter what you do, I will support you. Chapter 35, A Dinner Party Morning. Asuma left his house early and jogged to his usual breakfast stall on the street. Yo, Asuma, you're a bit early today. The boss uncle saw Asuma and greeted him proactively and warmly. Today is the weekend. Yeah, Asuma just smiled. Got up a bit early. Taking the breakfast handed to him by the boss, Asuma wasn't in a hurry. Instead, while eating, his eyes couldn't help but scan around. What, are you waiting for someone? The uncle asked with a smile at this time. Asuma just smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. After about half an hour here, Asuma finally caught sight of a familiar figure slowly walking towards them on one side of the street. Aburo, he almost subconsciously called out. When Guan Yu saw Asuma waiting there, his gaze shifted slightly, but he didn't respond verbally, just walked over calmly. Toasted bread, miso soup. Good morning, Aburo, Asuma greeted with a smile. A flat response. Asuma didn't mind and continued, after I went back, I inquired and knew your position was special, so I didn't disturb you. Today is the weekend, are you free? Do you want to have a meal together? I haven't officially thanked you yet. The shop boss handed over the breakfast, looked at Asuma, then at Guan Yu, and smiled, haven't been here for a few days. Asuma didn't get a response, and remembering what had happened with Anko before, he added, maybe it's a bit sudden. Do you still remember Anko and Genma? They were the ones who had a misunderstanding with you before. They are good friends of mine. It's a good opportunity for everyone to sit down and chat properly and bury the hatchet. How about it? Asuma's idea was good. After all, Guan Yu saved his life, and if he were to interact with him in the future, Anko would probably be quite awkward. It would be best to use this opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding between Guan Yu and Anko. Still no response, Asuma thought for a moment and smiled awkwardly. If you mind, I won't call them. I was thinking that since we are comrades from the same village, it's best if everyone can get along well. Guan Yu was quietly eating the toasted bread, as if he hadn't heard what Asuma said. Aburo, didn't I say that I saved you only because of Lord Hokage's order? Finally, Guan Yu spoke faintly. Asuma laughed, but the fact that you saved me is undeniable, and not everyone could have done it. Aburo, okay, when? Finally, Guan Yu spoke again. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, today at 12 p.m. The barbecue restaurant on West Street, don't be late. Asuma left, and the shop boss watched his receding back, couldn't help but smile at Guan Yu. He said you saved his life? This is the third Hokage's son. Aburo, you're dealing with someone remarkable. Guan Yu tilted his head back and finished the soup in the cup. Ah, I know. It took me a lot of effort to get in touch with him. Guan Yu thought with deep eyes, placing the cup in his hand on the table. Thank you for the meal. Hashtag on top of the Hokage building. Regarding the Mist Ninja, you've worked hard. The third Hokage said, looking at Shisui kneeling before him. It's my duty as a subordinate. I've read the intelligence you sent back. Kirigakure is probably still coveting us, and we cannot relax our guard against them, the third Hokage said. It seems the Third Shinobi World War didn't make them settle down. Once a large-scale conflict occurs, I'm afraid war will break out again. Sarutobi sighed. Shisui's eyes deepened, and he said, your subordinate will never allow Kirigakure to invade. Sarutobi smiled. Uchiha Shisui, like Kakashi in the past, was the benchmark for young ninja today. However, he was also a member of the Uchiha clan. You haven't been back to the village for a long time because of long-term missions. Take a good vacation, Sarutobi said. Your subordinate has a request, Shisui said. I am deeply saddened by the mutual distrust between the Uchiha and the village. Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned around, standing high up and overlooking the scenery of Konoha. Me too, he said. I want to rebuild the relationship of trust between the Uchiha and the village. Can you assign this mission to me? Shisui continued. Silence. It took Shisui a while to hear Sarutobi's voice. How do you plan to do it? If the Uchiha truly harbor ill intentions towards the village, I will do my best to stop them, Shisui said, and suddenly remembered what Guan Yu had said to him. Showing your hand too early will only make you a disposable pawn. However, some things have to be done by someone. If a sacrifice is truly needed, let it be me alone. Sarutobi didn't hear the rest and turned to look at Shisui. Shisui took a deep breath and continued, my dojutsu. It can manipulate the target without being detected, making them think they are acting according to their own will. Shisui lowered his head, looking at his toes, waiting for the Hokage's reply. The wind on the top of the building was strong, making the old man's white robe flutter in front of him. That's a truly remarkable ability. I'll leave the Uchiha matter to you. Thank you very much. I will give you a certain level of authority. If anything unexpected happens, you can directly report my name. Sarutobi slowly walked closer to him and smiled faintly, looking at you. I'm reminded of my old friend, Uchiha Kagami. You flatter me. #noon. Kakashi was invited and arrived at the restaurant as agreed. In the private room, he saw some familiar faces. Yo, Kakashi. Long time no see. Didn't expect you to come too. Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Yamashiro Aoba, Tatami Iwashi, Ebisu, Heiate Gecko, and Uzuki Ujeo. Except for Ujeo, who was a junior, all of them were former classmates. Busy man, it's really not easy to get you to a meal, Asuma said with a smile. Kakashi looked listless. Didn't I come? My rare vacation was also taken up by you. He came and sat down next to Guy, seeing that there were 3 empty seats in the private room. Are there still people who haven't arrived? Anko and Korone haven't arrived yet, and there's one person I invited myself, Asuma said. Consider them the guest of honor for this dinner. So we're all just accompanying guests. That's too much, Asuma. I thought you specifically invited us for dinner. Let's see who's here first, Guy said. As soon as he finished speaking, the curtain of the private room was lifted, and a black-haired young man stood at the door. All the noise instantly stopped, and everyone's eyes were fixed on this person. Asuma quickly raised his hand to greet him, indicating the seat next to him. The young man just glanced at everyone indifferently, didn't say a word, and calmly walked in by himself, coming to sit in the seat between Kakashi and Asuma. Kakashi seemed very surprised, not expecting that the person Asuma invited was this guy, and not expecting that these two could actually know each other. Moreover, why did everyone react like this? Was it because of what happened back then? Kakashi, who is this person? It seems you all know him, Guy leaned over and whispered at this time. Him? Kanzuki Aban. Ahem, this is the guest I invited. I guess everyone knows him, so I won't introduce him further. Asuma coughed lightly at this time, taking the initiative to break the silence. You Guy, you should have told us beforehand so we could be prepared, Shiranui Genma said next. He didn't show any displeasure and smiled lightly. It's quite unexpected, Yamashiro Aoba said as well, seeing Genma speak. It's shocking, ahem, followed Heiate Gecko. Tatami Iwashi remained silent, while Ebisu's face was a bit awkward. So you're Kanzuki Aban? I heard your taijutsu is amazing. I'm Might Guy, please give me pointers. If there's a chance in the future, we can spar. Might Guy reached out his hand to Guan Yu with an enthusiastic expression, reaching over Kakashi. His enthusiasm made the private room quiet again, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Guan Yu, watching his reaction. Kakashi glanced at Guan Yu next to him, who had a detached expression, and slapped Guy's arm. Hey, Guy, you're squeezing me. Guy then awkwardly withdrew his hand, scratching his head and laughing. Sorry. My taijutsu can't beat yours, Guan Yu suddenly said calmly at this time, making everyone freeze again. You can't say that, we haven't sparred yet, Guy said with a chuckle. Forget it, Guy, I feel like you might not even last one round against him, Genma suddenly said, laughing mockingly. Ha! Don't make me sound so weak, Guy shouted in dissatisfaction. I think you'd probably be knocked down in one exchange, Yamashiro Aoba also said. Asuma sighed in relief there. With his genjutsu proficiency, it's very easy to take you down, Kakashi said at this time. Senior is overpraising, Guan Yu said calmly again. Again there was silence, and everyone's eyes settled on Guan Yu again. Kakashi, you know Aburo? Asuma asked at this time. We were on a mission together, Kakashi said casually, looking at Guan Yu out of the corner of his eye, still looking like he hadn't woken up yet. This Xiao Gui is quite strong. Compared to Senior, I'm still far behind, Guan Yu said. The expressions of the others became strange, and their eyes kept darting back and forth between Guan Yu and Kakashi. How strong he is, we already know very well, Shiranui Genma said with a smile. Yes, ahem. Kakashi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. It seems something happened between you two. Well, the past is unbearable to recall, Shiranui Genma said faintly. Let bygones be bygones, it's not a big deal, Asuma said with a smile. It was just a misunderstanding. Isn't it fate that we can sit together now? Just then, the curtain of the private room was lifted again, and standing at the door were Ui Korone and Anko. "You're here," Asuma said with a wave and a smile. "Perfect, the grilled meat is all ready." Everyone fell silent again. Anko's eyes swept over everyone. Kakashi surprised her slightly, but when she glanced at the person next to Kakashi, her face instantly filled with astonishment. Then she suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed by something, and the strength was surprisingly great. She turned her head and saw Ui Korone with her head lowered, making it impossible to see her expression. Chapter 36, Indifference and Enthusiasm. Korone, Anko. Uzuki Ujeo patted the seat next to her and beckoned to the two girls. Being among a group of grown men made her uncomfortable, and now she finally had her sisters here. "Oh, okay," Anko replied, pulling Ui Korone in, but her eyes kept glancing at Guanyu. "What is Asuma up to? Didn't he say it was just a dinner gathering?" Ui Korone remained silent, not even greeting anyone, and followed behind Anko with her head down. "Korone," Asuma's soft call made her body tremble. "Are you okay?" he asked kindly, seeing that Ui Korone seemed a bit off. "Korone, you're holding my hand so tightly." Anko also turned around at this time, complaining to Ui Korone. Ui Korone then quickly released Anko's hand, raised her head, and smiled randomly at everyone. "I'm fine." She didn't bother with Anko anymore and quickly walked to Uzuki Ujeo's side and sat down. Anko felt a little strange, and then she sat down in the remaining seat between Asuma and Korone. Asuma felt a little regretful seeing Anko between him and Korone. This was originally the seat he had deliberately arranged. Guanyu ate the grilled meat by himself, ignoring the reactions of everyone present. "Ahem, everyone's here now, let me say a few formalities." Asuma coughed lightly, which made everyone laugh. "I was a bit selfish and arranged this dinner without telling everyone in advance." Anko rested her chin on her hand, propped up by the low table. The barbecue setup was 2 rows, with a grill surrounded by 4 people in each section. Guanyu's presence surprised her greatly, but she acted quite composed. "A few days ago, I went on a mission to the land of hot water alone," Asuma continued. "This time, I almost died there. It was Aburo who saved me in time." Everyone was a little surprised to hear this, and their eyes simultaneously looked at Anko and Ebisu. It seemed like they had heard a similar story. "I know there were some misunderstandings between everyone before. I hope we can put it behind us and get along well in the future." Kakashi understood a little from listening. It was likely that some conflict had occurred between Guanyu and the others, and coincidentally, he had saved Asuma's life this time. Asuma wanted to use this opportunity to help everyone reconcile. It wasn't something difficult to understand, and what Asuma thought was quite good. "It's just..." Kakashi glanced at Guanyu, who was quietly eating grilled meat next to him, and then looked at the others with their varied expressions. "This matter, some people might care about it, while others might not think it's a big deal." "It wasn't a misunderstanding," Shiranui Genma suddenly said, making Asuma's heart skip a beat. "That matter, it was indeed our fault, right, Heiate, Aoba, Iwashi?" The 3 of them all nodded. "I know, Asuma, you have good intentions, but things need to be clarified. You can't just say it was a misunderstanding and erase the wrong deeds," Shiranui Genma continued. Asuma just smiled awkwardly. "Aburo, I'm sorry, the 4 of us did something quite excessive." Shiranui Genma took the senbon out of his mouth and said to Guanyu with a serious expression. Guanyu's action of eating the grilled meat paused for a moment. He slowly put down his chopsticks, his face calm. "No need to apologize," he said. "I wasn't bothered in the first place." Kakashi looked at Guanyu's face, which hadn't changed from beginning to end, and heard a different meaning in his words. He didn't mention forgiveness. This guy's personality is extremely aloof. Asuma then took the opportunity to laugh. "Okay, this matter is put behind us." The atmosphere at the table seemed to relax instantly, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. "Speaking of which, Aburo, you're really strong. It's the first time I've seen someone use the binding technique so skillfully." Shiranui Genma took the initiative to chat with Guanyu with a smile. "Yes, I never saw you form any hand seals from beginning to end," Aoba also echoed. "I just have a rough understanding," Guanyu said calmly. "Aburo, how about we arrange a time to spar?" Guy became eager to try again. "No time." Huh, Guy was instantly dumbfounded. "Aburo is in the dark department, he's usually very busy," Asuma quickly said. "Dark department." Uzuki Ujeo was surprised. "I'm in the dark department too. Which squad are you in?" Guanyu looked at Uzuki Ujeo, just about to speak. "It's a special unit, you wouldn't know." Kakashi then took the opportunity to help Guanyu out. Anko sat silently to the side, feeling an indescribable taste in her heart as she watched Guanyu suddenly being surrounded. When Genma and the others apologized just now, she felt like she should have said something, but what could she say? It would be nothing more than taking responsibility and apologizing, but she didn't know how to speak. This guy, Kanzuki Aban, always made it difficult for people. She looked down at the tender and reddish grilled meat on the grill, but she didn't have any appetite. Kurane, are you feeling unwell? Uzuki Yujeo next to her suddenly asked with concern. Huh? Ui Kurane seemed a little flustered. She looked up at Uzuki Yujeo, but unexpectedly bumped into the drink cup on the table, and then busily tidied it up. No, I'm fine. But you, Uzuki Yujeo wanted to say something more. Everyone's attention was also drawn to the spilled cup. Asuma suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, we also have a very skilled genjutsu master here. Kurane's genjutsu proficiency is at the Jonin level, and she's currently preparing for the special Jonin exam. You two can exchange ideas if you have the chance. Guan Yu's gaze swept over, instantly making Ui Kurane feel like she was being pricked by thorns. Maybe if there's a chance, Guan Yu said calmly. Yes, I think you can try the Jonin exam, Kakashi said. Yeah, Aburo, you're so strong, you can definitely do it. Even if not, special Jonin is definitely not a problem. Everyone's attention was diverted again, and they chatted animatedly about various topics, as was always the case. Guan Yu's addition didn't make them feel uncomfortable. Although Guan Yu was indifferent, everyone was very enthusiastic. The unclean drink on the table dripped down the edge onto Ui Kurane's dress, but she seemed unaware. Anko took out a tissue and wiped away the water stain in front of her. What's wrong with you? Ui Kurane pursed her lips. I feel a little uncomfortable. How about I accompany you to leave first? Ui Kurane hesitated for a moment but shook her head. It's okay, no need. The entire dinner party wasn't entirely centered around Guan Yu alone. The initial enthusiasm was somewhat deliberate, an effort to accept Guan Yu. As it gradually subsided, everyone started chatting amongst themselves. Guan Yu didn't participate in others' conversations, quietly eating his barbecue. Finally, the gathering dispersed, and everyone left feeling satisfied. Regardless of how they would get along with Guan Yu in the future, it seemed to them that a knot had been untied. Although Guan Yu didn't think so. You don't seem to like this kind of occasion, Kakashi said softly as he watched Guan Yu take out money and hand it to Asuma. No, I'm eating very seriously, Guan Yu replied. Kakashi smiled helplessly. Asuma, owing him a life-saving debt, wanted to bring Guan Yu into their circle, and everyone, for Asuma's sake, tried to accept Guan Yu. But in Kakashi's opinion, it was probably going to be fruitless. Putting aside the age gap and whether they had common topics, Guan Yu himself wasn't interested in this matter at all. Kakashi didn't even understand why Guan Yu came to this dinner or how Asuma managed to persuade him. Yo, Kakashi, let's get some exercise after dinner. Guy came over enthusiastically and put his arm around Kakashi's shoulder. Let's continue our competition. No, I'm going back to sleep, Kakashi responded listlessly, said goodbye to everyone, and left alone. Kakashi, how can you be so lazy? Guy quickly chased after him. Genma and Heiate had already left, and Ui Kurane had also left by herself early on. Asuma walked up to Guan Yu and asked, Are you not used to this kind of gathering? It's alright, Guan Yu replied faintly. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner again sometime, Asuma said with a smile. Okay. Asuma was momentarily stunned by the response to his polite words. He then laughed and waved goodbye. This Aburo is quite interesting. Guan Yu turned to leave, and someone quickly caught up beside him. Aburo. He turned his head and saw it was Anko. Chapter 37 Itaka's resolve on the street back. I didn't expect you to come to this dinner party either. Anko initiated the conversation, feeling a bit awkward. Yeah, Guan Yu responded blandly, still with that familiar attitude. Regarding Genma and Heiate's matter, I'm the one who should truly apologize, Anko continued. No need. Anko shook her head. I did something wrong, but they were punished. I've always felt terrible about it. When I talked to them privately, they all said they didn't care. Guan Yu suddenly stopped walking, turned to look at her, and his eyes, as still as dead water, made Anko's heart skip a beat. Is it necessary to tell me about your own affairs? Sorry, Anko said, pursing her lips. Do you all think that after apologizing, you'll naturally be forgiven? Guan Yu asked again. Anko took a deep breath, calming her breathing and emotions. I want to make it up to you, too. Let me formally treat you to a meal as compensation, she forced a smile. No need, Guan Yu turned and continued walking forward. Anko stood watching his retreating figure and couldn't help but call out loudly, Can't you just let this matter go? Did I ever bring it up? Guan Yu stopped and retorted, You're the one who can't let it go, right? Then why do you always treat me with this attitude? I was being kind at first. Anko questioned, I never intended for it to escalate to that point. What attitude should I have? Should I be eternally grateful to you after saving you? Guan Yu slightly turned and glanced at her, asking back. If I were the one lying in the hospital that day, would you still be apologizing at this dinner party today? Anko was stunned upon hearing that. If Guan Yu had been beaten up by Genma and the others that day, then how would she face Guan Yu? At first, she thought this Xiao Gui didn't know what was good for him, completely disregarded her kindness, and embarrassed her. Out of anger, she wanted Genma and the others to teach him a lesson, hoping he'd suffer a bit. But what if what she thought had come true that day? Guan Yu was beaten into the hospital, her anger subsided, and the next time they met, she could be haughty again? If they had this dinner party then, would they still apologize for their actions? Who would care about an insignificant, flawed ninja? Most likely, Genma and the others would just laugh it off for Asuma's sake and say the matter was over, while Guan Yu could only be timid and swallow his anger. Anko stood there in a daze, muttering softly, I'm sorry. Guan Yu ignored her, turned around, and left directly. #at night. Guan Yu sought out Itake, and they met in the forest on the edge of the village. Itake was surprised that Guan Yu contacted him first. In the past, they didn't meet often, and it was always Itake who sought him out, asking Guan Yu for advice on things Itake didn't know how to handle. Guan Yu's replies always leaned towards one direction, telling Itake to listen to his father and not lose the trust of his clan members. Because of Shisui's dying wish, Itake chose to trust Guan Yu. Now Shisui was back, but Guan Yu had taken the initiative to find him, which greatly surprised Itake. What do you need? Itake asked, looking at Guan Yu in casual clothes. Did Shisui say anything to you? Guan Yu asked directly. Shisui. Itake subconsciously wanted to answer, but suddenly felt something was off. Why ask such a question? Looks like he did tell you, Guan Yu said, observing Itake's expression. He's preparing to make a move against the Uchiha. Aha, Itake still nodded. Do you know what the final outcome will be? Guan Yu asked. The coup will be stopped, Itake said slowly. Is that so? You think well, Guan Yu smiled faintly. Itake frowned. Otherwise? Even if it truly succeeded, how would the Uchiha handle themselves afterward? The Konoha higher UPS know the entire process of this. Would their suspicion towards the Uchiha lessen by even half? Guan Yu asked again. There's room for maneuver in this kind of thing. As long as there's no armed conflict, everything can be done slowly, Itake said. It seems you've been influenced too deeply by Shisui, you've become an idealist, Guan Yu said indifferently. It won't reach that step. Shisui won't even reach the next step. What makes you think that? Itake asked back, dissatisfied. Guan Yu replied, because the Konoha higher UPS know very well that even if this coup is stopped, there will be another one. When that time comes, if Shisui knows he failed, will he repeat the same mistake and use Amaterasu on the Uchiha again? Itake was startled by the question. If it were you, would you try a new path then? Guan Yu asked slowly, looking at Itake. A new path. Itake murmured, then seemed to understand something, his eyes showing shock. The power of Amaterasu, who among the Konoha higher UPS wouldn't fear it? Guan Yu's tone was hard to decipher. Shisui is in danger. Itake exclaimed, suddenly realizing. I need to warn him. What's the use? Guan Yu said. Even if Shisui knows, so what? He's revealed his hand. No matter what, the higher UPS won't tolerate him. Furthermore, with Shisui's foolish loyalty, he might even be willing to become a pawn, sacrificing himself for the village and the Uchiha's temporary stability, and then entrust this unfinished business to you and me. That's what he would do. What should I do then? Itake frowned tightly, his expression slightly anxious. Guan Yu didn't answer, just quietly looked at him. To truly change something, you must have the resolve to lose something, Guan Yu said slowly. When chess players are in a game, they won't allow a third party. They'll force you to take a side. If you refuse, they'll team up to get you out of the game first. Will you take a side then? The forest was deadly silent, horrifyingly quiet. Itake felt a chill run down his body. He looked into Guan Yu's eyes, which, like the dark night, emitted a chilling light. He lowered his head, silent for an unknown amount of time. Let's have the coup. The Uchiha can protect Shisui. Guan Yu heard Itake's cold voice. Oh? Aren't you afraid Shisui will hate you? That's better than Shisui dying like this, Itake said with a cold face. Becoming their cannon fodder like this isn't worth it. Since the Uchiha's humble concessions won't earn their forgiveness, then let's all be destroyed together. Guan Yu looked at Itake, who had clearly made some kind of decision, and said again, do you know how rebellious what you're saying right now is? Are you going to betray the village? The village is the village, and the rulers are the rulers. Konoha under Uchiha rule will still be Konoha. The villagers will only praise our wise leadership then. Itake seemed to suddenly understand what his father had meant when he spoke to him before. When you stand at the pinnacle of power, who is the rebel? It's all up to you to decide. I have a way. A way to save Shisui, save the Uchiha, and the Uchiha won't need to stage a coup. Itake's eyes instantly snapped open, staring intently at Guan Yu. Were you just trying to trick me? He said in a deep voice. I wanted to see your resolve. But everything I said just now was also true, Guan Yu said calmly. I just wanted to see how you would choose when the village and the clan became a mandatory choice. If you were like Shisui, there would be nothing to discuss. The calm expression of the person in front of him showed no abnormality to Itake, who then asked coldly, What if the result isn't like that? Then let the Uchiha take their ambition and head towards destruction. I will use another method to save Shisui, it's just that the final result won't be as good as the method I will tell you about, Guan Yu said indifferently. Itachi looked at Guan Yu, and the more he looked, the more he felt this person's mind was terrifying. He said, how could a character like you remain unknown for so long? When you don't need it, too much fame can become a burden, Guan Yu said. Guan Yu was right. Itachi had been summoned by Danzo many times because of his reputation as a genius. What is the method you are talking about? Itachi returned to the main topic and asked. This requires you to help me do something. Chapter 38 The Hokage Residence. I didn't know you don't like sweets. Asuma looked at the dango on the table that Guan Yu hadn't touched, feeling a little embarrassed. How about we go to another shop? It's okay, Guan Yu glanced at Asuma and said calmly. I'll just order something light. I thought this shop was pretty good, and I often come here with my friends, Asuma said with an awkward smile. Since I'm treating you to a meal, I should have asked about your taste beforehand. I really didn't consider it properly. Guan Yu didn't say anything, he just picked up the teacup and took a sip. There wasn't much light food in the dango shop. Guan Yu just casually ordered a few things and waited quietly for the food to be served. You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Asuma asked at this moment, taking out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket. Smoke curled up and drifted in front of Guan Yu. The smell of smoke made Guan Yu subtly frown. What's wrong? Asuma saw Guan Yu looking at him and couldn't help but ask with a chuckle. In this regard, you are quite similar to Lord Hokage. Are you talking about smoking? Asuma was startled when he heard this, then laughed. It's a habit I picked up a few years ago, somewhat influenced by my father. I just hope Konohamaru doesn't learn this later. Konohamaru? My nephew, he's 2 years old this year. My father has high hopes for him and gave him this name, Asuma said. The food Guan Yu ordered was brought up, warabi mochi, pumpkin dango, and red bean soup. They were also on the sweet side, but still acceptable. A name like this indeed carries high hopes, Guan Yu nodded. Kids are very cute. I'll take you to see him sometime. Okay, today. Asuma's movement of eating dango froze, and he couldn't help but let out a dry laugh when he looked at Guan Yu. You always catch me off guard with what you say. Last time he politely offered to treat him to a meal, and he didn't expect Guan Yu to accept it without any hesitation. It was the same this time when he said he wanted to see Konohamaru. Guan Yu, however, asked, is that not possible? Of course there's nothing impossible about that, Asuma said with a chuckle. That's good, Guan Yu nodded and continued to lower his head to drink the red bean soup. Asuma helplessly tapped his cigarette and quietly watched Guan Yu eat. He was wearing very casual clothes when he came out. If it weren't for his handsome face, Guan Yu's outfit was the kind that would be completely lost in a crowd. Besides being a bit eccentric, a handsome young man like you should be quite popular with girls, right? Asuma suddenly asked. There used to be some, Guan Yu said indifferently. Asuma smiled, little girls probably like cool guys like you too. Kakashi was quite popular back then, similar to me. Guan Yu ignored him. He wasn't cool when he was in school, and his personality was just average. Not many girls liked him, most of them liked Shisui. Whether in the ninja academy or after becoming a ninja, Shisui had always been a social butterfly with many different kinds of friends, but there was only one like Guan Yu. Have any girls confessed to you? Asuma asked again. Guan Yu's eating motion paused, then he said calmly, yes. Then what did you do? Asuma showed great curiosity. I refused. Why? Asuma asked in confusion. Guan Yu looked at Asuma expressionlessly. Didn't you say you were quite popular too? You should know this kind of trouble very well. Asuma's expression froze, then he let out 2 awkward laughs. Yeah, it's really annoying, Refusing is good, you should refuse. He picked up a string of dango and put it in his mouth, biting down on a piece fiercely and chewing it as if he had a deep grudge. Is being handsome a big deal? Adult. Just then, Asuma suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. He turned his head and saw a girl about 12 or 13 years old, looking at him timidly. Adult, my cup rolled under your table, can you help me pick it up? Adult. Asuma was dumbfounded, which startled the little girl even more. Guan Yu glanced under the table and saw that there was indeed a cup rolled under his feet. He immediately bent down and picked it up. I'm only 20 years old, calling me adult is a bit, Asuma said with a forced smile, wanting to explain himself. Guan Yu then handed the cup to the edge of the table in front of the little girl. Thank you, older brother. The little girl took the cup, and before leaving, she glanced at Guan Yu and couldn't help but blush. Guan Yu ignored her, but Asuma's face was ashen. What's wrong? Guan Yu glanced at him and asked. Perhaps it was because he had started growing a beard. Asuma looked a bit unkempt, and when he smoked, he looked more than 10 years older than his actual age. Nothing, Asuma said indignantly. After eating, Asuma paid the bill with a resentful look on his face. Let's go to your place, Asuma heard Guan Yu say when they were standing at the entrance of the dango shop. Asuma was stunned at first, then remembered that he was going to see Kano Amaru. Okay, he didn't have anything else to do, and there was no harm in taking Guan Yu to see Kano Amaru. The Hokuge's residence was an old-fashioned courtyard, full of historical charm, but the courtyard was very clean, the clutter was neatly stacked on one side, and the fallen leaves and trash were swept together. Young Master Asuma is back. A middle-aged woman with a common appearance walked out of the living room and smiled when she saw Asuma. Mei, this is my friend Kanzuki Aban. This is my family's nanny, Asada Mei. Hello, Mei bowed slightly to Guan Yu and said, where is Kano Amaru? Asuma asked. Playing in the living room. Guan Yu followed Asuma to the living room and saw a little boy sitting on the floor with a pile of toys in his hands. Ajinian, the little boy excitedly greeted Asuma when he saw him, then struggled to stand up and ran towards Asuma. It's Aji-san, Asuma said, rubbing the little boy's head. This is Kano Amaru, he said to Guan Yu. Kano Amaru hugged Asuma's leg, looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Guan Yu with curiosity, his two eyes blinking. Guan Yu thought for a moment, then extended a hand towards Kano Amaru. Seeing this, Kano Amaru placed the wooden shuriken in his hand in Guan Yu's palm. Looks like he doesn't dislike you, Asuma said with a smile. Then you play with him for a while. Kano Amaru huffed and puffed and ran back to his pile of toys, where he sat down. Guan Yu also took off his shoes, stepped onto the wooden floor, and sat down in front of Kano Amaru. Young Master Asuma has brought back a playmate for young Master Kano Amaru, Mei said with a smile at the door. Yeah, Aburo also said he wanted to see Kano Amaru. Then you play with young Master Kano Amaru, I'll go do housework, Mei said. Most of Kano Amaru's toys were wooden ninja tools, such as kunao, shuriken, and short swords, all of which were unsharpened and had no edges. These things were naturally not attractive to Guan Yu. He just quietly watched Kano Amaru playing happily. Perhaps Kano Amaru didn't know what was so fun about it, he was just waving the kunao around. Guan Yu watched Kano Amaru waving the kunao while making sound effects with his mouth, and suddenly asked, is Lord Hokage not here? Asuma was startled, and said, at this time, my father is usually in the office handling official business. Still busy on the weekend, that's hard work. Guan Yu picked up the wooden kunao and spun it in his hand, which immediately made Kano Amaru's eyes light up. It's the Hokage's job, it's unavoidable, Asuma said with a smile. He occasionally has days off too. However, my father is already this old, he should retire, he sighed again. No one can do better than third Hokage, Guan Yu said. Asuma just smiled faintly and said, if only fourth Hokage were still alive. Guan Yu was also startled. Yeah, if fourth Hokage were still alive, maybe there wouldn't be so many incidents. What? Asuma asked strangely. Nothing, Guan Yu shook his head and said. Haven't you thought about taking your father's position? Asuma was stunned when he heard this and smiled bitterly. How could I have that ability? There are plenty of people in the village who are more qualified than me. Not to mention his father's other two disciples, even among the younger generation, Asuma wasn't considered a very powerful ninja. But Lord Hokage also hopes you will become a great person, right? Kano Amaru handed over another shuriken, watching Guan Yu spin it in his hand, and couldn't help but shout excitedly. The courtyard was noisy during the day. Asuma leaned against the doorframe, occasionally looking at the tree shadows in the courtyard and occasionally looking at Guan Yu, who was playing with Kano Amaru, passing the time. The sun slowly moved across the sky, and the sunlight changed from golden to dim yellow. Asuma somewhat admired Guan Yu's patience, being able to sit with a child for so long and play with those tedious wooden toys. Just then, he saw a figure walk through his front door. Dad, you're back. He didn't get up, greeting him casually. Guan Yu's eyes moved upon hearing this. He put down the wooden kunao in his hand and, ignoring Kano Amaru's unhappiness, slowly stood up. Lord Hokage. As the third Hokage stepped into his living room, he saw a familiar young man standing there. Aburo, he said in surprise. Aburo brought him. He said he wanted to see Kano Amaru, and he's been here all afternoon playing with Kano Amaru. Asuma also stood up, stretching as he said. It's rare for him to have this much patience. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the wooden toys on the ground in Kano Amaru, who was constantly tugging at Guan Yu's pants. He then looked at Guan Yu, who was standing there with his head lowered, lost in thought. Come with me to the study. Yes. Asuma found it strange that his dad called Guan Yu away, but seeing that Kano Amaru was about to cry, he quickly went over to comfort him. In the study, Sarutobi casually took off his robe and hung it up, then sat down in the main seat. Did you come to see me about something, to even spend so much time playing with a child? Indeed, nothing escapes you. Guan Yu slowly raised his eyes and looked at the Hokage, speaking calmly. Chapter 39-99, Are you getting used to being en route? Sarutobi looked at Guan Yu and asked. It's the same as before, just executing missions, Guan Yu said, kneeling down on the cushion in front of the desk. The study contained two large bookshelves, one filled with many books and the other with many scrolls. Behind Sarutobi hung several calligraphies and paintings. Just missions. Sarutobi chuckled slightly. Are you completely uninterested in the content of the missions? Only caring about the mission itself? Interested? What could that change? Guan Yu said calmly. Sarutobi's gaze shifted slightly, sensing something. What are you referring to? Guan Yu just shook his head. Isn't the one who decides everything the person who issues the missions, like Lord Hokage? Calm. Sarutobi's gaze lingered on Guan Yu for a long time, but the young man before him remained as usual, just bowing his head respectfully without meeting his eyes. What did you come to see me about? Sarutobi asked. Guan Yu raised his head, his eyes as calm as lake water. He said, my friend is dying. Your friend? Sarutobi was a bit surprised. Ah, will Lord Hokage save him? Guan Yu continued. Sarutobi thought for a moment before saying, is it Shisui? What happened to him? Someone wants to kill him. Oh? Who? People who are afraid of him. Sarutobi was suddenly startled, his fingers trembling slightly uncontrollably. He silently took out his pipe and tapped it on the table. Is that why you came to see me? He said. Shisui is a part of Konoha. No one will kill him. The Uchiha are also part of Konoha, aren't they? Now they are also on a path to destruction, Guan Yu said instead. Did you hear this from Shisui? Sarutobi asked. Is it important? Is Lord Hokage still doubting which side Shisui is on? Guan Yu calmly retorted. Sarutobi didn't speak anymore but lit his pipe and sat cross-legged, beginning to puff smoke. The study became quiet. Through the door, the faint sounds of Konohamaru and Asuma laughing could be heard from the living room. Aburo, you surprise me, Sarutobi said slowly, his tone flat, looking at the young man kneeling there through the misty smoke before him. These matters are not for you to inquire about. And what I can tell you is that the village will not mistreat anyone, as long as they maintain their inherent loyalty to Konoha. Rebellion is absolutely unforgivable. The village has given everyone a chance, whether to cherish it or not is their own choice. Given a chance. Guan Yu murmured softly, and couldn't help but chuckle. So that's how it is. Regarding the Uchiha matter, I never intended to inquire about it. I just wanted to know if you can guarantee the safety of Shisui, who has already pledged loyalty to the village and revealed everything to the village? Guan Yu said slowly. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? If Shisui is truly loyal and unwavering to Konoha, then who would harm him? Do you think it's me? Guan Yu shook his head. No. I'm afraid that someone will go against your will and act against Shisui in private, and then use the banner of righteousness to force you to acknowledge that their actions are correct. I'm afraid that by then, you, as the Hokage, will also have to stand on the side of righteousness. Sarutobi's eyes flickered. He looked at Guan Yu. Then what do you want? Guan Yu also raised his head to meet his gaze. The smoke filling the air between them slowly dissipated. Their two gazes were one of calmness, the other of deathly stillness. How about blood for blood? Guan Yu suddenly said. If Shisui dies, then find the mastermind and use their life to pay for Shisui's death. Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged. You are so sure that Shisui will die? He has my special permission and is working on the matter between the village and the Uchiha. The village has always wanted to mend the conflict with the Uchiha. Who wouldn't want to see this happen? Guan Yu looked at Sarutobi and asked, given the current situation, can the village and the Uchiha truly reconcile? Sarutobi said lightly, you seem to see things very clearly. Just the perspective of an outsider, Guan Yu said. Outsider? I also wish I could be an outsider. Sarutobi smiled faintly and tapped his pipe on the table again. He then put away his smile and said slowly, Shisui said he could do it, and I believe him. Yes, he can do it, Guan Yu also said. But after this incident subsides, what is the village willing to do for the Uchiha? Sarutobi said indifferently, does Konoha owe the Uchiha? Regarding the Nine Tails incident back then, the Uchiha were involved, and it remains unclear to this day. The village not thoroughly investigating the matter was already a great act of leniency, and now they have rebellious intentions, yet the village is still willing to forgive them. What more could the Uchiha hope for? Sarutobi exhaled the last puff of smoke and placed the pipe aside. After a long time, Guan Yu was heard to sigh softly. That's right, the village holds righteousness. Who can overthrow righteousness? After speaking, Guan Yu lowered his head again, his eyes no longer showing any emotional. Sarutobi watched him quietly. Aburo, I haven't seen you talk so much before. He said, is it for your friend? Ah, in the past, you suffered injustice. I am willing to step forward and clear your name. Rest assured, I will also ensure that O and Haruka receive the hero's treatment they deserve, Sarutobi said slowly. That was so long ago, who still remembers? Guan Yu said indifferently. Since they were heroes of the war, people will not forget, Sarutobi said. You can do this much for O and Haruka, your feelings for your friends are deep. I deeply admire and am pleased by this, and I can understand why you would confront me for Shisui. Shisui is lucky to have a friend like you. This bond between you is also an important part of the Will of Fire. Lord Hokage, Guan Yu suddenly spoke up at this moment. What? I really dislike it when you mention them. Sarutobi was startled, then frowned. What did you say? Guan Yu raised his head at this point. His usually serene face was now covered in coldness. Are you treating them as bargaining chips? Sarutobi's face darkened slightly, and his aura slowly spread out. Aburo, do you know what you're saying? The Hokage's patience also has limits. At this very moment, Asuma's voice in the living room instantly stopped. Guan Yu, however, showed no fear, the mockery on his face growing stronger. You're clearly saying nice things to me, but why is your favorability decreasing little by little? The system's numbers don't lie. I've said so many presumptuous things to you. If it weren't for the fear that I might detonate the bombs that are Shisui and the Uchiha at this special time, I imagine the Dark Department would have already rushed in and taken me to prison. Sarutobi frowned tightly, his face sinking as he said, What exactly are you talking about? Yes, what am I talking about? Guan Yu murmured, lowering his head as if lost in thought. How could you possibly understand? There was no need for so much nonsense with you from the start. But when Guan Yu raised his head again, Sarutobi was suddenly startled to realize that in those ordinary black eyes, a pair of sinister, four-pointed windmill patterns were slowly rotating. Name, Sarutobi Hiruzen gender, male. Guan Yu walked out of the study and saw Asuma who was playing with Kanoamaru. You're out. What did your father say to you? Nothing, just some words of encouragement, Guan Yu said flatly. He said I could take on great responsibility or something. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It seems your father thinks highly of you, but you are indeed very capable. Do you think so? Guan Yu looked at Asuma and asked calmly. Asuma paused when he heard this, thinking he had said something wrong, and asked, Is it not true? Guan Yu simply responded calmly, walked to the living room door, and looked up at the distant crimson sky. I think so too. From now on, Konoha will be decided by me. Guan Yu thought to himself. Perhaps no one could have imagined that a minor figure like him would completely change the entire situation that followed. Aren't you staying for dinner? I've already asked me to make yours, Asuma said with a smile from behind. Kanoamaru also wants to play with you for a bit longer. Guan Yu, however, only glanced at the two out of the corner of his eye. Kanoamaru also looked at him with anticipation, but Guan Yu didn't pay them any attention, didn't even say a word of goodbye, and left directly. What's wrong with this guy, all of a sudden? Asuma was still sitting on the floor, holding Kanoamaru, and muttered to himself strangely. Itaki isn't home? Shisui looked at the young Suzuki in front of him, appearing very surprised. Older brother said he was going on a mission outside the village, and it might take several days to come back, Suzuki also said somewhat dejectedly. Shisui couldn't help but furrow his brows. In such a special period, he was about to make his move, so why did Itaka suddenly go out of the village to perform some mission without informing him beforehand? He placed his hand on Suzuki's head and gently rubbed it, smiling. Did Itaka leave any message? The young O lowered his head and thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. No, older brother seemed to leave in a hurry at the time. Oh, it's Shisui. Mikato suddenly walked out of the living room at this moment, looking at Shisui outside the corridor with a smile. Perfect, are you staying for dinner? Aunt Mikato, Shisui immediately greeted with a smile. No, I came to find Itaki. Itaki is on a mission and won't be home for the next 2 days, Mikato said. Suzuki told me. Do you know what mission Itaki is on? Shisui asked Mikato again. He didn't say that, he also left in a hurry at the time, Mikato said with a helpless expression. I see, then I'll take my leave. Shisui, Fugaku's voice suddenly came from the living room, making Shisui swallow the words he hadn't finished. Remember not to miss the clan meeting tomorrow night. Shisui's eyes shifted slightly upon hearing this, his face still bearing a smile. I know, Lord Fugaku. Goodbye, Aunt Mikato. Mikato and Suzuki turned and went back inside. Fugaku sat alone at the table. It seems even Shisui doesn't know what Itaki went to do, Mikato said. Then it must be the Hokage intentionally doing this, transferring Itaki away during this period to blind us, Fugaku said. Because Itaki had always been very obedient and had never disobeyed any of Fugaku's requests, Fugaku had never doubted that Itaki would side with the Hokage. But this can no longer affect the overall situation. Suzuki was completely confused listening from the side, and just assumed it was a matter between adults, not thinking too much about it, and ate his own meal. Suzuki. Dad. Hearing Fugaku calling him, Suzuki quickly responded. In your class, there's a kid named Naruto Uzumaki, right? Fugaku said. Suzuki was startled for a moment, then said, yes, he's the Diao Wei in our class. Will he go to school tomorrow? Fugaku asked again. He will, I guess, Suzuki said blankly. It's nothing, eat. Oh, why is Dad asking about Naruto, that idiot? Suzuki was puzzled. When he thought of a certain blonde idiot, he couldn't help but have a black line on his face. On the other side, Shisui left the clan leader's house. Standing on the sparsely populated street, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What happened to Itake? He suddenly lost contact. Then, does he have to do what he needs to do next alone? Who else can he inform? Another figure flashed through Shisui's mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Along's opinion is contrary to his, and if any unexpected change occurs at that time, he might not be able to bear it. Every time he recalled Guan Yu's expression and tone when he said those rebellious words, Shisui couldn't help but feel a chill all over. How much darkness had accumulated in the heart of this friend of his, and he had hidden it so deeply all along. In the future, he might even become an obstacle to the village. Shisui didn't dare to think any further. Amaterasu can only be used once, otherwise he would have to wait more than 10 years. There can be no accidents. Hashtag the next day. Guan Yu came to Route. Today was still Danzo's escort mission. Another meeting, Danzo said in a low voice, looking at the scroll his subordinate handed him. Is the arrow already on the string? Sarutobi must also know about this, Danzo said to Abarame Ryoma beside him. Lord Hokage definitely has his own informants. Is that so? Then what do you think Sarutobi will do? Lord Hokage should also have his own considerations, Abarame Ryoma simply said. Danzo merely sneered when he heard this, and walked out of Route's base, leaning on his cane with one hand. Guan Yu followed silently by his side. Danzo hadn't avoided him during everything that had just happened. Danzo went all the way to the Hokage building and met with the Hokage in the conference room. Guan Yu stood guard quietly at the door alone. Kakashi was not here today. Through the door, he faintly heard rustling voices inside. Sarutobi and Danzo were discussing something. Not long after, Guan Yu saw a familiar figure walk over. It was Shisui. Shisui was also startled when he saw Guan Yu standing guard at the door, and immediately recognized who the person wearing the mask was. Are you making a move again? Shisui stood at the door of the conference room and heard Guan Yu's voice beside him. It seems you've already decided, Guan Yu said flatly, looking straight ahead without looking sideways. Is that so? Sorry, Along, what do you have to apologize for? You didn't do anything wrong, Guan Yu said calmly. I just hope that when you regret it, you'll reconsider what I told you. Regret? Shisui took a deep breath. Since he had done it, he couldn't possibly regret it. Thinking this, he pushed open the conference room door and walked in. Uchiha Shisui? Danzo glanced at the person who came in behind him out of the corner of his eye, a former subordinate he hadn't dealt with for a long time. Shisui will attend the meeting, Sarutobi said. If Uchiha Fugaku is really planning a coup. Shisui knelt on the ground, took a deep breath, and said, I will use Amaterasu. Danzo's eyes shifted slightly. Is that your pupil jutsu? I heard it can manipulate targets without being detected, making them appear to act according to their own will, Sarutobi said slowly. Danzo withdrew his gaze. I will make Fugaku consider a way to coexist with the village, Shisui said. Just having Fugaku change his mind alone might not be enough to quell the dissatisfaction of the entire Uchiha clan, Danzo said slowly. No, Sarutobi interjected at this point. If the Uchiha are willing to change, we will also change and gradually improve the treatment of the Uchiha in the future. Danzo no longer spoke, just sat there quietly. Shisui left. As he walked out of the room, he looked at Guan Yu again, then disappeared at the end of the corridor. Danzo also got up and walked out of the conference room. Guan Yu followed behind him. Hearing this, Danzo's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he abruptly turned his head to stare intently at Guan Yu. Guan Yu remained unmoved, not meeting his gaze, and stopped in place, slightly lowering his head. What did that mean? The information had already been shared with Danzo. Was it expected that Danzo would act after knowing? This Xiao Gui sees so clearly. After a moment of silence, Danzo withdrew his sharp gaze. Aburo, I am here. Stay with me always. I won't treat you unfairly. Chapter 41 Danzo's Change Afternoon. The sun was setting in the west, the afterglow like blood. In front of the Root organization's entrance was a massive square platform, flanked by two giant rock statues, solemn and imposing, with fierce expressions like wrathful Vajra. These were two legendary figures, Indra and Azura. Guan Yu watched as Danzo gathered so many members here, seemingly preparing to arrange something. Aburo, aren't you and Shisui good friends? Danzo asked Guan Yu, who was standing beside him. Sort of. Then do you know what I'm going to do next? Danzo asked again. I can guess some. Danzo slightly tilted his head, glancing at the young man beside him. Do you have anything you want to say? No. Calm, silent, as always. For a moment, Danzo couldn't quite figure out what Guan Yu was thinking. If he were to defect later, it could easily ruin his plans. Aburo, Danzo called softly again. Present. Do you think there is truly any room for reconciliation between the village and the Uchiha? I do not know. Don't know, Danzo sneered. Do you really not know? or do you just not want to say more? Adult seems very resistant to the Uchiha, Guan Yu said. Danzo snorted coldly, because you haven't witnessed the Uchiha's true power. As he said this, his eyes showed deep apprehension. If another figure like Uchiha Madara appears, Konoha will change hands. How does Adult know that Konoha won't produce another figure like the first Hokage? Guan Yu countered. Danzo let out a low, mocking chuckle. You haven't seen what kind of strength the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara truly possessed. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face, and he murmured softly, Orochimaru, the fourth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. None of the geniuses who have appeared in Konoha over the years can compare to those two. Even Sensei is far inferior. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan constantly produces exceptional talents. They have shorter paths to reach that realm. Without applying pressure, they will only be allowed to grow slowly, and by then, no one will be able to contend with them. If we don't want to let them grow unchecked, it will only push Konoha and the Uchiha towards opposition. Sensei understood this point very well back then, which is why he left behind the policy towards the Uchiha. This is a vicious cycle. It's better to directly eliminate this hidden danger. Vicious cycle. Guan Yu listened quietly to what Danzo said from the side, his face hidden by his mask. In the end, it was because of weakness, fearing the Uchiha's power, and knowing he lacked the ability to completely control them. This weakness also bred this narrow-mindedness. He kept saying it was for Konoha, but little did he know that the village was heading towards distortion under such leadership. Ah, Adult is right, Guan Yu said indifferently. Nipping it in the bud is the safest method. Danzo glanced sideways at Guan Yu again, his gaze lingering on the flame mask for a moment. Don't participate in the next action, he said. Yes. Guan Yu's voice remained calm, as if it were expected. Afraid I'll defect at the last moment? Guan Yu scoffed inwardly and disappeared from the spot with a body flicker. Shortly after Guan Yu disappeared, a root ninja appeared before Danzo with a body flicker. Adult, Uchiha Shisui has arrived. Danzo slowly closed his left eye and responded faintly. All the root ninja immediately concealed themselves. On the platform in front of the root organization's base, only Danzo remained. Not far away, a figure elongated by the setting sun gradually appeared. #noon. Hokage building. Kakashi received a summons and came to the Hokage's office to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, gather the members of your Team 6. I have a mission to assign to you, Sarutobi said, looking at Kakashi. A mission. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Itachi from our Team 6 suddenly took leave these past 2 days. Kakashi was initially taken aback, then explained. It's all right. Sarutobi handed over a scroll. After Kakashi took it, he immediately opened it on the spot and took a look. Political strife, huh? He closed the scroll, thinking to himself. He was just executing a mission, there was no need to worry about other things. Do you know what to do? The Hokage asked. Yes, I will convey Lord Hokage's intentions truthfully. In front of the root organization's entrance. Is something the matter, Adult Danzo? Shisui came before Danzo and asked. There was no one around, making the deserted atmosphere somewhat eerie. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves. The wild grass swayed at the foot of the steps, the green ground rippled like waves, and Shisui's hair also swayed with the wind. Danzo's left eye was slightly closed as he slowly spoke. If you use your genjutsu on Fugaku, convince the Uchiha, but the village doesn't change, what will you do? Shisui's heart sank upon hearing this. He couldn't sense a shred of goodwill in Danzo's words. Lord Hokage promised me that things would definitely change, he said. Definitely change? Danzo sneered inwardly, while his face remained calm as he said, even with the third Hokage's persuasion, the villagers' suspicion towards you won't easily disappear. I know, Shisui began to choose his words carefully. But given some time, the conflict can eventually. Danzo interrupted him and continued, furthermore, someone as deeply suspicious as myself won't easily change my mind. What will you do then? The wind suddenly picked up. The clouds on the horizon slowly covered the setting sun, the dim yellow earth turned gray, and shadows gradually swallowed the person on the ground. Adult Danzo. Shisui's voice resonated with the howling wind. Are you going to stop me? Ha ha. Danzo let out a light chuckle. His slightly closed left eye slowly opened, his gray eyes filled with indifference. Shisui. If the rift between the village and the Uchiha cannot be eliminated, and the Uchiha start plotting a second coup, you find that everything you did back then was in vain. By then, who will you use Amaterasu on again? Will it be the Hokage, or will it be me? Shisui was startled, feeling a chill in his heart. Actually, regarding the Uchiha, Sarutobi and I have long since decided what should be done, Danzo continued. As for you, you really like to see yourself as a savior. Do you think the Uchiha will appreciate you? How exactly will you position yourself? Shisui felt as though he saw a massive, hideous, terrifying demon appearing behind the composed Danzo, baring its fangs and claws at him. Adult Danzo, does Lord Hokage know about this? He asked slowly. A hint of mockery spilled onto Danzo's calm face. Still unwilling to give up, huh? If you weren't an Uchiha, your existence would truly be a blessing to Konoha. Why do you think I'm here? As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo suddenly charged rapidly toward Shisui. Seeing this, Shisui's gaze darkened, but he remained completely calm. The black pupils in his eyes instantly transformed into crimson three-tomo Sharingan. The moment Danzo charged in front of him, he spoke and seized his arm. Danzo's body stiffened, and his arm instantly drooped powerlessly. It's just a simple genjutsu, he'll wake up soon. Shisui released Danzo's hand. With his mind in turmoil, he turned to leave, but before he had taken 2 steps, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. The immense impact forced him to hunch over. Danzo pursued his advantage, grabbing Shisui's hair and lifting him. His eyes were fixed on Shisui's Sharingan, and the next moment, just as he was about to reach out to take them, he suddenly felt his body being restrained by an invisible force. What's happening? Why can't I move? Shisui seized this opportunity to break free, retreating rapidly and gasping for air. Attack! Danzo roared when he saw this. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as he finished speaking, countless root ninja leaped out from the woods nearby. Each wore a mask and carried a short sword on their back, gathering above Shisui. Their black shadows intertwined, obscuring the sky and Sunday fire release, great fireball technique. After steadying himself, Shisui quickly formed hand signs and performed the technique, spitting out a fierce and rapid stream of flames towards the root ninja. Water release, water colliding wave. Several root ninja performed the technique simultaneously, releasing a torrent of water to block the fire release. Danzo now found that he could move again, his heart still filled with shock and suspicion. What was that paralysis just now? Did Shisui react? He didn't even have time to form hand signs, and Shisui couldn't possibly have been prepared for the Izanagi he had just used. The Sharingan wrapped in Danzo's white bandages had now lost its light, making his expression extremely grim. Since his sneak attack had failed, it was unlikely that these root ninja would be a match for Uchiha Shisui. Where did things go wrong? Danzo stared darkly at Shisui, who was fighting the root ninja. Although the battle was fierce, after Shisui calmed himself, he instantly gained the upper hand. Even though the root ninja had the advantage in numbers and surrounded him, several were taken down in the blink of an eye. Stop! Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen ninja dressed as dark department members instantly appeared around them, surrounding Shisui and the root ninja. Leading them was a white-haired dark department member wearing a fox mask. He said, Lord Hokage has given an order to summon Uchiha Shisui for consultation. He flicked his hand and threw a scroll, which flew towards Danzo. The fighting had stopped, and the root ninja had all retreated back to Danzo's side. Taking the scroll, Danzo gave a cold look at the white-haired dark department member, then opened the scroll and read it. The veins on the hand holding the scroll suddenly bulged, but he just let out a heavy cold snort, turned around, and left. The root ninja followed suit. The Izanaga trump card might have been exposed, making it difficult to succeed next time. Damn Sarutobi, what is he doing? Danzo thought with shock and anger as he left, gripping the scroll tightly in his hand. Seeing that the danger was over, Shisui breathed a slight sigh of relief and looked at the white-haired dark department member. It's Kakashi, right? Thank you, he said. It's better not to call out the names of dark department members during a mission, and we were just following orders, Kakashi replied. Lord Hokage hasn't summoned you. Those words just now were for Danzo. The Uchiha meeting is about to start, don't be late. Shisui was startled by the words, staring blankly at the dark department members in front of him. These people were backed by the Hokage, but Shisui felt incredibly confused at this moment. What had just happened? What Danzo had said? What did the third Hokage mean? He knew Danzo was going to attack him, but he didn't stop it at first. Instead, he sent the dark department only in that extremely urgent situation. Now he was being told to go ahead and attend the Uchiha meeting. Was he supposed to continue with his original plan? What exactly did he, Shisui, mean to the Hokage? Shisui's eyes were clouded as he thought, his heart in utter turmoil. The feeling of disappointment wasn't as strong as he had expected. Shisui just felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. Kakashi and the dark department members had already left, leaving only Shisui alone in this area. What should I do with myself? Shisui muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered what Guanyu had said to him when they met at the entrance of the conference room today. Regret. Do you regret it? A voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling Shisui. Aburo, he turned his head and found it was his friend. Why are you here? What do you think? Guanyu said calmly. Only then did Shisui remember that Guanyu was now Danzo's subordinate, and everything that had just happened had been witnessed by him. That moment just now. Did you save me? Shisui recalled the moment he was restrained by Danzo, when a gap had suddenly appeared. If I hadn't saved you, do you know what your fate would be right now? Guanyu asked. Shisui stood frozen. If his eyes were taken, then this coup would also be impossible to stop. What would he do then? Even if Danzo didn't kill him, what else could he do? Commit suicide. Only by his death could the Uchiha be temporarily appeased, and then entrust everything to someone else. But was everything he had done worth it? Aburo. Should I continue? Shisui looked up at his friend, speaking in a somewhat dazed manner. Shisui, are you loyal to the village or loyal to the Hokage? Guan Yu asked instead. There was no answer. The meeting is going to be late, isn't it? Guan Yu said again. If you don't want a civil war, then go. Shisui closed his eyes in some pain. Another choice, he murmured. What exactly should I do? Guan Yu just looked at him calmly. Go and appease the Uchiha properly. Tonight, something big is going to happen. Chapter 42, The Tumultuous Elegy. Dark Night. Sasuke was woken by the urge to urinate. He groggily got out of bed and checked the alarm clock. 3 in the morning. He stretched and went to the bathroom, but as he reached the front of the living room, he saw a dark figure standing there. Sasuke rubbed his eyes, trying to see clearly. Older brother, Sasuke, why aren't you asleep yet? The dark figure's voice returned. I got up to go to the bathroom. Older brother, you're back, Sasuke said, taking 2 steps forward and seeing the appearance of the person in front of him. He was still wearing his dark department combat uniform, so he must have just returned from a mission. Perhaps it was because he was standing with his back to the moonlight outside the yard, but Sasuke saw that his older brother's face was full of shadows. Older brother, Sasuke took another step forward. Boom! A loud noise pierced the long night. Sasuke saw a ball of fire rise in the distance, accompanied by a violent explosion. What happened? Sasuke's mind briefly went blank. The lights in Fugaku's room instantly came on. Another bright flame illuminated the village, trailing a long tail in the air as it bore down towards Sasuke. Boom! The house next door instantly collapsed under the impact of the fireball. Heat waves and strong winds rushed towards him, and flames danced in Sasuke's eyes. Oh, older brother, Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. Don't be afraid. Itake's voice was steady and calm. Sasuke, follow mom to the shelter later. Fugaku and Mikato rushed out of the bedroom at this moment, both wearing simple pajamas, and saw the 2 people in front of the living room door. Itake? Fugaku asked with surprise. Dad, Mom. Sasuke also seemed to find his anchor, turning his head and calling out softly. He raised his hand and pointed to the fiery ruins opposite, his expression still somewhat dazed. Fugaku walked to the corridor and looked at the firelight outside. An enemy attack. There was also a flicker of light in his eyes, without any panic. Black figures began to leap across the rooftops, and the explosions continued. Fugaku, what should we do? Mikato walked over and asked at this moment. If it's an enemy attack, the ninja will first evacuate the civilians and then counterattack, Fugaku said in a deep voice. The Hokage will organize things quickly. You take Sasuke to the shelter under the Shadow Rock. It will open soon. Okay. Mikato was not being affected, she completely trusted her husband and eldest son and knew what they should do next. Sasuke, let's go. She scooped Sasuke up, holding him by the waist, and leaped onto the rooftop. A green signal flare rose into the sky, bursting into brilliant points of light. Fugaku's heart sank upon hearing this, and he immediately said, go and evacuate the civilians. Avoid engaging the enemy for now. The shelter under the Shadow Rock should be open. Understood. The 2 instantly vanished. Father, Itake suddenly spoke. Do you still remember when the last time such a scene occurred was? Fugaku turned his head and glanced at him. Itake's expression was neither happy nor sad, just quietly looking at the ruins in the distance. Last time, the 9 Tails incident? Fugaku seemed to remember something. Father, don't you think this is a great opportunity? In the distance, explosions boomed continuously, and the faint sounds of people's shouts and wails could be heard, yet it felt as though a world separated this place from there. Fugaku leaped onto the rooftop, seeing everything more clearly. Half of Konoha village had turned into a sea of fire. Countless dark figures were leaping back and forth on the rooftops. Some were already locked in intense combat, the sounds of ninja techniques drowned out by the explosions. Fugaku. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and several figures leaped to Fugaku's side. It's an attack from Kirigakure. The enemy's offensive is fierce, they must have come prepared. How did these guys cross the border? Is the 3rd Hokage just sitting around doing nothing? These few people chattered noisily in Fugaku's ear, but Fugaku's expression remained very calm as he listened. Fugaku, one of them, suddenly placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder. Don't you think this is a great opportunity? He said the same words as Itake, and the others immediately fell silent. A fireball struck near them, and the house instantly collapsed, a sea of fire erupting, yet everyone remained indifferent to it. I've already sent someone to find the Jinchuriki Xiaogui. Now is our chance. Fugaku's gaze swept quietly over the few people in front of him. The only thing reflected in their eyes was fanaticism. Opportunity. Fugaku's eyes darkened. Save people, repel the enemy, he said concisely. Captain. These few people immediately exclaimed in surprise, as if they couldn't understand. What we want is Konoha village, not an empty shell, Fugaku said in a deep voice. Do you want the Uchiha to be the Hokage guarding the ruins of a village? But the person still wanted to argue further, but upon seeing Fugaku's gaze fixed firmly on him, he immediately fell silent. Do I need to say it a second time? Fugaku asked in a cold voice. Cold sweat broke out on the few people, and no one dared to speak. Prioritize saving people, repel the enemy with all your might. Yes, they lowered their heads in response and leaped away from the spot. After they left, Itaka's figure reappeared beside Fugaku. Father, you made a wise decision, Itaka said. Fugaku didn't respond, just looked at the sea of fire before him. The moonlight was bright, chillingly so. Silver light spilled onto the ground, contrasting with the crimson of the flames. Did you do this? How could I have such ambition? Itaka said. However, he changed the subject. Father, now is different from 7 years ago. This time, it's our Uchiha's turn to be the hero. As Itaka finished speaking, he leaped off the rooftop and disappeared into the dense, bright night after a few flashes. Fugaku remained in place, his eyes flickering constantly, still shocked by everything that was happening. Shisui, did you do this? Hashtag on the rooftop of the Hokage building. The third Hokage was giving urgent orders to the countless ninja before him. Members of squads 1 to 6 form emergency search and rescue teams. Evacuating civilians is the top priority, avoid fighting the enemy for now. Members of squads 7 to 10 go search for enemy strongholds outside the village. Initiate emergency response level 1. Notify all ninja and villagers in the village. The alarm downstairs was already echoing throughout the entire village. Signal flares of various colors shot up into the sky and exploded. Countless figures were darting across the village sky. Notify the barrier team to immediately form a sensory barrier covering the entire village. Have the Yamanaka clan and Hayaga people work together to transmit enemy information to our comrades in the village. Also, have the medical team get into position immediately. Send a portion of them to the shelter. Disperse. Sarutobi had long since shed his Hokage robe, changing into battle armor, preparing to join the rescue operation. Sarutobi. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sarutobi turned his head and saw Danzo. He was fully dressed, leaning on a cane, with 2 root ninja accompanying him. How could the mist ninja cross the border to attack Konoha? Danzo asked, having also received the news. Such matters are currently unclear. The most important thing right now is to protect the village, Sarutobi said in a deep voice. Have the root people quickly join the operation. Prioritize evacuating civilians, the shelter is already open. I know about that, Danzo said unhurriedly. But there's something more important. Have you forgotten about those Uchiha guys? They already intended to stage a coup. How can we not be wary of the current situation? If they take advantage of this chaos, it will be a fatal blow to Konoha. Sarutobi merely glanced at Danzo lightly. Fugaku wouldn't be that foolish. He couldn't possibly disregard the safety of the villagers if what he wants is to be Hokage. You're thinking too naively, Danzo sneered. I will have my subordinates keep an eye on the Uchiha. The Jinchuriki has also been prioritized for retrieval by people I sent. Sarutobi tightened his gauntlets and said, send Naruto to the shelter, someone will look after him there. Danzo, now is not the time for you to mess around. Mess around? Sarutobi, I am right. You are too lenient with the Uchiha, Danzo said coldly. Have you thought about the consequences of this turmoil? Then what do you intend to do? Sarutobi turned around and gave Danzo a cold look. During an enemy attack, do you want the ninja of Konoha to stain their hands with the blood of their comrades again? Do you think that after daybreak, standing on the ruins of Konoha will be you and me, or Fugaku, or perhaps the Mist Ninja? Send Naruto to the shelter. Let the Uchiha do what they want to do. Have the root people participate in the rescue. Danzo, this is the last time. Sarutobi turned and leaped off the high building, disappearing into the sea of fire and the night. Danzo watched Sarutobi's figure disappear, his expression becoming somewhat uncertain. Adult. His subordinate's soft call sounded in his ear. What should we do? Didn't you hear what the Hokage said? Go and evacuate the civilians. Danzo snorted coldly and said. Furthermore, send the Jinchuriki Xiaogui to the shelter. Send 2 people to accompany him. Absolutely do not let any Uchiha guys get near him. Yes, the 2 root ninja immediately vanished from the spot. Danzo's expression grew somewhat gloomy. How did these mist ninja guys cross the border to attack Konoha? Hashtag. After a piercing scream, a mist ninja fell to the ground lifeless, blood continuously gushing from his neck, killed instantly by a precise blow. Shisui tightly gripped his short blade, his eyes wide as he looked at the corpse on the ground. The mist ninja guys, how could they appear in the village? How could they possibly cross the border? The surroundings were a mess, with broken walls and rubble everywhere, a sea of fire and ruins. He couldn't stop recalling the words Guan Yu had said to him that day, and what Guan Yu had said about a major event happening before tonight. Inviting the wolf into the house. Aburo, did you do this? Shisui's mind was buzzing. The horrifying scene before him was shocking, causing his heart to grow cold. At the meeting before tonight, he had still believed what Guan Yu said, comforting his clansmen. The Uchiha people were all impatient at the time. He repeatedly told them that now was not the right time. Fortunately, the clan head agreed with him. Another mist ninja charged towards him, but Shisui killed him instantly with a backhand slash. Aburo, how dare you? Shisui felt his hands trembling uncontrollably. Anger and disappointment began to fill his heart. He now only wanted to confront Guan Yu, to question him why he did this, because of one decision of his, how many people had already died. Shisui leaped onto a rooftop, skillfully killing the attacking enemy. Turning down a street, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure below. Attack it. He leaped to the person's side, finding that the houses on both sides of the road had already collapsed. It wasn't a mist ninja, they were still wearing pajamas, likely not having time to change amidst this drastic change. Their long brown hair was soaked in blood, with a shocking wound on their neck. A kunai was still clutched tightly in their hand, and their eyes had lost all light. Is this Izumi? Thud. The sword in Shisui's hand dropped to the ground. He stared blankly at the female corpse on the ground. Didn't you say? Itaka's throat moved for a long time before he finally spoke. Didn't you say we just needed to lure the mist ninjas over? Didn't you say Lord Hokage already had a strategy prepared to deal with this? Didn't you say this attack was deliberately arranged to create a heroic image for us Uchiha? But why did Izumi die? Blood slid from Itaka's eyes, down his cheeks, and dripped onto the ground. Shisui. What did I do? Collapsed buildings, spreading fire, people's cries, the screams of enemies and comrades alike, formed a scene of doomsday's aftermath. Blood and fire were brewing a tragic elegy for this disaster. Shisui took a deep breath, said nothing, silently picked up the short sword from the ground, and turned to leave. Kanzuki Aban, do you know what you've done? His eyes turned gloomy and cold, and his figure darted across the rooftops. Body flicker Shisui. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call made Shisui stop instantly. He scanned his surroundings vigilantly but found nothing unusual. Then, he was startled to realize that the space before him was twisting, and a spiral pattern whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. A man wearing a patterned mask, dressed in black, with a samurai sword at his waist, slowly emerged from the whirlpool. I was wondering who was manipulating all of this from behind the scenes. To actually let that Xiao Gui attack it provoke Kirigakur, inviting trouble to change the Uchiha's impending coup d'etat. What a grand scheme, Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 43. Please, help me treat my wound. We've reached the shelter. Stay inside with Mom. Below the shadow rock, Guan Yu said to Tenten, who was pulling on his forearm. Auntie, this will be over soon. Don't worry. The road was crowded with people from all over the village heading to the shelter, and ninjas carrying people would occasionally leap over. Along, aren't you coming with us? Tenten tugged at Guan Yu's arm and asked softly. I have other things to do, Guan Yu simply said. Let's go, Tenten. Along as a ninja, he still has to save people and fight off the enemies, Tian Tian's mom said to Tenten. Along. Tenten was still a bit reluctant, and her hands holding Guan Yu's arm were gently removed. Tian Tian's mom took Tenten and quickly merged into the crowd. Guan Yu gave them one last look, then turned and leaped onto the shadow rock. Below, half of Konoha was already engulfed in flames, and they continued to spread. In the distance, vague outlines of people fighting could be seen. The road to the shelter was filled with cries and shouts. People jostled, and some couldn't bear it and knelt by the roadside to vomit. This scene feels a bit familiar, Guan Yu murmured. Fourth Hokage, if you knew I was the culprit, would you hate me? But then he suddenly curled his lips. You should be thanking me. I am about to cleanse Konoha of its filth, little by little. He leaped and disappeared into the night. #poofed. A sharp blade pierced through the throat, blood gushed out, splashing onto Fugaku's clothes. The mist ninja fell backward, lifeless, while the people nearby seemed utterly terrified. It's all right now, Fugaku reassured them. Hurry to the shelter. Oh, okay. Someone in the crowd snapped out of their shock and quickly responded. Excuse me, who are you? Someone asked Fugaku. Fugaku didn't reply. He turned and leaped onto the rooftop, leaving only the red and white fence symbol on his blood-stained clothes for the people to see. Uchiha. Similar scenes were constantly occurring throughout the village. At Fugaku's signal, all members of the Uchiha clan threw themselves into this rescue effort. He kept recalling what Itaki had said. This might truly be an opportunity for the Uchiha to clear the stain on their name after the Nine Tails attack 7 years ago. Originally, they were on the verge of acting. Originally, Fugaku thought he had no choice but to take the path of a coup, but now a turning point had suddenly appeared. Captain. Someone rushed towards him, also a member of the Uchiha clan. Prioritize rescuing people. Don't worry about anything else. Prioritize evacuating the citizens, Fugaku simply ordered. He saw that this person wasn't wearing the Uchiha clan crest on their clothes, likely having rushed out in the darkness, and immediately frowned. If anyone asks, remember to state your name, he added. Yes, regardless of what happens later, at least after tonight, many people will remember the Uchiha's kindness. This is absolutely beneficial to the Uchiha with no harm. There might be some sacrifices, but a coup would also involve bloodshed. Fugaku could harden his heart. Having the mist ninjas as enemies was much better than having fellow villagers as enemies. #fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water colliding wave. Flames in a torrent of water collided, turning into endless rising steam, spreading across the red street ruins. Sasuke carefully hid in a corner, watching his mother fight against several enemies. He also wanted to help his mother, but he knew his meager strength wasn't even enough for the enemy to crush with a finger. Rushing forward would only become a burden to his mother. Sasuke didn't know why the village suddenly became like this. It seemed enemies had invaded Konoha. But it wasn't wartime now, so why could so many enemies cross the border? Water release, wild water wave. Another turbulent water current rushed forward, dispersing the white steam and crashing against the wall where Sasuke was hiding. Sasuke. Seeing this, Mikato was greatly alarmed and couldn't help but cry out. And in the instant she was distracted, the enemies surrounded her. As Mikato parried with her kunao, the enemies seized the opening and struck her heavily in the abdomen. She grunted, flew back, and landed beside Sasuke. Sasuke was unharmed by the water release just now. The water current hit the wall, only splashing his clothes. Mom, are you okay? Seeing Mikato injured, Sasuke asked anxiously. In his anger, he also wanted to rush forward and fight the enemies. Mikato pulled him behind her. I'm fine, Sasuke. Later, you run first. Don't look back and run towards the Shadow Rock. If you meet one of our village's ninjas, ask him to take you. Understand? No, I can't leave Mom behind, Sasuke said anxiously. Silly boy, you being here ties my hands. If you leave, I can quickly deal with these guys and then catch up to you, Mikato said with a slight smile. Sasuke bit his lower lip tightly, not responding. Mikato took a deep breath. The pain in her abdomen was still stimulating her nerves. The mist ninjas surrounded them, each holding weapons. Seeing this, Mikato felt as if facing a great enemy. The Sharingan in her eyes slowly rotated. Later, I'll break through with all my might, create an opening, and attract everyone to me, allowing Sasuke to escape. It's a bit difficult alone. Should I use shadow clones? If only I had a helper. With a helper, Sasuke wouldn't need to run. Thoughts raced through Mikato's mind, and her eyes became increasingly calm. But just as she was about to make her move, she suddenly noticed that the mist ninjas in front of her seemed to have seen something utterly terrifying. Their eyes became filled with extreme fear, one by one. Clang! Their weapons dropped to the ground, one by one, and they screamed in terror, clutching their heads. No! Don't come here, Genjutsu! Who is it? Mikato thought, and then she saw a phantom-like figure flash forward. The sword in that person's hand reflected the cold moon, turning into several streaks of cold light. The sound of blades tearing through flesh could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the mist ninjas were all decapitated, leaving 5 headless corpses on the ground. The moonlight fell, outlining the figure before her with silver light. Mikado finally saw his appearance. He was just a cold young man in his teens. Thank you, Mikato snapped back to her senses and quickly said. This level of genjutsu, I thought only Shisui could do it. She couldn't suppress her shock. This young man was about the same age as Shisui, yet she had never heard of such a person in the village. Blood was gushing wildly from the corpses. A head rolled to Sasuke's feet, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Sasuke looked at the enemy's head below, its eyes still open in death, and felt his stomach churn. He couldn't help but cover his mouth, forcing down the discomfort. He looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. The face was somewhat unfamiliar, but when he saw the person's eyes, he couldn't help but be startled. Excuse me, are you? Mikato asked at this moment. The young man didn't respond. He disappeared from the spot with a body flicker. Kitty! Sasuke suddenly said softly. What? Mikato was surprised. Sasuke came back to his senses and said, that person's eyes, they're exactly like our cat's eyes from before. Hearing this, Mikato looked thoughtful and also recalled something. Is it him? Damn it, why are there so many enemies? Yui Kurane peered out through the gap in the door and glimpsed several mist ninja figures darting past. She withdrew her gaze and made a shushing gesture to the 2 young children beside her. A sharp swishing sound instantly rang out. Yui Kurane glimpsed a cold glint approaching, and instinctively turned her head. A kunao almost grazed her cheek before sticking into the wooden door. I've been discovered. Cold sweat instantly streamed down. This was the only thought left in Yui Kurane's mind. Her brain froze for a moment, then she immediately rushed out, slammed the door shut again, locking the two children inside. Swish swish. A figure landed on the street in front of her. Only one enemy. Yui Kurane could hear her own heartbeat clearly at this moment. It wasn't her first real battle, but with the village facing such a catastrophe, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. The enemy, however, didn't give her time to think, directly throwing a kunao at her. In that instant, Yui Kurane's eyes became exceptionally calm. Staring intently at the incoming kunao, she moved like lightning, firmly catching it in her hand mid-air, then twisted her body and threw the kunao back at the enemy. The chakra within her body surged rapidly. Yui Kurane's hands began forming hand signs without pause. Tree binding death. The mist ninja who threw the kunao had already lunged towards Yui Kurane, but just as he took a step, he saw the figure in front of him vanish from the spot as if into thin air. Suddenly, the sound of soil breaking erupted from the ground. Several vines burst out from beneath his feet, wildly spreading upwards along his shins, covering his body. Before the mist ninja realized what was happening, these vine roots had grown into a large tree, binding him tightly within it, making him completely unable to move. Thump! A sharp blade pierced his neck from behind, going straight through his throat. Yui Kurane's body appeared from within the large tree, a kunao gripped tightly in her hand. The entire large tree turned into a hollow image and disappeared. The mist ninja's body also fell to the ground. Who, after dealing with the enemy, Yui Kurane let out a long breath. The enemy hadn't posed any fatal threat to her, yet it made her feel like she had survived a great calamity. She quickly walked to the door, opened it, and let the two children out. Let's go. It's temporarily safe now. I'll take you to the shelter. Sister. One of the little girls, however, looked in the direction behind Yui Kurane with a face full of terror. There's water. Water? Yui Kurane quickly turned her head to look, only to see an incredibly turbulent water release rushing towards them. Startled, she only had time to pull the two children into her arms. Boom! The water release crashed onto the ground, stirring up giant waves several meters high, and then poured out onto the surrounding area. Yui Kurane felt an unspeakable heavy blow on her back, as if struck by a giant rock. Heart-wrenching pain constantly stimulated her nerves. She rolled countless times on the ground before the water finally subsided. The two children raised their heads from her arms, fortunately unharmed. Sister, you're spitting blood, the little boy said. Sister is fine, cough cough. Yui Kurane spoke, but felt short of breath, and couldn't help but open her mouth and spit a mouthful of blood onto the little boy's face. Sorry, cough cough. She wiped her mouth, wanting to stand up, but felt as if her body was falling apart. Approaching footsteps sounded from behind, like they were stepping on Yui Kurane's heart. Am I going to die? You too, run quickly, she said with difficulty to the two children in front of her, but saw them staring blankly behind her. Thump! The sound of a sharp blade piercing a body and someone falling to the ground sounded one after another. Yui Kurane turned her head with difficulty, and the first thing she saw was a blood-stained knife. Can you still move? She raised her head and saw a familiar figure. It's you, Yui Kurane said, in a trance. Guan Yu activated the chakra within his body. The nearby water began to converge, forming a figure identical to him. The water clone will escort them to the shelter, Guan Yu said. Sister, the two children looked at Yui Kurane, somewhat at a loss. It's okay. Go with older brother. You'll see mom and dad when you get to the shelter, Yui Kurane said, forcing a smile at them. What about you, sister? The little girl asked worriedly. Sister is fine. Sister is a ninja, very strong. The water clone picked up the two children and flew away from here. Do you want me to treat your wounds? Guan Yu asked. Yui Kurane just moved her body with difficulty, leaning against the wall. No need. She turned her head away. Silence. Only Guan Yu and Yui Kurane remained in this area. Shallow pools left by the previous water release still accumulated on the ground, stained with blood. Nearby were damaged houses, and a large fire burned in the distance. Yui Kurane glanced at him again, but saw Guan Yu's eyes fixed on her without moving. She lowered her head to look at herself and suddenly realized something was wrong. She was soaked through by the previous water release. The thin nightgown she was wearing was now clinging tightly to her skin, almost transparent, highlighting the curves of her figure. What are you looking at? She bit her lower lip, crossed her arms over her chest, and turned sideways to avoid his gaze. Yui Kurane was filled with shame and anger. At a time like this, are you still going to humiliate me like this? When did I humiliate you? Guan Yu said calmly. Yui Kurane's gaze was like a knife, glaring fiercely at him. Kill me, okay. Guan Yu actually nodded. Anyway, you don't have much ability to move right now. If I leave, you'll die anyway, and taking you with me is just a burden. As he spoke, the hand holding the knife was already raised, with no trace of pity in his eyes. This guy is serious. Yui Korone felt like she was about to suffocate, and fear gradually enveloped her heart. No, don't. Her voice trembled slightly. Guan Yu's hand stopped in midair, watching her silently. Now, do you want me to treat your wounds? Yui Korone felt like she was going crazy. She had bitten her lower lip until it bled. Okay. Her voice was barely audible. What? Guan Yu was calm. Yui Korone's chest was heaving violently. Her heavy breathing pulled at her wounds again. She took a deep breath, endured the pain, and said tremblingly, please help me treat my wounds. Guan Yu took out bandages from the ninja tool pouch on his lower back and squatted down. Yui Korone, resigned to her fate, slowly lowered her crossed arms from her chest. Guan Yu glanced at her chest. The thin nightgown soaked by water no longer provided any concealment. Everything there was completely visible. Why aren't you wearing a bra? Guan Yu asked. Yui Korone turned her head to look at him, tears already welling up in her eyes. She didn't bother explaining anything like who wears a bra to sleep. She just tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and stretched out her neck as if waiting for the final judgment to descend. Yui Korone felt a pair of icy hands reach into her nightgown, brushing against her warm skin. The bandages were finally wrapped around her body, going from under her chest in the front to her back, wrapped several times. Yui Korone also felt her body feel a bit better. Bang! A patch of black suddenly blocked her vision. Immediately, Yui Korone felt something being draped over her. Looking closely, she saw it was a black jacket. Meanwhile, Guan Yu was holding a small scroll in his hand, from which white smoke was still rising. This type of scroll is used to seal items. The clothes must have been summoned from inside. I will send another water clone to accompany you to the shelter. Just wait there quietly until everything is over. Yui Korone didn't say a word, just tightened the clothes on her body. Chapter 44. After dawn clang. Casually throwing the slightly chipped short knife he held onto the roof nearby, Guan Yu let out a long breath. As he turned, he broke through the few rays of dawn rising from the east. The fires in Konoha village gradually died down, leaving only trails of ash and smoke, drifting over the ruined remnants. Figures flying back and forth were carrying the bodies of the mist ninja. After a night had passed, this attack had finally come to an end. The ninja of Konoha began their full counterattack after moving most of the villagers to the shelter. The enemy couldn't hold on for even an hour after that and completely collapsed. By morning, even the enemy's hideouts outside the village had been completely cleared out. However, nearly half of the village was destroyed, and most of the villagers would have nowhere to live. Guan Yu sat on a relatively intact rooftop, taking a short rest. Come help. Lord Hokage has ordered that a shelter be built on the Shadow Rock. A passing ninja not far away shouted towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu paid no attention. He fumbled at his lower back, took out his flame mask, looked at it for a moment with his head lowered, and then casually threw it down. Why did you throw it away? A figure suddenly landed beside Guan Yu. Senior, do you want to stay in the dark department forever? Guan Yu asked calmly. Kakashi looked surprised upon hearing this, then fell silent, as if he hadn't considered this question before. Masks can't protect people. Guan Yu finished speaking, stood up, and instantly left. Kakashi was left alone on the spot, his gaze fixed on the mask that had fallen into the ruins, lost in thought for a moment. Captain! A sudden shout startled Kakashi awake. Tenzo! Lord Hokage has summoned us. Let's go quickly. There was no response, everyone looked as if it had nothing to do with them. Danzo let out a heavy snort. Before long, a knock sounded on the door. Please come in, Sarutobi said. The moment the conference room door was pushed open, everyone smelled a thick scent of blood. Looking towards the doorway, Uchiha Fugaku walked in, covered in blood, his entire body riddled with countless tears, the bloodstains clinging to him from who knows if they were his or someone else's. The head of the clan appeared so disheveled, completely unlike the others in the room. My apologies, I rushed over immediately after hearing Lord Hokage's summons, and didn't have time to change, Uchiha Fugaku said. The heads of the major clans couldn't help but look at each other, while Hyaga Hizashi and Nara Shikaku watched Uchiha Fugaku thoughtfully. No, Sarutobi said, looking deeply at Fugaku. No need to apologize. Rather, you've worked hard, Patriarch Fugaku. I heard that last night, the Uchiha clan members were on the front lines of the rescue and resistance effort. Just now, many villagers mentioned to me that they wanted to thank you. Upon hearing this, Fugaku replied, this is what a Konoha ninja should do. The scene before them astonished the clan heads even more, their gazes couldn't help but shift back and forth between Fugaku and Sarutobi. And when they looked at Danzo, they saw his face was dark, and he remained silent. Fugaku walked to his seat and sat down. Sarutobi coughed lightly at this moment. The village has suffered a great disaster. As Hokage, I bear an unshakable responsibility. If any of you have complaints, please feel free to voice them. Lord Hokage, there is no need for that, said Nara Shikaku. No one wanted to see something like this happen. The true culprit is the Hidden Mist Village. The more we are in times like these, the more Konoha should be united. Patriarch Nara is right, Hyaga Hisashi also chimed in. The rest of the people agreed one after another. Sarutobi also nodded and said, let's set aside the matter of Kirigakure for now. I summoned you all here to discuss the rebuilding of the village. The clan heads were startled upon hearing this, and Fugaku, sitting there, his gaze shifted slightly. The rebuilding of the village was inevitable. Originally, they could have just restored the original buildings one by one. However, the Hokage specifically summoned them to discuss this matter, the meaning of which was worth pondering. The last time there was such a meeting was after the Nine Tails attack 7 years ago, and it was during that time that the Uchiha were forced to relocate from the center of the village to a corner of Konoha. The village has suffered this disaster, with nearly half of its buildings destroyed. Your clan lands have also sustained more or less damage, Sarutobi said. This matter is not urgent yet, it will require much preparation and time, and we must also wait for construction personnel. During this period, if any of you have any ideas regarding your respective clan lands, please feel free to propose them, and I will give them due consideration. Ideas? What other ideas could there be? Some of the ideas they had were also not allowed by the village. The issue of clan lands had been properly handled for them 7 years ago, and since then, they had no thoughts of overstepping boundaries. Then these words sounded even more like they were hinting at something. Hyaga Hisashi pondered for a moment, his peripheral vision intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards a direction across the room. There, Uchiha Fugaku simply sat steadily, not saying a word the entire time. #above the shadow rock. Many tents were temporarily set up in the open space here to accommodate the villagers. Some ninja were distributing supplies to the crowd, everyone was lining up to receive them. There weren't enough tents, and many people were still gathered and sitting in the open space. Everyone's expressions were not good, and some were even crying and causing a commotion there. Some people lost family and friends in this attack, while others were injured themselves. One could clearly feel the atmosphere in this refugee camp-like place was very oppressive. So many people. Suzuki looked at the long line stretching out before him, his expression a little troubled. He accompanied his mother to the medical unit for a checkup. Mikato had sustained a heavy blow to her abdomen in the previous battle and was now feeling some discomfort. There's nothing for it, we can only queue slowly, Mikato said, letting out a light laugh and rubbing Suzuki's head. In the tents ahead, the medical ninja and medical staff were also overwhelmed, dealing with countless injured people. Excuse me, are Mizuki a member of the Uchiha clan? Just as Suzuki and Mikato were starting to queue, a man in front, seeing the clan crest on Mikato's clothes, immediately asked. Mikato was startled for a moment, then nodded. The man immediately showed an excited expression and shouted loudly towards the front of the line. Everyone, please make way. There is an injured member of the Uchiha clan here. Mikato was immediately dumbfounded. What shocked her even more was that the queue ahead, after looking at her and Suzuki, actually made way for her. It was true that the Uchiha had a very high reputation, but in Konoha, not much of that reputation was positive. Mikato was also very aware that most people in the village were not fond of the Uchiha clan. The situation before her left her feeling a little lost for a moment. Ah, the Uchiha clan, we owe them a lot from last night. That's right, our family was saved by them. Our family too. I saw an Uchiha ninja kill several enemies. Some whispers of discussion came from the side. Mikato heard them and seemed to realize something. Mom, Suzuki pulled on Mikato's arm at this moment. After Mikato came back to her senses, she originally wanted to refuse everyone's kindness, but seeing the sincere and genuine look in each of their eyes, she swallowed her words back. Let's go, she said, pulling Suzuki and slowly walking towards the front of the line. Your ribs are only slightly fractured, they'll heal quickly, the medical ninja said kindly after examining Mikato's injuries. Thank you. As Mikato watched the person in front of her use the mystical palm technique on her, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Fugaku, it seems the Uchiha have a different ending now. Your injury is severe and requires systematic treatment. Fortunately, it was treated promptly, preventing the injury from worsening. Ui Kurane sat on the hospital bed. After hearing what the medical staff said, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said thank you. Reaching through her clothes, she touched the bandages on her body, her expression somewhat complex. The hospital was destroyed. There are no private rooms now, you'll be in the same tent as other injured people. Please be mentally prepared, the medical staff reminded her. It's all right, Ui Kurane said with a faint smile. Kurane. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind. Ui Kurane turned her head and saw two familiar figures quickly running towards her. It was Anko and Asuma. Kurane. Asuma hadn't even stood steady before eagerly asking, how are you? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Are you uncomfortable? Doctor, is Kurane's injury serious? Asuma. Ui Kurane said helplessly, stopping him. Why are you so worried? I'm still alive, aren't I? I was just worried about you, Asuma said, scratching his head awkwardly. Anko, standing nearby, pouted and said, alright, I suspect you two are flirting. Asuma felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Don't talk nonsense, Ui Kurane said simply. What happened? Anko asked again. During the battle last night, I was hit by the enemy's water release ninjutsu, Ui Kurane said. Huh? Asuma couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just as he was about to say something else, he saw Ui Kurane's side glance, and immediately fell silent. The injury is somewhat serious and will require treatment for a period of time, Ui Kurane said in a calm tone, even speaking somewhat lightly. That's good, that's good. At least you survived the disaster, Anko comforted her. Yeah, Kurane, you just need to rest quietly and recover from your injury. Just tell us if you need anything, Asuma also said. Hey, whose clothes are those? Anko asked out of curiosity when she saw Kurane wearing a man's top over her nightgown. Upon hearing this, Ui Kurane's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she quickly said, I picked it up during the chaos yesterday. I don't know who threw it away. Oh, I see. Anko and Asuma didn't suspect anything, things were quite chaotic last night. Oh, right, I noticed something strange today, Anko added. I heard many villagers talking about the Uchiha, saying that they were spared last night thanks to the Uchiha. Perhaps the Uchiha did indeed contribute greatly to the battle last night, Ui Kurane said after thinking for a moment. This sort of thing didn't concern ordinary people like her and was just something to talk about after tea. Asuma, on the other hand, was thoughtful. He had also noticed what Anko had said. How strange. Anko couldn't help but laugh. Before, the Uchiha were almost universally despised. Suddenly, they've become heroes. Things in the world are truly unpredictable. As the three chatted, they suddenly heard a shout from a distance. Older sister is over there. The three looked in the direction of the sound and saw two children, a boy and a girl, excitedly running towards them, followed by a couple. It's them, Ui Kurane said, a smile appearing on her face upon seeing them. Older sister, how are you? The two children came to the hospital bed and asked Ui Kurane with faces full of concern. Older sister is fine. Did you two find your mom and dad? Ui Kurane reached out and gently stroked the children's cheeks, smiling. We found them. The two vigorously waved towards the back again. The couple walked over and began thanking Ui Kurane with grateful expressions, saying many words of thanks and asking for Ui Kurane's name and address so they could repay her later. Anko and Asuma, standing nearby, also figured out what had happened. Ui Kurane had saved these two children who had been separated from their parents last night, and had been seriously injured for it. Older sister, isn't that older brother here? The little girl suddenly asked again. Older brother. Ui Kurane was startled upon hearing this and quickly glanced at Anko and Asuma beside her. He isn't here. He has other things to be busy with. What older brother? Anko asked from the side. Oh, I just met a dark department member during the battle last night who helped me deal with the enemy, Ui Kurane said casually, smiling faintly. I was originally thinking of thanking him too, but I don't know who he is. Let's talk about it later. If I can't find him, then so be it. Older sister, I asked that older brother his name, the little girl said excitedly at this moment. He said his name is Kanzuki Aban. Kanzuki Aban. Anko and Asuma were both startled. Ah, he was wearing a mask at the time, so I didn't recognize him, Ui Kurane quickly added. But older brother clearly. The little girl wanted to say something else upon hearing this. Alright then, you don't need to crowd around me either. Aren't they expanding the shelters now? There should be a lot of places that need people. Go help out, Ui Kurane said to Anko and Asuma. I'm fine here. If there's any problem, I'll call a medical ninja directly. Asuma was a bit reluctant, but what Ui Kurane said was true, so he nodded in agreement. Then we'll go first, we'll come back to see you, Asuma said, then suddenly smiled. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Aburo was the one who saved you. I'll ask him to come back later too. Ah, Ui Kurane just forced a smile. Sister, we're leaving too. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye. Everyone left one after another. Before Anko left, she casually glanced at the clothes covering Ui Kurane. I'll throw away this man's clothes for you. Wear mine for now, and I'll bring you some daily necessities and clothes later. No need. Ui Kurane looked away, instinctively clenching the black top with one hand, and refused in a low voice. I mean, it's a shame to throw away the clothes. I'll look for the owner where I picked them up later. Just bring some toiletries and some clothes. Anko shrugged. Alright, suit yourself. I'm leaving. I'll bring you Jo to visit you next time. Anko also left. The tent called a ward had many beds, and there was more than one injured person. Ui Kurane lay on the bed, the noise in her ears seemingly unheard, staring blankly at the tent ceiling, then feeling lost and melancholic. Visiting. Will he come too? Her fingertips lightly brushed the bandage below her chest, trembling slightly. Chapter 45, Will you always be this good to me? In the conference room, the various clan leaders had already left, leaving Sarutobi, Danzo, and 2 Hokage advisors. Sarutobi, what exactly do you want to do? Danzo began to question Sarutobi. Weren't you watching the whole time, handling matters related to the village's reconstruction? Sarutobi said indifferently. Danzo's face was grim as he said directly, regarding the Uchiha clan, do you have other plans? That's right, Sarutobi admitted directly. Given the current situation, if we force the Uchiha to rebel again, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to Konoha. Danzo couldn't refute, what Sarutobi said was the truth. Hiruzen's idea is good. Konoha can't afford any more setbacks now. Regarding the Uchiha, let's ease things if possible. Homura Mito Kato also voiced his opinion from the side. No one had expected the Mist Ninja Night raid. Then what did you mean by the clan land change you mentioned in the meeting just now? Do you still want to relocate the Uchiha? Danzo continued to question. Why not? If we can fundamentally extinguish the resentment in the hearts of the Uchiha, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Sarutobi countered. A cowardly act. Danzo said angrily, have you forgotten what Sensei once said? The Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. Do you really expect to live in peace with them? Do you really think they will be grateful to you? Sarutobi just looked at him calmly. Do you have a better solution? Danzo choked for breath and immediately calmed down. A temporary appeasement policy towards the Uchiha is acceptable, but if we let them relocate their clan land again, it will undoubtedly increase their power and strength. Sarutobi, you'd better not dream of a harmonious village. The Uchiha will stab you sooner or later. Danzo, do you really not know what happened last night? Sarutobi asked. Danzo frowned upon hearing this. In a few more days, when public opinion has fully fermented, you will know that the current Uchiha are not someone you can move easily. Danzo's face was a bit uncertain. He finally snorted coldly and said, I will not let the Uchiha grow. Moreover, this Mist Ninja attack must be thoroughly investigated. Sarutobi, you'd better prepare to confront Kirigakure quickly. #Uchiha Clan Land. Fugaku stood on a high place, overlooking this village within a village. More than half of the area had become ruins, and the original clan land was now riddled with holes. The wind at the high place was strong, making Fugaku's clothes flap loudly. Captain, a person came to his side. This is the list of casualties within the clan and the damage to each household's houses. The person held a booklet in his hand and handed it to Fugaku. Fugaku looked at the booklet. Casual ties? This clan member was also somewhat heavy-hearted. The Haruhiko family, their house was destroyed by a ninjutsu, they didn't have time to escape and were directly, their bodies were found in the ruins. The Hiraki family was killed by Mist Ninja, and Izumi also died in battle. Fugaku's eyes moved. Did you see Itake? No, I heard from other clan members that Itake stayed by Izumi's body for a while. Fugaku reached out and took the booklet, but he didn't look at it again. Instead, he cast his gaze into the clan land below. Yashiro, he said softly. If we were to rise up, how many clan members do you think would die? Uchiha Yashiro was silent for a moment upon hearing this. Many, probably countless. Countless, huh? Fugaku sighed softly. When the list of these deceased is placed before you, when the bodies of these clan members and compatriots are placed before you, can you still be as resolute and ruthless as you were at the beginning? Armed coup, it's always easy to say, Fugaku said with a bitter smile, this position of clan leader, there are really too many things beyond my control. Captain. Uchiha Yashiro looked at Fugaku, not knowing how to comfort him. He could somewhat understand Fugaku's situation. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had reached a point where he could not defy the will of the clan members. The coup was not Fugaku's original intention, but he could not stop it. Yashiro, now I see another path, Fugaku suddenly said again. A path different from before, a path that may not be recognized by the clan members. Captain? Uchiha Yashiro was a bit confused. I once tried to communicate with them, but before, the village was unwilling to make any concessions or changes, Fugaku said slowly. And after what happened last night, the Hokage suddenly opened this door for me. You mean, the Hokage is showing us goodwill? Uchiha Yashiro asked in surprise. They might want to appease us. When Konoha is so weak, they are wary of our strength, Fugaku said. This is a very rare opportunity. If we can seize it, everything from the past can be turned over. Then what should we do next? Uchiha Yashiro asked again. Do nothing, Fugaku just shook his head. We just need to wait. Wait? Wait for the villagers to elevate us to godhood. Uchiha Yashiro thought for a moment and said, understood, I will arrange for people to spread the word. Fugaku didn't respond again, but quietly gazed at his former clan land. The Uchiha will be reborn from these ruins. Guan Yu had just walked out of the Hokage building when he met Uchiha Itachi. Looking for the Hokage? Guan Yu said. Looking for you. Itachi's face was cold, his eyes fixed on Guan Yu. In those eyes, Guan Yu felt not a hint of goodwill. Things were handled quite smoothly, Guan Yu said lightly. What happened last night is enough to free the Uchiha from their current predicament. It won't be long before everything is resolved. Izumi is dead. Itake's voice was devoid of any emotion. Guan Yu's eyes shifted slightly. Who is Izumi? Itake's eyes became even colder. Your friend? Guan Yu said calmly. She was killed by Miss Ninja. Itake took a deep breath, as if trying hard to suppress something. Is that so? That's truly a shame, Guan Yu just said. Itake finally lost his composure, lunging forward and grabbing Guan Yu's collar, his face almost contorted with rage. Didn't you say you would save the Uchiha? I did say that, and I did it. Guan Yu remained calm, looking at Itake who was so close without any panic. Then why did Izumi die? Itake said hatefully. Was she the only one who died? Guan Yu asked indifferently. Do you know how many people died last night? Even your mother was injured. If I hadn't saved her, you might be even more distraught right now. When you agreed to do this for me, didn't you consider such a result? Guan Yu's expression was indifferent, watching Itake's actions as if watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. I don't care about others. What I want is for the Uchiha clan to be safe and sound. Itake's voice was almost a low roar. How can there be such a good thing? Guan Yu sneered. You yourself clearly thought that provoking the Miss Ninja would definitely lead to deaths, but you thought that for the sake of the Uchiha, the lives of others could be sacrificed without hesitation. Why? Why wouldn't this misfortune fall upon you? You bastard! Itake seemed consumed by anger, tightening his grip on Guan Yu's collar. It was clearly you. It was me, that's right, Guan Yu said indifferently. I am the culprit who caused all of this. But are your hands clean? Itake was suddenly startled upon hearing this, and then seemed to lose himself. Is there a better outcome than this? Guan Yu asked calmly. Do you think a coup wouldn't result in deaths? Would the people who died then not be those around you? Or do you think fighting your own compatriots is a more fitting death than fighting the Miss Ninja? It was I who saved you, the Uchiha. You? Itake looked at him coldly, the meaning self-evident. Do you know what the outcome would have been without me? Guan Yu calmly countered. Shisui would have died at the hands of the higher UPS, and his eyes would even have been taken. Before he died, he would have entrusted everything to you. What would you do then? No answer. Shisui was someone who valued the village above all else, and he didn't want the Uchiha to bear a bad name. How would you fulfill his last wish? You would negotiate with the higher UPS, but their rhetoric would always be the same, saying they gave the Uchiha a chance, and now the Uchiha are suffering the consequences of their own actions. You would negotiate with your father, and you would find that your father is just as stubborn and determined to walk a dead-end path. You would then realize how narrow-minded the clan you were once so proud of is. Village, clan, friends, what would you choose then? You think the current reality is too cruel, but you have never experienced true hell. Every word from Guan Yu was like a heavy hammer, striking Itake's heart fiercely. His hand gripping Guan Yu's collar was already somewhat pale and weak. Guan Yu reached out and pried it open little by little, then smoothed out his collar. Thank me, Itake, at least. I let your parents, brothers, and friends all live. Guan Yu took one last look at Itake, then walked past him and left, leaving him standing there in a daze, his head lowered and his face covered in shadow. Evening. Guan Yu returned to his home. His house was spared in this attack, which meant he didn't have to squeeze into tents with the people in the shelter. However, Tenten's house across the street was not so lucky. The two-story building had completely collapsed, becoming a ruin, and could only wait to be rebuilt. After taking a shower and changing out of his blood-stained combat uniform, just as he was about to eat something, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. He opened the door and saw Asuma standing there, holding a bag. Yo, Aburo, Asuma greeted with a smile. Let's go visit Kurane. You know she's injured, right? Didn't you save her last night? Kurane doesn't know it was you who saved her, and she wants to thank you properly. Asuma spoke at length, but Guan Yu just gave him a faint glance. Not interested. Bang! The door was directly closed, and the smile on Asuma's face instantly froze. He looked at the closed wooden door in front of him, feeling somewhat surprised. Why is this guy suddenly so cold? Wasn't he easy to hang out with before? He muttered to himself, turned around, and left with a belly full of questions. Guan Yu, who had closed the door, didn't care what Asuma outside the door would think. He took out a cup of instant noodles, preparing to just make do with it for dinner. Thump thump thump, the knocking sound rang out again. Guan Yu frowned slightly, feeling that Asuma was lingering. He walked to the door again, and after opening it, he didn't see Asuma's figure. Standing there was a pretty girl with two buns in her hair. Along. Why are you here? Guan Yu asked. The shelter is too chaotic, I don't want to stay there, Tenten said with a pout. Isn't it quite lively? Some people are singing and some are dancing, Guan Yu said, referring to some entertainment programs that the people in the shelter had come up with to find joy in their suffering. I don't like it, Tenten said, walking directly into the room. Guan Yu closed the door. And the food there isn't good either, Tenten complained again, sitting directly on Guan Yu's bed without any restraint. The relief supplies from the daimyo won't arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest, Guan Yu said, sitting on the chair and speaking to Tenten. And you're going to be a ninja in the future. What is this little hardship? You probably don't even know what I ate on the battlefield back then. I don't want to know, Tenten made a face. Does your mother know you're here? Guan Yu asked. Yes, I told her I'm staying here tonight, Tenten said casually, her eyes wandering around the room. Along, are you just eating instant noodles? Make me some food. Too lazy to make it. Tenten got off the bed, came close to Guan Yu, grabbed his arm, and started to act spoiled. No, make it for me. Guan Yu was unmoved. Are you going to let me starve? Tenten said pitifully. There are instant noodles there, you can also make your own. Tenten was a little angry and forcefully shook off Guan Yu's arm. Humph, bad guy, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to take a bath. Find me some clothes. She sat back on the bed, crossed her arms over her chest, turned her face away, and said angrily, Where would I have clothes you can wear? Just wear the ones you have on. They're dirty. Then don't wear anything. Tenten's face instantly turned red, and she sat there without saying a word. Guan Yu finally sighed softly, walked to the wardrobe, found a top and bottom, and threw them on the bed. By the way, did you not bring me the set of clothes I asked you to wear last time? Guan Yu suddenly asked. Was it? I forgot. Tenten's answer suddenly became a little stuttered. Never mind, go take a bath. Oh, Tenten simply responded briefly, picked up the clothes, and quickly walked into the bathroom. Splash splash. The night sky outside the window was like an indigo curtain, dotted with stars. The room was lit with soft light, and the sound of running water in the bathroom was constant. This noise and tranquility seemed to form a small world isolated from the outside. Not long after, the sound of water stopped. Tenten walked out wearing Guan Yu's oversized clothes, her hair still wet. She saw the cup of instant noodles that had already been eaten on the table, a plate containing a sandwich, and the used stove on the kitchen counter. She looked at Guan Yu and saw that he was already lying on the bed, turning his head to look out the window. There's milk in the refrigerator, take some if you want to drink. A smile suddenly appeared on Tenten's face. She ran over, quickly climbed onto the bed, and reached out to hug Guan Yu's neck. Along, you're so good to me. But Guan Yu picked her up with one hand and threw her down. Hurry up and eat, then go to sleep. He. Tenten lay on the edge of the bed, her chin resting on her arms, and just quietly watched Guan Yu. Along, will you always be this good to me? No, you're getting out of here tomorrow. Chapter 46, full of holes. Uchiha Clan Land. Nanga Shrine. Nearly half of the clan members gathered here, these were the core strength of the Uchiha. Fugaka stood on the steps and surveyed the crowd, not seeing Itaki or Shisui. Everyone, he said loudly, quieting the noisy crowd. I believe everyone is clear about what is happening now. Everyone's eyes were on Fugaku, listening to his speech. The village was suddenly attacked by the Hidden Mist village, resulting in the current tragic situation. The Hokage and others should bear the main responsibility for this. It was their incompetence and failure to control the border that led to this. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew countless echoes of agreement. I think everyone has also noticed the change in the villagers' attitude towards us in the past 2 days, treating us Uchiha like saviors. In the battle against the Mist Ninja, we were indeed the biggest contributors. Yesterday, the Hokage convened a meeting of the heads of all families. During the meeting, he specifically mentioned that he was willing to replan the Uchiha clan land when the village is rebuilt. He is softening and showing favor to us Uchiha. He is also afraid of our strength, afraid that we will overthrow him at this moment. The clan members burst into laughter, seemingly finding joy and comfort in what Fugaka said. At this point, Fugaku's tone suddenly shifted, becoming calm and steady. The attack on Konoha will soon spread throughout the ninja world. At that time, spies and secret agents from various countries will come to investigate the situation in Konoha. Konoha is very weak now and is likely to be coveted and spied upon by other countries. If a war breaks out, it will definitely be a fatal blow to Konoha. The village is the village, the Hokage is the Hokage. After all, Konoha is also our home. I think everyone would not want to see the village destroyed by enemies in the flames of war, and their loved ones killed by enemies. As Fugaka spoke, his voice was filled with indignation and helplessness, as if expressing the emotions of the clan members. Everyone's expressions became heavy. So I think the matter of launching an uprising should be postponed for now. We will reconsider it after Konoha recovers its vitality and has the strength to resist foreign enemies. Yes, war must not happen. Captain, Mizuki make the decision. After thinking among themselves, the clansmen slowly voiced their support, and calls rose one after another for a time. Seeing this, Fugaku's eyes slightly moved, and he reached out to suppress the shouts. Please rest assured, if we want to regain power in the future, it will be easy. Everyone should be clear about the public's attitude towards us now. Let the Hokage stay in that position for a little longer. What belongs to us will definitely not run away. Hashtag the relief supplies sent by the daimyo's residents arrived the next day, alleviating Konoha's situation. The construction troops were also ready and began the reconstruction plan for the entire village. Many ninja participated in this, or rather, all ninja in Konoha currently had work to do, more or less, and in order not to affect the village's external reputation, mission did not stop, and even more ninja were dispatched to carry out missions. Under the Hokage's extreme efforts to appease, the villagers' emotions were considered stable. However, the Uchiha's reputation among the common people got better and better, as if someone was deliberately pushing it, almost spreading the rumor that the Uchiha alone saved the village that night. And the Hokage himself did not take any measures against this, letting this public opinion continue to ferment. Many people had already seen the clues in this. The Uchiha and the Hokage, who were almost on the verge of war, suddenly saw their relationship ease, reaching a special ambiguous period. Some heads of the major families in Konoha even began to suspect whether there was something unspeakable behind this attack, but no one dared to expose it. At such a stage, all they could do was stay out of it and be stable bystanders. They didn't dare to do anything, but that doesn't mean others didn't dare. Danzo had realized since the matter of Shisui that everything had gone far beyond his control. When the Hokage now assigned him tasks, it was no longer the attitude of discussion, but of informing him. For example, a document he just received was sent by the Hokage's Dark Department. This was the approval document for Kanzuki Aban's transfer out of the route, meaning that Guan Yu would return to normal ninja from then on. Danzo's expression changed for a long time as he looked at this document, and finally, he couldn't help but go to the Hokage building. When he arrived at the Hokage office, he happened to find Guan Yu was also there. "Danzo, is there something?" Sarutobi looked at the aggressive Danzo with a calm expression. Danzo glanced at Guan Yu standing aside. "So that's how it is." His eyes slightly sank. "Sarutobi, if you want to plant spies on me, why bother so much? What are you talking about?" Sarutobi said calmly. "Humph." Danzo stared at Guan Yu with sunken eyes, and said coldly, "That day, it was you, wasn't it?" What is Danzo adult saying? Guan Yu was neither humble nor arrogant. "It's ridiculous that I was worried at the time that your old relationship with Shisui would mess things up and specifically transferred you away. So there was someone else behind you, and being recommended by Shisui to enter the route was just a facade from the beginning." "Sarutobi, your methods are getting more powerful," Danzo said with a cold smile, while Guan Yu and the Hokage had no intention of explaining further. "Danzo, you're thinking too much," Sarutobi just said. "Currently, the village is short of manpower. Aburo coming out of the route is just a normal position transfer." Upon hearing this, Danzo's face just became colder. "This attack by Kirigakure, you instigated it, didn't you?" Sarutobi's eyes slightly moved. "What are you talking about?" Danzo didn't say anything more, finally glanced at him obliquely, and turned to leave here. "Truly thunderous methods, Sarutobi. If Sensei knew you did this, he would definitely be very pleased." The office door was opened and then closed. Seeing Danzo leave, Guan Yu glanced at Sarutobi obliquely. "Proceed gradually with the Uchiha matter. The police force cannot be immediately stripped of its authority for now. Even if Uchiha Fugaku agrees, it will cause the rest of the Uchiha clansmen to hit rock bottom and rebound." Sarutobi nodded. "I know." "Also," Guan Yu paused, "if Shisui comes looking for you, remember to appease him well." Sarutobi looked at Guan Yu calmly. "Okay." Guan Yu also left. Only Sarutobi remained in the office. He looked at the documents on the desk waiting to be processed, then turned his head to look out the large floor-to-ceiling window behind him at the destroyed village. After a long time, he sighed heavily. Konoha is now riddled with holes. Not on the surface, but deep inside. Chapter 47, Visiting Afternoon. Shelter. Mikato was distributing living supplies to the people here. This was volunteer work she had actively come to do. "Thank you, you're from the Uchiha clan, right? Thank you for saving the village," an old man who received the items said to Mikato with enthusiasm. Mikato just smiled awkwardly at this and continued to distribute things to the next person. She had seen this kind of scene countless times today, even more exaggerated than this old man, holding her hands, tearfully and gratefully thanking her, saying that the Uchiha had saved their whole family. Last night, Fugaku told her that the Uchiha would have a brand new future. She had also clearly felt the change in the Uchiha's status in the village. There were many people in the shelter, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Most of the young and strong had joined the construction team to carry out the village's reconstruction project. While distributing supplies to the people here, Mikato suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, standing with a mother and daughter not far away. She was startled, then hurried over. "Along, the village has already distributed these things you brought. Why don't you buy me something good to eat? Where can I buy it for you at a time like this?" "Along, don't listen to her. This girl only knows how to eat." The young man was talking about something with the mother and daughter. Mikato hesitated, then cleared her throat and spoke. The attention of the three was drawn over. Are you distributing things again? Thank you. The little girl with 2 buns on her head laughed first. What is it this time? Blankets. Mikato smiled awkwardly and handed over a portion of the supplies in her hand. Do you still remember me? She looked at Guan Yu. Yes. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. May I ask your name? Mikato said with a gentle smile. Kanzuki Aban. My name is Uchiha Mikato. Mikato introduced herself with a smile. I know, Guan Yu said, Uchiha clan head's wife. Saving you that night was just a matter of convenience. Every Konoha ninja would do the same if they encountered it. Mikato, however, smiled and shook her head. Regardless, you are our mother and son's savior. I wonder when you have time to visit my home. Suzuki also wants to see you again. No need, the village is currently short of manpower for many things, Guan Yu said flatly. It's okay, I can wait until you have time. Mikato still had a smile on her face, and finally said sorry for the interruption to Tenten's mother and daughter before turning to leave. Guan Yu slightly frowned as he watched her leaving back. Wow, that's the Uchiha clan head's wife, Along. You know such an amazing person. Tenten couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after Mikato left. Didn't she say it? I just saved her that night, Guan Yu said. Then you're going to interact with such a big shot, Tenten said somewhat excitedly. Guan Yu looked at her strangely, and reached out to rub her little head. Do you think it's good? He asked. Isn't this a good thing? Tenten was puzzled. Interacting with people like this is very tiring, Guan Yu said lightly. But, aren't you her savior? Tenten asked, not understanding. Yes, savior. Guan Yu glanced at the character panel in the system next to him. Name Uchiha Mikato. Gender female. Age 34. Affection level 49. Relationship village friend. Capture difficulty S. First kiss reward in release. Mastery base reward Uchiha power. He vaguely remembered that the first time they met, the affection level seemed to be 51. Was the surveillance matter discovered back then? I'm leaving, Guan Yu said to Tenten and Tien's mom. Along, take me out to play. Along has important things to do, don't bother him, you girl. The voices of Tenten's mother and daughter sounded from behind. As Guan Yu was about to walk out of the shelter, he met another acquaintance. It was Kakashi, still wearing his ninja combat uniform, but without his mask. What a coincidence, Kakashi said after seeing Guan Yu. Is Senior here on a mission? Guan Yu said casually. Ui Kurane, you met her at the dinner that day, Kakashi said. I heard you were the one who saved her that night. Guan Yu shook his head. No. It's just the two of us, those guys came yesterday, Kakashi explained, as if guessing Guan Yu didn't like noise. I only found time today. Guan Yu still shook his head. What does that have to do with me? You're really indifferent, Kakashi said helplessly. After all, you're her lifesaver. Kurane should also really hope you go. Not necessarily, Guan Yu countered. Do you have something else to do? No. Kakashi finally understood that this person in front of him was far more indifferent than he had imagined. Senior, why do you want me to go? Guan Yu suddenly asked. Kakashi was slightly startled. Why did he want him to go? He was just chatting casually. Since the topic came up, he just added a few more words. Did he want Guan Yu to go? Kakashi was silent for a moment, then said, it's good to make more friends. Senior has quite a few friends, right? Guan Yu said. Kakashi stopped talking and quietly looked at Guan Yu. The experiences of this young man in front of him seemed very similar to his own. After losing everything, he must have hated this world, hated himself, right? He felt he could understand the other person and knew what kind of situation they were in now. Kakashi suddenly hoped in his heart that Guan Yu could move on. Come along, Kurane is easy to get along with, he said, lowering his gaze slightly. After speaking, Kakashi walked past Guan Yu, not caring if he would follow, and headed towards the medical team area in the shelter. Ui Kurane was sitting on the hospital bed, looking bored as she read a book. Her friends had all visited, but due to the special circumstances, everyone was quite busy, so Kurane didn't ask them to stay and keep her company. Aside from being somewhat boring, Kurane didn't need much looking after. After a day of treatment, she could almost move around. She just needed to rest and recover slowly from now on. A figure suddenly entered the tent entrance. The light and shadow shifted, making her look up. Kurane, Kakashi greeted her. Seeing it was Kakashi, Ui Kurane was about to smile when she saw another figure following behind him. Shoo-la-la, the pages of the book in her hand, losing the person's grip, began to flip closed on their own, making rustling sounds, then slipped from her palm and fell onto her thigh. Ui Kurane suddenly snapped back to attention, lowering her head somewhat flustered. With one hand, she picked up the book on her leg, and with the other, she unconsciously tucked the strands of hair falling across her forehead. What's wrong? Kakashi asked, coming to the bedside. And nothing. Ui Kurane picked up the book, opened it and randomly flipped through a few pages, then remembered she shouldn't be reading now and quickly closed it. She looked up at Kakashi, making sure only the silver-haired young man was in her line of sight. Ui Kurane smiled. Why are you here? To see you. Kakashi's voice was calm. Look who I brought. Ui Kurane gently bit her lower lip, and finally turned to look at the entrance, meeting a pair of eyes as still as water. He stood at the entrance of the light, the halo of gold and black outlining his slender figure. His messy black hair, due to the light, seemed dyed, emitting a soft glow. The young man's usually cool face also showed a hint of gentleness in the afterglow of the setting sun. Ui Kurane was somewhat lost in thought, yet couldn't tear her gaze away. Chapter 48, Night of Heavy Rain. It's you. Ui Kurane said, pursing her lips. Guan Yu responded calmly, his gaze sweeping across the entire tent. Kakashi, seeing Ui Kurane's reaction, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was a little different from what he had expected. Surprise, excitement, enthusiasm, gratitude, none of these expected emotions were there. These two. Guan Yu suddenly noticed a black piece of clothing neatly folded on the table beside the bed. That's. Ui Kurane stammered again, feeling her face burning as Guan Yu's eyes looked over at that moment. His expressionless look stopped the words she wanted to use to explain. It seems you two are already quite familiar, Kakashi suddenly said from the side. We've met a few times, Guan Yu said. Ui Kurane remained silent. How are your injuries? Kakashi asked Ui Kurane. Nothing serious, I just need to rest for a while, Ui Kurane said. I heard you got injured trying to save 2 children, that's really admirable, Kakashi added. Don't tease me. Ui Kurane was still a bit reserved, lowering her head with flickering eyes. How could it be teasing? This is something truly admirable, Kakashi said. Right, Aburo? He looked at Guan Yu beside him. Ah, Guan Yu replied flatly. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, continued, that guy insisted on dragging me along yesterday, but I had a mission and couldn't get away. Ui Kurane smiled upon hearing this. It wasn't anything important, it's fine if you didn't come. Kakashi then glanced at Guan Yu beside him and let out a light, meaningful chuckle. I always have to come and see, after all, we're friends. No one could have expected something like this to happen. Everyone is currently involved in the village's reconstruction work. Although you're injured, you get to enjoy some peace and quiet. What peace and quiet? Ui Kurane said with a wry smile. It's so boring every day, I'd rather have something to do. Then you can do my dark department work for me, and I'll lie here every day, Kakashi said, rolling his eyes. While they chatted, Guan Yu pulled over a nearby chair and sat down unceremoniously. Kurane's eyes would intentionally or unintentionally dart towards Guan Yu, and when their eyes met, she would quickly look away as if shocked. Kakashi sighed almost imperceptibly and said with a gentle smile, I've seen you, I'll be leaving now. So soon? Ui Kurane couldn't help but say, startled. It's a special time, I still have things to do. Coming to see you was squeezed into my schedule. See, I haven't even changed my clothes, Kakashi said, gesturing to his gray combat uniform. Guan Yu also stood up at this moment, intending to leave with him, but Kakashi, who had turned around, placed a hand on his shoulder. You two chat, I'm going. Guan Yu watched from the corner of his eye as Kakashi left, his figure disappearing outside the tent. Ui Kurane looked at Guan Yu, and seeing him look over, she quickly averted her gaze. Silence, calm. One was too lazy to speak, the other didn't know how to speak. Guan Yu sat quietly on the chair. The wind blew from outside the tent, carrying a draft that gently rustled his pants and brought fine dust. Ui Kurane felt the other person's gaze lingering on her, which made her feel a sense of awkwardness. Not knowing where to put her hands, she tightly clutched the book from earlier, causing the once flat pages to wrinkle. Finally, just as she felt her face warming up, she heard the slight sound of a chair moving. Ui Kurane looked up and saw Guan Yu standing up, preparing to leave. Hey, she couldn't help but call out. Guan Yu stopped and glanced at her sideways. Are you leaving? Ui Kurane pursed her lips and whispered. Something wrong? She clenched her fists, lowering her head to look at the wrinkled pages of the book on her lap. The clothes, yours. Guan Yu glanced again at the neatly folded clothes beside him. Ui Kurane heard footsteps receding. Only after confirming he had left the tent did she dare to look up. The clothes were still neatly folded there, untouched. She looked at the now empty chair, slowly sighed, feeling a sense of loss. The wind gradually picked up, and the sky became increasingly overcast. The setting sun, after showing half its body, was covered by dark clouds again. Guan Yu watched as people in the shelter started running around, urging everyone to quickly pack up and move into the tents because it was going to rain. Shoo-la-la, a spring rain, fine and continuous. Like the mood of some people. Guan Yu saw the village below. The construction workers were also bustling, starting to take shelter from the rain. The cool wind, carrying raindrops, hit his face, bringing a sense of dampness. He saw a figure running towards him. Yo, along, what a coincidence. It was Asuma, carrying a bag of fruit in his hand. I'm going to visit Kurane, want to come along? Asuma held one arm over his head as if trying to block the rain. Guan Yu just glanced at him indifferently. No. The medical team is also in the shelter, it's nearby, very close. Asuma still wanted to persuade him, but saw Guan Yu had already walked away. He stared blankly as Guan Yu slowly walked in the rain. This guy, why does he seem to be getting more and more indifferent? His yard was paved with bluestone bricks, so the ground didn't get muddy after the rain, but other parts of the village were not like that. Dinner's ready, Mikato's voice came from the room. Fugaku got up, glanced at his mostly wet pant legs, turned, and walked in. At the dinner table, Suzuki was setting out the bowls and chopsticks, and Mikato was still busy bringing dishes out from the kitchen. Fugaku sat in the main seat. Suzuki, go call your older brother for dinner, Mikato said softly. Suzuki responded upon hearing this, then went to his older brother's room door and knocked. Before long, he returned and said, older brother said he's not eating. Mikato looked worried and turned to Fugaku. Fugaku gently shook his head and said, just leave some food for him. Suzuki couldn't help but ask from the side, Mom, what's wrong with older brother? Mikato gently stroked Suzuki's head. Older brother is fine, just a little unhappy. She didn't tell Suzuki about Izumi's death, perhaps thinking Suzuki couldn't yet understand what death was. During the meal, Fugaku asked Suzuki, has the school said when classes will resume? Not yet, Suzuki said. But, the school's lessons are very simple, I've mastered all of them, so it's fine if I don't go to class for now. Fugaku frowned and said, don't be arrogant and complacent, solidifying your foundation is very important. Suzuki was frightened when he saw his father frown and quickly responded, yes, don't think it's a big deal just because you're the top student in school, your older brother had already graduated at your age, Fugaku continued. Suzuki, being scolded, only dared to hang his head low, yet couldn't help but whisper, I can graduate too. Fugaku glanced at him indifferently, you're still far from it. Suzuki sat there with his head down, saying nothing. Alright, why are you so strict with the child? Mikato gently chided Fugaku from the side. Our Suzuki is already very excellent, no worse than anyone else, she said gently, lightly stroking Suzuki's hair. No worse than anyone else, far worse than older brother. Suzuki didn't respond, just ate his meal silently. After Mikato spoke, Fugaku stopped scolding. He didn't pay attention to his younger son's thoughts either. Fugaku reached out his chopsticks to pick up a dish, but suddenly stopped them mid-air. The sound of rain outside continued, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, making the room exceptionally quiet. He glanced at Mikato beside him, seeing that she was also looking at him, with an unreadable expression in her eyes. Both of them put down their chopsticks at the same time, causing Suzuki to be startled. Suzuki, go back to your room first, Fugaku said lightly. Suzuki was surprised to hear this, but seeing his father's expression, he didn't dare to disobey, and quietly put down his bowl and chopsticks and left his seat. Clap. It was the sound of the room door closing. Patriarch Fugaku. In the corridor outside the living room, a dark figure appeared there at some point. The food on the table was still steaming. Fugaku sat there motionless, his gaze not directed at this person. He spoke calmly, is something wrong? Boom. A sudden clap of thunder sounded outside. The pattern of lightning instantly covered the night sky and then vanished just as quickly. This momentary flash of light illuminated countless dark figures outside the window. By order of Adult Danzo, we are here to arrest Uchiha Itachi, the person in the corridor said slowly. Not just outside the window, but around the roof of the Uchiha clan land patriarch's residence, were ninja dressed in gray and wearing masks. The reason? Fugaku asked again. The root ninja spoke word by word, colluding with the enemy and betraying the village. The night was cold and bleak. The heavy rain poured down. Time kept passing. The dozens of root ninjas surrounding the patriarch's residence suddenly realized that around them, Uchiha clan members were appearing one by one, completely surrounding them. This was the Uchiha clan land. The patriarch's residence being surrounded by dozens of ninja naturally attracted the attention of the clan members here. Before long, all the clan members were alarmed and rushed over upon hearing the news. Patriarch Fugaku, you can bring Uchiha Itachi before the Hokage for a public confrontation, the root ninja in the corridor continued. Confrontation about what? The clan members shouted from outside. You root members are really good at fabricating baseless charges. Don't even think about taking Itachi away today. We Uchiha are not afraid of you. Get lost. The shouts of the clan members rose and fell. If it weren't for this night of heavy rain, it would probably wake up the entire Konoha. Suzuki quietly opened a crack in the door, secretly observing the situation outside. Mikato looked worried, but at this moment, she didn't dare to speak easily. Itachi's room door was tightly shut. Fugaku still sat there calmly, his hands clasped across his chest, but his slightly trembling fingertips indicated his uneasy heart. Patriarch Fugaku, we are acting under orders, the root ninja said again. Please hand over Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, we will have to take action. The clan members outside were immediately shocked and enraged upon hearing this. Bastard! What did you say? Do you want to die? Captain, give the order. We absolutely cannot hand over Itaki. The chaotic voices made Fugaku's heart grow increasingly agitated. Creak! At this moment, the door to the inner bedroom suddenly opened. #Hokage office. Are you insane? Bang! The teacup on the desk was picked up and smashed to the ground, instantly shattering. Tea and porcelain shards flew everywhere. The dark department members hidden throughout the Hokage building could hear the third Hokage's roar. Danzo, however, was indifferent to this. What is the situation in the village now? You still want to provoke the Uchiha? Are you determined to force them into rebellion? Sarutobi clenched one hand into a fist and slammed it heavily on the desk. They don't dare to rebel, Danzo said coldly. Moreover, you know best why the village is in this state. Sarutobi stared at him intently. After his outburst of rage, he suppressed his anger, still like an old lion about to pounce and devour someone. Danzo, he said word by word. Who gave you the authority? Now, are you trying to rebel? Danzo was not afraid of this, saying, Sarutobi, I know you don't want the Uchiha to initiate a coup. You don't want to fight a civil war and deplete Konoha's own strength. But for that, you did something that even shocked me. Danzo's remaining left eye also gleamed coldly. You've completely forgotten Sensei's dying wish, haven't you? This is the Hokage's decision, it's not for you to talk back. Sarutobi said coldly. Danzo sneered repeatedly and said, When have I ever opposed everything you've done? However, except for one point. Absolutely not. Can the Uchiha strengthen themselves in this incident? Sarutobi said in a deep voice, I am merely letting the Uchiha enjoy the treatment they deserve. Then what are you going to do next? Danzo questioned, staring at the other party. Relocate the Uchiha clan land, and next, are you going to remove their authority from the police force, and finally, watch them ascend to the position of Hokage amidst the villagers' cheers and shouts? Sarutobi, by doing this, you have betrayed Sensei's will. Different eras naturally require different policies. Today's Konoha is different from the past, and today's Uchiha are also different from the past, Sarutobi simply said. Danzo, immediately order your subordinates to withdraw. I will absolutely not tolerate you doing this. It's already too late, Danzo said, his voice becoming calm. They should have surrounded Fugaku's house by now, and may have even alerted the entire Uchiha. Sarutobi's face became increasingly gloomy, as if it was about to drip water. I also called the heads of the major families over, and they should be in the meeting room by now, Danzo continued. To confront them face to face with this, and see whether the Uchiha are the saviors or the instigators of the entire incident. Danzo. Sarutobi's voice was extremely cold. You can try to salvage all of this, you can imprison me, remove all my authority. Danzo remained unmoved. But tomorrow you'll hear rumors flying all over the village. Sarutobi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. It seems you are determined to make it a fight to the death. Who is the fish, and who is the net? Danzo sneered. Today's matter must be resolved. Chapter 49. I won't let anything happen to you. The knocking on the door in the rainy night woke Guanyu. Lord Hokage is looking for you. Guanyu opened the door and saw a dark department member standing in the rain, completely soaked, relaying the message to him. Guanyu closed the door and went to get the clothes hanging on the wall. It's nothing, go back to sleep. I have something to go out for. What is it at this late hour? Tenten glanced at the alarm clock nearby. Guanyu quickly put on his combat uniform and tied his forehead protector, ignoring Tenten's words as he opened the door and left. What could the Hokage suddenly want with him at this time? Speeding through the rain, Guanyu had a faint bad premonition in his heart, as if something had gone wrong with some matters. The sky was covered by thick leaden clouds of sorrow, and the indifferent wind sharply cut through the heavy rain, like a vast net used by demons to devour humans, fierce and malevolent. The lights in every house were out. On his way leaping towards the Hokage building, Guanyu suddenly caught sight of a dark figure standing on a utility pole ahead. He instantly stopped and looked at the person. The dark figure wore a black rain cloak that flapped in the wind, and it was pitch black under the hood, concealing the face. Kanzuki Aban. The other party spoke first, their voice low and hoarse, like a middle-aged person. But when the person took off their hood, Guanyu's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that the face under the other party's hood was actually wearing a patterned mask, with only one eye visible. Nice to meet you. Hello. The cold wind howled, mixed with raindrops hitting his face. Guanyu's eyes slightly darkened. He said, Who are you? My name is Uchiha Madara. #Uchiha Clan Land. Itaki walked out of the room, his expression looking haggard yet resolute. Itaki. Mikato saw her son come out and finally couldn't help but call out softly. Mother, father. Itaki greeted Fugaku and Mikato. Come with us, Uchiha Itaki, the Root Ninja said, while two more Root personnel instantly appeared beside him. Seeing this, many Uchiha clan members outside also leaped into the courtyard, watching them vigilantly to prevent them from suddenly attacking. In the end, you are just here on Danzo's orders, Fugaku said coldly. This so-called arrest and the charges are nothing but your wishful thinking and self-righteousness. Without the Hokage's orders, I don't need to acknowledge you. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi couldn't help but feel a moment of distraction. Father. The root ninja's heart also sank upon hearing this. He knew that if they tried to forcibly apprehend him, the Uchiha clan members here would truly dare to attack them. But now that they were in this situation, he could only brace himself and say, Patriarch Fugaku, are you determined to oppose us? Fugaku glanced at them sideways and sneered, are you worthy? Should we fight? If they really fought, it would push the Uchiha back onto that original path of no return. Wouldn't all the turning points that had appeared with such difficulty simply vanish into thin air? But if they don't do this, should they really hand Itachi over? Since Danzo has found out, the Hokage must also know. This kind of crime is impossible to be forgiven no matter what. In the end, what should they do? Father. Itachi spoke at this moment. He walked in front of Fugaku. I know what you truly want in your heart. I cannot let your hopes be destroyed. Things have come to this. If they truly fight here, then the Uchiha rebellion will become an undeniable fact. Only by sacrificing himself. Fugaku's expression sank upon hearing this. He suddenly stood up and, with lightning speed, grabbed Itachi's wrist. What do you know? He stared intently at Itachi with both eyes and spoke in a low voice. Who do you think I'm doing all of this for? Itachi's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he stared at him with wide eyes. Fugaku pulled Itachi closer to him and leaned in towards his ear. The reason I don't want a coup is entirely for you and Suzuki. Sacrifice is not something you need to do. Isn't it just a rebellion? Do you really think we're afraid? Itachi slightly tilted his head and could see a cold light emanating from Fugaku's eyes. This was the first time he had seen his father show such an expression. Itachi's original resolve began to waver again. Why is it so tense? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from outside. Everyone immediately looked towards the sound, only to see a young figure had appeared in the corridor at some point. We are all from the same village, are we going to fight? He placed one hand on the root ninja's shoulder and said slowly. The root ninja's body suddenly stiffened. He hadn't noticed the person beside him appear at all. He turned his head to look at the person and felt a sudden jolt in his heart when he caught their gaze. Shisui. Shisui, you're here. Shisui, these guys want to take Itachi away. The clan members greeted the young man one after another, many showing joy, which showed his high status within the Uchiha. Fugaku released Itachi and looked at Shisui with heavy eyes. You're here. If we're talking about the mastermind behind everything, it should be Shisui, right? He thought to himself, regarding the Kirigakure night raid, he didn't think Itachi had such courage. As for Shisui, although it was also shocking, it was still understandable and acceptable. Shisui. After seeing Shisui, Itachi also seemed to have found his backbone, and the expression on his face was noticeably relaxed. Shisui slowly walked into the living room, coming closer to Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi. He was the only one who walked in after such a long standoff. I know everything. He lightly patted Itachi's shoulder, as if comforting him, and then spoke calmly to Fugaku. Patriarch Fugaku, leave it to me. Fugaku's expression was calm. How do you plan to handle it? Shisui also looked at him calmly. Patriarch Fugaku, do you trust me? Silence. There was no response. Fugaku just looked at Shisui, with no ripple of emotion in his eyes. I trust you, Itachi said from the side, his face full of sincerity. Only then did Fugaku's gaze flicker slightly. All right. Shisui nodded and turned to look at the three root ninjas standing in the corridor. You can go now. We will be at the Hokage building in 10 minutes. The three root ninja exchanged glances upon hearing this, but they refused to leave. What, do you think I'll go back on my word? Shisui said, looking at him calmly. The leading root ninja suddenly felt his breath catch and said, Shisui, we will trust you this time. Retreat. He gave the order, but as the root ninjas surrounding them outside were about to leave, the Uchiha clan members took a step closer. Let them go, Fugaku also said at this moment. Only then were the root ninja not blocked and withdrew. The clan members came into the courtyard one after another. Captain, we cannot back down on this. That's right, the Hokage and others are clearly targeting us Uchiha. We Uchiha are not afraid of them. We absolutely cannot let Itachi suffer this humiliation. The clan members spoke one after another, filled with righteous indignation. They had originally intended to stage a coup and had temporarily halted this thought after listening to Fugaku's persuasion, but now that the root personnel were pressing them, how could they tolerate it? Fugaku didn't speak, he just looked at Shisui. Don't worry, I won't let Itachi bear a bad name, Shisui said. But now is not the time to act. I will handle today's matter properly. Itachi also remained silent upon hearing this from the side, choosing to trust his close friend. Only then did Fugaku face the clan members. Please rest assured, everyone, we Uchiha will absolutely not back down this time. But please return for now, lest some people seize upon something and frame us with the crime of gathering to plot treason. The clan members quieted down upon hearing this. Captain, you must not bow down to them. Captain, we will all listen to you. Just give the word. Only after the clan members expressed their stance again did they leave one after another, and the courtyard was soon empty. Patriarch Fugaku, would you like to come along? Shisui asked. Naturally, Fugaku said calmly. Shisui, you were the mastermind behind all of this, weren't you? Shisui just smiled and didn't speak. Itaki remained silent on the side. Let's go, to see the Hokage. Shisui turned and walked out, leaping onto the rooftop. Itaki was about to follow him out immediately, but suddenly heard a door opening. What happened today? I'm not entirely sure about it, and I fear something might change, Fugaku said in a deep voice. But remember, you must not act without my command. The night rain poured down. Itaki caught up with Shisui and jumped down with him towards the Hokage building. Shisui, I was used, he said in a low voice. Yes, I was deceived. Yes, he planned all of this behind the scenes. Ah, I know all of it. Izumi is dead too. Shisui, what should I do? Itaki's voice trembled slightly. He looked at Shisui beside him, but only saw a dead silence in his eyes. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Chapter 50. What gave you the illusion that you had broken free from the genjutsu? A flash of lightning made the dark sky suddenly brighten, then vanish in an instant. Guan Yu looked at the masked man in front of him and slowly said, as far as I know, Uchiha Madara should have been dead for decades. Who knows, that's not necessarily true, the other party said. Is there something you need? Guan Yu asked calmly. The masked man let out a low laugh. You really are different from the others in this village. When I found out that you were the mastermind behind the Mist Ninja attack, I was truly surprised. Guan Yu's eyes shifted slightly, but he remained calm. What are you talking about? Only 3 people knew about this, the Hokage, Shisui, and Itaki. So the other party had already contacted either Shisui or Itaki. Guan Yu thought to himself. The masked man didn't care about Guan Yu's denial. It's a pity for someone like you to stay in Konoha. Are you interested in joining my organization? Not interested, Guan Yu said concisely. The masked man chuckled. You haven't heard me finish yet. We are an organization dedicated to world peace. Guan Yu said indifferently, I've never heard of such an organization existing in the ninja world. The masked man chuckled. Don't be impatient, we just haven't stepped onto the stage yet. By then, the entire 5 great nations will fear our existence. Is that so? That's really something to look forward to, Guan Yu said blandly, but there was no hint of surprise or anticipation on his face. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in becoming a rogue ninja. The masked man's eyes darkened slightly, and he continued, I deeply hate the Uchiha, therefore, I will definitely destroy all of the Uchiha. And this time, you ruined my plans. Guan Yu said, then I am truly sorry. If you are willing to come to my side, then the matter of the Uchiha will end here, and I will not attack them again. How about it? The masked man stood in the rain, the patterned mask concealing his expression. I think you might have misunderstood something, Guan Yu said slowly. Whether the Uchiha live or die, what does that have to do with me? He quietly looked at the other party. You want to destroy them, you can do it any time. The masked man was silent for a moment, his voice becoming low. It seems you don't believe me. Guan Yu said calmly, not at all. It's just that you've come to the wrong person. Another roll of thunder suddenly boomed, like a spiderweb crawling across the entire sky, giving the world a brief moment of light. The masked man looked up at the dark night sky, letting the rain patter down on his mask and slide down the edges onto his clothes. Negotiation failed, he said. Kanzuki Aban, I gave you a chance. Swish. In an instant, the figure of the masked man standing on the distant utility pole suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared out of thin air behind Guan Yu. The space around the two of them began to twist strangely, forming a whirlpool as if everything there was about to be sucked into the center of the whirlpool. Bang! Just as Guan Yu's body was about to be completely sucked in, it suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated. The twisted space instantly returned to normal. The masked man stood in his original spot, looking at the empty space in front of him. His face under the patterned mask couldn't help but furrow slightly. Is this a shadow clone? Impossible, I didn't see him form hand signs. The masked man thought to himself, Kanzuki Aban couldn't have been a shadow clone from the start. However, besides the 4th Hokage, this was the only person who had escaped his space-time ninjutsu. Where are you looking? A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, causing the masked man's eyes to widen suddenly. He was all too familiar with this voice, it was exactly the same as his own. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, and the sight he saw made his pupils constrict sharply. On the rooftop not far away, a man's figure now stood, wearing ancient red-layered armor, with long black hair casually draped behind him, and a face that was incredibly stern, now looking down at him with disdain. Impossible. The masked man was stunned and terrified. I can, the man said lightly. Be stronger than you think. It's genjutsu. The masked man calmed down instantly and realized his current predicament. The Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, and the chakra flowing through his body also stopped at this moment. The scene seemed to freeze for half a second, then suddenly underwent a massive change. He was still standing on the same utility pole as before, and Kanzuki Aban was also standing in his original spot, completely still, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. This guy's genjutsu, can it even deceive the Sharingan? The masked man's heart sank. It's rare for a genjutsu to affect me, he said slowly. Oh, is that so? Guan Yu still said calmly. What gave you the illusion that you had broken free from the genjutsu? This sentence suddenly changed its tone and sounded in the masked man's ear. An arm also landed on his shoulder at the same time, silently. Cold sweat instantly streamed down the masked man's forehead. He stiffly turned his head to look. The man wearing the red layered armor had reappeared beside him at some point. What, are you surprised to see your own appearance? The man in the red layered armor looked at the eye in his patterned mask and said, You guy. The masked man's eyes widened, the tomo in his eyes forming a shuriken pattern. Didn't you claim to be Uchiha Madara? Why are you so shocked to see your own face? The man in the red layered armor asked. Or are you an imposter? He extended his hand and reached for the patterned mask on the masked man's face, as if to take it off. The masked man's eyes showed horror. He wanted to dodge but was horrified to find that his entire body was restrained by an invisible force, unable to move at all. Damn it, what the hell is going on? His hand was about to touch his mask, and the next moment, the scene in front of him instantly shattered. His body regained its freedom. I noticed the chakra on you was very strange, so I came out on my own. A soft, thin voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A strange white creature had grown out of the masked man's body. It had no limbs, only a bloated body and a head that resembled a human head, parasitic on his body. Did you fall under a genjutsu? I've already released it for you. The heavy rain was still pouring down, soaking his entire body, making the masked man feel this coldness more keenly than ever before. Kanzuki Aban saw that the other party had recovered his senses, furrowed his brow slightly, and immediately withdrew his Mangekyo Sharingan. That was White Zetsu. Is it the spore technique? Kanzuki Aban. The masked man slowly spoke, but as if fearing something, he no longer dared to look directly at Guan Yu. This strength, these techniques. The masked man was terrified. I hope you will reconsider what I just said. The space around him began to twist, slowly sucking his body in. I can show you the truth of this rotten world. That sounds very tempting. Unfortunately, the truth you know is also false. Guan Yu watched the other party's figure completely disappear, thinking to himself. Immediately, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and his eyes were in excruciating pain. The lights in the meeting room were still on late at night. The third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and the clan heads of each major family were all here. Night rain tapped against the window, pattering. Hayaga Hayashi sat with his eyes closed, resting, while Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances. The other clan heads also sat quietly. No one spoke, and the room was in an eerie silence. Danzo sat to the side with his eyes slightly closed, and Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing at the black night. A crimson light pierced the chaotic night. Light. Sarutobi was startled, and then he realized that it wasn't light, but a huge fireball, rapidly approaching the direction of the Hokage building. Lord Hokage, be careful. The scorching and dazzling flames instantly rushed forward, and Sarutobi heard the exclamation of the Dark Department. Boom! The fireball struck the building, instantly exploding, and the terrifying impact directly caused a huge gap to collapse in the red building. Swish 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 swish. Several black figures darted across the building, rushing into the ruins. Cough cough. Dust filled the air, and Sarutobi pushed away the heavy object on him, reaching out from under the broken table and chairs. As he looked up, the heavy rain fell on his face, and the cold sensation woke him up. What's going on? Lord Hokage, are you all right? A weak voice sounded in his ear, and Sarutobi realized that the Dark Department member had protected him and saved him, but he looked severely injured. In the ruins of the meeting room, a series of violent coughs and painful groans gradually sounded. The clan heads of each major family also slowly poked their heads out, all still in shock. No one had reacted to the sudden explosion just now. Several Dark Department members surrounded Sarutobi, looking around vigilantly. Just now, was that fire release? Sarutobi thought, and as he just stood up, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and a figure appeared out of nowhere on the ruins in front of him. This was a young man with short black hair, wearing a blue combat uniform with a red and white fan pattern printed on his sleeves. He stood high up, looking down at Sarutobi, his expression cold and detached. You're still alive, Lord Hokage. Cough cough, what happened? Danzo also got up from the ruins at this moment, and his eyes changed when he saw the young figure. Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi looked around. The clan heads had all stood up. Except for Yamanaka Inoichi, who had blood at the corner of his mouth and was likely injured just now, the others seemed unharmed, at most a bit disheveled. Just now, he said with lowered eyes. Ah, I did it, Shisui said calmly. The Dark Department members were greatly alarmed by this and instantly surrounded Shisui. But with just one look, all the Dark Department members knelt on the ground and screamed in terror, as if they had seen something extremely frightening. The clan heads were all extremely shocked, looking at the scene before them. Uchiha Shisui, did he attack the Hokage? Sarutobi's expression remained calm. Why did you do this? He asked. Shisui. A shout came from a distance, and then two more figures instantly arrived. Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku came directly in front of the Hokage, taking a stance to protect the Hokage behind him, staring at Shisui with lowered eyes. Shisui, what are you doing? Itaki looked at his friend in shock. They were originally heading towards the Hokage building together, but just as they were about to arrive, Shisui suddenly used a fire release, heading straight for the Hokage building. Shisui, are you rebelling? Fugaku also said in a deep voice. Uchiha Shisui. Danzo also had a gloomy face and questioned. Do you know what you're doing? Whoosh! A kunai flashed through the air like lightning, grazing the side of Danzo's face. Shisui looked down at him. Are you asking me? Blood immediately soaked the bandage on his face. The focus of Danzo's pupils tightened, and he stared at Shisui with wide eyes. Shisui then looked at Sarutobi and said indifferently, why? I also really want to know why Danzo wants to kill me. Lord Hokage, do you know? Sarutobi just glanced at Danzo and didn't respond. A faint light flickered in Fugaku's eyes. He said, Shisui, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Lord Danzo attack you? You have done such a treasonous act, why don't you immediately confess your crime to Lord Hokage? Confess my crime, Shisui murmured again, looking up at the sky, letting the rain hit his face. What crime have I committed? So much so that Lord Danzo must personally eliminate me. Danzo's face was extremely ugly, staring at Shisui with cold eyes. Your existence has seriously threatened the safety of the village and must be purged. Upon hearing this, Shisui's expression remained cold. Danzo snorted coldly and continued, not just you, but your entire Uchiha clan has long harbored rebellious intentions. Sarutobi frowned when he saw Danzo directly expose the truth. Lord Danzo, you can't speak carelessly. Fugaku, however, said with displeasure from the side. We Uchiha are the founding elders of Konoha. We have always been loyal to Konoha. In terms of seniority and contribution, is there any other family in Konoha that can compare to our Uchiha? The clan heads on the side had seen clearly that the current situation was a conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage. They all chose not to intervene, but if they were to take action, they would inevitably stand on the Hokage side. Loyalty? Danzo said coldly. Do you Uchiha still have the face to talk about loyalty? Wasn't this Miss Ninja attack planned by you in secret? Upon hearing this, Fugaku said, everything needs evidence. We Uchiha do not admit such slanders. Slander? Danzo sneered, then go ask Uchiha Itaki where he went a few days before the Miss Ninja attack. Dead silence. What Danzo said was too shocking. This information made it difficult for the clan heads to process. Itaka stood there stunned, and he noticed that several gazes had moved to him. What should I do? If I admit it, I will force the Uchiha onto a path of death. But if he flatly denied it, he couldn't say a single word of defense. Someone answered for him. Shisui suddenly looked up and laughed loudly, his laughter growing louder and more arrogant. Sarutobi watched him calmly. In this situation, he was the only one who remained composed. What are you laughing at? Shisui gradually stopped laughing, and his expression returned to being cold and detached. It's truly pathetic, he said. Pathetic about what? Sarutobi said with lowered eyes. Ignorance, short-sightedness, filth, decay. Shisui said slowly, his gaze sweeping between the Hokage, Danzo, and Fugaku. You are truly pathetic. The entire Konoha, the entire Uchiha, your capacity is so shallow. Fugaku said in a deep voice, Shisui, what exactly are you talking about? The Mist Ninja Night raid was planned by me, Shisui suddenly said. Itaki immediately widened his eyes. Are you very shocked? Shisui looked at Itaki indifferently. You're thinking that you were the one who went to the border, you were the one who lured them across the border, right? You are just a pitiful waste controlled by my Sharingan. Chapter 52 Eternal Silence. Shisui, how dare you use your Sharingan on Itaki? Fugaku said in a deep voice. Itaka stood there blankly, not saying a word. Shisui just sneered, if I didn't control them with my Sharingan, how would the cowardly Uchiha dare to do such a thing? Otherwise, why would they be so oppressed? Enough. Sarutobi suddenly spoke, interrupting all the conversation. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze was indescribably calm or something else. Do you have anything else to say? Shisui's expression also returned to indifference. He looked at Danzo on the side. You seem very interested in the power of the Uchiha. To even be able to use the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu is an age. Danzo's face changed drastically, and he questioned, "What did you say?" "If you haven't changed it yet, the bandage under yours should be a blinded Sharingan," Shisui continued. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi just glanced at Danzo indifferently. But Fugaku's face turned gloomy. "Lord Danzo, is what he said true?" Danzo didn't respond. The hand holding the cane faintly showed bulging veins. "Lord Danzo, please remove the bandage to prove your innocence," Fugaku said slowly, looking at Danzo. Rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the rain that had been falling for half the night began to show signs of weakening. "This farce should end," Shisui said calmly. Subsequently, several more shuriken wrapped in steel wire cut through the air, tightly binding Shisui's upper body. "This is the end, Uchiha Shisui." A white-haired dark department member wearing a fox mask appeared in the field, holding one end of the steel wire, and said to Shisui, "You have been arrested." Shisui, however, did not show the slightest trace of panic or fear, and still said calmly, "Is that so?" His gaze swept over the people present, the composed and steady third Hokage, the grim-faced Chimera Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku who had been acting all along, Itaki who was stunned and lost in thought, and the silent clan heads of various major families. A cluster of green flames inexplicably lit up on his body. Kakashi was startled at the sight. The next second, outside Shisui's body, a green exoskeleton began to condense out of thin air, as if chakra had solidified into a physical form, presenting the appearance of a skeleton. "What is that?" Everyone present was startled, and among them, Uchiha Fugaku was especially so. "Shisui, you too," as expected. His eyes were filled with shock. All the steel wires binding him were broken. The green skeleton continued to spread upwards, finally forming the appearance of a half-body giant, burning with green flames all around, with a scarlet tomo on its chest, and opening a pair of glowing eyes, like an extremely evil ghost crawled out of hell. "What is that thing?" Everyone was shocked beyond belief. The scene before them was somewhat beyond their comprehension. A ball of light condensed in the giant's palm, and then it suddenly flicked its hand. Swish, swish, swish. The ball of light transformed into endless light bullets, shooting towards the direction of the Hokage and Danzo. "Be careful, Lord Hokage. Earth release, earth wall." Kakashi was also rapidly forming hand signs in his alarm. A thick earth wall rose in front of him, with 4 carved fierce dogs on it, blocking all the light bullets. Rumble. With continuous explosions, the earth wall quickly became shaky. The surrounding dark department members leaped forward at the sight, but the green giant merely waved its arm, knocking these people to the ground. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A burst of dragon-headed flames fiercely crashed into the giant's body, then exploded into surging fire, engulfing Shisui in a sea of fire. Kakashi glanced sideways and saw Fugaku performing the technique. And after the fire subsided, what horrified everyone was that the half-body giant was completely unharmed. Shisui, under the protection of the giant, glanced at Fugaku indifferently. The next moment, the green giant suddenly dispersed, turning into scattered starlight, and vanished into the rainy night. "It worked," someone said with surprise. "It seems it will be difficult to kill you all today," Shisui said at this point, looking indifferently at Sarutobi. "Next time, I won't waste so much time talking with you. He's trying to escape." Danzo roared. "Stop him. Go." The dark department members swarmed forward again, but the exact same scene as before happened again. These people stopped in midair one after another, falling to the ground and screaming in terror. This guy's visual prowess is too terrifying. Seeing this situation, Kakashi immediately dismissed the desire to make a move, looking at Shisui with deep dread. The space where Shisui was located suddenly twisted, forming a whirlpool shape, and a figure wearing a pitch-black rain cloak appeared out of thin air from within the whirlpool. "Is it handled?" the black-robed figure asked Shisui. The sudden appearance of this person made everyone extremely vigilant. Shisui's gaze finally swept over Itaki and the crowd. "Let's go." The whirlpool appeared again, this time sucking both of them in. The twisted space returned to calmness, but where Shisui had been was now empty. Hayashi activated his Byakugan to scan the surroundings at this time, but he did not see the figures of these two people. "They're gone." "It's space-time ninjutsu," Sarutobi said at this point. "It seems he has colluded with someone extraordinary. Damn it, he just got away like that." Danzo snorted heavily. Sarutobi merely glanced at him indifferently and said to Kakashi, "The dark department should retreat first. Take the injured to the medical unit." "Yes." He then walked closer to Hai. "How are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious, cough cough," Yamanaka Hai said. Sarutobi nodded, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind this missed ninja attack was Uchiha Shisui. Danzo's gaze darkened upon hearing this, but with things having come to this, he couldn't say anything. Fugaku spoke at this time. "He is one of our Uchiha. As the clan head, I should bear the main responsibility for this incident. No, Sarutobi shook his head. What happened is something no one wanted to see. Moreover, Itaki is also a victim, isn't he? Itaki remained silent there. The clan heads of Hyaga, Nara, Yamanaka, and others did not respond, quietly listening to Sarutobi speak. From today onwards, Uchiha Shisui will be listed as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, a bounty will be issued, and it will be announced throughout the ninja world. Furthermore, Sarutobi turned back to look at Danzo, his expression calm. Your attempt to secretly assassinate Uchiha Shisui could very well be the catalyst that drove him to rebellion. Coveting the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai is an even greater taboo. Effective immediately, all your authority is revoked, and the root organization under your command is disbanded and incorporated into the Dark Department structure. You are confined until I issue your formal execution. Danzo stood there with a sullen face, not saying a word. Lord Hokage, Fugaku spoke again at this time. Regardless, I feel deeply remorseful about the matter concerning Shisui. I hope Lord Hokage will revoke the authority of our Uchiha police force as a form of punishment. This time, all the clan heads present couldn't help but slightly change their expressions. If the Uchiha lost the police force position, it would seem like their authority was reduced, but in reality, there would no longer be any public pressure to restrain them. If this continued, it was possible that within 2 generations, an Uchiha would be sitting in the Hokage seat. The Uchiha ninja are elites of the village, and the police force has been very competent. Revoking your authority like this would also be a loss for Konoha, Sarutobi said. The clan heads then breathed a sigh of relief. However, I believe that the police force does not need to be limited to only members of one clan, it should widely recruit talent. Sarutobi's tone shifted. Lord Hokage is wise. Fugaku bowed his head slightly. He hadn't expected to achieve it all in one go. His own clan members wouldn't agree to that. Shikaku, take Hai to the medical unit. Yes, Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, we shall also take our leave. Hayashi and the others also bowed one after another. Konoha is not an empty shell, it is the bond that connects people to each other. Each and every one of you is a part of Konoha village, and the village will not mistreat anyone, Sarutobi finally said to everyone. I hope you understand. Yes. Everyone left, leaving only Sarutobi and Danzo in the ruins. Hiruzen, you've changed, Danzo said slowly. One must break to build, Sarutobi said calmly. But your indulgence towards the Uchiha will absolutely make you regret it. Just as Danzo finished speaking, a figure appeared instantly here. What happened? Guan Yu frowned, looking at the ruins here, and then glanced at Danzo beside him. I saw many people leaving from here. Was there an attack? Danzo was slightly surprised by Guan Yu's attitude. Sarutobi looked at Guan Yu. You are late. All of this was over, and he had only just arrived. The rain gradually stopped, and the crescent moon peeked out from behind the clouds. 3 figures in the ruins, the rustling sound of conversation. The scattered silver light illuminated the area, and the shallow puddles on the floor reflected Guan Yu's blurred face. Is it necessary to explain all this to him? Danzo frowned. He found it strange that Sarutobi had explained the entire process of the incident clearly to Guan Yu. Sarutobi didn't respond, just slowly turned around. Is it you? Danzo heard a soft murmur. He frowned, looking at Guan Yu, and found that something was off about him. The one who destroyed all of this, is it you? Guan Yu suddenly raised his head. In that pair of black eyes, an ominous 4-pointed pinwheel pattern was now visible. You. Danzo was momentarily lost in thought. Mangekyo Sherinan, how is that possible? But before he could say anything, he saw the young man in front of him closing in, and at the same time, a kunao came into view, along with the coldness and resentment in the other person's eyes. The sharp blade pierced through flesh and blood, directly through the throat. On the shadow rock, Guan Yu sat alone, quietly enduring the cold wind. He had searched the entire area around Konoha, but hadn't seen a single soul. The village below was still asleep in the darkness, not a single light could be seen. This was the village he had painstakingly tried to change. What was the point now? Ah, what's the point, he murmured softly. Might as well just destroy it. But this thought only flashed through his mind, he had no real interest in acting on it. It was as if he had returned to his original state, too lazy to care about Konoha's life and death. He had been doing quite well on his own, originally, there was nothing he needed to consider. That guy just had to provoke him. Guan Yu didn't know how long he had been sitting there, the moon had traveled far across the night sky. Returning to his residence, he suddenly noticed that the window of his room was open. Guan Yu froze for a moment, reaching out to grasp the doorknob, his hand trembling slightly. Tenten was still sound asleep on the bed, the blanket pulled up tightly. A figure sat on a chair. Guan Yu silently closed the door, leaning his back against it, and lowered his head. You're trespassing again. What does it matter? The person said. Anyway, I'm already a rogue ninja. Guan Yu looked up at him, but the other person's face was calm. Guan Yu took a deep breath. I can fix all of this. Everyone who was there, I can make them keep quiet. Come back, you don't have to leave the village. How will you fix it? Shisui just asked. I have a way. Guan Yu said. Shisui didn't respond to that question, but slowly said along, I've realized that I actually don't understand you. You're far more terrifying than I thought. Guan Yu was startled, then fell silent. When we were kids, you were more mature and steady than others your age, someone to be trusted. At that time, I just thought you were a reliable guy worth getting to know. Later, after Owen Harika died, you seemed like a different person. I felt sorry for you, and I thought someone like you shouldn't be so depressed. I wanted to save you, but I was wrong. Shisui was recounting some past events, his voice steady and calm like an ancient well. You don't need anyone's salvation at all, that was just my wishful thinking. Guan Yu could only remain silent about Shisui's words, not knowing how to respond. From the first time you told me you were going to plant spies near the Hokage, I started to feel afraid, Shisui continued. What do the village and the Hokage mean to you? To be able to calmly say such rebellious words, is it because of Owen Harika's deaths that you lost faith in the village, or did you, from the beginning, never have a sense of belonging to Konoha? If one day the villagers of Konoha become an obstacle in your path, can you kill them without hesitation? Guan Yu looked at Shisui, seeing a glint in his eyes as he said this, filled with disappointment. After a long silence, he finally spoke, Do you hate me? Yes, Shisui said. But, I can't do better than you. If it weren't for you, I might already be dead, and Konoha might be facing a much more tragic end right now. Shisui said slowly, a look of melancholy on his face. You sacrificed a small part to achieve the best outcome. From the beginning, I was too naive, speaking of righteousness with my mouth but having no better solution. You were right from the start, I was afraid to bear that sin. Those who died were too innocent, they had flesh and blood, names, family and friends, cherished memories. Whenever I think of this, I feel like I can't bear the weight of their lives. If someone had to be sacrificed, it should have just been me. But, I'm just a fool who can only talk big. He looked pained and self-reproachful, blaming himself for his incompetence. No, Guan Yu shook his head at this point. Many people don't even have your resolve. What's the use of just having resolve? It doesn't change anything, Shisui sighed softly. It can be changed. Guan Yu said quickly, his face serious. Isn't the current Konoha, the current Uchiha, already developing in a good direction? The Uchiha will reintegrate into the village, and the villagers' criticism of the Uchiha will gradually disappear. It's true that there were some sacrifices, but those were made by me, and they have nothing to do with you. Shisui, you can stay and witness all of this slowly. Shisui quietly shook his head. Why? Guan Yu said in a daze. Why? Bang! He punched the door hard, letting out a heavy thud, his lowered face almost contorted in anger. Seeing him like this, Shisui felt a pang of sorrow. I can't let Itaka bear the blame for everything you've done. And, Shisui's words trailed off, as if he wanted to say more but stopped himself. Never mind, he sighed. What damn blame? Guan Yu said angrily, who would dare to hold you accountable? Those who lost their loved ones, their friends in this disaster, Shisui said slowly. Guan Yu immediately froze in place. What, are you going to kill these people too? Shisui asked. Guan Yu gritted his teeth, angry and powerless. Damn it! He took another deep breath and said, I did all of this. If you want to place blame, come find me. Do you think everyone else is stupid? Shisui said again. Today's events, those present were the heads of various clans. How are you going to make them forget what happened today? Threaten them, or silence them by killing? Are you going to plant seeds of hatred in their hearts, or destroy Konoha? It's already too late, he finally said softly. Guan Yu murmured in a low voice, from the beginning, I should have just killed him. If he had killed Danzo early on, there wouldn't have been so many problems. If killing could solve problems, there would be no war in the ninja world, Shisui said. By killing people, you will constantly move towards the retribution you deserve. Guan Yu closed his eyes. So, you have to leave? Shisui's gaze shifted. I no longer have a reason to stay. Then do you have a reason to leave? Guan Yu asked angrily. Yes, Shisui said calmly. I hate the current Konoha. It's full of power struggles, political suppression, the actions of the higher UPS disgust me. It won't be long before these people start fighting for power again, and the Uchiha will repeat the same mistakes. At that time, how many more sacrifices will there be? How many more criminals like you and me? How many more people who deserve to die like you and me? Guan Yu couldn't help but say, all of this can be changed. It just needs some time, I can do it. I can clear away all the darkness in the village. Silence. Shisui watched, then suddenly said, along, does this scene feel familiar? Guan Yu was startled. He suddenly remembered that he and Shisui had argued like this before. At that time he was trying to persuade Shisui to give up on the higher UPS. It felt familiar, except now their positions were reversed. At that time, Shisui was trying to save everyone, now he was trying to keep Shisui. Guan Yu stood there in a daze, silent. Then go and change it, if you think you can do it, Shisui said again. We are different, you have more time now than I did back then. But if Konoha at that time is still as dirty and corrupt as Konoha's reconstruction work was proceeding in an orderly manner. With the help of the ninja, construction efficiency was much higher, and the ruined walls in the village were already turning into brand new houses. The villagers also gradually emerged from the shadow of the previous attack. Your Jonin appointment letter. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi handed a document to Guan Yu. After being promoted to Jonin, you will have to take on certain duties, or serve as a Jonin instructor, Sarutobi said. Let's take an idle position, Guan Yu said. How are things with the Uchiha clan land? If a piece of land were to be allocated to the Uchiha clan from the center of the village, it would definitely cause opposition from the other major clans, Sarutobi said. A more remote location wouldn't have much significance either. What is Fugaku's attitude on this? Guan Yu asked again. He should be aware of this and hasn't expressed a specific attitude yet, Sarutobi said. Guan Yu frowned and fell into contemplation. He did have a method, but implementing it might be somewhat difficult. Thump thump thump. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. Enter, Sarutobi said. Upon finishing his words, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. It was an acquaintance, Yui Kurane. She was momentarily stunned when she saw Guan Yu in the office. Lord Hokage, she quickly greeted again. Are you all right? Sarutobi asked, his words indicating he knew she was injured. I fully recovered. Yui Kurane walked over and stood beside Guan Yu. Sarutobi nodded and found a document on his desk. This is your special Jonin appointment letter. Only you, Anko, Hayate, and Genma passed the last assessment. They've all been here already. Yui Kurane took the document with both hands. Thank you, Lord Hokage. This is what you deserve. You have great talent, and I believe you will be promoted to Jonin before long, Sarutobi encouraged. Yui Kurane didn't show any joy at being praised. She glanced at Guan Yu beside her from the corner of her eye. You can leave if there's nothing else. Oh, I'll take my leave, Yui Kurane replied, regaining her composure, and turned to depart. After the door was closed, Guan Yu spoke again. Let's postpone the clan land matter for a few days. I'll see if I can find a suitable solution. Regarding the police force, since Fugaku intends to delegate authority, recruit new members as soon as possible and let them be promoted quickly within it. Alright, Sarutobi nodded. After Guan Yu finished speaking, he also turned around and left. Outside the office, the corridor was empty. But Guan Yu hadn't walked far before he saw a figure walking slowly around the corner. She turned her head and looked at Guan Yu. What a coincidence. Yui Kurane walked very slowly, waiting for Guan Yu to catch up before quickening her pace to walk alongside him. Yeah. What did you see Lord Hokage about? A mission? Yui Kurane asked again. Same as you, Guan Yu said, gesturing at the document in his hand. Jonin appointment letter. She looked at the title on the document, then lowered her head to look at the similar document in her hand, and pursed her lips. Congratulations. Guan Yu glanced at her from the side. Are you recovered from your injury? Huh? Yui Kurane was startled by the question, seemingly not expecting Guan Yu to care about that. Yes. I was just discharged this morning, she added. That's good, Guan Yu said indifferently. Yui Kurane suddenly stopped in her tracks, frozen on the spot. What did "that's good" mean? Was he perhaps concerned about her? She quickly took small steps to catch up with Guan Yu. Also, thank you for saving me that day, she said in a low voice. Weren't you quite resistant to me bandaging your wound at the time? Guan Yu said, glancing at her sideways. Yui Kurane felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this and couldn't help but turn her head away to hide her slightly flushed face. Let's not mention that again, she said. No response. Name: Yui Kurane. Gender: female. Age: 21. Affection: 79. Relationship: friend. Conquest difficulty: a first kiss. Reward: Genjutsu mastery obtained. Base reward: Genjutsu counter. After leaving the Hokage building, he directly parted ways with Yui Kurane. Guan Yu didn't go straight home but wandered around the village. Most of the houses had been built, and the villagers in the shelters on the open space above the Shadow Rock had all returned to their homes. But there were also some houses that were no longer inhabited. Guan Yu moved through the various streets, observing the village's current situation. Aburo-kun. As he was walking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Guan Yu then saw who had called out to him. Mrs. Mikato. What a coincidence, Aburo-kun, Mikato said with a smile, holding a shopping bag. Guan Yu nodded. It is quite a coincidence. What are you doing, Aburo-kun? Mikato asked. Just wandering around. I see, Mikato said with a warm smile. Do you remember, Aburo-kun, that I said before I wanted to invite you to our house? Guan Yu looked at the smile on her face. I remember. Then, do you happen to have time now, Aburo-kun? Mikato asked gently. I just bought some groceries, and it's almost noon. How about coming over for lunch? Guan Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he said calmly, I'm afraid there might be someone in your house who doesn't welcome me. Mikato was startled for a moment, then smiled. How could that be? You saved me and Suzuki, and our whole family is very grateful to you. I mean, your other son, Guanyu said. Itake. Mikato was a little surprised. Do you know Itake? We've interacted. Mikato pondered for a moment. If there's any bad blood between you two, I'll apologize on his behalf. No, your son didn't do anything wrong, Guanyu said instead. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding between you two. Things can be cleared up by talking, Mikato thought for a moment, then added. Suzuki and my husband are both really looking forward to you coming, Aburo-kun. Guanyu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the beautiful young woman in front of him. All right. Mikato immediately beamed. Please come with me, Aburo-kun. Uchiha clan land. The scenery here was different from other parts of the village. The destroyed buildings had not been fully rebuilt yet. This was specifically instructed by the Hokage. Guanyu quietly followed behind Mikato, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. You seem very interested in our Uchiha clan land, Aburo-kun, Mikato said with a smile. I am quite interested, Guanyu said. If you're interested, you can come often in the future. You're always welcome. I may not be able to come often. It's a bit remote here, Guanyu said bluntly. Mikato was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Ah, it is a bit remote, but it's closer to the Nanga shrine. Have you considered moving, Mrs. Mikato? Guanyu suddenly said. Mikato abruptly stopped walking. Seeing this, Guanyu also stopped. She slowly turned her head and looked at Guanyu, her eyes showing a strange expression. What Guanyu said was too strange, and coincidentally, Fugaku had just mentioned the possibility of the clan land relocating to her. If we were to move again, where could we move to? Mikato said with a faint smile. We are members of the Uchiha clan. If we were to move, it wouldn't be a matter of just one family, but the entire clan would have to relocate. We've already moved once. Can we move back? That might be a little difficult, Guanyu said. Cheers. Yui Korone gathered with her friends from the same graduating class, clinking glasses. Korone, you just got out of the hospital, is it okay to drink? After downing a glass of clear sake, Asuma couldn't help but ask from the side. You've already drunk it, doesn't saying that now seem redundant? Anko said, patting his back from the side. It's fine, I've fully recovered, Yui Korone, sitting on Anko's other side, replied. Asuma is always worrying about useless things, Genma also mocked from the opposite seat. Asuma sighed helplessly, alright, pretend I didn't say anything. Oh right, Korone, you went to see Lord Hokage today, didn't you? Genma asked again. Yes, because of the special Jonin promotion, Yui Korone nodded. I got the appointment papers. That's great, Special Jonin Uzuki Yujeo said with a hint of envy. Whose fault is it that you didn't come for the exam? Otherwise, you might be one now, Anko said, spreading her hands. I feel I'm still far off, and didn't some of you not pass either? Uzuki Yujeo chuckled softly. Ebisu, Aoba, and Rado didn't pass because those three are idiots, you're different, Anko said. Listening to Anko mocking them, the three mentioned all rolled their eyes. Yes, I'm really sorry for not passing the exam, I'm dragging you down, Yamashiro Aoba said helplessly. Just go back and train hard, and take the test again, wouldn't that be fine? Guy, who had been focusing on the grilled meat in front of him, also spoke up. If you're willing, you can come train with me, I can even help you create a detailed training plan. Forget it, I'll just remain an idiot, Yamashiro Aoba immediately said, making everyone laugh, especially Anko, who dramatically put one arm around Yui Korone's shoulder and held her stomach with the other. Oh right, Yui Korone suddenly said, as if remembering something. I heard that Kakashi seems to have left the dark department, did you not invite him to this gathering? Of course we notified him, Asuma sighed. He's not coming. Huh, why? Does he have a mission? He shouldn't be that busy after leaving the dark department, right? Yui Korone asked in surprise. That's just how Kakashi is, Guy said at this point. It's normal for him not to come. Alright then, Yui Korone could only say. Guy picked up a nearby napkin and wiped his mouth, saying, there's something you might not know yet, Lord Hokage has assigned Kakashi to be a Jonin instructor. Jonin instructor. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. They seriously considered what it would be like if Kakashi's personality was that of a Jonin instructor. With Kakashi, the students he takes on are really unlucky, Ebisu said, and everyone else strongly agreed. Oh right, speaking of which, Guy, you seem to have become a Jonin instructor too, haven't you? Yeah, it's a recent thing, Guy smiled. I met a very special child at the Ninja Academy and wanted to train him myself, but he still has a few years until graduation, so I'm getting used to and learning how to be a Jonin instructor in advance. What kind of child makes you so invested? Everyone was curious. He must be an incredible genius. Guy thought for a moment, then smiled. No, quite the opposite. Everyone was a bit strange and confused, but Guy didn't explain further. Asuma, aren't you interested in being a Jonin instructor? Anko asked, looking at Asuma. What's there to be interested in? You have to spend time with little kids, and you might even run into some troublesome ones, Asuma said with a pout, propping his chin on the table with one hand. I don't want to suffer that. Jonin instructor, as the name suggests, is a Jonin who takes responsibility. Look at Asuma, it's better he doesn't ruin the village's future, Genma quipped. Eat your meat, Asuma retorted angrily. Jonin instructor, huh? Yui Kurane thought to herself, her mind suddenly flashing back to a Jonin appointment letter she had seen from someone in the Hokage building today. Would that guy become a Jonin instructor? Why did she suddenly think of him? And with his personality, it would be impossible. Yui Kurane picked up her cup and took a small sip, trying to suppress her thoughts. Hashtag the patriarch's residence wasn't particularly large, just one more courtyard than ordinary homes. Guan Yu walked in with Mikato, his gaze casually sweeping around, just as it had been when he came before. Crossing the courtyard, they entered the living room. It seems they haven't returned yet, please make yourself at home, Mikato turned and said to Guan Yu. She put the bag in her hand in the kitchen and quickly brought out tea. It was an old-fashioned room, with no extra decorations, only a low table in the center of the living room, directly facing the corridor. Is Patriarch Fugaku usually very busy? Guan Yu casually asked, kneeling on the cushion beside the low table. He does have a lot of things to do, Mikato smiled. After all, he is the Patriarch, managing the entire Uchiha, Guan Yu said. Mikato placed the tea set on the table in front of Guan Yu and began arranging the cups. Aburo-kun, you just said that we Uchiha should abandon the restriction of keeping all our clansmen confined to one place, right? Mikato slowly asked. I just said it casually. Even said casually, it's quite interesting, she smiled, leaning forward to pour tea for Guan Yu. Because she was looking down, Mikato's smooth hair hung down, and from Guan Yu's perspective, he could see the fine downy hair on the back of her neck and smell a faint fragrance. It wasn't the scent of tea. He lightly held the teacup with one hand and said, the village's reconstruction should be almost complete, and the houses that were destroyed have gradually been restored to their original appearance. However, many houses no longer have owners. These empty houses are scattered throughout the village. Hot tea poured from the teapot into the cup, making a gurgling sound. Mikato still had her head lowered. Aburo-kun, who are you conveying a message for? Guan Yu remained calm. What message? Aburo-kun, do you think this is good for the Uchiha, isn't it? If even the clan compound is gone, wouldn't the Uchiha become a joke? You should consider what you can gain by doing this, it's just making a small sacrifice. Mikato didn't respond, remaining silent for a moment. That cat, it was you, wasn't it? She looked up, just as she saw Guan Yu's calm gaze watching her. Guan Yu's expression was calm. What cat? Mikato smiled. No, nothing, maybe I remembered incorrectly. Suzuki once met a cat that he really liked, but unfortunately, it suddenly disappeared later. Just a cat, Guan Yu said lightly. Children especially cherish things like that, Mikato said instead. Aburo-kun, please make yourself comfortable for a bit, I should go prepare lunch. She placed the teapot on the table and then prepared to stand up. Seeing this, Guan Yu frowned slightly, then suddenly grabbed her wrist, stopping her movement to stand. Mikato felt the grip on her wrist was quite heavy, causing her a slight pain. Aburo-kun, do you want to starve? Mrs. Mikato, Guan Yu slowly began. The living room fell silent. The courtyard was noisy during the day, and the sunlight slanted into the living room, cutting it into two areas of light and dark, with the shadow part engulfing both of them. I'm home. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the living room, and a figure appeared at the entrance. And when this person saw Guan Yu holding Mikato's wrist, his face instantly changed. Let go of my mother. Chapter 56, Clothes. Let go of my mother. Itake was shocked and furious. He quickly flashed inside and was about to attack Guan Yu. Guan Yu then released Mikato's wrist at the right moment. Itake. Mikato quickly stopped her son. Mom, did this guy hurt you? Itake asked angrily, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Guan Yu. No, you misunderstood, Mikato said, even though her wrist still felt a bit sore. Guan Yu remained calmly seated, completely indifferent to Itake's attitude. What are you doing at my house? Itake demanded of Guan Yu. Guan Yu just looked at him indifferently, without responding. I invited Aburo-kun, Mikato explained at this point. Didn't Aburo-kun save me and Suzuki before? So I wanted to thank him properly. Itake furrowed his brows. Mom, you don't know, this guy, But the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Itake's eyes flickered with hatred, looking as if he wanted to slice Guan Yu into 1,000 pieces. In short, he's not a good person. Mikato sighed helplessly upon hearing this. I've heard about some of Aburo-kun's past actions, but everyone makes mistakes, and Aburo-kun was very young at that time. Some of the wrong things he did can be forgiven. She was referring to Guan Yu's well-known history as a problematic ninja. Mom, Itake hesitated several times, not knowing how to explain. Should he say that he was the mastermind behind the mist ninja attack? But how could he explain something like that, when he himself was his accomplice? It was this guy who forced Shisui away and killed Izumi. But Itaki also knew that the reason Shisui left the village also included his own foolishness. Seeing this, Mikato still wanted to keep him. Regardless of whether she felt wary or hostile towards Guanyu, Itaki was being somewhat impolite at the moment. Itaki, standing nearby, tightly grabbed Mikato's arm, stopping her. After leaving the Uchiha clan grounds, Guanyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although he could control Konoha from the shadows, there were still many inconveniences. It might be too late, like last time. In the future, he might also encounter things that the Hokage finds inconvenient to handle directly, and his current status gives his words absolutely no weight. Amaterasu had already been used. Without the first Hokage cells, Guanyu wouldn't be able to use it again for over a decade. He needed to find a way to step into the spotlight and also cultivate some of his own power. Anko groggily opened her eyes and found she wasn't in her own room. She slowly sat up, feeling a terrible headache. It was already dark outside the window, and the room was lit. A woman in a red nightgown sat on a chair by the window, holding a book and reading quietly. "I'm so thirsty," Anko said. Hearing this, the woman looked up at her, then pointed to the coffee table in front of her. Anko pouted, got out of bed, went to the table, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it down. After drinking the water, her throat immediately felt much better. "How did I get here?" Anko asked. "Otherwise, what? Should I have thrown you on the street when you were drunk?" Ui Korone said, gently turning the pages of her book. "With your alcohol tolerance, don't try to drink so much in the future. Every time I have to carry you back." "Got it, Mom." Korone. Anko waved her hand. Ui Korone glared at her upon hearing that. "I want to take a bath here," Anko said, smelling the strong smell of alcohol on herself. Without any hesitation, she walked straight towards the wardrobe. "I don't have your underwear here." "I won't wear any for now, then." Ui Korone was quite helpless and immediately ignored her, but the moment her eyes returned to the book page, she suddenly remembered something and stood up from the chair, pushing it directly to the floor with the force. Anko turned her head to look, her face full of surprise. "What's wrong? You, go home and wash." Ui Korone opened her mouth and said somewhat unnaturally, "If you shower here, you'll have to wear my clothes and bring them back to me, which is quite troublesome." "What's troublesome about that?" Anko found it a bit funny. "Besides, didn't I often shower here before?" "No, I mean, it's pretty close to your place anyway. Wouldn't it be more convenient for you to just go back and shower?" Ui Korone's eyes were a bit evasive. "What, you don't want me to wear your clothes?" Anko raised an eyebrow. "I'll just wear your pajamas, and I can wash them for you." Problem solved. "What are you talking about?" Ui Korone was helpless. "Then what are you rambling about?" Anko said, and was about to open the wardrobe again. "Wait!" Ui Korone almost cried out. Anko's outstretched hand froze in midair. She turned her head to look again. I sent all my clothes to the laundry. Did you forget I just got back today?" Ui Korone explained. Anko looked at Ui Korone for a while and said, "Something's off with you. Is there?" Anko slightly narrowed her eyes, then suddenly opened the wardrobe. Ui Korone's breath hitched. Bang! The wardrobe door was closed again. Anko turned around without a word and left that spot. She went to the bed, picked up her clothes, and put them on one by one. "Never mind, I'll go home and shower." After Anko was fully dressed, Ui Korone still stood there, staring blankly at her. "I'm leaving." "Ah, okay," Ui Korone responded. Anko walked to the door. "Your door, it seems you're not planning to change it." She opened the door, then turned back towards Ui Korone, smiled, and waved, saying, "See you tomorrow." Bang! The room became quiet. Faint sounds of footsteps descending the stairs could be heard. Ui Korone quickly walked to the wardrobe and opened it. Inside, many clothes were neatly hung and folded, and in the corner, there was a black men's jacket, very conspicuous among the many women's styles and colors. Ui Korone let her hands drop weakly. "Damn, what am I doing? Why did I put it in here?" "Why didn't Anko ask?" Her mind felt like a tangled mess. Ui Korone took the jacket out, found a bag, put it inside, changed her clothes, and left the room. Pedestrians were sparse on the street. At this hour, everyone was probably already in bed. Korone walked down the street, carrying the bag with the clothes. She wasn't sure what was going through her mind the whole way. Unconsciously, she arrived in front of a house. There were no lights on inside, and she didn't know if anyone was home. Korone felt her heart beating faster and faster. Reached out to knock on the door. Is he home, or not home? Is he asleep? I hope he's not home. Creak. The door opened. Korone's violently beating heart suddenly calmed down in an instant. He was wearing thin pajamas, so he must have been in bed. The cool breeze outside blew, slightly lifting her long dress. Korone could smell the scent of shampoo on him. It smelled very nice. Something wrong. Do you remember you left a jacket at my place? I brought it over at UI. Korone took a deep breath and handed over the bag in her hand. Guan Yu just looked at her quietly and didn't take the bag. After a long silence, he finally said, "Want to come in and sit?" Korone felt her voice trembling. Okay. Chapter 57. Obsessed. The light wasn't on. The room was a bit dim, with hazy, misty moonlight drifting in through the window. Korone sat on the chair, her legs together, looking very reserved. She placed the bag in her hands on her lap and gripped it tightly with both hands. Am I crazy? What am I doing? She kept questioning herself in her heart. Korone mustered her courage and spoke. Your jacket, I've already washed it for you. It's here. The bag containing the jacket was placed on a nearby table. Guan Yu leaned back on the bed, bent one leg, and looked over. Why did you suddenly bring me the jacket so late? Korone's heart tightened. She quickly explained, it just suddenly occurred to me. Did I disturb your rest? I'm really sorry. Guan Yu looked at her quietly. You don't hate me anymore. Why would I hate you? Korone just said. Didn't you say you wanted to send me to prison? Guan Yu said. Because I kissed you. Don't say that. Korone looked away, clutching her skirt with both hands, speaking in a low voice. Let bygones be bygones. Guan Yu suddenly got off the bed, startling Korone. Only then did she realize Guan Yu was going towards the refrigerator. Korone breathed a sigh of relief, then saw a can of drink being handed to her. She was momentarily stunned, then looked up to see him holding a can in each hand. Thank you, Korone said, holding the can with both hands after taking it. Guan Yu opened the drink and started drinking. Seeing this, Korone lowered her head to look at the drink in her hand, rubbed it in her palm for a bit, then opened it and started drinking too. White peach flavored, so cold. Guan Yu finished the drink in one gulp and threw the empty can into the trash can. Seeing this, Korone also imitated him, tilting her head back and swallowing sip by sip. When she finally finished drinking and opened her eyes, she found Guan Yu standing nearby, staring at her. Korone immediately lowered her head, her face slightly red. What are you looking at? Looking at you. Guan Yu said calmly, you're very pretty. Guan Yu saw the long unseen expression on her face and couldn't help but curl his lips. What do you think? Korone felt her heart almost leap out, her chest rising and falling violently. I'm leaving. She wanted to leave from the side, but just as she moved, Guan Yu pressed closer, using his knee to block her legs. You, don't mess around, Korone said with a trembling voice. Guan Yu reached out, his cold fingers sliding from her smooth neck to her chin. I just wanted to bring you some clothes. Do you have to bully me like this? Guan Yu looked up at her, saying faintly, don't you know in your heart why you came? I'm not. Korone said anxiously. I haven't even said what it is yet, what are you denying? Korone bit down on her lower lip, shame clouding her heart again. Bastard. Suddenly, she felt a hand pressing on her abdomen. Stop, she said in a panic. Guan Yu ignored her, fumbling under her skirt and reaching inside, his cold palm pressing against her lower abdomen. One cold, one warm, skin pressed tightly together. No. Korone tightly closed her eyes, her throat moving for a while. I'm not ready yet. Ready for what? Guan Yu asked. Her lips were almost bitten through, yet she couldn't answer. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Guan Yu said, his fingers gently stroking her chin. If you feel wronged, then cry. 3 seconds. If I see your tears, I'll let you go. Guan Yu lifted her chin, making it harder for Korone to look away. 3, 2, is it 1 yet? It wasn't 1. The next second, Korone saw Guan Yu's face suddenly move closer. The hand on her lower abdomen wrapped halfway around her waist to her back, and the other hand moved to her waist. Korone was held tightly by Guan Yu, her entire body pressed against the door. The suffocating feeling made her brain stop functioning. Guan Yu's embrace felt like a bottomless abyss, making her fall into it. Degradation, indulgence. She didn't know how long had passed. The sharp pain on her lips woke Korone from a fantasy that was neither heaven nor hell. Guan Yu licked his lips, which were still stained with blood, and released her with both hands. Korone, however, collapsed onto the floor as if exhausted. Is it over just like this? You can go now. Korone thought distractedly, and Guan Yu's voice sounded in her ears again. She looked up at Guan Yu, who had already sat back on the bed. Korone stood up, tidied her dress in a panic, turned around, opened the door, and quickly fled the place. On the street, the cold wind blowing made Korone's thoughts much clearer. The pain in her lower lip hadn't faded, along with the taste of blood in her mouth and the white peach flavor of who knows whom. She stood blankly on the deserted street for a long time before starting to walk towards her home. Returning home, she locked the door tightly. Korone took off her long dress and walked into the bathroom. The person in the mirror had slightly messy hair, and her lip was broken, extremely red. Did I cry just now? She reached out and touched the corner of her eye, finding no wetness. Then why did he let me go? Kurane thought with downcast eyes. Damn it, what am I thinking? Was I crazy tonight? What on earth did I do? She slapped her face hard. Who? She let out a long sigh, yet couldn't help but reach out and touch her lower abdomen. When she left earlier, she had only changed from a nightgown to a long dress and wasn't wearing underwear underneath. That guy must have noticed. But it doesn't matter anymore. What should have been seen has been seen, and what should have been touched has been touched. How did the relationship between the two of them suddenly reach this point? And I even took the initiative to bring him clothes. Did I want to see him that much? I should hate him, shouldn't I? Kurane remembered what Guan Yu had asked her. Don't hate him anymore? Why, don't I hate him anymore? Since when? Kurane turned on the shower, wanting to take a cold shower to clear her head, but as the icy water hit her body, it felt like countless hands caressing her back and forth. Kurane stood in the cold water, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Am I possessed? Chapter 58. Let's go to your place. Hokage's residence. The third Hokage and Asuma were playing shogi, both father and son quietly puffing on cigarettes. Asuma saw his father deep in thought with his head down and felt utterly bored. I wanted to arrange a position for you, but you don't seem interested, Sarutobi suddenly said, moving a piece. Asuma was startled upon hearing this. What position? Konoha's police force is recruiting new members. You go there, Sarutobi said. The police force? Aren't there only members of the Uchiha clan there? Asuma said, even more surprised. The policy has changed. Now the police force is widely recruiting talent, Sarutobi said. But why are you making me join the police force? I'm already a jonin, Asuma asked, confused. I know you're a jonin. If you were just a chinin, it wouldn't be easy to take over the police force in the future. Take over the police force? Asuma was completely stunned now. His father wanted him to take over the police force. He couldn't help but ask again, but will the Uchiha agree to something like this? Don't worry about other matters, Sarutobi said, gesturing towards the board for Asuma to move. Hearing no response from Asuma, Sarutobi looked up at him. You don't want to? Not exactly, Asuma replied, regaining his composure. Dad, why do you want me to go? Sarutobi exhaled smoke. Someone has to do this kind of thing. It's better if it's you. After all, you're my son, and you can also get some good experience there. The police force's usual work is mostly just patrolling and maintaining order. What kind of experience could that offer a jonin like himself? The missions he usually undertook were much more dangerous than this. Regarding the Uchiha clanland matter, it was ultimately the Hokage himself who contacted Fugaku and reached an agreement. Fugaku then vigorously lobbied among his clan members. The final result was that a portion of the clan members moved out of the clanland and scattered throughout the village. One of the most direct benefits of doing this is that it allows the Uchiha to completely integrate into the villagers. It was like imitating the Senju's approach back then, but doing this could also easily lead to a loss of bloodline over the long term. Fortunately, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, largely as expected, although there were some obstacles, more or less, during the process. Another month or two passed, and the village's reconstruction work was finally completely finished. With the support of the daimyo's mansion, Konoha quickly recovered its vitality. Although nearly half of the village's houses were destroyed, this was just a superficial appearance. The actual damage caused was not much, far less than the Nine Tails incident in the past. All the villagers returned to their homes, and many villagers also welcomed new neighbors. Evening. The boss took a final look at Tenten, still took out the cake, and accepted the money. Guan Yu's eyes only flickered slightly upon seeing his expression, knowing he had recognized him. Yes, with his past misdeeds, it wouldn't be easy to step into the spotlight. Tenten finished the dango in 2 bites, took the cake, dug out a large spoonful with a spoon, and eagerly put it into her mouth. Then, she made a sound of satisfied happiness. Along, do you want to try some? Tenten turned to Guan Yu and asked. No. Why don't you like sweets? Tenten couldn't help but ask. You're missing out on so many delicious things. I just don't like them, there's no reason. Guan Yu said, patted Tenten's little head, and turned to leave. Along. Tenten was slightly annoyed, made a face at Guan Yu's back, then quickly chased after him, holding the cake with both hands and kicking Guan Yu's calf with her foot. Believe it or not, I'll throw your cake away. Hearing this, Tenten was so scared she quickly hugged the cake to her chest. Along is a bad guy. The two hadn't walked long before they suddenly heard a commotion ahead, with many pedestrians gathered together. What happened? Tenten's curiosity was immediately piqued again, forgetting whether Guan Yu was bad or not, and she squeezed into the crowd. Guan Yu followed behind Tenten and found that the one being watched was a blond little boy, lying on the ground, with coins scattered all over the place beside him. A man in front of a shop was loudly scolding him, his words filled with unpleasant remarks. The onlookers were also discussing it endlessly. It's that kid, that Nine Tails Xiao Gui. Monster. Shouldn't have sold anything to him. Along, let's go. Tenten pulled Guan Yu's clothes from the side and said. Guan Yu looked at Tenten and saw that she looked reluctant. Okay. Away from this street, Tenten was silent for a while, then couldn't help but say, that boy is so pitiful. But my mother warned me not to interact with him. Along, do you know why everyone hates him? Hearing this, Guan Yu just reached out and gently rubbed her head. You'll know about this kind of thing later. However, he is indeed not a bad child. Tenten could only nod. Oh. The two entered a convenience store, and Tenten excitedly started browsing the snack shelves again. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was going to buy some food, meat, and vegetables, separating from her temporarily. Guan Yu's eyes were scanning the shelves when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Turning his head, he saw Kurane. Hi, what a coincidence. She stood there, reaching out to greet him, a slightly unnatural smile on her face. Guan Yu glanced at the bag in her hand, which contained a few bottles of alcohol. You like drinking that much? Ah, yes. Yui Kurane held her arm with one hand and replied softly. Are you also here to buy things? Along, I've finished choosing. Tenten's figure suddenly popped out from the corner beside them, and she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Yui Kurane in front of Guan Yu. Go wait for me at the checkout counter first, Guan Yu said flatly. Oh. Tenten's eyes lingered on Yui Kurane for a moment, then she replied sullenly. She is my neighbor. Silence. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. The two quietly looked at each other. Yui Kurane's eyes couldn't help but dart around. Oh, right. Yui Kurane suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. This bottle of wine is quite good, you can try it. She took out a bottle of wine from her bag and handed it to Guan Yu. Guan Yu calmly said, the boss probably won't sell it to me. Ha. Oh. Yui Kurane was bewildered for a moment, then suddenly realized that Guan Yu was not yet 18. That's right, how old is he? Let's go to your place, Guan Yu said. Yui Kurane was startled when she heard this. What? Drink? Yui Kurane remained stunned. Can't we? Guan Yu asked. Is there anyone else at your place? No. Yui Kurane said quickly, then felt she had been a bit flustered and fell silent. Okay. Chapter 59. Good night. The light was turned on. The dark room instantly became bright. Kurane stood at the door for a few seconds, then stepped inside. Please come in, she said. Guan Yu casually closed the door behind him. Kurane didn't look at him, just took a deep breath, walked to the wine cabinet, and placed the wine she bought today on it. She went to get the wine utensils. Her hand suddenly stopped when it touched the wine cup. What will happen tonight? Do you want something to eat? She asked, her back to Guan Yu. No need. When she turned around, Kurane saw that Guan Yu was already sitting in the seat by the window. She walked over with the wine and utensils and sat down opposite Guan Yu. How is your alcohol tolerance? Ha. Kurane was startled by the question. It's okay. Can you get drunk on this bottle? Guan Yu asked. Kurane's hand holding the wine cup suddenly tightened. Get drunk? Do what? If it's just me, pretty much, she said. Guan Yu nodded, took the wine bottle and cup from her hand, and poured a full cup for himself. He tilted his head back and drank it all. Kurane looked at him like this, lowered her eyes to look at the wine cup in her hand, and after a moment of silence, also filled it and drank a cup. This is how it started. Well, with this guy's personality, it's impossible for him to make small talk or be polite with you. Kurane thought to herself, gently stroking the wine cup with one hand. What will he do? Yet she didn't feel afraid, and couldn't say why. The street outside the window was brightly lit, with pedestrians chatting loudly. It was a lively time just after nightfall. Guan Yu's gaze was scattered on the street outside the window. Kurane quietly watched the outline of his profile. You were promoted to Jonin, right? What position are you holding now? She initiated the conversation, looking for a topic. An idle position, Guan Yu said. Is that so? That's good, Kurane said. Kakashi became a Jonin instructor, did you know? I know. Given that guy's personality, his students are probably going to have bad luck. Kakashi is quite good, Guan Yu said. Kurane was indeed startled by this. She didn't expect Guan Yu to praise Kakashi. Moreover, people change, Guan Yu continued, changed by the things they experience, changed by the people they meet. The future Kakashi might become approachable. Kurane pursed her lips and said, you seem to care a lot about him. I've never heard you talk about anyone else like this. It's just that I'm more familiar with him compared to others, Guan Yu said, looking at her. You'll hear it again in the future. In the future. The meaning in his words made her unable to stop thinking. Kurane's face was slightly red, and she avoided his gaze. Guan Yu quietly drank the wine. Seeing this, Kurane also poured a cup for herself and drank it all. Cup after cup, without interruption. Do you regret it? Guan Yu asked. Regret that day, bringing me up. Kurane fell silent, lowering her eyelids. Before, I did regret it. If you hadn't come up that day, I would have continued to keep my distance from you, and I would have advised Anko to stay away from you. Should she blame the wind that day, or the wine? Korone's eyes flickered slightly. But perhaps you aren't entirely the person I thought you were. Perhaps the rumors about you aren't entirely true. I'm getting to know you little by little, understanding you little by little. Are you confessing? Guan Yu said. Korone's cheeks flushed. Stupid, don't say such foolish things. Even if nothing happened that day, you couldn't escape, Guan Yu said slowly. From the first moment he saw Korone, looking at the reward data in her character profile, Guan Yu had already set his mind on something. Korone was startled by his words, then her face turned even redder. She reached for the wine bottle, only to find it empty. Neither of them knew how much they had drunk. She was about to get up to get more wine, but she saw Guan Yu's consistently clear and calm demeanor. If she drank more, she'd be close to getting drunk. Should she still drink? There's no more wine, Korone said. Guan Yu looked at her for a while and said, if you drink more, you'll lose consciousness, won't you? I'm fine. Let's stop here, Guan Yu said. She was only slightly tipsy, still relatively clear-headed. She wondered about Guan Yu. Korone stopped her movement to get up and leaned back in her chair, silently watching the other person. The sounds of the street outside the window had quieted down considerably. The clock on the wall pointed to a little past 9. The room also fell silent. Being with Guan Yu was completely different from being with others. He never said meaningless words to pass the time or be perfunctory, and he seemed like he would never feel awkward. Korone felt like she must have been drugged. If it came to suitors, there were quite a few excellent men around her, and Asuma was even the Hokage's son. Perhaps it was this guy's attitude towards her that was different from others. From her initial anger and hatred towards him, to the later fear and powerlessness, and then to that night he saved her and bandaged her wounds, Korone's heart actually developed a hint of gratitude towards him, but she also felt this gratitude was very twisted. The other person was clearly casually trampling on her dignity, humiliating her again and again. She started to feel afraid and confused. She knew she shouldn't be like this, but she couldn't control herself. Maybe she really had fallen into his trap. After an unknown period of silence, Korone hesitated, wondering what to say to break the quiet. It's very late, Guan Yu said at this moment. The wine is finished, I'm leaving. Oh, Korone stared at him blankly, feeling a sudden sense of loss in her heart. Many things and possibilities she had thought about before had not happened. Okay, she said, lowering her head. Guan Yu got up and walked to the door. Korone silently followed behind him. Just as she heard the sound of the door opening, she suddenly reached out and grabbed his lapel. What's wrong? Guan Yu turned to look at her. What's wrong? Korone didn't know what was wrong with her. It was an involuntary action she had just made. What should she say? Just find an excuse to brush it off. But wouldn't that look too ridiculous? Pulling his clothes so proactively, was she reluctant to let him go? What would he think? Korone's thoughts were in turmoil. She was a bit flustered, standing still in place, her hand still clutching Guan Yu's lapel. Good night, she said stiffly. Guan Yu looked at her calmly. Just like that? Korone hesitated for a moment, then suddenly extended her right hand, bringing her index and middle fingers together, pressing them to her own lips, and then gently pressing her fingers to Guan Yu's lips. The wrist of the hand she extended was grabbed by Guan Yu, and her entire body was pulled against his chest. Korone felt her lips being held. This time she didn't resist, she just closed her eyes. If she died, she died. It was better than always overthinking and being anxious about gains and losses, and as she was sinking into it, she suddenly felt her lips being bitten hard. The smell of blood filled her mouth, mixing with the scent of wine. Korone groaned in pain and pursed her lips. Guan Yu let go of her, turned, and left. Korone watched his retreating back, feeling empty inside. What kind of relationship is this? Chapter 60 Jonin Instructor Ninja Academy. The students on the training ground were lined up for morning exercises, while on the second floor of the office building nearby, two figures were watching them. Is that the child you were talking about? Kakashi said, looking at a figure in the crowd. Yeah, hot-blooded Diao Che Wei, that nickname is great, ha ha ha, Guy laughed heartily beside him. He's very similar to someone, ha, especially, those eyebrows. Guy nodded, grinning. However, only you would be interested in a child like this, Kakashi added. He really is very special. Guy burst into laughter again. When his laughter subsided, he asked, oh, by the way, Kakashi, have you seen the students you'll be in charge of? No. Ha, aren't you interested? Guy asked, puzzled. What difference does it make if I see them or not? If they don't meet my standards, I won't let them graduate, Kakashi said indifferently. Guy couldn't help but say, you've been a Jonin instructor for 3 or 4 years now, and you haven't let a single class pass. If they don't have the qualifications to become ninja, why should I let them pass? Kakashi retorted. You're really heartless, Guy shook his head. Kakashi was non-committal. I heard there's a child from the Hyaga in your students. Yes, he's the top student of this year, Guy said. The combination of the top student and the Diaoche way, I really don't know where this tradition comes from, Kakashi said finally, then left. Guy stood there feeling quite helpless, left alone to continue watching the students below. Hashtag in the classroom. Students close to graduation were no longer interested in the current lessons. During breaks, it was even noisier. Everyone was extremely excited about their upcoming ninja careers, except for the students with slightly lower grades who were still worried about the graduation exam. Tenten, we're graduating soon. Who do you want to be in a team with? Tenten, who was daydreaming by the window, suddenly heard the voice of the girl sitting next to her. I don't really mind. I can be with anyone, as long as we get along, Tenten said casually. Really? I hope I can be in the same team as Niji adult. Niji, what the heck is adult? Tenten looked at her infatuated deskmate and couldn't help but inwardly complain. I hope your wish comes true, Tenten could only say. I heard that after graduation, there will be another assessment, her deskmate added. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the academy to repeat the year. Ha, that would be awful. Tenten exclaimed, surprised. Yeah, I heard there's a jonin who is very, very strict. Not a single class has passed the assessment under him, but if you're strong enough, it should be fine, right? Tenten said again. You could just say those students just weren't good enough. Apparently not. Every time he evaluates students, he says that besides strength, ninja have something even more precious, her deskmate said. Something more precious? That sounds like his subjective opinion. It's quite unfair to the students, Tenten said. Exactly. I hope I don't run into him, her deskmate nodded and started praying again. Jonin instructor. Tenten turned her head to look out the window again, her thoughts drifting far away. Along is also a jonin. I wish he was a jonin instructor. She had privately asked Guanyu, but Guanyu replied that he was not a jonin instructor and could not teach genin. The afternoon passed in such a boring way. After school, Tenten quickly ran home. She said goodbye to her mother, then went to knock on Guanyu's door. Along, I'm graduating soon, do you have a gift for me? No. Along is so stingy, Tenten pouted. Why would you need a gift just for graduating? Guanyu said. Seeing Tenten sitting on his bed, he sat on the chair. Oh right, I heard that among the jonin instructors, there's one who's really, really strict. All the students under him were sent back to the academy to repeat the year, Tenten continued. What if I get him? How do you know you'll get him? I'm just saying, what if, Tenten said helplessly. Don't worry, your jonin instructor will be a very capable person, Guanyu said. Oh, do you know who it is? Tenten asked curiously. No. Then why are you saying all that? Tenten retorted. My intuition tells me. Tenten just scoffed and pouted. She saw the green ninja combat uniform hanging neatly on the wall. Along, you don't have a mission today either? No, Guanyu replied. You seem very free lately, Tenten said. When you become a jonin, you'll be very free too. Jonin, huh? Tenten sighed and fell back onto the bed. When will that happen? Silence. The alarm clock let out a soft chime, marking the top of the hour at 6. Along, why don't you become a jonin instructor? Tenten asked, still lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling. Why would I? Guanyu asked in return. Because, Tenten suddenly hesitated. That way, we could go on missions together every day. Name, Tenten gender, female age, 12 relationship, close neighbor affection, 90 difficulty, be first kiss reward, all-purpose ninja toolbox base reached reward, sage of the 6 paths treasure, because you're along. If you were my jonin sensei, it would be much more convenient, Tenten said. I'm not cut out to be a sensei, Guanyu said flatly. Hashtag Hokage building. Why did you ask me to come? Guanyu asked Sarutobi. There's something that could be good for you, Sarutobi said. What is it? Sarutobi found a file from a stack on his desk and handed it to Guanyu. Guanyu took it and saw that it contained the profiles of 3 people. Nara Shikamaru, Koji, Yamanaka Ino. These 3 will graduate from the Ninja Academy next year. Their parents are the Kanaha Inoshikacho formation, which is to say, the heads of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans respectively. If you become the sensei of these 3 children, it will be of great help to your future. Guanyu thought in silence for a moment. Jonin instructor, huh, that's right, Sarutobi said. The Inoshikacho clans hold significant positions in Kanaha. The head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, is even the captain of the village's Jonin class. What about Asuma? Guanyu suddenly asked. He is currently the vice captain of the police force. The position of Jonin instructor is not suitable for him, Sarutobi shook his head. If you are willing, I will start making arrangements for you, Sarutobi continued. Because you are considered a ninja with a record, the three heads of Inoshikacho might not be willing for someone like you to teach their children. If they refuse, even I will find it difficult. Chapter 61 Inoshikacho. A few white clouds in the clear blue sky. Shikamaru sat on the water tower on the school's rooftop, lost in thought. A gentle breeze blew, making him feel comfortable and lazy. I knew you'd be here. A voice woke him up. Shikamaru turned his head down and saw Koji had appeared below him at some point. Hey, Shikamaru, lend me some money. Koji waved his chubby hand at him. What do you need money for? Buying snacks again? Shikamaru asked. Yeah. Is there anything else to buy besides snacks? Koji asked. Idiot. Shikamaru chuckled slightly. You're the only one who thinks that. With a helpless and somewhat doting smile on his face, he lightly jumped down from above, took out a few bills, and handed them to Koji. Thanks, Shikamaru. Koji grinned foolishly, his eyes narrowing into slits. What are you buying this time? Shikamaru asked. Koji raised his arm, his face full of excitement and happiness. Potato chips. The two walked down from the rooftop side by side. When Koji stood at the convenience store entrance with a bag of potato chips, looking very satisfied, Shikamaru couldn't help but say, You're always thinking about food. Are you ready for Irika-sensei's test this afternoon? Koji furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. That kind of thing, let's think about it after we fill our stomachs. The bag of potato chips was opened with a pop, and Koji offered it to Shikamaru. Seeing this, Shikamaru reached in, took a chip, and put it in his mouth. How is it? This flavor is great, Koji said as if expecting praise. Shikamaru chewed lightly, watching a few people who were not much older than them walk into the school wearing headbands. Those are genin who just graduated, right? Koji also noticed and said. Speaking of which, it'll be our turn next year, Shikamaru also said. Ninja, huh? Koji grabbed a large handful of potato chips, stuffed them into his mouth, and thought with a troubled look. What a drag, Shikamaru sighed. He turned to leave and bumped right into someone. Sorry, he subconsciously said, stepping back 2 steps. But when he saw the figure in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. It was a young man around 20 years old, with a cold expression, standing in front of him and looking down at him. Sorry, Shikamaru lowered his head again and walked away, pulling Koji with him. Shikamaru, that person looked scary, Koji said in a low voice, following beside Shikamaru. Yeah, a bit, I guess. The two walked away slowly side by side, and soon forgot about the incident completely. Koji offered potato chips from time to time. Afternoon. Yamanaka flower shop. The dim yellow light from outside shone in, hitting a corner of the counter. Ino was lying on the counter, silently arranging a sunflower. I was rejected. The beam of light on the counter was suddenly blocked. Ino looked up and saw someone standing at the door. Welcome, she quickly said, tidying up her mood. The person walked in. Ino was slightly startled when she saw the person's face clearly. This person seemed a little familiar. So handsome. Excuse me, what kind of flower would you like to buy? For yourself or as a gift? Ino asked with a smile. The person stood there, looked around the shop, and then their gaze stopped on the sunflower on the counter. That one. Seeing this, Ino quickly said, that one is mine. Not for sale, the person asked. Not exactly. Anyway, it's no use anymore. Ino thought, lowering her eyes. She had carefully tended to it for so long, but the person she wanted to give it to wasn't willing to accept it. She picked up the sunflower and handed it over. Please take a look. Would you like me to change the pot for you? Just like this, the person said, not taking it, and spoke directly. Okay. Sunflowers should be placed in a sunny spot, and watered once every 1 to 2 days. How much? 10 ryo. It suddenly felt like this scene was somewhat familiar. So it was him. Ino suddenly murmured. She just felt like she had seen that handsome face somewhere before. She looked down at the change in her hand. This person, is he that rich? She then shook her head and turned back into the store. Guanyu walked through a few streets, still holding the flowers he had just bought from the Yamanaka flower shop. Inoshikacho, they aren't particularly mischievous. But as a sensei, how should I get along with them? Guanyu thought to himself. Along. Walking to the street in front of his house, Guanyu suddenly heard someone calling him. Tenten was standing prettily not far away, also looking like she had just returned. She was wearing a pink sleeveless kipeo and a small lapel jacket, with her hair in 2 buns. A forehead protector, symbolizing her ninja status, was neatly tied across her forehead. She waved at Guanyu with a happy face. Along, I graduated. Tenten quickly ran up to Guanyu, pointed at her forehead protector, and was full of excitement. Is that so? Guanyu looked at Tenten's appearance, his expression softening involuntarily. He gently placed his hand on her head. Congratulations, He. Tenten stuck out her tongue. Have you met your teammates and sensei? Guan Yu asked. Upon hearing this, Tenten's expression dropped, and her face was covered in black lines. Sensei. She recalled the Jonin she had seen today, dressed in a green jumpsuit, his outrageously thick eyebrows, and his ridiculous behavior. She couldn't help but sigh. My teammates are okay, but my Jonin instructor. Guan Yu could roughly tell what was going on from her expression, so he said, maybe he'll be a very good sensei. But Tenten looked like she didn't hold out much hope. I hope so. Luckily, my teammates are relatively normal. Is that so? Guan Yu thought back carefully. Li at this point didn't seem to have gone astray with Guy yet, just a hot-blooded youth with somewhat thick eyebrows. One is a Diao Che Wei, and the other is the top student, Tenten said. It's that Niji Hayaga. A lot of girls in the class like him, but I think he's pretty average, she explained, intentionally or unintentionally. Guan Yu just said faintly. Along, why are you carrying a pot of sunflowers? Tenten had noticed the flowers in Guan Yu's hand earlier and asked now. I just bought them at the flower shop. If you like them, they're yours, Guan Yu said, casually handing them over. Really? Tenten immediately took them with a look of delight. I'll take good care of it. Seeing her face full of smiles, Guan Yu's thoughts drifted away again. Genin teams. He remembered how he was when he first graduated and couldn't help but lower his eyes. Oh, Haruka. Should I try my best to play the role of a sensei? Chapter 62, Playing Shogi Nara. Guan Yu followed Sarutobi to the front door of their house. They ran into Nara Yoshino, who was just about to go out. Lord Hokage, why have you come? Please come in quickly. Sarutobi simply said, Is Shikaku home? He is. The two walked in together. Guan Yu quietly followed behind Sarutobi like an attendant. Shikaku, hearing that the Hokage was visiting, also quickly came out to greet him. No need to be nervous, I just came to take a look, play some shogi and have some tea with you, Sarutobi said to Shikaku with a smile. This is Kanzuki Aban, adult Shikaku, Guan Yu greeted. Nara Shikaku was a middle-aged man who looked quite imposing. The two scars on his face showed that he was a person who had been through a lot. Shikaku looked at Guan Yu and nodded slightly. As the captain of the Jonin class, he knew and recognized all the registered Jonin in Konoha. But the meaning behind Sarutobi bringing Guan Yu had to make him think deeply. The three of them walked into the living room together. Aburo is a very talented person, Sarutobi said as he walked. He's also outstanding among his peers. Shikaku looked at Guan Yu. In that age group, the only other person he could think of was Uchiha Shisui, who had already defected. He also remembered their performance in the Third Shinobi War. I know that. It's rare to become a Jonin at this age, Shikaku said. Sarutobi sat cross-legged in the main seat, and Shikaku sat opposite him, setting up the shogi board. Nara Yoshino also quickly served tea. Don't go easy on me, Sarutobi said to Shikaku with a smile. Not at all, Lord Hokage's shogi skills are not bad, it's hard to say who will win or lose, Shikaku also smiled. The pieces were arranged in formation. Guan Yu sat quietly to the side, watching without speaking. I heard that Asuma has been promoted to deputy captain of the police force, Shikaku said. Ah, Fugaku came to tell me, Sarutobi said. The police force has been managed by the Uchiha since its establishment. This is their honor and face. Even if Fugaku wanted to let go, he would have to consider the wishes of his clan members. Shikaku was silent for a moment, as if contemplating the movement of the pieces. Lord Hokage, your concern for the Uchiha is truly surprising. They are all part of Konoha, Sarutobi said. But I'm afraid the Uchiha may not appreciate your kindness, Shikaku said. What does it matter whether they appreciate it or not? As long as the village is harmonious and stable, everything else is irrelevant, Sarutobi said. The room fell silent, with only the sound of the shogi pieces moving. Guan Yu sat quietly watching the two of them play, but soon he could see that Sarutobi was falling into a passive position, and the time he spent thinking became longer and longer. This is troublesome, Sarutobi frowned and thought hard while looking at the board. How should I move? Shikaku picked up the hot tea and took a slow sip. Sarutobi then looked at Guan Yu on the side. Do you have any good ideas? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu picked up a pawn from outside the board and placed it inside the board. Seeing this, Shikaku couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You play shogi too? A little. Not many young people like this. Shikaku smiled faintly and moved a piece. Guan Yu continued to move pieces, his eyes calmly watching the board. The person playing against Shikaku was now Guan Yu. After a few moves, the smile on Shikaku's face disappeared. The difficult situation was resolved. This young man, he doesn't just know a little. You're very good, Shikaku said. It's just that when I was outside the game just now, I could see the situation more clearly, Guan Yu said. Sarutobi then smiled. Didn't I say, Aburo is very good? He took over the game and continued to play against Shikaku. Shikaku then carefully examined Guan Yu. Stern-faced, silent, and steady. Such qualities are rare among young people. The last time I played shogi was with Asuma, Sarutobi suddenly said. Asuma's moves are always aggressive and try to gain ground, which easily puts himself in a difficult position, Shikaka said. I was just focusing on defense, didn't I also end up in a difficult position? Sarutobi said. When people get old, they lose their edge. They still need young people to resolve the situation. Shikaku glanced at Guan Yu and said, Lord Hokage is still in the prime of his life. Sarutobi shook his head and chuckled, what prime of life? In 2 more years, I'll be even more senile and confused. The village always needs to be updated and iterated. I just hope that in my twilight years, I can become the last nourishment for Konoha, allowing it to sprout new buds. Lord Hokage is truly thinking of the village wholeheartedly, Shikaku sighed. Sarutobi picked up his tea, took a light sip, and said, right now, I'm also worried about the 5th Hokage. If Minato were still here, it would be great. Shikaku was silent. The hand holding the piece suddenly stopped in mid-air, and then slowly retracted. Silence. What about Jiraiya? Shikaku asked. He probably won't agree, Sarutobi said. A person like him, who is as free as a floating cloud and a wild crane, would never allow himself to be trapped by an office. What about Tsunade-sama? Shikaku asked again. Tsunade, huh? Sarutobi's expression became complicated. She's fine, but she probably won't agree either. Shikaku was also very clear about Tsunade's situation. Counting down from there, it's the younger generation, Sarutobi said slowly. As you said, Asuma's mindset is still very immature right now and he can't handle any major responsibilities. He needs time to slowly grow, Shikaka said. How much time is there left? Sarutobi shook his head and said. Kakashi has been trapped in the shadow of his teammates' deaths since the war ended. Both Minato and I tried to save him, but we haven't succeeded yet. He let out a long sigh. The candidates with Hokage qualifications were only so many. Either they were unwilling, or they were not yet qualified. When the war ended, quite a few people hoped that Fugaku would become the 4th Hokage, Shikaku suddenly said calmly. Our Nara clan is not suited to be Hokage, Shikaku said immediately. I know that your clans likely have reservations about how I handle the Uchiha matter, Sarutobi said. We wouldn't dare. I can give the Uchiha a peaceful life, but this is my maximum tolerance. Sarutobi finally reassured Shikaku. You are the 3rd Hokage, whatever decision you make, we will support you, Shikaka said with a light chuckle, placing a piece. If you move like that, I'll checkmate you. Sarutobi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly moved a piece on the board. Ha ha ha, a regrettable loss, Lord Hokage's chess skills have improved. Shikaku clapped his hands and laughed. It's not that my chess skills have improved, if you play like that, even a beginner might be able to beat you, Sarutobi said with a leisurely smile while drinking tea. Then it must be that my consideration wasn't thorough enough, Shikaku laughed. Let's play another game. Chapter 63, Wait. Until night at the Ninja Academy, Irika met Ui Kurane at the school gate and immediately smiled. It's Kurane Jonin, are you here to see the students? Yes, are they in class now? Ui Kurane asked. It's an outdoor class, they're all on the training ground. Okay, the crafting classroom on the 2nd floor is empty, you can see better from there. Irika said. He was used to Jonin coming to the school to see students. Every year Jonin instructors would come here in advance to observe their future students. And the students he was teaching this year had become the graduating class. Okay, I'll be going now. Ui Kurane went directly to the 2nd floor as Irika had suggested. The door to the crafting classroom wasn't closed, just slightly ajar. She pushed open the classroom door and saw a figure standing by the window, looking towards the training ground outside. She couldn't help but be startled, and closed the door behind her. Why are you here? Kurane walked over and stopped beside him. Guan Yu glanced at her sideways. Why are you here? I wanted to come here and see my future students, Kurane said, then immediately realized. You've become a Jonin instructor too? Yes. Silence. Kurane looked at his profile and said with pursed lips, I've been promoted to Jonin, aren't you surprised? What's there to be surprised about, you already have the strength, Guan Yu said indifferently. Kurane lowered her eyelids and turned her gaze to the children on the training ground below. You've never cared about my affairs, she said in a low voice. Then how do you want me to care about you? Guan Yu asked instead, should I ask about your well-being and be extremely attentive? Talk about love with you every day? Kurane couldn't help but blush when she heard the words talk about love. That's not what I meant. Guan Yu looked at the crowd below, and suddenly pointed at a little boy holding a dog, saying, that must be your student. Kurane was startled when she heard that. How do you know? Only the Inyazuka clan goes to school with dogs, Guan Yu said, and the Abarame clan and the Hyaga clan's young lady. How did you? Kurane stared at him blankly, feeling extremely surprised. She had only just learned about this from the 3rd Hokage herself, and had only seen photos. Didn't you say I don't care about your affairs? Guan Yu said at this moment. I'm sorry. Korone didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only say dryly. You try to guess who my students are. Korone fell silent. The children on the training ground were gathered in groups chatting and playing, when they saw a blonde boy wearing goggles yelling at a black-haired boy. Listen, I won't lose to someone like you. Go bother someone else. The black-haired boy said with an impatient expression. Annoying. The blonde boy immediately said angrily. You're the annoying one. The black-haired boy retorted. Stop pretending, Suzuki. The blonde boy seemed to dislike the other person greatly, and in anger, directly charged forward. But the black-haired boy simply dodged with a light leap, his movements elegant and skillful. Why are you so annoying? Suzuki said with some irritation. The blonde boy became even angrier upon hearing this, acting as if he absolutely had to fight the other person. Shut up. Korone watched from above and couldn't help but chuckle. Students like that must be troublesome. I wonder who will end up with them. Just then, the classroom door suddenly opened again. Korone looked towards the sound and saw a white-haired young man standing at the doorway. The other person was also startled after seeing Korone and Guan Yu in the classroom, then said excuse me and turned to leave. Kakashi. Korone quickly called out to him, but the classroom door was already closed. Did he misunderstand us? She looked at Guan Yu somewhat anxiously. Misunderstand what? Guan Yu said indifferently. Misunderstand our relationship. Korone said anxiously, but saw that Guan Yu had a calm expression. It seems you care a lot. Guan Yu said. That's not what I meant. Korone was startled upon hearing this, then quickly explained, subconsciously reaching out to grab Guan Yu's arm. But Guan Yu just gently pulled with his backhand, causing the unprepared Korone to press directly against him. What are you doing? Korone was greatly startled by this, and said in a low, urgent voice, not here. Kakashi's sudden arrival just now made her afraid of what would happen if someone else saw them. Then where? Guan Yu felt the soft undulations against his chest. You. Korone pursed her lips, then realized. You did that on purpose. What if I did? Guan Yu said instead. Bastard. Korone cursed softly with her head down, and was about to get up but her waist and abdomen were tightly held by Guan Yu's arm. Are you crazy? What if someone sees us like this? She said with a pounding heart. I'm not afraid. Guan Yu remained unmoved. Don't do this. Korone pushed him, but found she couldn't push him away. Seeing that Guan Yu was just quietly looking at her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Let go of me quickly, Korone said in a low voice. The other party didn't respond, nor did he show any intention of letting go. Korone took a deep breath, and said in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, her voice trembling, wait until tonight. What? Wait until tonight. What are we doing tonight? Guan Yu asked calmly. Korone felt a rush of frustration. She raised her head and glared fiercely at Guan Yu, then turned her head away. Tonight, come to my place. The hand clasped around her waist finally loosened. Korone quickly distanced herself from Guan Yu and tidied her clothes. Finally, she glanced at Guan Yu, turned around, and quickly left the classroom. Aren't you going to watch the students anymore? Guan Yu asked from behind. Korone ignored him, walking out of the classroom without looking back. But just as she exited the classroom door, she found Kakashi leaning against the wall in the hallway. Kakashi. She instantly felt her face flush. Did Kakashi hear anything? I have something to do, I'm leaving first. She hurriedly lowered her head and quickly fled from the spot. Kakashi watched Korone's retreating back, his eyes slightly moving. He pushed open the classroom door and walked in, seeing Guan Yu still standing there. Is Senior also here to see his students? Guan Yu turned his head, glanced at him, and said. Kakashi, however, said, they might not necessarily be my students yet. Senior is quite strict. That you would come to lead Genin was also something I didn't expect, Kakashi also said. He seemed to be completely unaware of what had just happened, and didn't mention Korone at all. Didn't Senior also come to lead Genin? I might not be as strict as Senior, Guan Yu said instead. Who are they? Kakashi asked. Nara Shikamaru, Koji Akimichi, Yamanaka Ino. Kakashi was suddenly startled. The surnames of these three names were too distinctive. Are they the next generation of Ino Shikacho? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Yes. The surprise in Kakashi's eyes deepened. He was surprised that the third Hokage would actually let Guan Yu become their sensei. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only be surprised by Ino Shikacho themselves, but Kakashi could think of a deeper meaning. Does it mean that the Hokage is going to cultivate the person in front of him? Chapter 64 Evening Drink The Dark Stairwell. Hearing this, Korone immediately said, what nonsense. Of course not. Although she denied it, she didn't dare to meet Guan Yu's gaze. Guan Yu, however, said, do you like sleeping in your underwear now? Korone's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and reached up to cover her chest. Guan Yu walked in. The room was very clean. There were wine glasses on the table by the window, and the blanket on the bed was neatly made. The sound of the door closing echoed behind him. Want some wine? Kurane walked over and asked. Guan Yu suddenly reached out, his hand exploring from her neck into her hair, gently stroking the back of her neck. Kurane's body stiffened abruptly, but she didn't resist, letting him do as he pleased. How long have you been waiting? Guan Yu asked. Her face was completely red. I wasn't waiting for you, is that so? Guan Yu's expression was indifferent. In that case, I'll be going. Having said that, he withdrew his hand and turned as if to leave. Seeing this, Kurane's heart tightened. She quickly reached out and grabbed Guan Yu's arm. Don't. Looking at Guan Yu, who had his back to her, Kurane took a deep breath. Trembling slightly, she wrapped her arms around Guan Yu's body, pressing herself tightly against his back. The whole afternoon, she murmured softly. I waited for you the whole afternoon, cleaned the room, changed the sheets, prepared the wine, took a bath. Guan Yu turned to look at her, only to see her eyes misty and her breath fragrant like orchids. Ah Baro. Kurane leaned in and lightly kissed Guan Yu's lips, then pursed her lips and said, You haven't come for a long time. Guan Yu just looked at her quietly and asked, Want a drink? Okay. The two sat down at the table by the window. Kurane picked up the wine bottle and filled 2 glasses, then picked one up and drank it down. Why did you want to become a Jonin instructor? Guan Yu also picked up his glass and asked. I thought it would be quite nice to guide some genin, Kurane said, adding with some worry, but my students are all from influential clans, and one of them is the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan. It might be a bit troublesome. What about you? She asked Guan Yu. The Hokage arranged it, Guan Yu simply said. Kurane was a little surprised. What about your students? The children from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, isn't that the Inoshikacho trio? Kurane was momentarily stunned. Although she didn't see things as clearly as Kakashi, she vaguely knew that being the Jonin instructor for the children of these 3 clans wouldn't be simple. Children from prestigious families are usually more polite and sensible, their personalities shouldn't be too unruly, she added. Guan Yu sipped his wine and said out of the blue, I never thought I'd become someone's sensei. Hearing this, Kurane gradually understood. Guan Yu seemed particularly concerned about this matter. Guy has already guided several generations of genin. If you're feeling unsure, you can go ask him for advice, she said. Guan Yu remained silent. In his view, the sensei-student relationship was different from others, it should be with someone very close to him. He couldn't help but think of his time in the genin team and remember some people who had passed away. His sensei back then wasn't particularly strong, just a regular jonin with little fame. He died in the war, and now only a few of his surviving old friends remember his name. Back then, Guan Yu wasn't as cold and withdrawn as he was now. At that time, he would also accompany his 2 teammates in doing strange and childish things, like playing pranks on their sensei, squeezing mustard into his lunchbox to watch his contorted face while he ate, making their sensei treat them to meals and always ordering so much food that the sensei couldn't afford it, forcing them all to wash dishes in the back kitchen, trying to find nice women for their sensei and play matchmaker, but always ending up making the women angry, causing the sensei to almost lose all his chances with women in the entire village. His sensei wasn't some overly kind person, he would lose his temper now and then, but more often than not, he was tolerant of them. At that time, he still firmly believed that his identity as a transmigrator could easily change everything, but a war showed him how cruel this world was. Every bit of emotion invested might, in the end, only yield the pain of loss. Kurane saw Guan Yu lost in thought there and didn't speak to disturb him, just quietly refilled his wine glass. Are you thinking about the Jonin instructor role? Kurane thought for a moment before asking. Sort of. There's always a first time for everything. Just interact with the children with sincerity, Kurane advised immediately. She thought Guan Yu was worried and nervous about the upcoming sensei-student relationship, afraid he wouldn't do well. Guan Yu just shook his head. When the things you cherish become the chips you use to advance in this world, then your life is too pathetic. Kurane didn't understand what he meant, the sentence seemed somewhat inexplicable to her. But, my life is already a mess, Guan Yu continued, draining the wine in his glass. Hearing this, Kurane's eyes flickered slightly. His words sounded like self-mockery. What exactly was he troubled about? She also tilted her head back and drank a glass of wine. I think, Kurane said slowly, no matter what mistakes you've made in the past, they can be forgiven. What's important is where you take your first step in the next moment. Guan Yu just quietly looked at the night outside. The bottle of wine was quickly finished, and a rosy blush from the alcohol appeared on Kurane's face. Want some more? Seeing that Guan Yu didn't seem drunk at all, she asked. Her alcohol tolerance was quite good, she had never gotten drunk when drinking with male friends like Guy and Genma, but this guy Guan Yu drank like he was drinking plain water. No thanks, Guan Yu said. As usual, he only had a little. Kurane stared at Guan Yu's calm face and thought to herself, I must get you drunk sometime and see what kind of drunken antics you get up to behind that expressionless face. The evening breeze blew gently from outside the window, making Kurane comfortably narrow her eyes. The clock on the wall ticked away. The room was very quiet. Her gaze, slightly hazy, looked at Guan Yu opposite her. Just then, Guan Yu also looked over. Guan Yu pushed his chair back a step with one leg, creating a harsh scraping sound on the floor, but this action only created a small distance between him and the table. Coronet pursed her lips, stood up to close the bay window, then slowly walked over to Guan Yu. She reached out and gently slid the straps off her shoulders, and the red nightgown instantly slipped to the floor. Chapter 65, The Ramen Shop Hokage Building. By the time Kakashi arrived, the place was already full of people. Kakashi, you're late. Ui Coronet couldn't help but say to Kakashi. The only person who could be late for a meeting summoned by the Hokage was probably Kakashi. Hearing this, Kakashi merely gave her a lazy glance and didn't speak. His gaze swept across the entire office. Besides the Hokage, everyone here was a jonin from the village, people he usually saw and knew. For example, Kanzuki Aban. Besides Kakashi, many others' eyes also kept drifting towards Guan Yu, surprised that someone with Guan Yu's reputation had also become a jonin instructor. Alright, Sarutobi said, waving his hand. You should know why I've called you here. Today is the day for assigning the new genin teams. On the desk in front of Sarutobi, a crystal ball sat quietly, displaying the scene inside the Ninja Academy graduation classroom. All the jonin present could see the 3 genin they were responsible for. What I want to say is, not all of the children in that classroom will become genin, Sarutobi said slowly. The so-called graduation exam is merely for selecting those who have the potential to become genin. Therefore, you will need to conduct further private assessments of these children and report the results to me for final selection. There are a total of 27 graduates this year, and the original plan is for 9 people to become genin. Everyone's expression was normal. This was something they had known for a long time, especially since there were many veterans among them. So, I hope you will make your selections carefully. But soon, the scene displayed in the crystal ball made everyone burst into laughter. The Jinchuriki everyone knew, Naruto Uzumaki, and the second young master of the Uchiha clan head's family, unexpectedly kissed each other in public due to an accident. The third Hokage immediately got a dark look on his face. Naruto, you idiot. Always causing trouble. And Kakashi, after learning that these two would be the genin he would lead, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and disgusted. Well, whatever. As long as they're like the guys from before, I'll just send them back to the academy to repeat the year, Kakashi thought to himself. The third Hokage said a few more things, just points for the jonin to note, and then dismissed everyone. The meeting time with his students was scheduled for the afternoon. Let's have lunch together, Coronet said to Guan Yu as they left the office. Okay, Guan Yu didn't refuse. Kakashi, Coronet turned to Kakashi, wanting to invite him along too. I have something to do, so I won't bother you too, Kakashi said, and left by himself. Coronet's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. Wah, what nonsense. Guan Yu watched Kakashi's retreating figure and said, he probably really does have something to do. What could he possibly have to do at this time? Coronet was a bit surprised. They were supposed to meet their genin in the afternoon. The two left the Hokage building together and came out onto the village streets. What do you want to eat? Ramen, Guan Yu said, looking at a somewhat familiar shop ahead. What's so good? As she spoke, her gaze remained on Guan Yu, but she saw his expression was as usual, and she didn't know if he was listening or interested. Coronet couldn't help but sigh lightly. What kind of hope was she clinging to again? She had known Guan Yu's nature clearly for a long time. Not long after, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were brought up. Please enjoy your meal. Coronet looked at the delicious-looking bone broth ramen, and her previous thought that ramen wasn't good quickly disappeared. I'm starting now. She clasped her hands together and said softly. But seeing Guan Yu next to her directly broke apart his chopsticks and was about to eat, she suddenly reached out and pressed his wrist. You should have gratitude and humility towards food, she said. Guan Yu, whose wrist was being held, was helpless, but he didn't argue with her on this point and quietly put down his chopsticks. I'm starting now. Seeing this, Coronet couldn't help but show a smile, feeling that she had changed Guan Yu a little. Coronet? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her, causing the smile on Coronet's face to freeze instantly. She was too familiar with this voice. Coronet turned her head stiffly and saw Asuma and 2 young ninjas standing on the street behind them. Wearing green ninja combat uniforms, with a waistcloth tied around their waist symbolizing the daimyo's honor with the character fire, and the sleeve patch pattern of the police force's blue shuriken printed on their sleeves. Different from the past, the sleeve patch now no longer had the Uchiha's red and white fan, but was replaced by the Konoha symbol. What a coincidence, Asuma immediately said with a smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Coronet's smile became a little forced. Is Along here too? Asuma was a little surprised when he saw Guan Yu quietly eating noodles next to them. Coronet pursed her lips and didn't speak. Guan Yu just glanced at Asuma lightly. Hello, how did you two end up together? Asuma asked with a smile. Ah, we are both Jonin instructors now, and we are going to meet this year's graduating genin together this afternoon, Korone quickly explained. Along is also a Jonin instructor? Asuma seemed particularly surprised when he heard this, similar to how Korone felt at first. Anyone who is somewhat familiar with Guanyu would probably be shocked by the fact that he would become a Jonin instructor. Since Guanyu had visited his house, the other party's feelings for him had faded a lot, but Asuma always remembered the favor that Guanyu had saved him and always held gratitude towards him in his heart. He chatted with Korone for a few sentences, intending to stay a bit longer, but his companions beside him couldn't help but remind him, "Vice Captain, we still have work." Asuma had no choice but to say goodbye to Korone and Guanyu. "I still have things to do, so I'll be busy now." "Okay." Korone felt relieved and smiled lightly. "Goodbye Korone, goodbye Along." Asuma waved his hand and left with his companions. Watching Asuma walk further and further away, Korone couldn't help but sigh with relief. She looked at Guanyu, only to see that he had already finished a bowl of noodles and was wiping his mouth with a tissue. "Are you afraid?" Guanyu said lightly. Korone was startled when she heard this. Guanyu took out coins and placed them on the table. "If you're afraid, you can stay away from me." After a brief moment of distraction, Korone reacted and quickly wanted to explain, "No, Aburo, I didn't." Guanyu ignored her, just walked slowly into the crowd, and gradually disappeared on the street. Only Korone was left sitting in her seat, staring blankly. Chapter 60-16-10 Afternoon. Perhaps because it was a holiday, the Ninja Academy was exceptionally deserted. In front of the classroom door, Guanyu, who was about to open the door, suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from inside, one of the laughs sounding particularly unrestrained. He tightened his hand on the doorknob, then pushed open the door. The sound in the classroom stopped abruptly, and the remaining 9 people simultaneously looked towards the direction of the door. So young. This was everyone's first impression, while Ino and Suzuki were startled at the same time. "It's him." Guanyu's gaze swept over everyone. Some were sitting on tables, some on seats, and some were standing. "Are you our sensei?" One blonde boy couldn't wait to speak. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the man who will become Hokage in the future." This person looks as cool as Suzuki, but also seems annoying. Sakura couldn't help but think to herself, "This person is the ninja who saved me and my mother that day." Suzuki was also thinking in his heart, could this person be his Jonin instructor? Nara Shikamaru, Koji, Yamanaka Ino. Guanyu read out the 3 names and didn't go in. "Here." The 3 who were called quickly stood up and responded, "Come out with me." "Yes." Shikamaru and the other 2 quickly left the classroom, waving goodbye to everyone before leaving. The door was closed again. "What, it's Shikamaru's sensei." Naruto couldn't help but look dejected. But then again, that guy has an expression that makes you want to punch him, just like Suzuki. "Fortunately, he's not my sensei." "Naruto, don't speak ill of Suzuki." Sakura reprimanded from the side. Suzuki looked at the closed door, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He still remembered the scene that night when the other party dealt with 5 enemies in an instant. Besides his older brother and his father whose strength he wasn't sure about, Suzuki couldn't think of any other Jonin in the Konoha who could be that strong. Moreover, he also wanted to ask about the cat. Outside the classroom, Ino Shikacho followed behind Guanyu. Shikamaru and Koji were both a little nervous. They both felt that Guanyu was a bit scary, possibly an unapproachable and very strict Jonin. The craft classroom on the 2nd floor. "Sit down." Guanyu pointed to the seats. This time, Koji didn't dare to sit on the table either, but sat neatly next to Shikamaru. "Let's start with self-introductions," Guanyu said. "How should we introduce ourselves?" Ino raised her hand and asked. "Just talk about your interests, hobbies, dreams, and so on." "Then shouldn't sensei introduce yourself first?" Ino said. Guanyu looked at her. Ino wasn't as nervous as Shikamaru and Koji. "My name is Kanzuki Aban. I am your Jonin instructor." The 3 blinked their eyes. "Is that all?" Ino couldn't help but ask. "Otherwise?" "But you just said you should introduce your interests, hobbies, and dreams," Ino said. "Those are things you need to say," Guanyu said. The 3 felt quite speechless. "You go first." Guanyu pointed to Shikamaru on the far left. "My name is Nara Shikamaru. As for my interests and hobbies, if I had to say, it would probably be watching clouds or something," Shikamaru said slowly. "As for my dream, it's to get married and have children." As spineless as ever, Ino said with a pout from the side, but Shikamaru just rolled his eyes. "My name is Koji Akimichi. I like to eat and taste all kinds of delicious food." Koji also spoke. "My dream is to be able to eat all the delicious food in the world, until I'm full," he added. Ino listened to her teammates' speeches and couldn't help but rub her forehead, lamenting why she was stuck with them. "My name is Yamanaka Ino," she said seriously again. My hobbies are flower arranging and growing flowers, and my dream is to become a great female ninja like Tsunade-sama. Guan Yu's eyes moved slightly. A ninja like Tsunade, huh? Yes. Ino felt that her dream was very good, and nodded when she heard Guan Yu mention it. Guan Yu didn't say anything more and changed the subject, so, we've pretty much gotten to know each other. Sensei, are you really not going to talk about your interests and hobbies and dreams? Ino said at this time. Guan Yu looked at them. My hobby is killing people, killing everyone I don't like, and my dream is to destroy this world. Shikamaru and Koji immediately shivered when they heard this. Sensei, so scary. Ino, however, didn't believe it at all and said dissatisfiedly, how can anyone have such hobbies and dreams? You really can't be fooled, Guan Yu said lightly, then ended the topic. So, for a long time to come, I will serve as your Jonin instructor, leading you to perform missions together. Of course, this is based on you getting my approval. Huh, what do you mean? Shikamaru asked, puzzled. Because here, I have another assessment for you. If you don't pass, you will have to go back to the academy and retake a year, Guan Yu said. Retake. The three were all startled. But we've already passed the graduation exam. Ino couldn't help but say. That was just an assessment used to select those who have the qualifications to become ninja, Guan Yu said calmly. To truly become a ninja, you still need to pass my test. What kind of assessment is it? Shikamaru asked again hastily. Guan Yu looked up at the ceiling. You'll know tomorrow. Guan Yu hadn't released any aura or killing intent just now, but when his eyes quietly swept over them, it made the two of them not dare to breathe. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I think he's pretty good, Ino said. What about tomorrow's assessment? Koji asked at this point. Shikamaru shook his head. We have no idea what the assessment will be. If it's to select ninja, it should still be an assessment of our own strength as ninja. That makes sense, Ino also said. Let's go back and get some good rest tonight to be ready for tomorrow's assessment. I think the chances are slim, Shikamaru said, pouting. Why did we have to get this sensei? If I don't become a ninja in the end, my mom will. Stop complaining, Ino patted Shikamaru's shoulder. I don't think he's that scary, and maybe tomorrow's assessment will be very simple. On the way back, Guan Yu was looking at the changes that had occurred in the system panel interface. Name, Nara Shikamaru. Gender, male. Age, 12. Affection, 65. Relationship, sensei and student bond. Route, not selected. Name, Koji Akimichi. Gender, male. Age, 12. Affection, 68. Relationship, sensei and student bond. Route, not selected. Name, Yamanaka Ino. Gender, female. Age, 12. Relationship, sensei and student. Affection, 72. Capture difficulty, a first kiss reward, perception mastery home run reward, mental energy infinity. Chapter 67. The relationship between two people. I'm back. Welcome home. Ino's back. Ino took off her shoes in the entrance hall and heard her parents' voices from the room. Did you meet your Jonin instructor today? Hai was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, and the sound of cooking from the kitchen indicated her mother was making dinner. Yes, I did, Ino said casually. How was it? Hai asked. He's quite young and handsome. Ino's mood was no longer as bad as yesterday. Perhaps the Jonin instructor was to her liking, which suppressed her frustration about not being in the same class as Suzuki. Oh, he said his name is Kanzuki Aban, she added. Hai just nodded upon hearing this. This was something he had known for a while, as Shikaku had discussed it with him and Choza before. After considering for a long time, they still chose to follow the Hokage arrangement. This person also became famous at a young age and is a very strong ninja who participated in the war, Hai said. Oh, really? Ino was surprised. She came and sat next to Hai. Dad, tell me more about him. Hai hesitated. Are you very interested in him? He's going to be my sensei. Of course I want to know more, Ino said as a matter of course. Hai didn't know what to say. Guan Yu did have some achievements, but they were all from the war, and they always circled back to that later incident. Well, I've only heard his name, I don't know much about him, he finally said. Ino pouted. Alright then. She got up and went back to her room. Ino, dinner will be ready soon, Hai called out again. Got it. After casually fiddling with the flowers she kept on the windowsill, Ino lay directly on her bed, face up. One leg dangled lightly off the side of the bed. Sensei, he seems alright. It would be even better if my teammate was Suzuki. Tenten, dinner's ready, come down. Tien's mom called upstairs after finishing dinner. Oh, okay. Then came a rush of footsteps downstairs. Tenten ran out of the house in a hurry after coming down. I'm going to call along, he probably hasn't eaten either. Tien's mom felt a bit helpless, muttering to herself, this girl, all she thinks about is her along. It was already dark, and lights were on in every house, including the Kanzuki's across the street. Tenten skipped across the less crowded street and knocked on the Kanzuki's door. Along. After waiting a moment with no response, Tenten knocked again. Along? She pressed her ear to the door and faintly heard the sound of water. Is he taking a bath? Just as she was hesitating whether to climb in through the window on the side, the door suddenly opened. But standing behind the door was a woman, a beautiful woman with long, slightly curly black hair. Tenten immediately froze on the spot. After the door opened, the sound of bathing from inside became clearer and more distinct. "Are you looking for Aburo? He's taking a bath right now," Korone said with a gentle smile. Taking a bath. Tenten stared at her blankly, countless thoughts flashing through her mind in an instant. Who is this woman? Why is she at Along's house, and calling him so intimately? Why would Along take a bath when someone is at his house? "You are." Tenten looked at her and slowly spoke. "I'm Aburo's friend," Korone smiled. Seeing Tenten's appearance like a girl next door, she just assumed she was Guan Yu's neighbor. "Do you want to wait for him?" Tenten pursed her lips. "No, thank you." She finally looked up at Ui Korone one last time, then turned and left. After walking a few steps, she heard the sound of the door closing behind her. Tenten stood in the middle of the street, feeling a bit dazed. "I must be overthinking. She seems much older than Along. How could Along have a girlfriend? I'll ask him later." But that woman was really beautiful. Guan Yu walked out of the bathroom wearing only a pair of shorts, his muscular upper body bare. "Did Tenten come by just now?" Guan Yu said, holding a bath towel. "Tenten?" Korone was startled when she heard that, then smiled. "You mean that very cute little girl?" "Yeah, she's the only one who would knock on my door." "It seems you're very close," Guan Yu casually hummed in agreement. Korone saw Guan Yu using the bath towel to dry his hair and suddenly walked forward on her own initiative. "Let me help you." Guan Yu looked at her as if slightly surprised. Korone took the bath towel and placed it on Guan Yu's head, wiping gently. Her movements were very soft. The two were very close. Korone smelled the fresh shampoo scent on Guan Yu, but Guan Yu was more than 10 centimeters taller than Korone, so Korone had to look up at him. "Can you not be so tall?" Korone said, pouting playfully. "You don't like looking at me like this?" Guan Yu said. Korone couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and lowered her head again. But Guan Yu suddenly reached out and lifted her chin. Korone's body stiffened. She took the bath towel off and casually threw it onto a nearby chair, then closed her eyes at the right moment. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't receive the kiss she expected. She opened her eyes and saw Guan Yu was just quietly looking at her. "What are you doing?" she said, pursing her lips. 90 points of favorability. He spoke calmly. "Aren't you afraid that one day, a relationship like ours will be exposed?" Korone's eyes flickered with light. "Exposed? We're not doing anything shameful." "Then why were you flustered when you saw Asuma today?" Guan Yu asked. "I didn't." As Korone spoke, her gaze became evasive. "Is that so?" Guan Yu said flatly, withdrawing the hand that was lifting her chin. Korone lowered her head as if she had a guilty conscience. "You can leave now." Hearing this, Korone suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with panic. "Aburo, no, you misunderstood." She tried to explain in a panic, reaching out to grab Guan Yu's arm. "Since you're unwilling to make a decision, I'll help you with it," Guan Yu said, removing her hand. "No." Korone tightly hugged Guan Yu with both hands, but Guan Yu still just looked at her expressionlessly. Even when she stood on tiptoe to kiss him, he showed no emotional fluctuation. "I'm sorry, I wasn't ready yet." "I'm sorry," Korone said fearfully. "Do you think you like me?" Guan Yu asked. Korone pressed her face against his chest. "All I know is that when I'm with you, I feel especially content, and when I'm not with you, my mind is completely filled with you." "What about Asuma, then?" "If I liked him, I would have accepted him long ago," Korone said urgently. Guan Yu pinched her chin, making her look at him, and said, "Then what are you preparing for?" He looked at her expressionlessly. "Are you afraid of losing someone like him who's always around?" "No." Korone wanted to shake her head, but it was difficult to move under Guan Yu's grip. "Do you think being with someone like me, who has a lot of flaws, would harm your reputation?" "No." Korone became increasingly panicked. "You don't need to be so humble around me. I can't give you anything. You can completely return to your circle and continue living proudly, surrounded by admiration," Guan Yu said coldly. "Asuma is the Hokage's son. Wouldn't it be better to be with him?" "No." Korone's voice suddenly grew louder. "That's not it. I won't do that. I'll make everything clear with Asuma." She shook her head violently, wanting to deny all of this. Guan Yu looked at her indifferently, then suddenly loosened the hand that was tightly gripping her chin. Korone ignored the pain in her chin and hugged Guan Yu tightly again. Guan Yu began to gently stroke Korone's hair. The sudden change from harshness to tenderness made Korone feel a bit unreal. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." He leaned closer to Korone's ear and spoke. "Since you've chosen me, you'll always be mine, and I will treat you well. If you dare to betray me like a certain person." The temperature of his words seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. Korone stiffly turned her head to look at Guan Yu, but in his eyes, she felt a chilling coldness that terrified her. "I will definitely make your life worse than death." Chapter 68 Retribution. Aburo will help you break through. If it's you, there's still a chance. Aburo, go deliver the intelligence to Tsunade-sama. Aburo, you must survive. Aburo, Aburo, #ah. Guan Yu shouted in terror and suddenly sat up from the bed. He stared with wide eyes at what was in front of him, unable to stop panting heavily. In the silent room, the sky outside the window was already faintly bright, and the alarm clock ticked beside him. Aburo? A soft call came from beside him. It was Korone, who had been woken by him and also sat up. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? She reached out and gently stroked Guan Yu's back. Your back is covered in sweat. It was a dream. Guan Yu lowered his head, supporting his forehead as he thought, lingering fear still in his eyes. How long had it been since he had a nightmare? Oh, Haruka. Guan Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and said, "Want to eat breakfast?" Korone still looked at him with some worry and nodded, "Okay." Guan Yu got up and out of bed, entered the bathroom, and started washing up. Korone, meanwhile, opened the window nearby, letting the fresh air flow in. "Are you going to make it?" she asked aloud. A faint voice came from the bathroom. Korone still sat on the bed, an indescribable feeling in her heart. This kind of treatment made her feel somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Maybe it was Guan Yu's unique tenderness. She found a good reason for Guan Yu in her own mind. Guan Yu, having finished washing up, walked out and took out eggs, vegetables, bacon, toast, from the kitchen. He came to the kitchen counter and started the fire to cook. Korone watched from the side, feeling a bit curious. Perhaps she felt that someone like Guan Yu didn't quite fit with cooking, so she stood by and watched. "Aren't you going to wash up?" Guan Yu glanced at her. "Oh." Korone could only respond and turned to enter the bathroom. "There are new toothbrushes in the drawer under the sink," Guan Yu added. In front of the sink, Korone looked at herself in the mirror. Her slightly wavy black long hair was a bit messy, sleepiness hadn't faded from her delicate face, and her lips were red and swollen. She reached out and touched them, then pursed her lips. It wasn't that Guan Yu was rough, in fact, she had been the more proactive one last night. She suddenly noticed two toothbrushes placed on the counter at the same time. The black-handled one was probably Guan Yu's, while the other was pink. Aburo. This, pink toothbrush, whose is it? Tenten's. She would occasionally stay here when she was little. The toothbrush has been here, and I forgot to throw it away. Guan Yu's calm voice sounded from outside. Tenten stayed here? Are they that close? Korone thought to herself, the image of that cute little girl from yesterday appearing in her mind. But she didn't suspect anything in her heart. This pink toothbrush was indeed a child's size. It was just a child. Even if she was a bit older now and needed to be mindful of some things, Korone wouldn't think in those terms. Could I also put my toiletries here? Korone thought happily to herself again. Also, for daily necessities, I should prepare some for Guan Yu at my place too. Having finished washing up simply, Korone came out and saw that Guan Yu had finished cooking. 2 plates of sandwiches on the table. "Do you want ketchup or salad dressing?" Guan Yu took out milk and cups from the fridge, glanced at Korone, and asked. "Salad dressing." The sandwich with salad dressing squeezed on it was casually placed in front of Korone, along with a cup of milk. Korone glanced at Guan Yu and saw that he had already picked up the sandwich with ketchup and was eating it. "I'll start eating. It's delicious." However, her words of praise didn't make the other person show any happy expression, which made Korone feel a bit helpless. If only Guan Yu's personality wasn't so cold, it would be easier for her to notice his emotional changes. Perhaps the difference in attitude compared to yesterday was too obvious, but the fact that Guan Yu made breakfast for her and asked about her preference already made Korone's heart extremely satisfied. "Where are you meeting your students?" Korone asked after taking a sip of milk. Today, they both had to conduct survival exercise assessments for their respective genin. "Training Ground 1. I'm at Training Ground 2, Korone said immediately. "I don't know how they'll perform, but looking at their academic records, becoming a genin should be no problem. They're all from prominent families, they won't be bad," Guan Yu said calmly. After eating breakfast, Guan Yu changed his clothes and put on his forehead protector. "Are you leaving so early?" Korone glanced at the time. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. "I have something else to do." After Guan Yu finished speaking, he directly left the house, leaving Korone alone standing in the room. So hurried? A good morning kiss would have been nice. She took a bite of the sandwich in her hand and mumbled softly. And after she finished breakfast, she washed the cups and cookware, and also meticulously cleaned the room, tidied the bed. She looked at the room, which was cleaner and tidier under her efforts, and nodded with satisfaction, clearly considering herself the mistress of the house. That's right, how could Along possibly have a girlfriend? Yes. Guan Yu didn't stop walking. "I'm also going to meet up with my team, see you later, Along." Tenten, without asking anything further, jogged away. Guan Yu, however, did not walk towards the first training ground, Memorial Stone. When Guan Yu arrived, he saw a figure already standing in front of the diamond-shaped stone monument. "Here to see a friend?" Kakashi spoke with his back to him, seemingly knowing who was standing behind him without turning around. Yes, Guan Yu replied calmly. Silence. Do you come every day, senior? Guan Yu looked at Kakashi's back and suddenly asked. Occasionally I don't, so that means you come every day. Guan Yu lowered his eyes, thinking, and then said, coming every day, has it lessened the guilt in your heart, senior? Guilt is not something that can be eliminated by repenting every day, Kakashi said slowly. It's a demon, a nightmare. The more you try to escape it, the more it will follow you closely. Is that so? Guan Yu took a few steps forward, coming to Kakashi's side and slightly behind him. Senior, have you ever been betrayed? Kakashi suddenly froze. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Guan Yu. I originally thought I could find salvation, Guan Yu said with lowered eyes. Maybe I really killed too many people. Now, I'm constantly moving towards the retribution I deserve. Kakashi didn't know what to say. He only saw Guan Yu's serene expression, his gaze fixed on the names on the memorial stone. The people on here are so good, they don't have to be sad, they don't have to regret. Chapter 69, The Test. The first training ground. Near the edge of the village, it's located within a forest. When Guan Yu arrived here, Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino were already here. Aburo-sensei. As soon as Ino saw Guan Yu arrive, she actively waved and greeted him. No need to call me that so early, Guan Yu replied indifferently. Even if we don't pass, Mizuki is still our sensei. Mizuki's test is a kind of experience and guidance for us, Ino said as if it were obvious. She sure knows how to talk. Guan Yu thought to himself, looking at Ino. Don't think that saying things like that will get you special treatment and I'll go easy on you, Guan Yu said. I might be the cruelest Jonin instructor of this class. So, Guan Yu's gaze swept over the three of them. Are you prepared to die? Hearing this, all three swallowed hard. He's just trying to scare us, right? He wouldn't actually kill us, would he? All three thought simultaneously. Aburo-sensei, what exactly is the test? Ino asked, raising her hand. The test, huh? Guan Yu looked at the sky. Clear blue sky. The test is, swish. A sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. A metallic streak shot out from the forest nearby, instantly piercing Guan Yu's side neck. After severing the carotid artery, blood immediately gushed out like a torrent. Thud! Guan Yu's eyes lost their light, and he fell to the ground. Blood continued to pour out, soaking the ground. The sudden sight completely stunned the three of them. Ino covered her mouth with both hands and screamed. What's happening? What's happening? Is Sensei dead? Shikamaru's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the body on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately after, three figures darted out from within the forest, surrounding Shikamaru and the other two. There are still three Xiao Gui, one person said, walking up to Guan Yu's body and checking it. This guy is dead. These words shocked Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino even more. You're lying, Ino muttered. The three people who suddenly appeared were all wearing Kirigakure headbands, dressed as ninja. People from Kirigakure, how could they be here? Shikamaru asked at this moment. Does that even need to be said? One of them smiled cruelly. Naturally, it's revenge. Have you forgotten that you killed so many of us a few years ago? It was clearly Kirigakure that invaded Konoha. Shikamaru couldn't help but retort. Bang! The three of them felt their vision blur, but heard a dull thud, and Shikamaru's body had already been sent flying backward. Shikamaru, who had fallen to the ground and rolled several times, felt intense pain all over his body, especially his abdomen, which felt like it had been hit by a 10,000-pound hammer. He struggled on the ground for a few moments, barely managing to try and stand up. Too strong, they're not on the same level at all. The opponent is at least a Jonin, Shikamaru thought despairingly. Their Jonin sensei had been killed by a sneak attack from the enemy. What chance did the three newly graduated genin have against them? The Miss Ninja who had just sent Shikamaru flying walked over to the terrified Ino, grabbed her ponytail, and dragged her away from her spot. Ino was in intense pain from having her hair pulled and began to scream in agony. Partial expansion jutsu. At this moment, Koji reacted and used a jutsu to attack the Miss Ninja. His enlarged arm swept out, but it was easily dodged. Another Miss Ninja flew forward and kicked him away as well. The Miss Ninja dragged Ino over to Guan Yu's body, then pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and threw it onto the ground in front of Koji. Hey, the Miss Ninja spoke, pointing towards Shikamaru. Now, go kill that guy. Otherwise, this little girl will die. After speaking, he pulled the blood-stained kunai from Guan Yu's body and held it horizontally against Ino's neck. Koji stared blankly at the kunai on the ground, Ino who was being held captive, and then looked at Shikamaru not far behind him. Did you hear me, fatty? The Miss Ninja said again. Koji picked up the kunai from the ground, but then suddenly charged towards this Miss Ninja. Don't call me fatty. Bang! But his angry attack was kicked away by the enemy once again, and he fell down beside Shikamaru. Did you not understand what I meant? The Mist Ninja said indifferently, pulling up on the hand holding Ino's hair, making Ino's cries of pain even more shrill. Or perhaps, this girl's life or death means nothing to you? He lightly drew the kunai across Ino's neck, creating a mark, and blood immediately seeped out. No, don't, Koji cried out in terror. Kill him, the Mist Ninja commanded coldly. No, Koji murmured, his whole body trembling. If Koji kills me, will you let them go? We're going to die anyway, why should we be your toys? Shikamaru had regained some sense at this moment and asked with a cold laugh. No, the Mist Ninja said instead. If you kill him, we can consider sparing your life and this little girl's. Do you think we'll believe what you say? Shikamaru still said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but if you don't do this, you'll just have to witness this girl's death first. The Mist Ninja pulled up on Ino's hair again forcefully, making her scream in pain. Shikamaru. Koji looked at Shikamaru in panic. What should I do? Shikamaru saw his terrified and helpless appearance, his eyes darkened. He picked up the kunai that had fallen on the ground and gripped it tightly. What should I do? What should I do? His brain was working rapidly. Will anyone from the village notice this place? Who else can come and save them? 3 guys who are likely jonin. The 3 of them couldn't possibly defeat them. Facing them head-on would be no different from seeking death. What, exactly, should I do? If there's a slim chance for you and Ino to survive, then kill me. Shikamaru held the kunai out to Koji, took a deep breath, and said. The hand holding out the kunai was also trembling uncontrollably. Koji stared blankly at the kunai in Shikamaru's hand, but didn't take it. What are you dawdling for? The Mist Ninja said coldly. Can we switch? Koji suddenly said. Switch what? The Mist Ninja frowned. Let me die, and you let Shikamaru and Ino go, Koji said tremblingly as he stood up. It was clear that saying this sentence had taken him immense courage. Koji, you. Shikamaru couldn't help but widen his eyes. No, the Mist Ninja refused. If we do that, it wouldn't be fun at all. It's only interesting to watch you struggle between the desire to survive and your feelings for your comrades. Do I need you to die for me? Although she always said she didn't like these 2 as teammates, they had been playmates since childhood, and the relationship between their 3 families meant she knew she had these 2 friends since she could remember. Shut up. The Mist Ninja kicked her hard. Humph. This time, Ino actually endured it, biting her lip tightly, her face showing stubbornness and a mocking smile. Why make it so troublesome? If you want to kill us all. The people in the village will definitely avenge me, she said coldly. Shikamaru was startled upon hearing this, and his expression changed before he firmly spoke. Right, we Konoha ninja would never trade a comrade's life for our own survival. Koji also stood firmly beside Shikamaru upon hearing this. Oh? Suddenly getting tough, are you? The Mist Ninja said lightly. It seems you want to witness your comrades being killed with your own eyes. The kunai in his hand was pressed tightly against Ino's neck again, drawing several bloody lines. Do it! Ino tightly closed her eyes and shouted. Shikamaru's gaze was also fixed on the Mist Ninja, while Koji on the side couldn't bear to watch any longer and was ready to look away at any moment. The Mist Ninja looked at the 3 of them. They seemed to have all made up their minds. His eyes moved, and he suddenly let go of Ino's hair. You passed. The next second, the scene before everyone's eyes suddenly changed, like a picture that had shattered and then reassembled. There was no sign of the Mist Ninja. They were still in the first training ground, but they were standing in their initial positions, and all the pain and injuries on their bodies had disappeared. Kanzuki Aban also stood before them, completely unharmed. Aburo-sensei? Ino looked at Kanzuki Aban in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief. She and Koji both looked at the place where the body had been, but it was empty. Shikamaru slumped onto the ground, letting out a long sigh towards the sky. As expected, was it a genjutsu? He murmured, his eyes full of relief. What exactly happened? Ino asked, stunned, and Koji also looked bewildered. Shikamaru just said it, it was just a genjutsu, Kanzuki Aban said calmly. Genjutsu, was it all fake? Ino reached up and touched her neck, which was perfectly fine. How did you notice? Kanzuki Aban looked at Shikamaru. Only 3 people invading Konoha, wouldn't that be too childish? Shikamaru said, and for you, sensei, a jonin, to be killed so easily. Furthermore, you kept insisting on making us fight each other. You could have killed us directly, yet you seemed so patient. There's some logic to that, but judging it as a genjutsu based solely on those points is what would be childish, Kanzuki Aban said lightly. I couldn't be certain, but given the situation, we really had no other option. Shikamaru sighed and said, I could only place my last sliver of hope on my own imagination. Then was it you who pulled my hair and kicked me just now? Ino demanded at this point. It was all part of the test, Kanzuki Aban replied. My standard for judging you as qualified was one of these 2 points, the determination to die for your comrades, or seeing through this genjutsu. If you achieve the former, you will be my students, and I will teach you with all my effort. If you achieve the latter, you can only be my subordinates, even if you have the name of teacher and student. Fortunately, you achieved both points. So, congratulations. Chapter 70, The Confession. Another order of grilled meat. Koji, his mouth greasy, shouted loudly and indistinctly, but the grilled meat shop boss heard him clearly and quickly responded. He can really eat. Kanzuki Aban watched Koji eat heartily, his peripheral vision catching sight of the dozen or so stacked plates, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Aburo-sensei? Koji seemed to sense Kanzuki Aban looking at him and cast a questioning look, meaning, is it not allowed? Is one order enough? Kanzuki Aban asked. Boss, 10 more orders of grilled meat. Koji immediately shouted excitedly. Kanzuki Aban Ino on the side distastefully took out a tissue to wipe off the grease Koji had sprayed towards her. This is probably the only meal. If you eat like this, sensei will never treat you again, she said to Koji. Koji immediately became hesitant and looked at Kanzuki Aban. How about I order a little less? It's fine, I can afford one meal, eat as much as you want, Kanzuki Aban said. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanzuki Aban saw that Koji's favorability had already risen to 75. This child is truly a bit too simple. Shikamaru only moved his chopsticks a few times before seeming to lose his appetite, only occasionally picking up a slice. Aburo-sensei, what kind of mission will we have tomorrow? Ino asked at this point. D-rank missions, Kanzuki Aban said, usually just running errands and doing odd jobs. I thought we'd have some amazing mission, Ino said, losing interest upon hearing this and pouting. We've only just graduated as genin, how could they assign us important missions? Shikamaru was quite understanding and said, besides, I think these missions are pretty good, they won't be so troublesome. Koji was completely focused on the grilled meat. There will always be higher level missions, Kanzuki Aban said. No need to rush. D-rank missions are for you to get rid of impatience and settle down, and also to help you become more coordinated with each other. Sitting in his seat, Kanzuki Aban only moved his chopsticks twice from beginning to end, leaning back and quietly watching the street outside the window. Alright, Ino could only say, her gaze wandering over Kanzuki Aban. Boss, 10 more orders of grilled meat. Koji's loud shout startled Ino. Aburo-sensei doesn't have an appetite? Why aren't you eating? Ino proactively sought a topic again. Too greasy. I think so too, eating too much grilled meat makes you uncomfortable. Ino immediately put down her chopsticks upon hearing this and smiled. But Kanzuki Aban didn't continue the conversation. Aburo-sensei looks so young, how old are you this year? Ino asked again. Kanzuki Aban glanced over, why are you asking that? Just curious. Because it's the first time I've seen a jonin as young as Aburo-sensei, she said with a shrug and a smile. Upon hearing this, Kanzuki Aban slowly said, in your graduating class, there's a guy who was already a jonin at 12 years old. 12 years old, isn't that the same age as us now? No way? Shikamaru said in surprise. You're lying. Ino also couldn't quite believe it. He leads the 7th squad, Kanzuki Aban continued. 7th squad? Isn't that Suzuki and Sakura's? Ino said, stunned. Naruto-sensei, Shikamaru said, thinking with his head down. Koji's eyes were still only on the grilled meat. But becoming a jonin at 12 years old, that's a bit too unbelievable, Ino said, logically, they should have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Maybe they graduated early. I heard that during times of war, students from the Ninja Academy graduate very early, Shikamaru mused, but examples like that are rare. Because early graduation is not encouraged during peacetime, Kanzuki Aban said calmly. Shikamaru looked at Kanzuki Aban's face, which showed very little change in expression, and recalled what he had said at the beginning about being the most ruthless among the jonin of this class. Having experienced the genjutsu test, Shikamaru also concluded that his sensei was not a benevolent person. He just hoped they could get along well in the future. So, Aburo-sensei, how old are you exactly? Ino asked again. Kanzuki Aban didn't answer, just looked at her calmly. After a moment, Ino's face turned slightly red. She avoided Kanzuki Aban's gaze and lightly scratched her cheek with her index finger. Is there something on my face? Hurry and eat, we'll go home when you're done, Kanzuki Aban said lightly. I feel like Aburo-sensei is even cooler than Suzuki. Ino stole a glance at Kanzuki Aban's profile, thinking to herself. Suzuki was only a 12-year-old child after all, not fully grown yet, and his appearance leaned towards delicate. Compared to the stern Kanzuki Aban, there was still less comparability. It's a shame he's my sensei, but having such a handsome sensei to look at is also nice. Ino felt a little disappointed but also comforted herself. #afternoon. At the dango shop. What made you think of looking for me? Anko said, eating dango and looking at Ui Kurane opposite her. Weren't you supposed to be leading genin today? We disbanded at noon, Ui Korone said. Is that so? Anko nodded, sliding all the dango off the skewer into her mouth. Did you need something? Ui Korone hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking. There is something, go on. Anko looked indifferent, focusing on eating her dango. Ui Korone pursed her lips. I'm in love. Anko initially nodded, uttering a perfunctory but 2 seconds later, she suddenly looked up, belatedly realizing what was said. What did you say? Ui Korone repeated. Anko, I'm in love. Anko quickly chewed the dango in her mouth haphazardly and swallowed it. Who is it? Asuma? When did this happen? Who confessed? Ui Korone lowered her gaze slightly, then let out a light laugh. It's Kanzuki Aban. Anko looked at Ui Korone and confirmed again, are you two really together? Ui Korone nodded seriously. Anko lowered her head, looking at the bamboo skewer in her hand, making her face unreadable. But soon, she raised her head again and said in surprise, Korone, how many years older are you than him, 5 or 6? You're robbing the cradle. Who's old? Korone immediately looked embarrassed and annoyed upon hearing this. Anko was right, she was already turning 27 this year. When did you two hook up? Anko asked again. Don't say it like that, Ui Korone said helplessly. About 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Anko was even more surprised, he wasn't even an adult back then. Korone, no wonder Asuma chased you for so long and you didn't agree, you actually like younger guys. What nonsense are you spouting? It has nothing to do with that. Korone was both angry and amused. Back then, we had just met, right? Anko looked thoughtful. We even had some conflicts. Then she suddenly remembered something and stared at Ui Korone. I remember you kept telling me to stay away from him back then. So, it turns out you were interested in him yourself. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Ui Korone sighed and picked up a skewer of dango, eating one. But it's not easy that you hid it for so long, even keeping it from me all this time. Anko also sighed. Ui Korone was silent. Are you telling me this because you're planning to go public with your relationship? Anko asked again. Yes. Does Asuma know yet? Ui Korone shook her head. Then how are you planning to tell him? How about, you tell him for me? You're really good at ordering people around. Anko rolled her eyes at Ui Korone in annoyance and continued eating her dango. If you want to tell him yourself. I'm not getting involved. Korone fell silent again. Putting everything else aside, Asuma was her good friend after all. She was quite reluctant to see them become strangers in the end, unable to even remain friends. Anko ate her dango, her gaze quietly fixed on Ui Korone, who was looking down lost in thought. Oh right, how far have you two gone? She suddenly asked. Ui Korone was startled by the question and felt her face flush. Why are you asking that? Did you sleep together? Anko asked directly. Ui Korone lowered her head, pursing her lips and remained silent. How did it feel? It felt pretty good, I guess. Ui Korone scratched her burning cheek, her eyes darting around. Is that so? Anko ate another skewer of dango until only the stick remained, propping her chin with one hand and looking elsewhere. Chapter 71 The Mission. When Guanyu returned, he saw the lights on in his room. He opened the door and saw food laid out on the table, and a figure busy at the kitchen counter. You're back. Korone turned her head and smiled at Guanyu. I don't recall giving you a key, Guanyu said after a moment of silence, looking at Korone. I found the spare key in the drawer when I was tidying up the room this morning, Korone said, and then brought another dish to the table. The rice will be ready soon, go wash your hands. While cooking, Korone had a faint smile on her face, looking like she was enjoying herself, and occasionally hummed an unknown tune. Guanyu washed his hands and sat down at the table. The dishes were all ready, a total of 4. Korone brought the last dish, a soup, to the table. Alright, we can eat now, she said with a sense of accomplishment. Taste my cooking. Upon hearing this, Guanyu did not immediately pick up his chopsticks, looking silently at the abundant meal on the table. How long had it been since he had seen such a scene? It had been 20 years in the blink of an eye since he arrived in this era. What's wrong? Korone asked when she saw Guanyu hesitate to pick up his chopsticks. Does it not suit your taste? I don't know what you avoid eating, I only know you don't like sweet things. It's nothing, Guanyu said calmly, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of meat into his mouth. How is it? Korone asked with a face full of anticipation. It's good. Right. Korone couldn't help but beam with a smile upon hearing this, and immediately picked up her chopsticks to serve Guanyu some food. The room was small. For the first time in the more than 10 years he had lived here, Guanyu felt like he had a home. Today, I told Anko about us, Korone said while eating. Okay. Korone hesitated slightly. I know you don't particularly like her, but she is my best friend after all. No, Guanyu said calmly while eating, it's not like I would stop you from seeing your friends. Korone breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and then said, I didn't see Asuma today. I'll tell him next time I see him. Okay. Still indifferent. Korone looked at Guan Yu's inscrutable face and pursed her lips. Are you planning to stay here long term? Guan Yu suddenly asked. Korone was startled by the question, then said, not exactly. She stopped halfway through her sentence, paused slightly, and asked in return, no, is that okay? They had done everything they needed to do. Although there had been no formal confession or sweet passionate love, for Korone, it was already considered a relationship. There's no reason why not. Korone's heart softened. She gently pushed the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, but, it's a bit cramped here. My place is more spacious. Or, we could buy a bigger house later. When she said the word later, her face couldn't help but blush again. Let's talk about it later. Unfortunately, Guan Yu did not say what she wanted to hear. Let me get you some soup. After dinner, Korone started clearing the dishes, while Guan Yu went into the bathroom to take a shower. The sound of the shower drowned out the sound of washing dishes outside. But halfway through the shower, the bathroom door suddenly opened. In the steaming mist, there was a woman's figure. Guan Yu stopped washing his hair and looked at her. What are you doing in here? Korone pressed her body against him, her skin extremely hot. Abaro. She gently kissed Guan Yu's chest, collarbone, neck, lips, but just as she wanted to kiss him deeply, her face was suddenly pushed away. What's wrong? Her passion was abruptly interrupted, and Korone was a little confused. Guan Yu looked at her quietly, his eyes clear. Are you entering your fertile period these past 2 days? Why yes, I think so, Korone said haltingly. Get out. Why is he like this? Looking at Guan Yu's expressionless face, Korone suddenly felt a surge of grievance in her heart. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would have doubted if Guan Yu was even a man. Do you want to have a child with me? Guan Yu said indifferently. It's not guaranteed to happen, right? Korone hugged Guan Yu tightly, pressing her face against his chest. Her voice became barely audible. You could just finish outside at the end. #noon. Inside a family's garden. Ino threw the weeds in her hand aside and let out a frustrated shout. How much longer do we have to do this? Shikamaru and Koji, who were working hard beside her, also looked up. About half left, sigh, this is such a drag, Shikamaru sighed. I'm hungry, I really want to eat, Koji also said. Ino turned her head to look at Guan Yu, who was sitting leisurely on a chair outside the garden, drinking tea and reading a book. She felt a surge of frustration. Aburo-sensei, can't you help us? Can't you even complete a D-rank mission? Guan Yu didn't even lift his eyelids, his gaze still fixed on the book page. But what's the point of these mundane missions? Ino said angrily. Everyone starts out like this, Guan Yu said. Finish the mission quickly, we still have to go take care of the children later. When Ino heard that they still had to go take care of the children, she immediately lost her temper and lowered her head dejectedly. Yeah. The genin also greeted each other. Ino, however, became much more reserved upon seeing Suzuki, which surprised Sakura a little. The Ino Shikacho were all looking at Kakashi, thinking, is this the person Aburo-sensei said became a jonin at 12? He looks quite mysterious. Is something wrong? Kakashi asked after noticing their gaze. Nothing, I just praised you in front of my students, Guan Yu said. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suzuki suddenly walked up to Guan Yu at this moment and spoke. Hello, my name is Uchiha Suzuki. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. During the Mist Ninja attack 5 years ago, you saved me and my mother. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Guan Yu looked at Suzuki in front of him. He was cool, but not as cold as expected, perhaps because his family was still around. It's fine, your mother already thanked me, Guan Yu said calmly. We're going on a C-rank mission now, Naruto boasted to Shikamaru and the others before leaving. Really? Ino looked surprised. Yeah, maybe our squad is just excellent, after all. The top student is in our squad, Sakura also said proudly. Damn it, this made Ino furious. Damn forward. In the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, can you also assign us a C-rank mission? Ino began complaining to the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the third Hokage held a list of D-rank missions. Irika, hearing Ino's words from the side, began lecturing them, repeating what he had said to Naruto earlier. But the 7th squad is already going on a C-rank mission, Ino said discontentedly. I really don't want to do these boring missions anymore. Why are you all so impatient? Irika said angrily. Lord Hokage, Guan Yu suddenly spoke at this moment. Please assign us a C-rank mission too, let us try. Aburo Jonin. Irika looked surprised. Aburo-sensei. Ino was instantly overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi nodded and pulled out another document. Then, Squad 10, your next mission is beast subjugation. Go to the neighboring village and solve the problem of rampant wild boars. Woohoo! Hooray! Ino was ecstatic. Seeing how excited she was, Guan Yu poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't be happy too soon. This kind of mission involves combat, and I won't step in to help you. Ino's smile froze, but then she put on an indifferent look. It's just a wild boar, how strong could it be? Shikamaru sighed from the side, this feels like it's going to be troublesome. Koji, pulling out a bag of potato chips from somewhere, started eating them there. Chapter 72 Lovers Goodbye, Korone-sensei. Goodbye. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata waved goodbye to Korone. Their Squad 8's mission for today had also concluded. Leading genin wasn't a difficult task. Among the three students, Kiba was more energetic and liked to show off. Hinata was a bit too shy and reserved, not good with words, while Shino had no particular issues and was more normal compared to the other two. She was most worried about Hinata initially, fearing she might have a pampered young lady's temper, but it turned out to be the opposite. The squad's interactions were quite normal, and Kiba's attitude towards his teammates was also good. Korone glanced at the sky. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. What should I cook today? She thought to herself and walked towards the market, preparing to buy some meat and vegetables to cook. There wasn't much food in Guan Yu's refrigerator, mostly instant meals. The meal she cooked last night was made with vegetables she bought from the market. Maybe buy a fish. Korone walked briskly to the meat and vegetable market, browsing at various stalls. Korone, a soft call suddenly sounded not far away. She looked towards the sound and saw two familiar people. Ujo, Hayate. Ujo was holding a bag of vegetables, and Hayate walked over with her. What a coincidence, Ujo smiled at Korone. It is, are you two here to buy groceries too? Korone also smiled. Hayate said he wants to eat eel rice and asked me to make it for him, Ujo said with a helpless expression. Eel rice, huh, I can make that too. Korone thought to herself. Cough cough, because I really wanted to eat it, Hayate coughed as he spoke, looking sickly. Alright, I didn't say I wouldn't make it for you, Ujo said. You two have such a good relationship, Korone smiled. Ujo shrugged, I actually miss being single now. I have to take care of him constantly, really. She sounded like she was complaining to Korone, but Korone couldn't detect any real resentment in her words. Weren't you two always like this? Childhood sweethearts, so many people envy you, Korone said. You have a childhood sweetheart too, don't you? Ujo replied. Korone's face stiffened upon hearing that. And, you know how he feels about you, Ujo continued, if you're envious, you can try it too. However, I advise you to think it through carefully. Men are completely different before and after being in a relationship, Ujo seriously advised. Hayate spoke helplessly, Ujo. It wasn't because Ujo was scolding him, he was afraid Korone might actually decide to reject Asuma because of her words. Ujo, Korone said after a moment of silence. It's impossible between me and Asuma. Ujo and Hayate were both stunned upon hearing this. Ujo panicked, no, I was just joking. Actually, Hayate is quite good after being in a relationship, he's very caring. Korone shook her head, it has nothing to do with you. Korone. Ujo stared at her blankly. I know what Asuma means, and I understand everyone has been trying to set us up. I'll find a chance to make it clear to him, Korone said slowly. I already have someone I like. I'll be going now, bye. The two stood frozen in place for a long time, only snapping back to reality when Korone's figure disappeared into the crowd. No way, Ujo murmured. Poor Asuma, cough cough. Hayate also sighed, coughing again. Aside from loving to smoke, Asuma's background, strength, personality, and everything else are not bad. He's even the deputy captain of the police force now, Ujo said puzzled. How could Korone not know about this, cough cough, but if she doesn't like him, she just doesn't like him, cough cough. What kind of person does Korone like anyway? Having finished her shopping, Korone carried her bags back to her own home first. The conversation with Ujo and the others had left her thoughts in turmoil again on the way. They were all in the same circle. If she were to fall out with Asuma over this, how would she get along with everyone else? She had never formally rejected Asuma. Initially, it was because she did have a degree of affection for him, but this affection stemmed from the feelings accumulated from growing up together as childhood friends. Korone wasn't so clear about romantic feelings for Asuma. If Asuma hadn't gone to be one of the 12 guardian ninja back then, and their relationship had developed for another year, they might be together now. After Guan Yu appeared later, her heart began to resist Asuma, but she was also afraid that her rejection would be unacceptable to him, leading to them not even being able to be friends anymore. She was truly afraid. It's just one sentence to be honest, is it that hard to say? If she was truly willing, she could have found Asuma long ago and, as a friend, told him that she was in a relationship. Dragging it out until now, coming up with all sorts of excuses, wasn't it because she was afraid to face it deep down? She had accepted so much kindness from Asuma back then, and now being with Guan Yu made her feel a sense of guilt and betrayal. Things had come to this point, how much longer could she keep delaying? #Kanaha Gate. Guan Yu was handling the return procedures for the Inoshikacho trio. All three of them looked completely exhausted. In the end, Ino, you were the most useless, Shikamaru said lazily. Shut up, Ino said, a little embarrassed and annoyed. I just happen to be bad at dealing with this kind of beast. When dealing with that wild boar, because her mind-body switch technique couldn't perfectly control it, Koji was almost injured. Having failed the technique, Ino could only watch as Koji and Shikamaru struggled for a long time before finally subduing the wild boar. What will you do if the enemy has troublesome summoning beasts? Guan Yu asked from the side. I understand. I'll go back and train hard, Ino pouted, no longer arguing for herself. She had indeed made the biggest mistake today. After finishing the procedures, the three walked towards the village. Hooray! Koji immediately shouted excitedly, his previous fatigue instantly disappearing. Aburo-sensei, you're too good. Guan Yu's eyes moved slightly upon hearing this, merely saying indifferently, you should all be tired from the battles this afternoon. Eating some meat is good. Hee hee, Aburo-sensei is right. Koji nodded repeatedly, I feel like I've lost weight. You're probably dreaming, Ino scoffed from the side. Shikamaru watched Koji with some helplessness from the side, feeling that sensei was a bit too indulgent towards him. Moreover, he remembered that Aburo-sensei didn't like eating grilled meat. The group walked towards the grilled meat restaurant, Koji walking at the very front, almost bouncing and skipping, muttering grilled meat under his breath. Ino walked beside Guan Yu, occasionally scolding Koji to make him behave. Shikamaru was on Guan Yu's other side, watching Koji with a faint smile on his face. The setting sun in the west stretched the shadows of the four people long, outlining their respective silhouettes on the ground. Inside the grilled meat restaurant, the few of them sat by the window. The meat slices on the grill sizzled, constantly rising with white steam. Koji held his chopsticks, his eyes fixed on the meat, standing by in full readiness, looking even more nervous than when he faced the wild boars today. No one's going to snatch it from you, Ino said from the side. Grilled meat must have absolutely precise heat control, only then will the grilled meat be delicious, Koji said earnestly. Shikamaru was helpless. There weren't too many people in the restaurant, the chatter was messy and a bit noisy. The three of them chatted idly, eating the grilled meat from the stove. Guan Yu rarely interjected, only responding when Ino mentioned him. The empty plates on the table piled higher and higher. Ino and Shikamaru had already slowed down, but Koji still looked like he hadn't eaten enough, constantly picking up meat and putting it into his mouth. Boss, 10 more servings of grilled meat. Koji had lost his initial politeness and didn't even ask for Guan Yu's opinion. I feel like Aburo-sensei is definitely going to be eaten into poverty in the future. Shikamaru thought to himself, looking at the countless empty plates on the table. Idiot Koji, don't you understand the principle of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Eating so much every time, it will probably be difficult to get Aburo-sensei to treat you again in the future. Guan Yu, however, didn't think so much. With his efficiency in doing missions in the past few years, his assets were also a considerable fortune. The boss brought another 10 servings of grilled meat, looking at Koji with a face full of affection, and seeing the stacked plates on the table made him grin from ear to ear. The sky outside gradually darkened. Guan Yu suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure walking on the street outside the window. He was slightly startled, thought for a moment, took out his wallet, and handed it to Shikamaru. I have something to do first. You don't need to wait for me later, just settle the bill directly. After speaking, ignoring the strange expressions of Shikamaru and Ino, he walked directly out of the restaurant. Shikamaru picked up the wallet and squeezed it. So thick. Asuma, who had just finished work at the police force headquarters and was preparing to go home, suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching him from the front. Aburo. Asuma looked at the person before him in surprise. What a coincidence, he chuckled. Going home? Asuma asked with a smile. Guan Yu shook his head, quietly looking at Asuma. His gaze made Asuma feel a bit strange. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Asuma reached out and touched his cheek. Guan Yu lowered his eyes slightly. How about we have a meal together? Asuma was startled upon hearing this, looking at Guan Yu in surprise. The number of times they had interacted in recent years was few and far between. If it weren't for the fact that the other person had saved him once, Asuma probably would have forgotten this person. And now, Guan Yu suddenly wanted to treat him to a meal. Something must be up. With his current position as the deputy captain of the police force, he had quite a bit of socializing to do in the past, and many people often treated him to meals. Okay, Asuma nodded. The two went to a restaurant, and after sitting down, Asuma casually ordered a few dishes. Want to drink? Asuma asked. You can drink by yourself. Then forget it, he shrugged. Not long after, the food was served. The night outside grew deeper, and the streets were brightly lit. I heard you're a Jonin instructor now, Asuma said with a smile. You, Kakashi, and Korone are all leading genin from the same class. Yes, they are the children of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, Guan Yu said. Asuma knew this point. He had initially asked his father why these 3 genin were sent to Guan Yu to lead, but his father hadn't explained much to him. Then you should see Kakashi and Kurane often, right? Asuma picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of food, and said, Kakashi, not often, Guan Yu said calmly. Kurane, often. Is that so? Asuma was surprised upon hearing this, vaguely feeling that the meaning behind the other's words was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it. Because you all have to take the genin to accept missions, right? Asuma thought for a moment and said. That was all he could think of. Guan Yu, however, said calmly, no. Because Kurane and I are lovers. Chapter 73, Welcome home you, said what? Asuma asked subconsciously. Guan Yu didn't respond again, just sat there calmly. Silence was the answer. Swish! Asuma suddenly stood up, the chair behind him knocked to the ground. The sound caused everyone in the restaurant to look over. A brief silence. Guest. The restaurant's server also kindly came over to ask. Asuma stared blankly at Guan Yu, disbelief, confusion, helplessness. The restaurant returned to its noisiness, just like the bustling street outside. You. Asuma opened his mouth, then momentarily forgot what he should say. The server helped him put the chair back up. Aren't you sitting? Guan Yu said. Asuma seemed to still be in shock, sitting down, lost in thought. Time passed little by little, the two people's seats seeming to be isolated from all the surrounding noise. Guan Yu shifted his gaze from him, looking indifferently at the street outside with people coming and going. There was a flicker of light in his eyes, he didn't know what he was thinking. When did it happen? He didn't know how long it had been, maybe many minutes, before he heard Asuma's voice again. A few years ago, I don't remember, Guan Yu said indifferently. Asuma raised his head to look at Guan Yu, seeming to have countless things he wanted to say, things he wanted to question, but seeing the other person's perpetually calm face, he swallowed them all back. What should I say? What should I ask? Asuma didn't know how to describe the feeling in his heart at this moment. Did you come specifically to tell me? Guan Yu glanced at him sideways and said, sort of. Why didn't she come to tell me herself? Asuma couldn't help but ask. Why must she come to tell you herself? Guan Yu calmly counter-questioned. Asuma fell silent. Why? Yes, why? He wasn't anything to her. Why should she? At this moment, he wished he could confront Kurane directly, question her why. But he also felt that even if he really stood before Kurane, he probably wouldn't be able to say a single word. They had known each other for over 20 years, and Asuma now felt that he didn't understand Kurane at all. He couldn't even think of a reason why Kurane would choose Guan Yu. What was the reason for his own rejection? Asuma slumped into the chair. There was no anger, only dejection. Sadness spread slowly like ink. Kurane's voice, appearance, and smile flashed back in his mind. He then imagined the scene of this woman he loved being held in Guan Yu's arms, his heart aching intensely. It was as if the whole world had suddenly died. Asuma felt that he should probably cry, but he couldn't. Guan Yu didn't say another word, just silently stood up and walked out of the restaurant. The bustling street market was still crowded with pedestrians, laughter could be heard, and so could noise. Feeling a pull at her waist, she was suddenly embraced tightly by Guan Yu. What are you doing? I'm still cooking. Kurane's voice softened, and she only symbolically struggled lightly. She felt Guan Yu's gaze on her. Aburo, what's wrong? Guan Yu lowered his eyes and said, are you happy being with me? Kurane felt her heart suddenly stirred, and she trembled slightly. Her eyes met Guan Yu's. She nodded seriously again. A light also flickered in Guan Yu's eyes, and his hand stroked Kurane's face, feeling the soft warmth of her skin. This was no virtual world, no strategy game. This was a real and existing world. Everyone here would feel sorrow and joy, and when someone died, someone would cry for it. Their feelings were equally sincere and fervent. It was him who, ever since his teammates died, had never treated the people here equally. He only regarded them as NPCs. This feeling became even stronger after Shisui left. A boring and disgusting game, I'm tired of playing it. This is just an illusion, I should wake up quickly. Aburo. Kurane's hand also gently held Guan Yu's palm. The pot on the stove was humming and steaming, the alarm clock on the table kept ticking, and a breeze occasionally snuck in through the open window, while the soft light spilled across the entire room. Guan Yu looked up and said, let's move to a bigger house. Kurane's eyes trembled, instantly becoming as soft as water. Okay. As soon as she agreed, she suddenly remembered something and quickly broke free from Guan Yu's embrace. My soup. Kurane continued to busy herself with cooking, bringing the dishes to the table one by one. Guan Yu went into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and washed his face. He looked at himself in the mirror above the sink, still calm and cold, and could no longer recall the expression and tone he had used when speaking to Kurane just now. His mindset might have changed somewhat, but his nature wasn't something that could change just like that. Aburo, dinner's ready. Guan Yu came out and saw Kurane setting the table. Without her headband and ninja uniform, she looked just like a housewife. I made fish soup and eel rice, Kurane smiled at Guanyu. During the meal, Kurane looked at Guanyu, who was eating with his head down, and said, "You said you wanted to move to a bigger house just now. Where are we moving to? Where do you want to move?" Guanyu asked. "Well, I haven't really thought about it carefully," Kurane thought with her chopsticks in her mouth. "The houses in the center of the village don't seem to be very big, or they are occupied by others who are unwilling to sell. But if we go to the edge of the village, will it be too remote, and it will be inconvenient to buy groceries and other things on a daily basis? And good houses aren't cheap either." She seemed to be talking to Guanyu, and also muttering to herself. "Aburo, what do you think?" "Money is not a problem," Guanyu said without raising his head, continuing to eat his meal. "Ha, are you that rich?" Kurane said with a surprised smile. "It's okay. I heard that when buying a house, you have to consider the location, as well as the layout and many other things inside the house. That's too much trouble, let's not buy it." "Ha, how can you say that?" Kurane puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "Let's go look at houses together when we have time. We'll see. Then it's settled. Aburo, let's get a dog. One of my students has one, it's very cute. I like cats." "No, we have to get a dog." Chapter 74, Training Early Morning. Suzuki sat on the porch changing his shoes. "Suzuki, don't forget your bento." Mikato came out of the living room, holding a bento box wrapped in cloth. "Ah, I know," Suzuki replied, looking back. He also glanced at Itaki, who was sitting in the living room motionless. "Older brother, aren't you leaving?" "The dark department is off today," Itaka said with a light smile. "Ha, really?" Suzuki immediately looked pleasantly surprised. "Train with me when I get back, older brother." "Okay," Itaka nodded in agreement. Fugaku, who was reading a magazine, looked up at Suzuki at this moment, and continued to read his magazine. Suzuki took the bento that Mikato handed him, and Mikato bent down to straighten his clothes. "The bento I made is quite a lot, Suzuki can share it with his teammates." Suzuki said somewhat reluctantly, "Why should I share it with them?" "Because they are Suzuki's companions," Mikato smiled gently. "You should get along well with your companions, and you can also invite them to visit our home if you have the chance." Suzuki just pouted when he heard this, the figures of Naruto and Sakura appearing in his mind, feeling a bit disgusted. One idiot, one lovesick girl. "Oh, Mom," Suzuki suddenly remembered something and spoke to Mikato. "I saw the person who saved us the day before." Mikato was startled when she heard this, and Itaki, who was drinking tea in the living room, also looked over. "It was the person I met the day I was leaving for the Land of Waves. He is also a Jonin instructor now, and he is leading the ninja from my class," Suzuki said. "Is that so?" Mikato smiled. "What a coincidence." I thanked him, and I heard that you had already thanked him, Mom," Suzuki said, then complained a little. "Mom, really, why didn't you tell me when you found him?" "That was Mom's oversight," Mikato could only say. "Alright, I'm leaving now. I feel like I'll be able to take on a really impressive mission today," Suzuki said, then took the bento and jogged out of the house. Mikato looked at Suzuki's departing back, a thoughtful expression on her face. She returned to the living room and said to Fugaku, "It's the person I told you about before. Kanzuki Aban." "I know," Fugaku said calmly. "He is now the sensei of the children of the heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. This is not a secret in the village, and those with a mind have already noticed it." "Ha, is that so?" Mikato was quite surprised that Guanyu was the sensei of the next generation of Inoshikacho. "You said his strength is very strong, so he will likely be someone the Hokage will focus on cultivating," Fugaku said. Mikato was deep in thought, starting to consider whether her attitude that day had been inappropriate. Itaka sat there without saying a word, only the veins on the hand holding the teacup slightly bulging. #bang. Shikamaru's body drew an arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Ino sat on the ground nearby, panting heavily, and Koji was also lying on the ground, not yet having gotten up. "With this kind of strength, you should just honestly pull weeds and feed pigs in the future." Guanyu stood steadily in front of the three, his clothes neat and spotless. "Don't keep clamoring about wanting to perform high-level missions from now on." "Aburo-sensei, I didn't say that." Shikamaru struggled to sit up from the ground, complaining bitterly. It was clearly Ino who was saying it all along. "Okay, Shikamaru, how can you say that about your companion?" Ino said angrily from the side. "Alright, get up quickly," Guanyu said mercilessly. "Can't you handle this level of training? Have you forgotten that someone your age has already become a Jonin?" Shikamaru gritted his teeth and stood up, but said, "I never thought I had to become a Jonin. I'm very satisfied with becoming a Chunin. I don't have such great ambitions that I must stand out." "Don't say those things," Guanyu ignored his thoughts. "Since you have become my students, you must follow my methods. Continue training." The three of them let out a painful cry at the same time. Aburo-sensei, can we change the training method?" Don't always train in taijutsu. Taijutsu is the foundation of a ninja, no negotiation. Although the three were extremely reluctant, they still braced themselves and continued to train. Guan Yu only demanded from them the same training intensity he had experienced. He now had genjutsu mastery and genjutsu countermeasures in genjutsu, and full mastery of the 5 chakra natures in ninjutsu. Only his taijutsu level was something he had truly gained through hard work and training. I'll treat you to barbecue after training. Eh? Really? Koji instantly perked up, as if his previous exhaustion was faked. Only if you meet my standards, Guan Yu said. Oh, easy peasy, Koji yelled excitedly, as if injected with chicken blood. This level, even if you increase the intensity, there's absolutely no problem. Koji, go die, Ino cursed angrily. Koji, shut up, Shikamaru also said. Team 10 had also completed several C-rank missions. Although Guan Yu was present during B-rank missions, their rank was insufficient and the procedures didn't match, so the Hokage couldn't assign them those. He couldn't have another dramatic incident like with Team Kakashi. Guan Yu stopped letting them do those D-rank missions and began putting them through high-intensity training, because he knew it wouldn't be long. The Chunin exams were about to begin. No matter what, his students couldn't perform too embarrassingly. It was also good that he had some explanation for their parents' clans. After all, the older generation of Inoshikacho had only handed their children over to a ninja with a bad record like him out of respect for the Hokage. If they performed well in the Chunin exams, it would also be good for him. Guan Yu's expectations weren't high. Expecting Shikamaru and the others to defeat Suzuki, Gaara, and Niji was definitely out of the question, unless he took the exams for them. But getting all of them into the third exam, with some proper guidance, shouldn't be a problem. Ino's preliminary opponent was Sakura. Koji's was a minor character. Chapter 75. Moving the window was open, letting in a few rays of white light. The drifting sheer curtain swayed in the breeze, posing alluringly. An old clock hung on the wall, its hands stopped between 9 and 10. The room was spacious and had an ancient feel. Some strange weapons were displayed on the table. Tenten lay sprawled on the bed, wearing a goose-yellow pajama and with her hair tied in twin tails, still deep in sleep. A faint knocking sound woke her. Her eyelids twitched for a long time, and her brow furrowed slightly before a glimmer of light finally appeared in her eyes. It seemed like Mom was calling her. Tenten rolled over and buried her head under the pillow. Not long after, there was a bang as the door was violently pushed open. A hand stained with water grabbed Tenten's ear, pulling her entire body off the bed. What time is it and you're still not getting up? Ow 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 ow. Tenten instantly became wide awake, holding her mom's hand with both of hers, begging for mercy. Hurry up and get out of bed to eat. The food I left for you is already getting cold. Tenten slumped back onto the bed. Mom, I don't have any missions today. Can't I just sleep in? Less nonsense, hurry up and get out of bed. Tenten's mom ignored her, turning directly and leaving the room. You have 3 minutes. If you're not downstairs, you're dead. Tenten reluctantly lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Sleepiness washed over her again like a tide. But as she was getting drowsy, she suddenly shook her head and started getting up to change clothes. Getting beaten by Mom just for a little more sleep wasn't worth it. When Tenten was dressed and went downstairs, she saw that food had indeed been left for her on the dining table. Help me watch the shop later, I have to go out, Mom said. Got it, Tenten said with a pout, sitting at the dining table and starting to eat. Even her hard-earned vacation wasn't peaceful. Oh, by the way, Along moved this morning, Mom said as she brought over the soup and placed it in front of Tenten. Tenten, who was eating, suddenly froze. Moved? Yes, Along bought a house in the north of the village. He even came to say hello to me specifically. He asked about you then, but you were sleeping. Out of the blue, why did he suddenly move? Tenten was a bit confused. His original house was too small, how could 2 people live there? 2 people? WH-. What do you mean? Along is in a relationship, Tenten's mom said calmly as she washed the dishes. I saw the woman this morning when he was moving. She's very pretty, and a ninja too. She looks a few years older than Along. The 2 of them should be living together. They might get married soon. Along is also at that age, after all, he's 21. Time flies so fast. I still remember what he was like when he was little. He was very well behaved back then. He's lived alone since he was a child. It really wasn't easy, Tenten's mom sighed. Clatter. The chopsticks in Tenten's hands suddenly fell onto the table. Mom looked up at her, then lowered her head again, continuing to wash dishes. Tenten sat there motionless, her wide-open eyes trembling incessantly. What was Mom saying? What nonsense was Mom saying? How could it be? It must be that she misunderstood again. Mom is the most gossipy person. She stood up with a whoosh, pushing the chair far away. Along. Where did he move to? Tenten took a deep breath, calming her mind. He said it was in the former Uchiha clan land, a building near the forest, not far from the Nanga River. As soon as she finished speaking, Tenten rushed out of the house. Looking at the food on the table that hadn't been finished, Tenten's mom couldn't help but sigh softly. This girl, may she understand sooner. # The house Guan Yu bought was originally Uchiha property. It was located at the very edge of the village. Further north was dense forest, and it was very close to the Nanga River. Because nearly half of the Uchiha clan members moved out a few years ago, many houses in the clan land were left vacant, and few villagers from outside were willing to move in. Fortunately, the price wasn't expensive, and Guan Yu could be considered wealthy, having accumulated years of mission savings. There wasn't much haggling. After the seller gave a price that Guan Yu could accept, it was settled directly. The new house was very large, with 2 floors, both having 3 rooms. The master bedroom on the second floor even had a floor-to-ceiling window spanning the entire wall. Korone had taken a liking to this point when they first saw the house. Korone was tidying up the room by herself. Guan Yu wasn't here because he had to train his students. Yesterday, she moved her things from her home, and today she moved Guan Yu's things from his home. Guan Yu had very few things, unlike her who had to move several times with large and small boxes. Besides some clothes, Guan Yu only had simple daily necessities. Knock knock knock. Korone, who was folding Guan Yu's clothes into the wardrobe in the master bedroom on the second floor, suddenly heard a knocking sound downstairs. Who would be knocking at this time? Anko? Korone went downstairs and opened the door, only to find it was the cute girl with 2 buns in her hair whom she had seen at Guan Yu's place before. You are, called Tenten, right? Korone thought for a moment, then smiled. Are you looking for Aburo? He's not home right now, he went to train his students. Want to come in and sit? Tenten didn't speak, her eyes just stared fixedly at her. Tenten. Korone was a bit strange. Didn't you say? Tenten spoke with a slightly low voice. Are you friends? Oh, you mean that. Korone couldn't help but chuckle, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. At that time, we hadn't planned on making our relationship public. Adult matters, you probably wouldn't understand even if I told you. Tenten, come in and sit down, take a look at our new home. You're the first guest, Korone said enthusiastically again, stepping aside to let Tenten in. But Tenten didn't move a step, standing outside the door. New home, guest. These 2 words pierced Tenten's heart like steel needles. It should have been her who had always been by alongside, so why did she suddenly become a guest? Where did this woman come from, and how dare she treat her with such an attitude? What exactly did Along see in her? Is it because she's pretty? Is it just because she's pretty? Tenten clenched her hands tightly, her fingernails almost piercing her skin. Veins subtly bulged on the back of her hands. Korone also sensed that Tenten's emotions seemed a bit off. She looked at the tightly clenched hands thoughtfully. Tenten, Aburo won't be back until the afternoon, she said. Tenten hadn't said another word after asking that one question. She silently turned around and left. Korone watched her leave, without saying anything to stop her or say goodbye. At Guan Yu's original home, the door was already locked. The owner would not be back for who knows how long. Tenten broke the window and climbed in. The once familiar room was now empty, with only some large furniture remaining. Everything that was originally on the table was gone, and the wardrobe was empty. Tenten lay quietly on the wooden bed, which was now just a bed frame. She hadn't slept here for a long time because once during her period, she had stained Guan Yu's sheets with blood, and Guan Yu had never let her sleep here again. At first, she thought Along was angry because she had stained the sheets. Later, she understood that the blood was proof that she had physiologically become a complete woman, but it also meant that Guan Yu had never seen her as a woman, never treated her as an equal. In Along's eyes, she was always just a child. No matter how much she fantasized, even without that woman, the person standing beside Along would never be her. So we don't have to train today? Koji asked, sitting cross-legged on the ground. That's what he cared about more. If Aburo-sensei doesn't come, we can't just wait here forever, Shikamaru added, leaning against a wooden stake. Aburo-sensei would never stand us up. Ino, sitting on a wooden stake, reached out and tapped Shikamaru's head. I wasn't badmouthing him, just saying he might have been delayed by something, Shikamaru said helplessly, rubbing his head. Ino always unconditionally defended Guan Yu and wouldn't allow them to say anything negative about him in private. But, have you noticed something strange? Shikamaru said to the 2 again. Ino and Koji were puzzled. What is it? Other teams are doing missions every day, only we are training every day, Shikamaru said. We haven't done any missions for a while, and it's been high-intensity training every day. There's no reason for Aburo-sensei to demand this of us. Speaking of which, it seems so, Koji thought for a moment and nodded. But it's all the same, right? Aburo-sensei treats us to barbecue after missions, and he also treats us to barbecue after training. You idiot, all you think about is food, Shikamaru said, holding his forehead. Aburo-sensei is definitely doing this for our own good, Ino also spoke up at this point. He probably wants to make us stronger. This isn't the time for you to cry and fuss during training. Shikamaru thought to himself, but he wouldn't dare say such a thing. Ino was the team's boss. She only became gentle and obedient towards Aburo-sensei. Going against her wouldn't end well. As they were chatting, Guan Yu's figure appeared not far away, slowly walking towards them. Aburo-sensei. Ino was the first to greet him. Shikamaru and Koji also called out their greetings, getting up or getting down from the wooden stake. Guan Yu walked up to them and directly took out 3 application forms. I just came from a meeting about the Chunin exams. I've already signed you 3 up. Chunin exams? The 3 of them were stunned and each took the application forms to read carefully. It's in a week. You'll need to be at classroom 301 at the academy at 3 p.m. on the day, Guan Yu said. Chunin exams, huh? Shikamaru felt it was troublesome. Aburo-sensei, isn't it too early for us to participate in the Chunin exams? Ino also hesitated. I heard that usually, experienced genin participate in the Chunin exams. We just graduated not long ago. It's not too early. I think you already have the capability, Guan Yu said. Your teamwork is much better than other genin, and the special training you've had recently has been effective. Participating in a Chunin exams is not a problem. Shikamaru, who was carefully reading the application form, suddenly noticed something and looked up to ask, Aburo-sensei, participating in this Chunin exams is voluntary, right? Guan Yu looked at Shikamaru calmly, making him feel uneasy. That's right. Then, can we not participate? No. It was direct and decisive. Just as I thought. Shikamaru lowered his head dejectedly. He now somewhat understood why his sensei was so dedicated to training them. He probably did it for this Chunin exams. This Chunin exams is hosted by Konoha in the Land of Fire and jointly held by various countries. Some of your classmates will also participate, and you'll encounter genin from other countries during the exam, Guan Yu continued. I won't demand that you be better than Suzuki, who is also your classmate, but if you perform too poorly in this exam, Guan Yu said, his eyes calmly sweeping over the 3 of them, you can just kill yourselves. The 3 of them trembled at his words. So scary. If they really didn't satisfy Aburo-sensei in this Chunin exams, although it wouldn't be as exaggerated as he said, they definitely wouldn't get off easy. After spending time with him, they no longer dared to defy Guan Yu in any way, even though Shikamaru often cursed him as a pervert in his heart. I just wanted to inform you about the Chunin exams so you can be prepared. You don't have to train today, Guan Yu said finally, and suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared from the training ground. Shadow clone. The Ino-Shikacho looked at each other. It's over, we're dead this time, Shikamaru said, looking up with a resigned expression. Sakura and Suzuki will also participate, Ino said, deep in thought. Koji took out a bag of potato chips and started eating by himself. He didn't offer any opinions on this matter. If Shikamaru and Ino participated, he would naturally participate too. If there's no training today, does that mean no barbecue? #Hokage office. You're saying Orochimaru will disrupt the exam? Sarutobi said, looking at Guan Yu with a hint of surprise. He has built a village in the land of rice fields called the village hidden in sound, Guan Yu said. Sarutobi heard this and rummaged through the documents on his desk. Sure enough, he found that a small village called the village hidden in sound had also applied to participate in this joint exam. Orochimaru, Sarutobi fell silent, his eyes flickering constantly. He is allied with the hidden sand village and plans to attack Konoha during this exam, Guan Yu continued. Sarutobi pondered for a moment, not doubting the truth of the information. Should we prepare in advance? Sarutobi asked. At that time, just focus on protecting the villagers. This kind of thing is only suitable for the dark department to handle, Guan Yu said. Sarutobi was startled by this and then looked surprised. What does this mean? Are they going to let Orochimaru and his group enter the village? Shouldn't they be stopped before it happens? Orochimaru is a famous dangerous individual in the ninja world and a rogue ninja from Konoha. If I kill him when he attacks Konoha, I will become a hero of the village, Guan Yu said slowly. This is the most effective way to establish prestige. Sarutobi opened his mouth to speak but then nodded. I understand, I will make arrangements, but Orochimaru's strength is not bad. Even I am not sure I can kill him. He didn't know much about Guan Yu's strength. I am confident in this, Guan Yu said calmly. Killing Orochimaru might be difficult. Guan Yu didn't know sealing techniques like the corpse reanimation seal, and he didn't plan to have Sarutobi sacrifice his life to seal him. The third Hokage being alive was more useful to him. Killing Orochimaru once in front of everyone would be enough. Chapter 77 Mikato's Visit. Excuse me, is anyone home? Mikato knocked on the door in front of her, holding a basket in her hand, and asked loudly. Before long, she heard footsteps from inside the room, and then the door opened. Hello. Korone was startled to see a beautiful, unfamiliar woman with black hair knocking on the door. Why is it a woman? Mikato was also thinking the same thing. Hello, I am Uchiha Mikato. Mikato smiled and spoke gently. Uchiha. Korone was a little surprised, but she also realized that they might be Uchiha clan members from nearby, as their new home was within the original Uchiha clan land, and interaction was unavoidable. "Excuse me, is this the Kanzukis?" Mikato asked again. "That's right," Korone replied. "But he's not home right now." "Oh, I see." Mikato chuckled softly, quietly looking at Korone. Korone reacted and quickly introduced herself. "I'm his girlfriend, Ui Korone." After saying that, she felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time she had introduced herself in such a way to others. "Girlfriend. She looks quite a bit older than Kanzuki Aban. He likes older women, it seems." Mikado thought to herself, but still kept a smile on her face. "I live not far from here. I heard that a new family had moved in, so I came to visit." "Oh, I see. Please come in." Korone opened the door and invited Mikato in. "I brought some dried meat that I made myself. You can try some." Mikato placed the basket she was holding on the living room table. "You're too kind," Korone said, a little overwhelmed. "It's nothing rare," Mikato said with a light chuckle, sitting down at the low table in the living room. Korone brought tea and sat down opposite Mikato. "We only have plain water at home, I'm sorry." "Not at all, I'm the one who's imposing." Many things in the new home had not yet been added, and Mikato was the first guest here. She had previously invited Anko to come here, but Anko had declined. "Compared to Aban-kun's kindness to me, these are nothing," Mikato said with a smile at this point. "Ha!" Korone was surprised. "Do you know Aban?" "Aban-kun once saved my son's life and mine," Mikato said with a smile. "It was about 5 or 6 years ago. Do you remember the Mist Ninja's night attack?" Korone nodded. Guan Yu had also saved her life that night. It was that night that her impression of Guan Yu began to change. "We were already on the verge of death. I couldn't even guarantee Suzuki's safety. Fortunately, Aban-kun appeared in time and defeated all the enemies in an instant." Mikato began to recount the past to Korone. "Oh, I see." Korone chuckled, understanding what had happened. "I've always been very grateful to Aban-kun. I didn't expect our new neighbors to be you," Mikato said with a joyful expression. "I think we can visit each other often in the future." "You're too kind. We're all from the same village. It's only right that Aban saved you," Korone said with a light chuckle, her words clearly indicating that she considered herself Guan Yu's person. "That's true, but kindness still needs to be remembered," Mikato said. "You must come to my house for a visit later. I'll treat you well." "We definitely will," Korone also said. "I never heard that Aban-kun was in a relationship. I didn't expect it to be with someone so beautiful," Mikato said with a gentle smile at this point. Korone was a little embarrassed. "You're joking, Mrs. You're even more beautiful. I'm old now, I can't compare to you young people," Mikato said with a smile, kindly taking Korone's hand. "Korone, you're so beautiful and a jonin. Aban-kun is so lucky to have found a girlfriend like you." Korone was overjoyed by the praise, but she put on a shy expression. "I'm not that good. Aban is also very outstanding." She simply took Mikato as a friendly neighbor, and with Guan Yu having saved her, she naturally didn't think of anything else. "Korone, don't be so modest. Aban-kun is excellent, but I think he's the one who's marrying up." Mikato shook her head and said seriously. "I know Aban-kun's personality. Normally, I'm afraid no girl would want to get close to him." Korone agreed with her on this. Although Guan Yu was good-looking, his poker face would probably scare off many people. However, with Mikado saying this, Korone also felt that if it weren't for her, someone with Guan Yu's personality might really end up alone. "Okay, just bring Aburo-kun over then," Mikato said with a smile. "Goodbye, Sister Mikato." After Mikato left, Korone's heart still held joy, and she began thinking about what she should bring when visiting Mikado's house. Perhaps she could bring a few of the flowers she had grown, #Fugaku's house. When Mikato returned home, she saw only Fugaku in the study. Suzuki and his team were out, and Itaki was in the dark department and usually quite busy. "Where did you go?" Fugaku asked casually when Mikato brought him tea and snacks. "Guan Yu Aburo," Mikato said. "Didn't he move not far from us?" "I went to visit." Fugaku was startled, a hint of surprise on his face. "It's a pity he wasn't home, only his girlfriend was," Mikato continued. "His girlfriend is called Ui Korone, she's also a jonin." Fugaku thought for a moment. "I've heard of her. She's currently the sensei of the Hayaga main family's eldest daughter, and her students also include children from the Inyazuka and Abarame clans. Now that you mention it, the connections these two will have in the future." Fugaku frowned. "Are they living together?" he asked again. "Yes," Mikato nodded. "Then they might get married soon." "This Guan Yu Aburo might become our enemy in the future," Fugaku said, frowning. The enemy he referred to meant a political enemy. He would inevitably have to compete for the 5th Hokage in the future, but the 3rd Hokage making Guan Yu Aburo the sensei of the next Inoshikacho clearly showed he was being groomed as a Hokage candidate. "Is that so?" Mikato was stunned. Fugaka thought for a moment and said, but Guanyu Aburo is a ninja with a bad record. It's not easy for him to turn things around. It's also thanks to Shikaku and the others who are willing to entrust their children to such a person. Then, should we still keep in touch with him? Mikato asked hesitantly. Since you've already visited, just get along well, Fugaka said. If we suddenly become distant and hostile, it will make our intentions too obvious to the Hokage, and we might be suppressed. I understand. Chapter 78 Hinata Nara Residence. Guanyu was playing shogi with Shikaku on the veranda in front of the living room. My Xiaogui must have caused you a lot of trouble, Shikaku said slowly, his gaze fixed on the board. That kid, he's always afraid of trouble, and he's not motivated to do anything. No, Guanyu said, his voice calm. Shikamaru is the most worry-free among the three children. In the future, he will be a talented individual capable of managing Konoha. Shikaku slightly raised his eyes to look at Guanyu. Oh, do you rate him that highly? Although Shikamaru is lazy, he never refuses to do what he should do, Guanyu quietly evaluated Shikamaru. He has his own sense of proportion in everything. Shikaku chuckled lightly upon hearing this, his hands moving on the board without stopping. He still has a long way to go. Right now, he's just a Xiaogui who doesn't understand anything. Mr. Shikaku should also have some expectations for his child, Guanyu said. Perhaps the most outstanding performance in this Chunin exams will be his. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. I know my own son well enough. Besides, the top students from this year's exams and previous years will participate, not to mention genin from other villages. No matter what, it won't be his turn to steal the show. Then Mr. Shikaku should just wait and see, Guanyu said calmly, without offering further explanation. Shikaku merely smiled and shook his head, then said, regardless, I'm very happy as a father that Aburo-kun is so invested in Shikamaru. At his age, he hasn't given deep consideration to the future yet, which is why the sensei guiding him is very important. Guanyu's expression remained unchanged, as if his attention was also entirely on the board. I will do my best to fulfill my responsibility as a sensei. The pieces from both sides moved back and forth, but the atmosphere of conflict was not intense. Sometimes several moves passed without a piece being captured. Shikaku spoke again. Aburo-kun just said that Shikamaru will become a brilliant leader who will manage Konoha in the future. I just don't know. Who will he assist when Shikamaru grows up? The veranda fell silent. The insects and birds in the courtyard chirped noisily. The setting sun cast light on their shoulders, reflecting Guanyu's shadow onto the board. Aburo-kun, have you thought about who the fifth Hokage will be? Guanyu's eyes moved slightly, and he said calmly, Jiraiya adult, or Tsunade-sama, perhaps. Those two are indeed the most suitable candidates, Shikaku nodded gently. But the third Hokage also said that these two adults might not necessarily be willing to take on such a great responsibility. Clatter, then Mr. Shikaku, who do you think it should be? Guanyu asked, looking up at the other after placing his piece. Guanyu's eyes were as still as stagnant water, making it impossible for Shikaku to discern anything, yet this calmness inexplicably made one's heart palpitate. This might be a bit presumptuous, Shikaku suddenly said. Aburo-kun still remembers the scout mission you performed during the Third Great Ninja War, don't you? Guanyu's shogi playing motion abruptly stopped, and the atmosphere also became heavy. He withdrew his hand and placed it on his lap, fiddling with the piece in his hand. There have always been bad rumors about Aburo-kun in the village, Shikaku continued. I think there might have been some misunderstanding, and Aburo-kun is not the kind of person the rumors portray. Perhaps we can find a way to clarify this matter. Guanyu, however, said indifferently, it's old history, no one cares anymore. Yes, people won't actively remember. Shikaku's voice was also calm. I'm just afraid that in the future, someone will use this to deliberately stir up trouble. Crack! Shikaku saw that the piece in Guanyu's hand had shattered under the pressure of his fingers. Who would stir it up? Guanyu asked, looking at Shikaku with a calm expression. When Aburo-kun steps into the spotlight, you'll understand, Shikaku said. Guanyu placed the broken piece back on the board. It seems we can't play shogi anymore, he said. I apologize, Mr. Shikaku. Shikaku shook his head, took a box from the side, and handed it to Guanyu. Guanyu took it and opened it, seeing 3 pairs of earrings inside. This is a tradition of our Inoshikacho 3 families, Shikaku said. When Aburo-kun thinks Shikamaru and the others are qualified to inherit, give them to them. Closing the box, Guanyu bowed slightly to Shikaku, then got up and left. His footsteps faded into the distance. A fish leaped in the pond in the courtyard, splashing water. Shikaku looked at the shattered piece on the board in silence for a while. The courage to flip the table? If you don't follow the rules, then no one gets to play. How could the third Hokage be interested in such a young man? Konoha really looks prosperous. Kankuro couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he looked at the dazzling array of goods lining the streets. Our sand hidden isn't bad either, right? Tamari responded casually from the side. It's not bad, I was just sighing, that's all, Kankuro said. Staying in the same place for a long time naturally leads to boredom. The freshness one feels upon seeing new things is something one's hometown cannot provide. It would be great if we could come often in the future, Kankuro added. Come often to do what, cause trouble? Tamari said, glancing sideways at him. Kankuro pouted. Those few Xiaogui didn't have eyes, why are you blaming me too? Why don't you say that to Gaara? Kankuro was startled, then looked around sheepishly, starting to change the subject. His attention was completely on the stalls on both sides, contemplating whether to buy something. Tamari also seemed preoccupied, her mind wandering. The two were wandering aimlessly. Kankuro, who wasn't paying attention to the path ahead, suddenly felt himself bump into someone, staggering back a couple of steps. Not again. He was annoyed, lifted his head, and was about to get angry, but found that the person in front of him was a guy dressed as a ninja. The other stood there motionless, his face stern, looking at him indifferently. Kankuro's anger instantly extinguished. This guy is a tough one. Sorry, we weren't paying attention to where we were going. Tamari reacted from the side and quickly pulled Kankuro away from the spot. Fortunately, this person didn't stop them. The two walked quickly for a long distance before stopping and letting out a sigh of relief. Were you thinking of making a move just now? Tamari scolded. Those Xiaogui before were one thing, but that guy was wearing a uniform and was at least a Chunin, possibly even a Jonin. Are you trying to die by looking for trouble with someone like that in Konoha? Kankuro looked embarrassed and chuckled dryly. I didn't mean to make a move. We'd better not cause any more trouble, or you'll have it coming when Gaara gets angry, Tamari said irritably. Kankuro recalled the look in that person's eyes just now, his eyes showing lingering fear. On the other side, Guanyu didn't pay much attention to being bumped into. It was normal for Sand Ninja to be in Konoha at this time. The Chunin exams would start in 2 days, and the village was now filled with ninja from various villages. He would occasionally see people dressed in strange and colorful outfits. When he returned home, he saw that his door was open, and several pairs of small shoes were placed on the veranda. Guests? I'm Inyazuka Kiba, and this is Akamaru, Abarame Shino, Hayaga, Hinata. The three little ones introduced themselves. They also recognized Guanyu as the person who came to their classroom previously, the sensei of Shikamaru and the other two. They hadn't expected Shikamaru's sensei to be Korone sensei's boyfriend. This was what the three of them were thinking. Okay, do you need my help? Guanyu nodded lightly at them, then turned to Korone and asked. Korone was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, it would be best if you could help. I've already bought the groceries, they're all in the kitchen. Guanyu looked at the three of them one last time, his gaze lingering on Hinata for an extra second, before entering the kitchen. After Guanyu left the living room, the three little ones sat down again. Korone-sensei, your boyfriend looks really scary, Inyazuka Kiba whispered to Korone. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement. Hinata also wanted to nod, but felt it would be a bit impolite. Shino remained silent. Right? Korone pursed her lips and smiled. He is quite scary, but you don't need to be afraid of him. In the kitchen, Guanyu didn't immediately start cooking. Instead, he quietly looked at the new character that had appeared in his system panel. Name: Hayaga Hinata. Gender: female. Age: 12. Relationship: junior. Affection: 62. Capture difficulty: S. First kiss reward: Byakugan home run reward: Tenseigan. Chapter 79. Do you like children? Korone sensei's house is really big. Inyazuka Kiba lay on his back on the floor, looking up at the very high ceiling. Akamaru was also lying on his chest. Korone had also gone into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Only the three of them were left in the living room, feeling a bit bored. Shino was an quiet guy, and Hinata's personality was too introverted and shy. Korone-sensei's boyfriend seems difficult to get along with, probably a guy like Suzuki, Inyazuka Kiba said again. He really couldn't stand Suzuki, who always managed to steal the spotlight and was especially popular with girls. Kiba, that's very impolite to say, Hinata couldn't help but remind him from the side. It's okay, he can't hear me anyway, Kiba waved his hand. He propped one leg up, his hands clasped behind his head. You guys think Korone-sensei and her boyfriend aren't married yet, right? How are they living together? It's normal for couples to live together, isn't it? Shino, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Is it? Kiba glanced at Shino. Moreover, this is strictly Korone-sensei's boyfriend's house. Outside, it says Guanyu's house, Shino added. Well, whatever. Anyway, after they get married, Korone-sensei will also change her last name. Kiba sat up, and at the same time, he picked up Akamaru with both hands and placed him aside. Then he stood up and began to look around the room, walking continuously, and then headed towards the second floor. Kiba, what are you doing? Hinata couldn't help but ask. Just looking around, Kiba said, his steps not stopping. It's not good to just wander around Korone-sensei's house, is it? She said worriedly. It's fine, didn't Korone-sensei say we could look around freely? Kiba didn't care at all and went straight upstairs. Shino also stood up at this point and walked towards the second floor. Hinata, however, didn't move around. She sat there properly, while Akamaru lay listlessly on the floor, as if napping. Wow! Kiba's exclamation came from upstairs. Wow! Another exclamation. Hinata's hands on her knees gripped the hem of her clothes. What did they see? She was a little curious. Not long after, Kiba poked his head out from the stairwell, shouting excitedly at Hinata, "Hinata, come up quickly." Hinata pursed her lips and didn't move. "Hinata, come up and see." Kiba called out to her again. Hinata sat there hesitating for a long time before finally getting up and slowly walking towards the stairs. However, when she went up to the second floor, she only saw a living room as spacious as the one downstairs, with a sofa, coffee table, and some decorative items, nothing else. Shino stood by the window with his hands in his pockets, looking at the floor below. Hinata looked at Kiba in confusion, her gaze seeming to ask what he called her up to see. However, Kiba stood at the top of the stairs, holding his sides with laughter, one hand pointing at Hinata. "You came up anyway." Realizing that Kiba had played a trick on her, Hinata lowered her head and turned around to walk down the stairs without a word. "What's the point of just sitting there?" "Right, Hinata. Hinata? Hinata?" Kiba called out several times but received no response. Shino came to his side and said faintly, "You've been disliked." "Shut up." Kiba pushed Shino's face away slightly annoyed, then went downstairs as well. Hinata sat back down at the table, picked up Akamaru and placed him on her lap, gently stroking his fur. Seeing this, Kiba felt a bit awkward about apologizing, only cleared his throat lightly, and sat down beside her. "Silence. Dinner will be ready soon, you three can wash your hands," Korone called out to them from the kitchen at this moment. "Oh, okay. Korone-sensei, let me help." Hinata stood up and walked towards the kitchen. The dishes were brought to the dining table one by one. Hinata set the bowls and chopsticks, and Kiba and Shino also helped carry the food. The students are really sensible. Korone watched the three little ones busy in the kitchen and couldn't help but smile. Guan Yu put the last dish onto the plate and tidied up the counter. "I didn't expect you to cook today," Korone said to Guan Yu again. "Haven't I cooked before?" Guan Yu said flatly. "It wasn't this elaborate before. Didn't your students come over? We can't neglect them too much." Korone looked at Guan Yu thoughtfully. She felt that Guan Yu was always very attentive to students. She felt this way about his students before, and now about her own students too. "Aburo," she suddenly called out softly. Guan Yu glanced at her sideways. "Do you like children very much?" Korone said, pursing her lips. "What is this foolish woman thinking?" Guan Yu rolled his eyes inwardly. "Korone-sensei, do you need any more help?" At this moment, Hinata suddenly poked her head in from the kitchen doorway. "Oh, no." Korone was startled back to her senses. She saw that all the dishes had been taken out and quickly smiled at her, saying, "Let's eat." Guan Yu took off his apron and casually threw it to Korone. Korone caught the apron and remained standing where she was, as if she had just realized what she had said earlier, her cheeks slightly flushed. During the meal, Guan Yu sat at the head of the table, and the three little ones also sat properly. Because Guan Yu was there, Kiba didn't dare to act rashly. Cold-faced guys always make people feel constrained. Korone brought a bottle of wine and a large bottle of juice. "Do you want wine?" Guan Yu asked. There was a dedicated wine cabinet at home, filled entirely with Korone's stored wine. When they moved Korone in, this wine cabinet was the most troublesome item. "A little bit is fine," Korone smiled, opened the wine and juice separately, poured wine for herself and Guan Yu, and poured juice for the three little ones. Kiba's eyes were fixed on the wine bottle, looking a bit eager to try it. Korone gave him a bang on the head. "What are you thinking? Minors are forbidden to drink alcohol." "I didn't say I wanted to drink," Kiba muttered, covering his head, seemingly a little wronged. "Kiba, your eyes have already betrayed you," Shino said. Hinata lightly smiled beside them, pursing her lips. Guan Yu, meanwhile, remembered the time Korone gave him wine. At that time, his physiological age was also that of a minor. "You guys, you must firmly remember the three ninja prohibitions. The sensei at the school taught you this," Korone scolded. Got it," Kiba pouted. "Alright, quickly try your Aburo-sensei's cooking," Korone smiled again. "Let's eat." ×3. The three little ones began eating with their chopsticks, and then were surprised to find that the taste was actually very good. "How is it?" Korone asked. "Delicious." Kiba nodded frantically. Akamaru was also happily eating beside him. "It's very delicious," Shino also said. Hinata didn't speak, just focused on eating her rice with her head down. "Oh, Korone-sensei, don't worry. I'll definitely become a Chunin successfully," Kiba immediately said confidently. "Kiba, you're celebrating too early. There are many powerful people in the Chunin exams, like Suzuki." Shino poured cold water from the side. Hinata continued eating her meal, minding her own business. "TCH, What about Suzuki? I can defeat him too. Kiba made a dismissive expression. By the way, Aburo-sensei, Shikamaru and the others are also participating in this exam, right? Yes. Then if we meet, I'll go easy on them. Don't be arrogant. Korone knocked his head again. Kiba let out a wrong-do. I don't require you to definitely become Chunin in this exam, just protect yourselves and don't get hurt, Korone instructed. She was still a little worried about her students. After all, there were many powerful guys in the Chunin exams, and Kiba and the others' strength wasn't outstanding. We know, Korone-sensei, don't worry, Kiba showed a confident smile. Guan Yu quietly watched the three of them from the side. Completely different from his own students, Kiba's personality was somewhat similar to Naruto's, speaking without thinking, but thankfully not bad at heart, though he had a child's mentality of liking to show off and act tough. Shino was stable, but means rarely expressing opinions. If he were a bit more assertive, he could become the team leader, but then he would probably clash with Kiba. This kind of personality could also be compatible with Kiba. As for Hinata, she was currently a small transparent, too lacking in confidence, without her own opinions, presumably listening to Kiba and Shino and everything. But having a little girl in the team was also good. Guan Yu glanced at Hinata's information in the system panel again. 10 Sagan. His gaze lingered on Hinata, unable to move away for a long time. Hinata suddenly looked up at this moment, just seeing Guan Yu's gaze on her, and immediately lowered her head shyly again. Korone-sensei, she looked at Korone. What's wrong, Hinata? Hinata seemed a little shy, holding the bowl on the table with both hands. Korone then realized that Hinata's bowl was already empty. She couldn't help but glance at her own rice, which she had only eaten a few bites of. Even Kiba's bowl was only half eaten. I'll get you another bowl, she said with a smile, taking Hinata's bowl and serving her rice. Can Hinata eat this much? Korone couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Guan Yu, on the other hand, remembered that Hinata was a hidden big eater, even Koji couldn't compare to her. With Kiba, a lively and outgoing person, the atmosphere at the table was quite lively. Shino would occasionally say a few words, and Korone also became more talkative after a few drinks. Guan Yu quietly watched them chat, only speaking when something related to him was mentioned. Hinata ate silently, having already had Korone refill her bowl several times. It wasn't until Korone and the others were amazed that Hinata felt a little embarrassed and stopped using her chopsticks. I'm sorry, Aburo. Aburo-sensei's cooking is too delicious, Hinata said softly with her head down. What's there to apologize for? You're at a growing age, it's good to eat more, Korone comforted. If you like it, you can come often and let Aburo cook for you regularly. Okay. Finally, dinner ended, and the three of them also said goodbye. Korone watched her students leave at the door, and then saw Guan Yu cleaning up the mess on the table. The sky outside was already like ink, with a faint layer of cloud in the air, making the already dim sky even more hazy. The living room was very quiet, with only the sound of Guan Yu clearing the dishes. She closed the door and walked over gently, hugging Guan Yu's waist from behind. If you've had too much to drink, hurry up and take a bath and go to bed, Guan Yu said calmly. Korone tightened her arms around Guan Yu's arm, her face flushed from the alcohol. You still haven't answered my question. She stood on tiptoe, her chest pressed tightly against Guan Yu's back, her chin resting on his shoulder, gently rubbing her face against the back of his neck, and whispered into Guan Yu's ear, her breath like orchids. Aburo, do you like children? Guan Yu's action of clearing the plates paused, and he slowly turned around, only to see Korone's pair of charming and misty eyes. He suddenly picked her up and turned around, letting her sit entirely on the dining table. Chapter 80, Written Exam and Grand Invitation Ninja Academy. The lounge on the second floor. Kakashi arrived at this time and saw two acquaintances inside. Korone was sitting on the sofa, while Guan Yu was lying on his side with his head resting on her lap. Kakashi, who was about to leave upon seeing the scene, heard Korone's slightly flustered voice. Korone awkwardly made Guan Yu get up, while also tidying her clothes. Sorry, did I interrupt you? Kakashi said. Korone was extremely shy. Although her relationship with Guan Yu had been public, being caught in this scene was still very embarrassing. Idiot Aburo, why did you have to rest on my lap? Kakashi saw it. She complained in her heart, but completely forgot that she had also enjoyed it just now. It's fine, senior, Guan Yu said at this time. Kakashi then walked in, came to the sofa opposite the two of them, and sat down comfortably, leaning back as if nothing had happened just now. My subordinates aren't around, suddenly I feel so idle, he said. The window of the meeting room was open, and they could see the rustling leaves outside, with occasional wafts of floral scent carried by the wind. Isn't being idle good? Korone proactively said, seemingly wanting to shift away from the awkwardness just now. No, it's just a little bit of not being used to it, Kakashi said lazily, looking up at the ceiling. In the classroom on the third floor of the academy, the first stage of the Chunin exams, the written exam, was taking place. He had just sent his students in not long ago. Do you know who the examiner for the first stage is? He suddenly asked. Korone shook her head. I only know that Anko is the examiner for the second stage and Genma is for the third stage. Only Chunin and Special Jonin were serving as examiners for this Chunin exams. Marino Ibiki, Guanyu said. Kakashi was startled upon hearing this, then his eyes darkened slightly, but his face still had a lazy expression. It's him, now, the first stage of the exam is dangerous. Who? Korone asked with a strange look. A torture expert, Kakashi said slowly. This guy is nothing short of a devil to those genin who are still inexperienced. That powerful? Korone said in surprise, then became a little worried about her students. Seeing Guanyu unmoved, Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Aburo, aren't you worried about your students? There's nothing to worry about, Guanyu said. Kakashi raised an eyebrow slightly. You're very confident in your students. I just understand them better, Guanyu said. Kakashi showed a strange look and said no more. Korone chatted with him off and on, the topics also being about this Chunin exams and the matter of Marino Ibiki just now. The lounge was exceptionally calm, leisurely and comfortable. Looking at the quiet scenery outside the window, Kakashi felt that taking a nap here wouldn't be bad either. Time flowed quietly, and after an unknown amount of time, Guanyu suddenly stood up. Aburo? Korone asked in confusion. It's too boring, I'm going out for a walk, Guanyu said, walking straight out of the room. But, the first stage will end soon, Korone couldn't help but say. You look after Shikamaru and the others for me. Guanyu walked out of the ninja academy. Korone wanted to follow him, but felt it wasn't good to leave Kakashi alone, and she also had to see her students after the first stage of the exam ended. It seems I've ruined your good time, Kakashi suddenly said leisurely. Korone's face showed shyness, and she awkwardly lightly smoothed her hair. However, Aburo is really confident in his students, believing that they will definitely pass the exam, Kakashi said again. Guanyu walked out of the ninja academy, having nothing else to do, and started wandering around the streets. Due to the Chunin exams, the village was more lively than usual, attracting many merchants from various countries who arrived early to seek business opportunities. This was because the third stage of the exam a month later would be a grand event watched by all countries. There were many pedestrians on the street, and the various sounds gathered together were a bit noisy. In the afternoon, the daytime heat was no longer intense, and the occasional passing cloud would bring a cool shade to the ground. Guanyu, who was wandering around, entered a convenience store and started looking through the various shelves. He didn't have anything in particular he wanted to buy, he just walked in unintentionally. Kanzuki Aban. A voice suddenly heard behind him made Guanyu stop. He turned his head slightly and glanced out of the corner of his eye. Standing not far behind him was a tall boy with slightly long black hair casually tied behind him with a hair tie. His appearance was somewhat delicate, and he had distinct tear troughs on both sides of his nose. Is there something? Guanyu said. The other party didn't respond, just frowned as he looked at Guanyu. He probably called Guanyu's name directly without thinking too much when he suddenly met him. Itaki, come help mom carry something. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out from around the corner of the shelf beside Itaki, holding a full shopping bag in her hand. Mikato was also stunned when she saw Guanyu at this time. Mom, let's go. Itaki took the bag from Mikato's hand and said to her with his head down. Mikato glanced at Itaki, then a smile appeared on her face. Aburo-kun is here too, what a coincidence, she said, walking towards Guanyu. Itaka stood still, his face clouded with gloom, his pair of black eyes staring intently at Guanyu. Aburo-kun is also here to buy things? Mikato proactively said to Guanyu. Just browsing. It seems the first stage of the Chunin exams, the written exam, is happening right now. I remember Aburo-kun is also a Jonin instructor. Why aren't you at the Ninja Academy waiting for your students? It's already over. Is that so? Mikato showed surprise, then smiled again. Aburo-kun's students must have all passed. Yes, my son Suzuki also participated in this Chunin exams. You've met Suzuki, right, Aburo-kun? Mikato talked to Guanyu with a smile all over her face, not caring about Itake behind her. Guanyu's face remained expressionless. Mikato still seemed as enthusiastic as before, but he noticed the difference in her attitude compared to when he had visited her home previously. He also knew what was going on. When Korone told him that Mikato had actively visited his home, Guanyu understood. Because he was now the sensei of the next generation of Ino, Shika-cho, a person the Hokage was focusing on cultivating, the treatment he received was also different from before. I visited Aburo-kun's home earlier, Mikato indeed brought it up. But unfortunately, Aburo-kun wasn't home that time. Korone was the one who entertained me. That's quite a shame, Guanyu said indifferently. I didn't expect to become neighbors with Aburo-kun at first. This must be a special fate between our two families. Aburo-kun, next time, be sure to bring Korone with you when you visit my home, Mikato invited enthusiastically. Name Uchiha Mikato. Gender female. Age 40. Affection level 47. Relationship neighbor. Capture difficulty S. First kiss reward in release. Mastery relationship reward Uchiha power. The affection level dropped again. Did she confirm I'm a future political rival? The enthusiastic smile on Mikato's face was incredibly sincere, making it impossible to see any hint of anything else. When I have time, he said calmly. Okay, it's a promise then. I will certainly sweep the house clean and wait. Mikato smiled gently. Chapter 81. Deep night. Deep in the night. After passion, before sleep. The lingering afterglow of their spiritual and physical union left Korone resting on Guan Yu's chest, breathing softly. Aburo, let's have a child. Guan Yu held her with his left arm, looking at her still flushed cheeks, then shifted his gaze to the dimly lit ceiling. Why have a child without being married? Hearing the word married, Korone's finger, which was lightly tracing circles on Guan Yu's chest, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Then, when will we get married? Do you want to get married? Guan Yu asked. Korone didn't respond, just quietly held him. Wait until I've handled everything, Guan Yu said slowly. Upon hearing this, Korone couldn't help but lift her head and look at him with confusion. What do you mean? She asked hesitantly. Guan Yu gently stroked her shoulder with his left hand, letting her continue to lie in his arms. I won't make you wait too long. Korone didn't ask any further. Although she did look forward to getting married, she never brought it up herself when Guan Yu didn't. What do you think we should name our child in the future? She whispered softly. Haven't thought about it. Think about it now. Too troublesome, you think about it. Honestly, Korone lightly punched Guan Yu. She started tracing circles on Guan Yu's chest with her finger again, as if genuinely thinking hard about a name. After a moment of silence, she suddenly heard Guan Yu speak. Remember Uchiha Mikato came over before? Korone's train of thought was interrupted, and she was slightly startled, then smiled. You mean Mikato Nichin? I told you she came to our house before. She also wanted us to visit her home, but the Chunin exams came up and we forgot. Let's find time to go after the second stage of the Chunin exams ends. She's really enthusiastic, Guan Yu said. Yes, Mikato Nichin is especially gentle, and she's also very beautiful. She also has 2 exceptionally talented sons, which is really enviable, Korone said. I want to become a person like her. Do you know why she actively came to our house? Guan Yu asked again, seeing that she had no guard up against Mikado. It made sense. Who would causelessly suspect a kind and friendly neighbor? Korone was stunned for a moment, and asked strangely, what do you mean? Our Lord Hokage is already 70 years old. The election for the 5th Hokage could be put on the agenda at any time, Guan Yu said slowly. Uchiha Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, will also participate in this election. Korone was even more confused upon hearing this. But, what does this have to do with us? Have you forgotten whose sensei I am? Korone was lost in thought for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and looked at Guan Yu with eyes full of astonishment. Mikato Nichin wants to gain the support of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans through us? Idiot. Guan Yu sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. The Ino, Shika, Cho clans cannot possibly support the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato are both very clear on this point. Then why? Korone was already a bit bewildered. Because of me, Guan Yu sighed lightly, then said calmly again. I am another Hokage candidate besides Uchiha Fugaku. Ha. Korone was startled at first, then, in shock, she sat up directly, her thin blanket sliding off, leaving her naked body completely exposed before Guan Yu. Ho. Hokage candidate. Aburo, you? Korone's mouth was wide open in surprise, her words filled with disbelief. Guan Yu looked at her with a calm expression. Korone felt that the whole thing was strange and absurd. Aburo. I'm not saying you're not good, but something like a Hokage candidate, how could it be you? Guan Yu was just an ordinary jonin. His only fame came from some negative reputation. Perhaps his strength was impressive, but there were also quite a few powerful individuals in Konoha. Moreover, Guan Yu was still only in his early 20s, a bit too young. There were many others with more seniority and prestige than him. Something like a Hokage candidate, even among the younger generation, wouldn't fall to him, not even to Kakashi, the face of Konoha Jonin, or Asuma, the Hokage's son. Not to mention Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, who were members of the 3 ninja. They were the ones most likely to become the 5th Hokage. Korone felt that everything Guan Yu said was absurd and that he was indulging in baseless fantasies, but for a moment, she didn't know how to tell him, afraid of making him unhappy. Why can't it be me? Guan Yu said instead. Korone pursed her lips, her expression showing some worry. Uchiha Fugaku becoming the 5th Hokage is something that the heads of all families in Konoha are unwilling to see. They need an opposing candidate. The only thing I currently lack is reputation. Guan Yu said this without changing his expression, which made Korone even more astonished. Could it be true? But how is that possible? But, for the 5th Hokage, aren't there still Lord Jiraiya or Lady Tsunade? Korone said again. I'm not thinking of becoming the 5th Hokage directly. All I want is the identity of a Hokage candidate to have enough say in Konoha, Guan Yu said. The third Hokage is already so old. Even if he survives Orochimaru's attack, how much longer can he live? Even if he lives a long time, after Tsunade takes office, he will likely gradually lose his voice. Guan Yu, unable to use Amaterasu, where else could he find a second puppet? He had to pave the way for himself before that. Aburo, Corone's eyes flickered incessantly. She suddenly felt that the Guan Yu in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. Do you really want to become Hokage? Guan Yu slightly rose, his upper body leaning on the pillow. He reached out and stroked Corone's cheek, and Corone also reached out and gently held Guan Yu's hand. I just think that if Konoha were governed by me, it would become better. Guan Yu's expression was calm, his eyes filled with a deep, unreadable stillness. Stronger and more prosperous than Konoha at any time before. I can purge all internal corruption and eliminate all external threats. Corone stared at him blankly, remaining silent for a long time. From the moment I became Shikamaru and their sensei, the attitude of the heads of the various families in the village towards us changed. They see me as a successor the Hokage intends to cultivate, one of the future Hokage candidates. Uchiha Mikoto is also very clear about this, which is why she detoured so far from the clan compound to get close to us as neighbors. Corone pondered for a while before hesitantly speaking. Mikoto-nichan, isn't like what you said. Besides, didn't you save her? She is the Uchiha clan head's wife. Guan Yu sneered. Do you think she's a housewife who doesn't ask about anything? Corone didn't say anything more, just slowly leaned down and rested her face on Guan Yu's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Aburo, whatever you do, I support you. Chapter 82, The Second Exam Dark Department. Morning, Captain Itaki. Captain Itaki. That's true, but it's still a mission. I heard your younger brother is also participating in this exam? He's here to train. Don't say that. I heard your brother was the top student of his class. He's definitely going to shine. Tenzo lightly patted Itake's shoulder and left after exchanging pleasantries. Suzuki, I wonder if I'll have a chance to see him during the exam. But, it doesn't really matter if I see him or not. With Suzuki's strength, passing this exam is definitely not a problem. Itake thought to himself, looking at the mask in his hand, put it on his face, and left. Training Ground 44. All the candidates who passed the first written exam were gathered here, forming small groups, listening to the examiner, Anko Madarashi's introduction. Aburo-sensei is really something. He tells us not to embarrass him in the exam, but then he doesn't care about us at all, Shikamaru said with his hands in his pockets, looking at the genin with unfriendly expressions. Maybe Aburo-sensei has something going on, Ino said. Shikamaru just pouted. Wilderness survival, what a pain. These guys are all troublesome. Shikamaru, how can you lose spirit before it even starts? Ino said, dissatisfied, from the side. We must become Chunin to make Aburo-sensei satisfied. As she spoke, she cheered on her teammates. Shikamaru just sighed. No choice, I can only pick on the weak ones. Naruto is good, he's the weakest. However, I'll have to wait until he's alone. Shikamaru started calculating in his mind, while Koji ate snacks by himself on the side. Just then, Ino suddenly spotted Sakura and walked over to provoke her. Among their peers, Kiba and his team were also gathered together, preparing for the upcoming second exam. In a secluded spot that no one noticed, 3 children wearing grass-hidden village headbands stood together. These guys from the other villages look really strong. No matter what, we can't lose. We have to bring honor to our village. 2 of the young men talked, their eyes constantly scanning the people around them. What should I do then? The one who spoke was a little girl with glasses on the side. Her shoulder-length red hair was particularly bright and eye-catching, but she seemed a bit timid. Just follow us and make sure to replenish our chakra properly. Let's go, it's time to enter. When the 2 young men looked at the red-haired girl, their faces were full of disgust and contempt, and their tone was always commanding. The little girl didn't dare to disobey and followed behind the 2 with her head down. # the central tower inside the death forest. We have to wait here for 5 days, Korone said, surveying the environment inside the tower, to Kanzuki Aban beside her. No one knew when their students would arrive. The Jonin could only wait here. Candidates who hadn't arrived by the end of the second exam would be eliminated, and the corresponding Jonin would also leave. The accommodation is really mediocre, Korone said with a pout after seeing the temporary dormitory assigned to them. We're not here on vacation, Kanzuki Aban said. Our rooms aren't next to each other? Korone was a little disappointed when she saw that the name written on the room next door wasn't Kanzuki Aban's. What are you thinking? This is inside the tower, Kanzuki Aban said, glancing at her. Korone's face instantly turned bright red. She clenched her fist and punched Kanzuki Aban hard. Idiot. I wasn't thinking anything. I didn't say anything. You're the one thinking nonsense, Kanzuki Aban said again, which made Korone even more embarrassed and annoyed, hitting and kicking him. While they were fooling around, a middle-aged man walked around the corner of the corridor not far away. He was wearing a dusty gray uniform, wrapped in a white headscarf, and tied with a hidden sand village headband. When Korone saw the person coming, she immediately quieted down and stood nonchalantly beside Kanzuki Aban. After the person left, Korone said, "Someone from the Hidden Sand Village." Hidden Sand is the only one of the 5 great nations that came to Konoha for this Chunin exams. After all, we're allies, Kanzuki Aban said calmly. Although this alliance was fragile. I wonder how the Sand Ninja in this batch of genin are, compared to our Konoha, Korone said casually. They should be the strongest, Kanzuki Aban said. Ha! Korone was suddenly surprised and looked at Kanzuki Aban. How is that possible? She laughed. Kakashi's student Uchiha Suzuki and Gai's student Niji Hayaga are rare geniuses. Their strength is definitely top-notch among their peers. Although the Hidden Sand Village is not weak, no one there should be stronger than them. As for her own students, she knew in her heart that although Kiba and his team were not weak, they couldn't compare to Suzuki and the others. You'll know when you see those genin from the Hidden Sand, Kanzuki Aban said. He remembered Kankuro and Tamari, whom he had met on the street a few days ago. There was a clear scent of blood on those two. They had definitely seen countless life and death situations. Compared to them, Konoha's genin were too naive. Moreover, there was Gaara in Hidden Sand. Korone still didn't quite believe it, but she didn't argue with Kanzuki Aban. Everything would be clear when the third exam began. The two entered Kanzuki Aban's room. Korone was right. The room was a bit simple, with only a bed and a table. There was an alarm clock on the table, and nothing else. Outside the window, they could see the forest, deep and quiet. There was a rest area on the upper floors of the tower where most of the jonin were. They could gather there to chat and do some simple entertainment activities so that the next 5 days wouldn't be too boring. When their students arrived, a Chunin would notify them. But Kanzuki Aban had no intention of going up and simply lay down on his bed. "Are you going to rest?" Korone asked when she saw this. "Kakashi and Gai are in the rest area, aren't they? Aren't you going to see them?" "No, I still have something to do later." "What is it?" Korone asked, surprised. "Lord Hokage said it's best not to go out during this time. I've already reported to Lord Hokage. It's a confidential mission." Korone was speechless and didn't ask any more questions. She hesitated for a moment, closed the door behind her casually, and then walked over and lay down beside Kanzuki Aban. "I'm just lying down for a while. I'll leave when Anko arrives," Korone said when she saw Kanzuki Aban look over. "Don't you have your own room? This bed is so small, it's crowded with 2 people. Yura sigh. Chapter 83. Let's go with me outside the Death Forest. Itake was slowly patrolling the outer perimeter of the entire forest with his teammates, although he didn't think anyone would come here to cause trouble. But the Dark Department had quite a few daily missions like this, patrolling the outskirts of the village, guarding the Hokage, etc. It was best when they weren't needed to take action. "Is that the Dark Department?" A voice broke their leisure. A ninja wearing a Chunin examiner's coat stood by the wire fence, breathing heavily, having apparently rushed there. Seeing this, Itake and the others quickly came to his side. "What's wrong?" Itake asked. "Great. Please go and support Anko-sama," the person said urgently. "What happened?" Itake asked with a frown. "We found 3 corpses outside the exam area. They were registered genin from the grass-hidden village. Anko-sama said someone had disguised themselves as them and infiltrated this exam. And judging by Anko-sama's reaction, that person seems very dangerous and could threaten the safety of the candidates." Itake was suddenly startled upon hearing this. "Suzuki, I understand, we'll go right away. Can you give me photos of those 3 grass ninja?" Itake said in a deep voice. "Please rely on us for now. I still need to inform Lord Hokage," the examiner said, handing over the information. Inside the Death Forest. A tall ninja, dressed as a grass ninja with a straw hat, was speeding through the forest. Originally, the entire team had entered together, but now he was moving alone. It had only been a little over 10 minutes since the exam started, but he had already separated from his companions and chosen to act alone. Bushes and giant trees flew past his eyes. This person's speed was extremely fast, completely incomparable to that of a genin. As he was rushing, he suddenly stopped on a tree branch, his gaze from under the straw hat looking into the distance. "A jonin, how did they get here? It doesn't matter anyway, it will just delay me a bit. Suzuki can't have gone far." As he was thinking, he saw a black-haired young man wearing a Konoha green combat uniform instantly appear on a tree branch in the distance. "This Xiao Gui looks a bit familiar." He unconsciously licked his lips and thought to himself. "Where are you going?" Kanzuki Aban asked him indifferently. "What does it matter to you where I go?" The grass ninja said, lightly raising his straw hat, a meaningful smile on his face. "If I remember correctly, the exam rules don't restrict freedom, do they? I should be able to move freely throughout the entire forest. Kanzuki-aban, however, said calmly, are you going to find Suzuki? Orochimaru. The grass ninja's face instantly changed, his narrowed eyes becoming somewhat sharp and gloomy. Because of the body flicker technique, if the corpses of those grass ninja were found, there was a possibility of his identity being exposed, but no one should know his purpose. Unless there was a traitor among his subordinates. I remember who you are. Orochimaru slowly took off his straw hat, and a smile returned to his face. The Xiao Gui from back then has grown so big. Kanzuki-aban. Kanzuki-aban's expression remained the same, standing on the tree branch and watching him. Orochimaru, you've changed a lot. Still those eyes, how? Orochimaru didn't pay attention to his words, just chuckled. Killing intent. Orochimaru stared at Guan Yu, seeing him stand firm under the pressure he intentionally exerted. This Xiao Gui seems to have grown quite a bit. After all, he's someone who was once as famous as him, but even so, what does it matter? Before those eyes, everyone is mediocre. I advise you, you'd best turn back now, Guan Yu said. I can pretend I didn't see you. Hearing this, Orochimaru curled the corners of his mouth. Oh, are you threatening me? If I don't leave, are you going to kill me? Since you came here, you must have already seen him, Guan Yu added, his words vague. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Who? Uchiha Shisui. Those eyes, they're terrifying, aren't they? Guan Yu said calmly. Orochimaru had already put away his smile, staring coldly at Guan Yu. Suzuki's older brother, Uchiha Itachi, is currently patrolling outside. Uchiha Itachi has the same eyes as him. If something happens to Suzuki, you might die. Orochimaru said nothing. The forest was utterly silent, the snakes, insects, and beasts seemingly intimidated by the area, not daring to approach rashly. Aburo-kun, you seem to know a lot, Orochimaru said slowly. What else do you know, I wonder? Guan Yu did not reply. Uchiha Itachi, now, he's a better choice than Suzuki. A smile returned to Orochimaru's face. I didn't plan on letting either of these brothers go. I specifically came for them this time. It seems this kind of thing doesn't scare you, Guan Yu said indifferently. No, your appearance is already enough to surprise me, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Guan Yu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Orochimaru, don't you dare die. You're not going to stop me? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I'm a Konoha robe ninja. Is it really okay for you to just let me act as I please after seeing me? His words received no response. Guan Yu simply vanished from the spot in a body flicker. Body flicker jutsu, quite fast. Orochimaru couldn't help but think to himself when he sensed the other party's presence was gone. Could my plan have been exposed? He stood rooted to the spot for a long time, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After Guan Yu left, he headed directly towards the central tower. He didn't fight Orochimaru, fearing he might scare him away. And Anko, who got the news immediately in the original story, was still late, so Itachi might not have had enough time either. As long as Orochimaru is temporarily still alive, that's fine. As he was walking, a sound suddenly came from the side, through the bushes. Guan Yu stopped and walked towards the sound. It was a little girl. Standing there all alone, holding a kunao in her hand, looking at him timidly. Is it the examiner adult? Seeing Guan Yu in a ninja uniform, she spoke. Guan Yu looked at her striking, vibrant red hair and suddenly spoke, What's your name? Karen. I'm from Grass Hidden Village, I'm a candidate, the little girl said, quickly explaining herself. I just got separated from my teammates for a while. What's your last name? Guan Yu asked again. Karen shook her head. I don't have a last name. Name Karen. Gender, female. Age, 12. Affection, 55. Relationship, stranger. Capture difficulty, be first kiss. Reward, Shinkagira. Mind's Eye base reached. Reward, Whirlpool Power. Whirlpool Power. Guan Yu lowered his gaze slightly. You don't need to take the exam anymore. Come with me. Chapter 84, Remaining Whirlpool Blood. Karen looked at Guan Yu walking ahead and spoke cautiously. What are you going to do to me? She had asked many questions along the way, but none received a response. Since Guan Yu was a jonin, she didn't dare to act rashly and could only follow him closely. Death Forest Central Tower. The two returned inside the tower. At this time, there were still no people to be seen, not a single candidate. Who is this little girl? Korone couldn't help but ask when she saw Karen behind Guan Yu. Why did you bring a genin from Grass Hidden Village? A descendant of the Vortex clan. I plan to keep her in the village, Guan Yu said. Vortex clan? Korone was surprised, looking at Karen, attracted by her vibrant red hair. She suddenly remembered that the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina, also had hair of that color. How did a descendant of the Vortex clan end up in Grass Hidden Village? She said. After the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the bloodline of the Vortex clan scattered across the world under false names. There are still many remaining Whirlpool bloodlines outside now, Guan Yu said. The Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Fire were allied nations, and the Vortex clan also had marital ties with Konoha. The relationship between the two was extremely close, far from comparable to the current alliance between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The whirlpool symbol on the Konoha ninja uniforms was there to commemorate the Land of Whirlpools. What beautiful hair! Korone came in front of Karen and couldn't help but reach out to stroke her hair, which scared her into taking half a step back. Korone smiled gently and looked at Guan Yu again. What about Grass Hidden Village? Just say this little girl died, Guan Yu said, glancing at Karen. They won't dare to disobey. Korone expressed helplessness at Guan Yu's overbearing approach. You need to ask for permission from Lord Hokage for this kind of thing, and bringing a candidate here privately is against the rules. I will ask for permission. Guan Yu took Karen to a private lounge inside the tower, turned around, and said to her, just stay here for now. I'll take you out after the exam is over. Karen looked at the room, then at Guan Yu. You, what are you going to do to me? She had heard some clues from Guan Yu's conversation with Korone just now, which seemed related to her background. Is it because of my ability to? I won't do anything to you, Guan Yu said. What about my teammates? Karen asked again. They died. Guan Yu glanced at her. What, do you want to go back to the exam? Karen quickly shook her head. She had already experienced battle. She definitely didn't want to experience the horror of the Death Forest a second time. Do you want to go back to Grass Hidden Village? Guan Yu asked again. Karen pursed her lips, remembering her experiences in Grass Hidden Village. That place was a hell, but if she didn't go back there, where else could she go? If you don't want to go back, just stay put. Guan Yu left the room, leaving Karen alone there. She looked at Guan Yu's retreating back, suddenly remembering that she didn't even know his name. Evening. Korone's students arrived at the central tower, becoming the second team among all candidate teams to complete the exam. This delighted Korone, and she praised and encouraged Kiba and the others in various ways. The first night passed. On the evening of the second day, Shikamaru and the others also arrived. Aburo-sensei, we passed the exam. Ino couldn't help but say with a look of joy when she saw Guan Yu. I thought you weren't going to bother with us anymore, Shikamaru also said with some resentment. I'm so hungry. Koji was a little weak, all the snacks he brought were gone. Guan Yu looked at their dusty appearance and said, let's go, I'll take you to eat. Yay! Koji immediately perked up. Guan Yu took them to the restaurant on the second floor, which was where the Jonin and staff ate. Genin who arrived at the tower early could also follow their sensei to eat here. Ordering a large table of food, Guan Yu watched the three of them wolfing it down, especially Koji, who couldn't even talk anymore. I really don't want to do this exam a second time, Ino sighed. What do you mean? Shikamaru and Ino were startled at the same time. It's only the second day, and including you, 4 teams have already arrived. If too many people pass the second stage, the rule of half preliminary selections will be implemented, Guan Yu said. Half preliminary selections? A rule added to reduce the number of participants in the third stage. Simply put, it's a 1v1 individual knockout tournament. Only the winners are qualified to participate in the third stage exam. How could this be? Ino's face instantly drooped. We just managed to pass the second stage exam with great difficulty. Individual battles, huh? Shikamaru clicked his tongue and sighed, how troublesome. It would be great if I met Naruto. Koji was still eating. Let me warn you first. Guan Yu's gaze quietly swept over the three of them at this moment. If you lose, do you know what the consequence will be? Ino, Shikamaru, including Koji, who was eating, all three shivered simultaneously. But if we encounter opponents like Niji Hayaga and Suzuki, we won't have any chance of winning at all, Shikamaru couldn't help but say. Then you can only pray for good luck, Guan Yu said mercilessly. Shikamaru's face showed bitterness, and Ino also lost her appetite for eating. There were not only them in the restaurant, but also some other staff members dining here. Tenten, what are you looking at? Rock Lee looked at Tenten, whose gaze was constantly drifting into the distance, somewhat strangely, and asked. Ha! Tenten suddenly snapped back to reality, then lightly smiled. Nothing. There really are quite a few strong people in this exam. I must work even harder from now on. Lee began to cheer himself on, lowering his head and taking a big bite of rice. This time because of your recklessness, our entire team was almost eliminated, Niji said with a frown from the side. Hee, I'll be more careful next time. Lee just scratched his head and smiled. Tenten's gaze looked again at the 4 people sitting together in the distance. One of the black-haired youths seemed to be scolding the 3 genin. Tenten? Tenten turned her head and saw that it was Niji calling her. You seem a little off, Niji said. Am I? Tenten chuckled. Are you very concerned about those guys? Niji also looked at Shikamaru and the others. He had seen the 3 of them in action and could only say that their teamwork was good, but their individual strength was just fodder. Tenten lowered her head. No, let's eat. Chapter 85. Wait until you're older, Aburo-sensei. If we pass the preliminary round, will there be any rewards? No. Ha, that's really unfair. I'm the sensei, what I say goes. Damn it. Ino puffed out her cheeks and huffed angrily. The four of them walked together down the corridor, heading towards their resting quarters. The light in the corridor wasn't very bright. 3 people were walking towards them from around the corner ahead. It's them. Ino and Shikamaru were slightly startled. The people approaching were precisely Niji Hayaga's team. All 3 were very recognizable: Niji Hayaga with his Byakugan, Rock Lee with his thick eyebrows and big eyes in a green jumpsuit, and a little girl with 2 buns in her hair. The 2 sides were not familiar with each other and had no intention of greeting. Tenten's gaze glanced to the side, and she silently followed behind her teammates. Guan Yu watched them walk past him, then suddenly stopped. Tenten trembled all over upon hearing this and instantly froze in place. Guan Yu turned his head to look at her. Aren't you going to greet me when you see me? So they know each other. This was the common thought in the minds of the others present. Niji also understood that Tenten's gaze earlier during dinner had been directed at this jonin. Tenten lowered her head, her back to Guan Yu, making it impossible to see her expression. Along, she whispered. Along? Ino raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Guan Yu glanced at her for a moment out of the corner of his eye, then said, "Good luck with the exam." Okay. Guan Yu continued to leave with Kuwabai and the other 2. Tenten took a deep breath where she stood and continued walking forward silently. Niji and Lee were both somewhat puzzled, but they also followed. Aburo-sensei, you know that girl? On the other side, Ino, who was walking beside Guan Yu, couldn't help but speak up. My neighbor's sister. I see. Ino nodded. That was Niji Hayaga just now. If we meet him in the preliminary round, we'll definitely lose, Shikamaru said at this moment. I'll just surrender directly when the time comes. Guan Yu glanced over at this moment, and Shikamaru immediately gave a wry smile. I'm just kidding. No matter what, I'll give it my all. You've arrived at your accommodation. Go back and rest. Guan Yu led them to their respective resting places, 3 adjacent rooms. Afterwards, he left alone again. Aburo-sensei, where are you going? Ino asked from behind. There was no response. Alright, let's go back and sleep, Shikamaru said with a yawn. It's getting late. After Guan Yu left, he was also pondering in his mind. Tenten's opponent seems to be Temari from Sand Hidden. The strength gap is quite large, and that girl is quite heavy-handed. Guan Yu came to a room and directly pushed the door open. The figure inside was startled, and only relaxed when they saw it was Guan Yu standing at the door. Dinner. Guan Yu walked in and placed the bento box in his hand on the table. Karen looked at the bento box on the table, then glanced at Guan Yu. Unable to resist the temptation of food, she sat down at the table, opened the bento box, and began to eat. Guan Yu sat to the side, watching her eat. Not long after, Karen, who was burying her head in her food, suddenly looked up, constantly pounding her chest, her face looking very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Guan Yu took out a small scroll from the back of his waist, which was used to seal items. He summoned a bottle of water and handed it over. Thank you. After drinking the water, Karen let out a long breath, looking like she had come back to life. After finishing her meal, Karen silently sat back on the bed. Seeing this, Guan Yu packed up the bento box and was about to leave. Please wait a moment, Karen suddenly called out from behind. I don't know your name yet. She stood up, leaned against the bedside, and asked cautiously. Kanzuki Aban, Guan Yu said, looking at her. What, exactly do you want me to do? Karen said, pursing her lips. During the time she stayed here, many possibilities came to her mind. One was because of her constitution, being able to restore chakra for others. The other party must have kept her because they saw this point. Another was that she seemed to be a descendant of the Vortex clan, which should be related to her and her mother's abilities. Furthermore, there was her body. Although she was still young and not particularly good-looking, she had heard that there were some people with special fetishes, but looking at Guan Yu, he didn't seem like that kind of person. Although Karen was only 12 years old, she had seen a more cruel world than the genin of Konoha. She had experienced war, seen much death, and witnessed the ugliness of human nature. If she could live, she would live. It didn't matter what she did. Anyway, in a world like this, she was already without reliance. You don't need to do anything, Guan Yu said slowly. Karen was startled. Guan Yu walked up to her and extended his hand. Karen seemed a little scared, but she didn't resist at all, so she simply closed her eyes. Guan Yu just took off the grass-hidden forehead protector from her forehead. Live well. Guan Yu left with the bento box and forehead protector, closing the door. Karen stood there in a daze for a while, as if she had prepared herself for the worst, but then realized the situation didn't seem so bad. She opened her eyes, looked at the closed door, and suddenly collapsed back onto the bed. The knock on the door at night made Guan Yu instantly open his eyes. When he opened the door, it was Tenten standing at the entrance. Along, Tenten said, her hands behind her back and her head lowered. I can't sleep. When did you two get together? She asked again. It was a long time ago, I can't remember clearly, Guan Yu said, leaning back on the bed. Does Along like her very much? Guan Yu fell silent for a moment, lowering his gaze to look out the window. I guess so. I also. Tenten took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Actually, I also really like. Tenten, Guan Yu interrupted her. You're still too young, you don't understand this kind of thing. Tenten clenched her fists, lowering her head and saying, how could I not understand? I'm clearly the one who's always been by your side. What right does she have? Silly girl. Guan Yu sighed softly in his heart. This kind of thing, think about it when you're older, Guan Yu said slowly. Tenten raised her head to look at Guan Yu, his expression was as usual. That face was still the same as in her memory, even after she said things like this, he remained indifferent. When I grow up, will you be able to leave that woman? Tenten asked. When you grow up, you won't think this way anymore, Guan Yu simply said. Tenten fell silent. She looked at Guan Yu, the moonlight from outside the window shone upon him, the silver light outlining the cool, defined contours of his face, as if he were a celestial being. If I grow up a bit, will it be alright? Chapter 86 Orochimaru. The exams cannot be stopped, the third Hokage said, looking at Itachi kneeling before him. But Lord Hokage, Itachi wanted to explain further upon hearing this. Say no more, Itachi, the third Hokage interrupted him. I already knew about Orochimaru, and the village has long since prepared countermeasures. Furthermore, you've also said that continuing the exams is Suzuki's own wish. Itachi was powerless and silent. When he found Suzuki, it was already the early morning of the next day. Suzuki had been marked with a cursed seal by Orochimaru, and he had also personally witnessed Suzuki using an extremely sinister and cold power to repel the enemy. He wanted to take Suzuki away, but Suzuki refused. Suzuki's answer at the time was that he absolutely had to pass this Chunin exams. Don't worry, Itachi, I can guarantee you that Suzuki will be fine, the third Hokage said finally. The fifth day. The second stage of the exams ended after the seventh squad, as the last team, arrived at the central tower. A total of 7 squads, 21 people, passed the second stage, which was many more than expected. Inside the tower hall, on the steps was a giant stone statue of hands forming the unseal. All the genin who passed the second stage had been summoned here. The third Hokage stood atop the steps, flanked by the examiners of the second stage, and behind him were 7 jonin. Besides the 5 jonin from Konoha, the other 2 were Maki, a jonin from Sand Hidden, the middle-aged man wrapped in a white headcloth that Guan Yu and Kurone had met, and a jonin from the village hidden in Sound. A man with a rather delicate appearance, even somewhat effeminate. Guan Yu's gaze lingered on him for a long time. Aside from those uncomfortable eyes, he couldn't find any trace of Orochimaru's characteristics. Guy seemed to be whispering to Kakashi, but Kakashi ignored him. The genin looked at each other, starting to calculate their opponents for the upcoming third stage of the exams. Each person had their own thoughts. First, congratulations to everyone for passing the second stage of the exams. The third Hokage now stepped forward, facing the candidates. Next, the third stage of the exams will begin, but before that, I need to make something clear to you, the true purpose of this exam. The genin expressed their confusion one after another. It is for the friendly coexistence between allied nations and to improve the level of ninja. This exam can be said to be a microcosm of the battles between allied nations. The third Hokage began to explain the origin and significance of the joint Chunin exams to the genin, and answered their questions. The genin, on the other hand, all listened very seriously. Something like the Chunin exams didn't exist in Guan Yu's era, or rather, not on such a large scale. The promotion of genin only existed through promotion from above, or through a promotion assessment applied for voluntarily. The assessment for Chunin was much simpler back then. Guan Yu glanced at Uchiha Suzuki below, seeing that his demeanor was somewhat weak, yet he still stood there, forcing himself. Did Orochimaru still succeed? Senior, he softly spoke to Kakashi beside him. Your student seems a little off. Kakashi merely fell silent upon hearing this. He had already learned what Suzuki had encountered from the Hokage and Anko. He was also somewhat worried about him in his heart. Yo, Kakashi, it seems your student barely made it through the second stage of the exams, Guy said from the side at this moment, a confident smile on his face. If he encounters my student in the upcoming exams, I'm afraid he'll lose. Youth is always sometimes bittersweet, and sometimes severe. Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned his head to look at him, his eyes showing confusion. Did you say something? After the third Hokage finished explaining the significance of the Chunin exams, he seemed a little dry-mouthed and couldn't help but lightly cough. Heiei Gecko, serving as the preliminary referee, suddenly appeared with a body flicker technique, kneeling before the Hokage. Next, Heiei Gecko, who was serving as the referee, will explain. He had a sickly appearance, with deeply sunken eyes, looking as if he could breathe his last at any moment. Does he have some terminal illness? Guan Yu suddenly asked Kurone beside him. Kurone was a little helpless. No, he just hasn't been in good health since he was a child. Yu Jio also told us. Seeing her expression, it was clear that Guan Yu wasn't the only one who had suspected this. For example, the genin below right now were all afraid that this referee would fail to catch his breath and collapse to the ground. And when Hayate mentioned the preliminary round for half, the genin all reacted intensely. What's the deal with the preliminary round? Why can't we directly participate in the third stage of the exams? The Kuwabai, however, looked calm. They had already learned about it in advance from Guan Yu. Does anyone want to withdraw? Hayate Gecko looked at the booklet in his hand, weakly raising his eyes to look at everyone. The Hokage and Anko were also discussing here whether or not to let Suzuki withdraw from the exams, but Kakashi dismissed it with a smile, which angered Anko, who felt he didn't care about his students' safety at all and started scolding Kakashi. And at this moment, a Konoha genin wearing glasses raised his hand, attracting everyone's attention. Anko took out the information and recognized this person as Kabuto Yakushi, who had participated in the Chunin exams multiple times. The third Hokage also said he had an impression of him. Guan Yu looked at the guy with that gentle smile, who was explaining something to Naruto and Sakura, and couldn't help but slightly frown. This guy seems to be a hidden danger in the future, might as well kill him during the third stage of the exams. Kabuto Yakushi's withdrawal left exactly 20 genin remaining, so no one would get a bye in the upcoming 1v1 matches. As the electronic scoreboard opened, the names for the first round also appeared on it. Uchiha Suzuki vs Akita Yoroi. Guan Yu went up to the second floor viewing area with Kurane and the other Jonin. Kakashi went to give Suzuki some instructions. Aburo-sensei, Kurane-sensei, Kiba, Shino, Ino, and the Kuwabai also came to their respective Jonin sides. That Suzuki seems a bit off, Kurane said, noticing something as she looked at Suzuki below. Is he injured? I guess so, Guan Yu said. It looks like Kakashi's student is in danger then, Kurane said. No, with Suzuki's strength, dealing with this kind of guy is still more than enough, Guan Yu said. Kurane merely glanced sideways at Guan Yu upon hearing this, and said nothing more. Sure enough, not long after, the first round, under everyone's gaze, saw Suzuki narrowly win despite his weakened body. The Kuwabai and Hinata were all amazed, while Kiba said something about it being no big deal, a little unconvinced. Akita Yoroi was placed on a stretcher by the medical squad and taken away, and Suzuki also left the area with Kakashi. Second round, Zakua Bumi vs Abarame Shino. Kurane encouraged her students, and Kiba and Hinata also cheered him on. Guan Yu noticed that the Jonin from Sound Hidden had suddenly disappeared. I have something to leave for, Guan Yu suddenly said, and also disappeared from the spot with a body flicker technique. Aburo-sensei? Ino and Shikamaru were full of confusion, and looked at Kurane in unison. I don't know either, Kurane said helplessly. Inside the central tower. After only a brief search, he found the room where Kakashi and Suzuki were. Guan Yu stood before the door, glancing inside at Kakashi, who was performing a sealing jutsu on Suzuki. The current Suzuki wasn't the Suzuki whose clan was wiped out. The only will to become stronger in his heart was merely due to his own pride and sense of honor. He had no reason to defect with Orochimaru. Who's there? From the room behind Guan Yu, Kakashi's sharp cry came. In an instant, Kakashi also rapidly appeared beside Guan Yu, his eyes widening sharply upon seeing Orochimaru. Long time no see, Kakashi. You've grown up too, Orochimaru said with a light chuckle, turning his gaze to Kakashi. If his tone lacked that hint of levity, it would sound exactly like an old friend reminiscing. Orochimaru, Kakashi said in a deep voice. His mind raced. He knew Orochimaru had come to Konoha, but he didn't expect him to appear directly here. Now that Guan Yu was by his side, they still had the strength to fight. It seems you didn't run into Itake, Guan Yu said at this moment. What a pity. Chapter 87 Divine Wedgitake? Kakashi, listening from the side, was somewhat puzzled. What does Itake have to do with this? Orochimaru, why would you target Suzuki? Orochimaru curled his lips, his voice hoarse and cold. Why, indeed. You're truly good, you've already obtained it. Kakashi was startled. Didn't you also not have that before, the Sharingan in your left eye? Orochimaru continued. I also really want to obtain it, the power of the Uchiha. Kakashi's expression was serious. What exactly is your objective? Orochimaru didn't answer immediately, but glanced at Guan Yu beside Kakashi. This one beside you, perhaps he knows. It's for your boring ambition again, isn't it? Kakashi said in a deep voice. Orochimaru wasn't angered, still smiling faintly. People always need some pursuits, otherwise living would be too meaningless, wouldn't it? Isn't that right, Aburo-kun? Guan Yu stood quietly in place, merely watching him with indifference. Kakashi, you've lived for so long, are you still confined by your ridiculous adherence? Orochimaru said again. A rogue ninja has no right to say that about me, Kakashi said coldly. Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi, then turned to look at Guan Yu, the smile on his face growing slightly wider. Kakashi, some people live with more clarity than you. Kakashi frowned and remained silent. He didn't know the meaning of Orochimaru's riddle-like words, but he couldn't afford to think too much right now. Facing Orochimaru directly again had already put his mind in an extremely tense state. Orochimaru suddenly took a step forward, and Kakashi instantly felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. The hand signs blurred into afterimages, and dense chakra condensed into lightning. "Don't come any closer," he shouted sharply. "Even if you are one of the Sunin, the two of us can still manage to take you down with us." Orochimaru merely glanced at Guan Yu, who was standing calmly to the side, his gaze shifting slightly. He lightly licked his lips. "Taking me down with you, is it?" He then looked at Kakashi, his pair of extremely cold snake eyes staring at him, making Kakashi instantly feel as if he were suffocating. "How interesting," Orochimaru said slowly. "Uchiha Sasuke is a child I carefully selected. I will definitely obtain him." Having said that, he turned around and slowly walked away. It wasn't until his figure disappeared that Kakashi finally let out a sigh of relief, startled to realize that the lightning cutter in his hand had dissipated at some point. "You were a bit flustered, senior," Guan Yu said at this moment. Kakashi let out a long breath, and after a moment of silence, said, the shadow from his youth still lingered. Kakashi remembered how he had been frozen in fear by just one look from Orochimaru back then, and he wasn't much better off now. "You seem to have been calm the whole time," he said, looking at Guan Yu. "I'm not afraid of him." Guan Yu also left. Kakashi stood rooted to the spot and let out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself that Guan Yu had probably never truly faced Orochimaru in battle and didn't know the true strength of one of the Sunin. Just like he was back then, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. When Guan Yu returned, he happened to meet Ino, who was coming to the restroom, and Sakura, who had already walked away. It seemed she had said something else to Sakura, as she stood alone by the restroom door, lost in thought. "Aburo-sensei." Ino was suddenly startled awake only when Guan Yu walked up to her. "What are you thinking about?" "And nothing." Ino just turned her head and quickly left the area. Upon returning to the arena stands, Kurane asked Guan Yu where he had gone. Guan Yu simply said he had gone to the restroom. Kurane was a bit disbelieving. Who uses the body flicker technique just to go to the restroom? Was he really that urgent? Shikamaru and Koji both greeted Guan Yu, and then noticed that Ino's mood was a bit off. The names on the electronic scoreboard were flashing again. Yamanaka Ino vs Sakura Harino. Why did it have to be these two? Shikamaru twitched the corner of his mouth from the side. As Ino's friend from childhood to the present, he roughly knew about the things between Ino and Sakura. From Ino standing up for Sakura and the two becoming friends, to their falling out later because of Sasuke. A gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing the white-haired elder to freeze. "How did I get recognized as soon as I returned to the village?" he grumbled, scratching his hair with one hand but not turning back. "Aha, there's a hot spring in over there, it looks pretty good." He pretended not to hear and tried to leave quickly. "Jiraiya-sama." The voice behind him grew louder, and Jiraiya reluctantly turned his head. "Oh, it's Mikato, what a coincidence, what a coincidence." He saw a black-haired woman standing behind him and immediately smiled in surprise. "I called you several times," Mikato said. "Is that so? Maybe I'm a little hard of hearing." Jiraiya laughed heartily. The person in front of him was the Uchiha clan leader's wife and Kushina's good friend, so he naturally recognized her. "I didn't expect you to be back. Lord Hokage will definitely be very happy when he knows," Mikato smiled. "Cough, don't make a fuss yet, I'm just passing through," Jiraiya coughed lightly and said. "But I didn't expect the village to be a bit different from before," Mikato said in a gentle voice. "Because of the mist incident a few years ago, the village was rebuilt. Is there something you need to do on this trip back?" "Nothing," Jiraiya said naturally. "Like I said, I'm just passing through. I'm writing a novel now and might gather some material in the village." The smile on Mikato's face stiffened slightly. Of course, she knew what Jiraiya was writing. Kushina had complained about Jiraiya to her more than once. "Is Jiraiya-sama planning to go see that child?" Mikato asked again. Jiraiya was startled when he heard this. "You mean, Kushina's child, Naruto?" Mikato said. Jiraiya showed a look of reminiscence. "Speaking of which, he's not small anymore. He is a ninja now, in the same team as my child, led by Kakashi. They are currently taking the Chunin exams. Is that so?" Jiraiya chuckled. "I still have things to do, so I'll be taking my leave now." After saying that, he turned around and waved, leaving without waiting for Mikato's response. After saying goodbye to Mikato, Jiraiya's gaze looked towards the shadow rock in the distance. Kakashi and Uchiha. Teacher, what were you thinking?" As he walked down the street, he saw several houses along the road with conspicuous red and white fan markings on their walls. Jiraiya casually stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, whose house is this?" He pointed to the house with the fan marking. "Oh, that's Uchiha Ihiko's house," the passerby said. "Uchiha people, why are they living here? Shouldn't they be in the Uchiha clan land?" Jiraiya asked again. The passerby looked at Jiraiya somewhat strangely. "You're not from this village, are you?" The Uchiha moved out of the clan land several years ago. Not many people live in the old clan land anymore. The passerby left, leaving Jiraiya standing there in a daze. It seems the village has changed, and not just the layout of the houses. Is the Uchiha clan going to dominate? #Death Forest Central Tower. Long live plumpness. The entire arena was damaged beyond recognition. The giant-sized Koji had returned to normal, and Tosu lay unconscious on the ground. This destructive power is truly incredible. Korone clicked her tongue from the side. The Akimichi clan's performance on the battlefield has always been outstanding because of their large-scale strike power. Well done, Koji, Ino shouted excitedly, leaning on the railing. Now, the exam is finally over, Korone said. These genin each had their own strengths. Even the seemingly ordinary Naruto Uzumaki possessed astonishing willpower. It wasn't too unfair that Kiba lost to him. Those who excelled in strength were only Niji Hyuga, Uchiha Suzuki, and Gaara. Rock Lee was one too, but unfortunately, he was eliminated. This year's Chunin exams are much higher quality than in previous years, she said to Guan Yu beside her. There are quite a few excellent guys, Guan Yu nodded. People like Niji and Suzuki had higher than him. If they had survived in a time of war, they would have easily shone brightly. Although the era of peace slowed down their growth rate after maturing, they would definitely become outstanding ninja. Aburo-sensei. Barbecue. Koji below made a yed gesture towards Guan Yu, his chubby face filled with happiness. Guan Yu just smiled lightly. You seem very happy? Korone asked in surprise from the side. Did I? Guan Yu quickly composed his expression. It seems you're very satisfied with your students. I even heard you laugh, Korone said with a chuckle. You misheard, Guan Yu simply said. Shikamaru also easily defeated the girl named Kin in his match. Their special training wasn't in vain. The third Hokage gathered all the passing candidates together to tell them about the third stage of the exam and have them draw lots. The second stage of the Chunin exams was now officially over. Aburo-sensei, barbecue. Barbecue. Koji and Shikamaru returned to Guan Yu's side, and Koji looked at Guan Yu with shining eyes. Okay, let's go eat barbecue, Guan Yu nodded. He looked at Korone, want to come along? Korone shook her head, no, I still need to go see Hinata and Kiba. She smiled again, let's do it another time when we have a chance. We can invite all the students to my place. Guan Yu nodded and left with his students. Ino then spoke up with some suspicion, Aburo-sensei. You seem very close to Korone-sensei. Yes, eh? Ino was surprised that Guan Yu didn't deny it at all. You didn't know, Ino? Shikamaru said from the side. Know what? Ino was a bit strange. Korone-sensei and Aburo-sensei are lovers. Kiba said it before, Shikamaru said. Ino was startled at first upon hearing this, and then suddenly froze in place. Lovers? She stared blankly at Guan Yu's back. Ino, hurry up and catch up, aren't you eating barbecue? Koji saw Ino stop and turned to call out to her. Seeing her looking a bit lost, Shikamaru didn't say anything, withdrew his gaze, and quietly followed beside Guan Yu. Oh, okay, Ino responded after coming back to her senses, then quickly followed. Guan Yu walked along calmly, while Ino occasionally glanced at him from the side. That's right, Aburo-sensei is so excellent, it's normal for him to have a girlfriend, especially since Korone-sensei is so beautiful. What unrealistic things am I thinking about? He's my teacher, how could it be? Ino, you really can't move when you see a handsome guy. Ino thought to herself, rubbing her face. Aburo-sensei, did Korone-sensei just say she would invite us to your house? She put a smile back on her face and spoke to Guan Yu. If you want to come, you can come tonight, Guan Yu said. Maybe next time. Hinata is so badly injured, she'll probably be in the hospital. Okay, barbecue. Barbecue. Koji shouted tirelessly from the side. Idiot, don't just think about eating. Ino suddenly slapped Koji's head and said angrily to him. Koji was bewildered after being hit, covering his head and looking at Ino with a wronged expression. I'm sorry, Koji. Ino was silent for a moment, then turned her head away. Chapter 89, I'll visit your house. Konoha Hospital. Outside Suzuki's hospital room, Itake and Kakashi were both there. Thanks to Kakashi-senpai, Itake said. Suzuki is my student now, so this is what I should do, Kakashi said. Itake also checked the power of the curse mark on Suzuki. Kakashi's evil sealing method could only be considered a temporary relief method, and he was helpless against it as well. You saw Orochimaru, didn't you? Itake asked. Yes. Kakashi recalled the scene of facing Orochimaru in the Death Forest Central Tower and responded after a moment of silence. That guy is as terrifying as ever. Is that so? Itake responded calmly. I hope I can see him again if I have a chance. Kakashi turned to look at him and said, Itake, I know you're angry about him hurting Suzuki, but don't act on impulse. Orochimaru is, after all, one of the Sunin, a famous dangerous person throughout the ninja world. Kakashi-senpai, isn't he trying to get the Uchiha's power? Itaka said lightly, his expression unchanged. Then let him truly see how terrifying the Uchiha are. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Kakashi just sighed lightly. Sasuke will probably be clamoring to be discharged in a day or two. The third stage of the exam is in a month, and he will definitely be thinking about strengthening his training during this time. He changed the subject. You are his teacher, so Kakashi-senpai should handle this. Itaka knew what Kakashi meant, but said, he has always taken me as his goal, and Sasuke wouldn't be too willing for me to help him train, Itaka said. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, looking at the narcissus in his hand. Here to see Sasuke? What would I see him for? Guan Yu seemed surprised as he glanced at Kakashi. Here to see Tenten. Kakashi recalled that Tenten was Guy's student, so it seemed Guan Yu knew her. Guy's other student, Rock Lee, is also seriously injured, he said. That sand-hidden Skara is no ordinary genin. Well then train Sasuke properly. If Sasuke defeats him, my students won't have to encounter him, Guan Yu said. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at his somewhat shameless words. After chatting for a few sentences, Guan Yu left and went to Tenten's ward. Niji was also here. After seeing Guan Yu arrive, he walked out without saying a word. Perhaps because of the Jonin who saved Hinata during the preliminary rounds, Niji had a very bad impression of these Jonin, even though Guan Yu didn't take action at the time. Tenten said. Guan Yu placed the narcissus in his hand into the vase on the table. Tenten's match against Temari still ended in failure. The gap in strength was something Guan Yu couldn't compensate for, though at the very end, just as Temari was about to inflict serious injury, Guan Yu interfered by using body paralysis jutsu. Despite this, Tenten was still injured, but in Guan Yu's view, being injured is unavoidable for a ninja. He didn't feel any heartache over minor scrapes and bruises. How's your body? Guan Yu asked. It's nothing serious, Tenten said, her expression slightly bitter. I just didn't expect to lose so badly. Don't be discouraged, there are plenty of people stronger than you in the world, Guan Yu said lightly, sitting on a nearby chair. You're really good at comforting people, Tenten twitched the corner of her mouth. Losing and winning don't represent anything. Even though your teammate Rock Lee lost, he still earned everyone's respect, Guan Yu said. If you feel your performance wasn't satisfactory, then train harder in the future. You've been too lax. Tenten just pouted when she heard this, then fell silent again. I heard from Niji that Lee is seriously injured. Yes, very serious. Ah, that idiot, Tenten sighed. He might be physically crippled from now on, Guan Yu added. Tenten froze for a moment, then her pupils contracted rapidly. You're lying. How could that be? It's just a possibility, but the village's medical ninjutsu level currently can't treat it, Guan Yu said calmly. Then how can he be saved? Tenten asked eagerly, getting up from the hospital bed, but because her movements were too large, it pulled at her wound, causing her to gasp. I don't know. How could this be? It's too cruel, Lee, Tenten murmured distractedly. Rest well, Guan Yu said, getting up and leaving the ward. Hospital corridor. Just as Guan Yu left the ward, he met Sakura, who was also holding a bouquet of narcissus. Aburo-sensei, Sakura greeted him proactively when she saw it was Guan Yu. Guan Yu nodded, looked at the bouquet in her hands, and casually asked, here to see Sasuke? I've already seen him. I came to see Lee, but I didn't see him in the ward, Sakura said, troubled. Lee, he's probably gone to train, he said. Why are boys so fond of showing off? Sakura complained. Guan Yu nodded slightly and glanced at the medical ninjutsu mastery reward for the first kiss in Sakura's character panel. Goodbye, Aburo-sensei, Sakura bowed slightly and left. In the afternoon, at the barbecue restaurant. Guan Yu was accompanying his students, who had just finished training, as they ate a barbecue feast here, or rather, 3 people watched Koji eat by himself. I don't even need to participate in the exam anymore, why are you dragging me here? Ino said with slight dissatisfaction, complaining as she looked at Koji beside her, who was eating with a greasy mouth. You are a team, Guan Yu said. That may be true, but the upcoming third round is still a solo match, and the team can't help me, Shikamaru said, a worried look on his face. And my opponent is that cruel woman. It's okay, Shikamaru, if you can't beat her, I'll help you get revenge. Koji said from the side, just give me your share of the barbecue. Shikamaru was speechless, then let out a chuckle. Guan Yu rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window. The setting sun was dim yellow, making the long street appear somewhat peaceful and quiet. Ino leaned back in her seat, seemingly having no interest in the barbecue on the plate, just quietly looking at Guan Yu's profile. Isn't that Naruto? Shikamaru's voice suddenly pulled Ino back to reality. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Naruto on the street walking with a white-haired old man. Who is that with him? Shikamaru asked curiously. I don't know, he just looks like an ordinary old man, Ino said. Guan Yu looked at the backs of the 2 people on the street. Jireya's appearance was a bit older than he remembered, but he still looked very spirited. Among the three ninja, he was the only one who showed the marks of time. After eating the barbecue, Guan Yu pulled out a large stack of banknotes when paying. Koji sat on his seat humming contentedly, while Shikamaru felt a pang for his sensei's wallet. Let's go back. We still have training tomorrow. Next is targeted special training. It's fine if Ino doesn't want to come, Guan Yu said. Ino was startled for a moment, then said, "Oh, okay." The sky grew darker, and Guan Yu's figure gradually faded into the distance on the street. Pedestrians were noisy, but the sound seemed to grow lower and lower, like rustling. "Ino, let's go," Shikamaru called softly. Koji had already walked away, patting his stomach. Ino suddenly snapped back to reality, lowering her head in silence. She suddenly started running, quickly catching up to Guan Yu. "Aburo-sensei." Guan Yu turned his head to look at her. "Hee," Ino chuckled with her hands behind her back. "Can I come visit your home? Is that okay?" Chapter 90, I like big ones, excuse the intrusion. Ino followed behind Guan Yu. After changing her shoes, she entered Kanzuki's house. Spacious, old-fashioned living room. This was Ino's first impression. Such room arrangements were only found in some large families, it was rare among ordinary villagers. The second floor of Kanzuki's house, however, had a more contemporary layout. "Adult, you're back." A red-haired little girl wearing glasses appeared within Ino's line of sight, making her pause. "This is Karen," Guan Yu simply said. "Hello," Ino greeted after regaining her composure. "This is my student, Ino." "Hello," Karen said somewhat meekly, nodding at Ino. "Is she Aburo-sensei's nanny?" Ino carefully examined Karen. Her red hair was somewhat stunning. She had just been about to say sister, but hearing the other person call Guan Yu adult earlier made her think otherwise. But if she was a nanny, wasn't she too young? She was about the same age as herself. "No, she's just staying here temporarily." Entering the living room, Guan Yu heard sounds coming from the kitchen. It should be Korone cooking. Karen's presence made Ino suddenly feel a bit constrained. It also made the atmosphere a bit awkward, and Ino didn't know what to say for a moment. She sat in the living room, and Karen even brought her tea. After Guan Yu entered the kitchen, Korone came out shortly after. Upon seeing Ino, she smiled warmly. "Ino, you're here." "Korone-sensei," Ino immediately stood up and said. "Have a seat, dinner will be ready soon," Korone said with a smile, in the manner of a hostess. "Karen, go help out in the kitchen." "Understood." Karen obediently got up and walked into the kitchen. Ino pursed her lips, then chuckled softly. "I hope I'm not bothering you." "Not at all, Ino, you should come more often in the future. Next time, bring Shikamaru and Koji." "You're very welcome," Korone said, pulling Ino's hand and sitting down. "I also just found out that Korone-sensei and Aburo-sensei are a couple," Ino said. "There's no need to specifically announce something like this," Korone said with a gentle smile. In the kitchen, Karen watched Guan Yu busy himself there and asked, "Adult, is there anything you need me to do? Can you cook?" "No," Karen shook her head, then quickly added, "I can learn." "Just stand there," Guan Yu said. "Oh," Karen stood there silently after hearing this, watching Guan Yu skillfully cook with serious eyes. "Bring the dishes." "Oh, okay." Karen quickly responded and was about to step forward and reach for the dishes Guan Yu had just served. "Right?" Korone said with a smile. Ino and Guan Yu had already eaten something at the barbecue restaurant, but they didn't eat as much as Koji, so their stomachs still had some space. "Korone-sensei's cooking is amazing, it's even better than my mom's," Ino praised. Guan Yu started eating by himself, and Karen, seeing this, also picked up her chopsticks and bowl to eat. Clearly adults' cooking is better, Karen thought to herself. "You will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future," Ino continued. Korone seemed pleased, a smile blooming on her face. "Our Ino is so sweet." "Not at all, Korone-sensei, I'm serious." Korone started continuously putting food on Ino's plate. "If you like it, come visit often in the future. You are Aburo's student, you can completely treat this place as your own home." "Hee, I know, I'll come often for Korone-sensei's cooking too," Ino said with a smile. During the meal, Ino and Korone did most of the talking, their laughter endless, and they seemed to get along very well. Guan Yu would only chime in when the topic mentioned him, while Karen ate silently throughout the entire meal without saying a word. When dinner ended, Karen put down her chopsticks along with Guan Yu, and after they got up, she proactively started clearing the leftover dishes and chopsticks from the table. "Thank you for the meal, I should be going now," Ino said, bowing to Korone at the door. "If I had known you were coming beforehand, I would have prepared a more elaborate dinner for you," Korone said. "It was already very elaborate," Ino said. "Thank you for your hospitality today, Korone-sensei." Korone turned her head to look at Guan Yu in the room. "Aburo, aren't you going to see your student off?" "It's late, go back and rest early," Guan Yu just said. Korone showed a helpless expression. Ino just smiled and said to Korone, "Goodbye, Korone-sensei." She then looked at Guan Yu inside the house and called out loudly, "Goodbye, Aburo-sensei." #at night. Karen listened as the sounds next door died down before pulling her head out from under the pillow. The dim room was completely silent. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, she let out a sigh of relief. I can sleep now. Master bedroom. Coronet lay sweating profusely in Guan Yu's arms. That student of yours, the way she looks at you is a bit off. What are you thinking? Don't play dumb, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I'm a woman too. I can see through Ino's little thoughts with one look, Coronet said slowly. She was acting nonchalant in front of me during dinner, but I don't know how many times her eyes darted towards you. What do children know? They'll forget in a few days, Guan Yu just said. Why wouldn't children understand? Coronet said faintly. Tenten before was the same, the way she looked at you was the same as Ino. Guan Yu furrowed his brows. Don't talk nonsense. Coronet let out a heavy sigh, grabbed Guan Yu's hand, put it to her mouth, and bit it hard. Guan Yu didn't make a sound, and she then kissed the teeth marks she had just bitten with a touch of heartache. Don't take it lightly, they might forget this feeling after some time, but they might not. I think Tenten seems quite persistent, Coronet said to Guan Yu. A young girl's heart is always sensitive and fragile, it's not worth getting hurt over this. I know, Guan Yu just said. Coronet rested her head on Guan Yu's arm, gently stroking the teeth marks on his hand. What about Karen? Are you going to let her live with us forever? You're not happy? Guan Yu asked. Coronet gently shook her head and whispered, no, it's just that having such a little girl suddenly appear in our lives makes me a bit unaccustomed. Didn't you say you wanted a child? Coronet rolled her eyes. At her age, how can she be our child? Let's wait a while, after people gradually forget about the Chunin exams, Guan Yu said. I will request Lord Hokage to give her a new identity. Okay. After a moment of tenderness, Coronet suddenly raised her head. Do you specifically like targeting children? Guan Yu's face darkened, and the hand holding the warm jade suddenly increased its strength. Coronet let out a soft hum, and a blush rose to her face. She heard Guan Yu's voice close to her ear. I don't like children, I like adults. Chapter 91 Successor. When Guan Yu opened his eyes, it was already broad daylight outside the window. Looking down, Coronet was tending to her flower garden, which was now beginning to take shape. A figure at the door was constantly peeking towards here. Guan Yu stretched, got up, put on his clothes, and walked out. Adult, I'll clean the room, Karen said, lowering her head. Okay. Guan Yu had never asked Karen to do these chores. He didn't know if Coronet had told her or if she was doing it on her own initiative. Karen walked into the master bedroom and saw several wads of tissue casually thrown on the floor. The sheets and blankets were a bit messy, and she vaguely saw strange damp stains remaining on them. She pursed her lips and started tidying up without saying a word. After washing up, his breakfast was still left on the dining table. You're awake? Coronet walked in and sat next to Guan Yu. Yeah, I forgot to tell you something yesterday, Coronet said, looking at Guan Yu who was eating. Mikato's sister, she invited us to her place again. Guan Yu raised his eyes and glanced at her. Are we going? Coronet asked. Do you want to go? Guan Yu said. I'll listen to you. Let's go tomorrow, I have to train with Shikamaru and the others today. Okay. Coronet rested her chin on her hands, propped on the table, and quietly watched Guan Yu eat. Guan Yu casually picked up some food with his chopsticks and fed her a bite, but she held onto the chopsticks tightly with her mouth. What are you doing? Guan Yu said. Coronet didn't speak. She licked the oil off the chopsticks with her tongue, and then leaned closer, wanting to kiss him. Guan Yu expressionlessly reached out and blocked her face. Haven't you had enough last night? Coronet pouted. No fun, humph. She got up and left the dining room. Guan Yu ignored her and continued eating his breakfast. Health is important. When Coronet walked to the living room, she saw Karen coming down from the second floor, holding a plastic trash bag in her hand. Coronet suddenly saw the wads of tissue in the bag and immediately said, from now on, you don't need to go into the master bedroom on the second floor to clean. Understood, Karen replied, lowering her head, and quickly walked out of the living room to throw away the trash. #Aerosenin, let's go eat ramen. Go away, what's so good about ramen? After eating ramen, I can train properly. You idiot, you've tried so many times and it's still just a tadpole, you really have no talent. An old man and a young boy walked down the street arguing loudly, attracting the attention of passers-by. I just didn't perform well, next time, I'll definitely be able to summon a four-legged frog. Naruto argued, making excuses for himself. Just take me to eat ramen. Jiraiya crossed his arms, a look of disbelief on his face, but just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed something. Aerosenin? I told you not to call me that anymore, I am the Toad Sage, adult Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned his head and said angrily. Alright, Aerosenin, Naruto said lazily. Jiraiya sighed, took out a few banknotes from his bag, and put them in Naruto's hand. You go eat ramen first, I have something to do and need to leave for a few minutes. Naruto looked at him suspiciously. You're not going to go peek at women bathing again, are you? Bastard, don't think so dirty. Naruto had a look of disdain. Jiraiya walked away angrily, and Naruto looked at the money in his hand, pouted, and sighed as he also walked away. A tea house. There were only a few customers, and an old man wearing a white robe sat there quietly drinking tea. Jiraiya walked over and sat down opposite him. You've returned to the village and you're not willing to take the initiative to come see me, your sensei, the third Hokage said slowly. I've been low-key enough, how did you still find out? Jiraiya said leisurely, leaning back in his chair. You're walking openly on the street with Naruto, is that being low-key? The third Hokage said helplessly. Did you come back this time because of Orochimaru? He asked. The third Hokage sighed softly. Danzo is dead. Jiraiya was startled by the news, then his pupils constricted slightly. The tea house became silent. Jiraiya was silent for a long time before speaking again. After returning to the Konoha, I was wondering why the Uchiha's treatment was different from before. To think you could be so ruthless. The third Hokage held the teacup with both hands, his thumb gently stroking the rim. Changes must be made. Now, as long as it benefits the Konoha, I will do it, he said slowly. Is that so? Jiraiya said, lowering his gaze. I found a young junior to be my successor, the third Hokage added. Although he is capable, his experience is still shallow. Even if he is pushed to the forefront, it will take some time to build up his reputation. I don't know if I can last until then. Jiraiya glanced at the white-haired old man opposite him, just shifting his body slightly. Who is it? Kakashi? The third Hokage shook his head. Asuma? Jiraiya said again. The third Hokage took a sip of tea and said, do you remember Uchiha Shisui? Isn't he a robed ninja now? Jiraiya nodded and said, this child also fought on the battlefield and was once as famous as him in his early years. Jiraiya thought about it upon hearing this, feeling that he had a vague impression of the person the third Hokage mentioned, but couldn't remember who it was for a moment. Since you chose him, he must be quite capable, he said. You'll understand once you meet him, the third Hokage said. For the matter of the fifth Hokage, go find Tsunade, Jiraiya said. How can I get her to return to the Konoha? The third Hokage sighed softly. Jiraiya said nothing more, just slowly got up and walked out of the tea house. When he reached the entrance, he couldn't help but look back. The third Hokage was still sitting there, his figure seeming a little hunched. He then turned his head to look at the shadow rock in the distance, his gaze lingering on the fourth rock carving for a moment before he started to walk away. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. What's wrong, Naruto? You look listless. No, I'm not, Naruto chuckled, looking down at the remaining ramen soup in the bowl in front of him. He was briefly lost in thought, then picked up the ramen bowl, tilted his head back, and drank the soup clean, before taking out his frog wallet. Thanks for the. Yo, Naruto, you're here. A large hand clapped Naruto's shoulder. Ero Sennin. Naruto exclaimed, looking surprised and delighted. You're here. Didn't I say I had something to do and would be gone for a few minutes? Jiraiya said with a faint smile, sitting down in a seat beside him. You like the ramen here too, huh? Yeah. Ichiraku ramen is the best ramen in the world. Naruto gestured exaggeratedly with both hands. He then turned to Tuki and shouted, Mister, 2 more bowls of ramen. Didn't you already have a bowl? Jiraiya said. Just one more. Naruto said with a grin, taking out coins from another pocket. Ero Sennin, let me treat you. Isn't that the money I gave you? Jiraiya said, staring at the money in Naruto's hand. You gave it to me, so it's mine now. I'm treating you, Naruto said confidently. Jiraiya didn't argue with him, just chuckled and watched Naruto. You really like ramen, huh? Naruto nodded frantically. Don't you think your name sounds like a certain ingredient in ramen? What is it? Fish cake, Naruto Maki, Damn it. I'm not fish cake. Ha. Chapter 92, An Afternoon for the Girls' Dango Shop. I feel so bored, Ino said glumly, resting her head on the table. Shikamaru and Koji are doing special training with Aburo-sensei, so there's no need for her to follow. It's rare that I don't have to help mom with the shop, and yet I have nothing to do. What's so boring? Sakura asked curiously from the side. Isn't it good to be idle? When I'm busy, I want to be idle, and when I'm idle, I feel so bored, Ino said with a sigh. Sakura curled her lips into a small smile and leisurely ate her dango. What a leisurely afternoon. Hey, Hinata. Ino suddenly stood up and shouted loudly towards the street. Sakura also followed her gaze and saw a short-haired girl in a light blue outfit standing on the street. Hinata heard the call and slowly walked over. You're out of the hospital? Is your body okay now? Ino got up, pulled Hinata to sit down, and asked with concern. The doctor said I just need to rest well for a while. Hinata's voice sounded soft. Hinata, do you want something to eat? Sakura asked. Anything is fine. What are you doing out? Ino asked again. I just went to watch Korone-sensei and Kiba and Shino's training. I was just about to go back. Ino reached out and put her arm around Hinata's shoulder, gave her a tight hug, and only let go after feeling her soft body. It's a shame that none of us three girls from the same year made it to the third exam, Ino sighed. Sakura, who was ordering for Hinata, glanced at her upon hearing this and said nothing. It just so happens that the boys are a little stronger, Hinata said. But I didn't expect Naruto to be able to defeat Kiba, Ino said, looking up and thought. Naruto from our class is really amazing, okay? Sakura said, rolling her eyes at this point. Yes, Naruto-kun is very amazing, Hinata said, lowering her head and twirling her fingers. Seeing this, Ino's face showed a strange smile, and she winked at Sakura. Hinata. Hinata looked up and was startled to see Ino's face suddenly close to hers. What is it? Are you, perhaps, interested in Naruto? Ino said with a smile. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red. Ino, what are you saying? Sakura watched the two of them with a smile while eating dango. Hinata's feelings were so obvious that anyone who wasn't an idiot could see them, but Naruto just happened to be that idiot. What did I say? Why are you blushing? Ino pretended to look confused again. This made Hinata feel stifled, and she lowered her head, pursing her lips without speaking. Seeing this, Ino laughed and said, all right. The dango Sakura had just ordered was brought over. These boys really don't understand a girl's heart, Ino said with a smile, resting her chin on her hand and looking at Hinata. How would they know if you don't tell them? Sakura said from the side. Why do we have to be the ones to say it? Ino retorted. If you don't say it, those feelings will never be conveyed. The two of them went back and forth, causing Hinata to bury her head lower and lower. Seeing that Hinata hadn't said a word the whole time, Ino lost the interest in teasing her. She picked up the drink nearby, bit the straw, and slurped it dry. That Niji Hyuga from the year above us is quite handsome too, huh? She said out of the blue. Older brother Niji? Hinata said, looking up at this point. But he seems really fierce, and he was so rough on you, Hinata, Ino added. Sakura also recalled the white-clothed boy. He was indeed quite handsome and gave a different feeling compared to Suzuki. Speaking of which, Naruto's opponent in the first match is him. The chances of winning don't seem high. Older brother Niji is difficult to get along with, Hinata said. Aren't you cousins? It seems like your relationship isn't very good, Ino asked. Hinata didn't know how to explain. Oh, I wish heaven would give me a few handsome guys who would constantly flock around me, bring me tea and water, and fight over me. Ino suddenly sighed again at this point, collapsing weakly onto the table. Hinata. You're just daydreaming, Sakura said, rolling her eyes. There should be quite a few people who like Ino, Hinata said at this point. Sakura looked at Ino strangely. She had just thought of it suddenly and said it casually. But Aburo-sensei and Korone-sensei are lovers, Hinata said at this moment. Ha! Sakura immediately looked surprised. Ino suddenly burst out laughing at this moment, shaking with laughter. She held her stomach with one hand and patted Hinata's shoulder with the other. Ha, Hinata, why are you reminding me so seriously? It makes it sound like I'd actually go after Aburo-sensei, ha. I was just saying it casually, Hinata said, a little embarrassed. Sakura looked at Ino's somewhat exaggerated laughing posture and felt a little strange. Aburo-sensei, huh? After Ino gradually calmed down, she rested one arm on the table and propped her face on her hand. He is my sensei, Ino said softly. As she spoke, her eyes seemed vacant, and her free hand fiddled with the straw in the empty drink bottle. Sakura asked the boss for 2 more drinks. Are Aburo-sensei and Korone-sensei lovers? Sakura asked. Hinata nodded. Yes, our class even went to their house. They're living together? Sakura said in surprise and doubt, glancing at Ino. I've never heard Kakashi-sensei mention it. There's no need to bring up something like this specifically, Ino said slowly, drinking the newly delivered beverage. But Korone-sensei seems quite a bit older than Aburo-sensei, right? Sakura asked again. 6 years older, Ino said. Korone-sensei is 27, and Aburo-sensei is 21. Aburo-sensei is that young, Sakura said in surprise. Yeah, only 8 years older than us, Ino added. Really? Sakura smiled, but her smile stopped abruptly after only a couple of laughs. She turned her gaze back to Ino, her eyes filled with shock, doubt, and disbelief. Ino noticed Sakura's gaze, turned her head away, and calmly stared at the tabletop. Sakura sat there lost in thought. At this moment, Hinata picked up a stick of dango and put it in her mouth, finding it unexpectedly delicious. She finished it in 3 bites and picked up another stick. The dango shop was somewhat quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling street outside. A breeze swept through, stirring up fine dust on the ground outside. Warm sunlight streamed into the shop, falling on the girls, making them feel warm and cozy. Hinata suddenly spoke softly. Can I have another serving? On the plate in front of her, only a few empty skewers remained. The dango on them had somehow been eaten by her. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances and suddenly chuckled. Boss, 3 more servings. Oh, 1 serving is enough. Chapter 93, Visiting the Uchiha. The Hokage summoned a group of jonin and all the ninja related to the Chunin exams. Some of you may have already heard, the body of Heiate Gecko was found near Kikyo Castle. The third Hokage said, looking at the people below. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately stirred. Heiate? How could this be? Korone instinctively grabbed Guan Yu's arm, her eyes full of disbelief. Was it Orochimaru? Anko said in a deep voice. Not necessarily, Kakashi said. We can't jump to conclusions. Heiate was tracking that sound ninja spy named Kabuto, but it's likely related to Orochimaru as well. Then let's suspend the exams and capture Orochimaru, Tatami Iwashi suggested. The third Hokage cleared his throat lightly, and the area below instantly became quiet. The Chunin exams cannot be stopped. The third exam will gather many daimyo from allied countries and countless heads of merchant guilds. It is a crucial event for Konoha. After Orochimaru defected from Konoha, all countries are paying close attention to him. Are there countries leaning towards him? Homura Mito Kato, sitting beside the Hokage, said. Could it be that the allied countries are going to betray Konoha by joining forces with Orochimaru? Tatami Iwashi exclaimed in surprise. Those so-called alliance treaties are just pieces of paper, Kakashi said lightly. That's how the past ninja world wars happened. We have too little information. There's no need for wild guesses, and we must not act rashly, the third Hokage said. The Dark Department is already taking action. We must prepare for the worst. When necessary, we will gather all of Konoha's strength to fight the enemy. Everyone's expression turned serious upon hearing this. I hope you are all mentally prepared for this. Do your jobs well and hold your posts. If we must fight, it will be a battle to deter the wicked and spread our fame. Leaving the Hokage building, Korone still looked worried. I wonder how Ujo is doing now, she said to Guan Yu. Ujo must be the one who can't accept it the most. Even if you can't accept it, you have to learn to slowly accept it, Kakashi said. He suddenly spoke as he passed by the two of them. Loss is always unavoidable in a person's life. No one can predict who will leave them next. If you're worried, go see her, Guan Yu said to Korone, watching Kakashi's departing back. Korone nodded and said, aren't we supposed to visit Mikato's house this afternoon? Since you're not in the mood, I'll just go by myself, Guan Yu said. After Korone left, Guan Yu carefully recalled his impressions of Heiate Gecko. He had only seen him once at the gathering initiated by Asuma, and once during the preliminary matches at the end of the second stage of the Chunin exams. Since he was going to Uchiha Mikato's house, Guan Yu had told Shikamaru and Koji in advance to train by themselves. When he returned home, Karen was watering the flowerbead. Adult, you're back. Where's Hong? She had something to do. It was still early before noon. Guan Yu returned to the master bedroom, lay back on the bed, and picked up a book to read. Before long, Karen came in carrying tea and placed it on the bedside table. Adult, have some tea. Put it there. The pages were turning, making the sound of paper rustling. Karen still stood there motionless. Guan Yu glanced at her. Is something wrong? Karen quickly shook her head. The housework is done, and the flowerbead has been watered. I have nothing to do. Do you have anything you want me to do, adult? She said. Guan Yu's gaze swept over her, and he asked, what do you do when you're alone at home with nothing to do every day? I just space out in my room, look at the flowers, and things like that, Karen said softly. Adult, you said you wouldn't let me go outside. I said try not to go outside. It will be fine after this period passes, Guan Yu said, glancing at her again. Later, I'll have Korone buy you some more clothes. Thank you, adult, Karen said happily. Adult, let me massage your legs. Karen immediately knelt beside the bed, gently moved one of Guan Yu's legs in front of her, and began to massage it. The pressure was very light, but Guan Yu didn't mind. Karen probably hasn't even undergone formal ninja training. She was likely just forced by Grass Hidden Village to participate in the Chunin exams based on her special constitution. Guan Yu was quietly reading. Karen didn't say a word, afraid of disturbing him. The room was very quiet in the morning. The sheer curtains on the window swayed gently with the wind, and light and shadow flickered on the floor, occasionally sweeping to the side of the bed. Karen was seriously massaging his leg, her eyes occasionally glancing at Guan Yu. Looking up from his delicate chin, she saw a face that could make one fall in love the longer they looked at it. Do you like it here? Guan Yu suddenly spoke, asking without preamble. Karen was startled upon hearing this, then quickly nodded. She's busy with something. Oh, please come in quickly. Mikato stepped aside, letting Guan Yu enter. It wasn't the first time he had come, and this place was still the same as in his memory. These are the green plants we grew ourselves. Korone asked me to bring them. You're too kind, please come in quickly. Mikato took them with a smile and welcomed Guanyu into the living room. We've been neighbors for so long, and Aburo-kan is only coming now. It feels a bit distant, tied up with trivial matters. Suzuki, Mikato called out towards the inner room. Fugaku isn't home at noon, and I don't know if he'll be back today. Itaki is on duty today, so only Suzuki is home, she said to Guanyu. Suzuki, isn't he training now? Guanyu thought to himself. Just as he sat down in the living room, he saw Suzuki walk out of the bedroom, his right hand still wrapped in bandages, answering the doubt in his heart. Aburo-sensei. Suzuki was clearly startled when he saw Guanyu. Guanyu looked at his hand. Got it from training in ninjutsu, Suzuki explained, looking embarrassed. Chidori, huh? Guanyu nodded. Suzuki, you keep Aburo-sensei company for a bit, I'll go pour some tea. Chapter 94 Mikato's loss of composure. Suzuki sat down opposite Guanyu, but he didn't know how to start. Both of them were people who didn't like to talk much, which made the atmosphere a bit heavy for a moment. Aburo-sensei, do you live nearby? After an unknown period of silence, he suddenly heard Suzuki ask. If Kakashi were here, he might be a bit jealous of Guanyu's treatment. Normally, Suzuki never used honorifics when calling him, always calling him by name. But when addressing Guanyu, he used the word sensei. Suzuki also hesitated at first. He felt that if he was disrespectful to Guanyu, his mother would probably scold him. Moreover, Guanyu had saved his and his mother's lives, so calling him sensei wasn't excessive. Did you injure your hand while training Chidori? Guanyu asked. How did you know? Suzuki was slightly surprised. You are Kakashi's student. The only ninjutsu that could make your hand look like this is Chidori, Guanyu said slowly. This is Kakashi's signature ninjutsu. Its power is very strong, and it's also very suitable for the Sharingan. Hearing this, Suzuki glanced at his bandaged hand. Is that so? Does Aburo-sensei know a lot about the Sharingan? Just a little. Mikato brought out the tea and placed it in front of Guanyu. Suzuki has been thinking about you coming, Mikato said with a smile. Hearing this, Suzuki's expression froze. Embarrassed, his face turned slightly red. When did I think that? Still not willing to admit it, Mikato said with a smile, pouring tea for Guanyu. Seeing Guanyu looking at him, Suzuki slowly spoke again. I just wanted to formally thank you, that's all. Didn't you already thank me? Guanyu said. Suzuki pursed his lips and remained silent. Our two families live so close, we should visit often. After visiting your house last time, I've been waiting for you to come over as guests, Mikato said with a smile. Korone and I also hit it off quite well. If Fugaku meets Aburo-kan, he will definitely be very happy too. Mr. Fugaku is busy with official duties, it's inconvenient to bother him. Guanyu picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and said, there will be times when he's free, Mikato said with a beaming smile. Aburo-kan is young and promising. At this age, he's already serving as a Jonin instructor, and he's teaching the children of the Inoshikacho families. His future prospects are definitely limitless. Suzuki, listening to his mother's words from the side, felt a bit strange. Inoshikacho refers to Nara Shikamaru and their team, right? Is there anything special? But he couldn't ask directly, so he just sat there quietly, listening to his mother and Guanyu talk. Just an ordinary Jonin, Guanyu said. Don't say that. I think Lord Hokage seems to want to entrust Aburo-kan with important responsibilities, Mikato said. I still remember what Aburo-kan said to me the last time he came here. Isn't the current Uchiha clan responding to those words from back then? Is that so? Guanyu's expression was calm. He slowly drank his tea and said, how do I remember that back then, Mrs., you seemed to not take what I said seriously? Then Aburo-kan must have remembered incorrectly. Mikato's expression